as other travelers cautiously navigate the Dragon Ball universe. This audacious individual instills panic within the ranks of the universe's most malevolent force, the Frieza Force. Witness the chronicle of the most audacious Dragon Ball transmigration. The Ginyu Force retreats without a fight for the first time, with Captain Ginyu leading the escape. Frieza's headquarters planet is set ablaze like fireworks, and the cosmic tyrant shatters his throne in a fit of rage. Guldo stammers incoherently, "That demon has returned." Frieza, consumed by fury, screams, "What vendetta do you hold against me?" This is not merely a fan fiction of Dragon Ball. It is a journey of retaliation that sends tremors through the heart of the universe's sovereign. When travelers recklessly push their limits, even the villains begin to question their existence. Chapter 1. Little Tornado Junior Sister. If danger invariably accompanies opportunity, and adage often serve as a hearty bowl of wisdom to practitioners, then Muyang has reason to believe he will eventually be overwhelmed by this proverbial broth, as danger manifests vividly in his life. Muyang is an electrician, specifically one who works with high-voltage operations. He cannot claim a fondness for his profession while his salary is decent, qualifying him as part of the high-income group in others' eyes. The arduous nature of his work is known only to him. In recent days, heavy snowfall has blanketed the nation, wreaking havoc on the power grids in mountainous regions. Early this morning, Muyang's team received orders to urgently repair the power lines damaged by the weight of the snow. There was no room for refusal. The directive was clear, and Muyang promptly made his way to the site to engage in the critical repairs. He and his colleagues ascended the iron tower, stepping onto the insulator strings to carry out the final step of the process. On the freezing high-voltage tower, the biting wind howled through the thick snowfall, striking his face like a knife. Every movement demanded immense physical exertion. Muyang waved his aching arms and removed his frost-covered mask to catch his breath. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and he lost his footing, plummeting downward due to the force of gravity. The sharp iron severed the safety rope and harness tethered to him. Even with dual safety measures, it was futile against the call of death. The world began to spin as he lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment, a flash of white light flickered in his mind, followed by a cascade of images from his life. Darkness enveloped him, a desolate and monotonous place, where the cold and piercing pain coursed through his nerves, making it unbearable to remain. Suddenly, a web-like light tore through the sky, and Muyang awoke from his slumber. "Where am I?" he exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, only to realize he was lying on a spacious wooden bed, covered by a thin blanket of poor quality, rough against his skin. The room was small, sparsely furnished with a table, chairs, and a cabinet, nothing more. The white walls bore no embellishments, and the exposed wooden beams looked primitive. Most notably, there was no sign of any electrical devices. However, a calendar-like object caught his attention, and the unfamiliar date rendered him speechless. A year he had never encountered. Wait, he had fallen from the tower, not in a hospital, yet here he was. Based on his extensive reading of novels, the likelihood of transmigration was exceedingly high. Moreover, given the surrounding environment, it seemed he had indeed crossed into a world with limited technological advancement. He gently patted his chest, noting how small his hand was. His limbs appeared to have shrunk, resembling that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. If there had been any lingering doubts, they vanished, confirming his transmigration beyond a shadow of a doubt. As he reminisced about the countless transmigration tales he had read, scenes flashed through his mind like a film reel. The anticipated grandeur of a heroic protagonist vanquishing foes did not materialize. Instead, confusion reigned in his heart, leaving him disoriented. The bare walls around him suggested that this journey was far from what he had envisioned. While Muyang was lost in thought, the door creaked open, and a shadow darted in like a little squirrel, swiftly approaching him. In an instant, Muyang felt a delicate hand grasp his own, cool and smooth. Brother, you're finally awake. Father and I were so worried," a melodious voice exclaimed with joy. Soon, a charming little face leaned closer, revealing a delightful girl with slightly curled dark green hair that just grazed her earlobes, adorned with a ribbon at the ends. Her fair complexion was exquisite, her brows arched like willow leaves, and her sparkling green eyes brimmed with vitality. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. "Baby," Muyang instinctively uttered, recognizing the girl's resemblance to a little tornado. Immediately, he froze, questioning who she was and why he had called her baby. Furrowing his brow, he felt as if he subconsciously recognized her. Was it the memory of this body? Hearing Muyang's endearing term, The girl pouted in discontent. Brother, I've told you not to call me by my nickname. My apologies, Muyang responded, though confusion clouded his mind as he needed time to sort through his thoughts. Brother, is your body all right? With concern etched on her face, the girl leaned over the bed, gazing at him intently. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Muyang waved his hand, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to accept his fabricated excuse without question. Through indirect conversation, Muyang gradually pieced together his current identity. He learned that he also bore the name Muyang, aged 13, and was the senior disciple of a martial arts faction known as Tenshin School, while the girl was his junior sister, Meisha, 2 years his junior, having just celebrated her 11th birthday. Tenshin School was considered a mid-tier martial arts sect, once renowned for its glory in generations past, but now had fallen into decline with only a handful of disciples, including himself. It was evident that Meisha took pride in their school, boasting about its supposed significance, claiming there were several disciples under the current leadership of her father. Yet, Muyang discerned from her description that it was merely a fated faction. The information gleaned from Meisha was limited, as her youth restricted her knowledge about the world's power dynamics, the number of formidable warriors, or the population distribution among various nations, leaving Muyang in the dark. Father has always said not to overexert oneself during training. Yet you never listen, Meisha scolded, adopting an air of maturity. But her expression shifted. Oh, I must tell Father this. You've fallen behind on your training these past few days. You'll have much to catch up on. The little girl came and went in a flash. And, as Muyang wished to inquire further, she darted out the door like a nimble kitten, her departure so swift that the wooden door continued to creak in her wake. Stunned, Muyang gazed at the rapidly vanishing figure of Meisha and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What incredible speed! Such swiftness, surely even the most seasoned athletes of his past life could not compare." Had he misjudged? This modest sect, with merely a handful of disciples, might indeed be a hidden powerhouse. This world appears to harbor martial arts. Observing Meisha's agility, it seems the inhabitants possess formidable abilities. Muyang pondered as he processed the scant information gleaned from Meisha, a flicker of concern crossing his features before tranquility returned. Stepping out of his room, he discovered a decently sized courtyard, approximately 50 square meters. Stacked neatly on one side were planks of wood, next to an outdoor single-burner stove covered by a mat. In the center stood a series of stone pedestals, varying in size, likely intended for physical training. The ground was solidly compacted, yet scattered across it were numerous large pits, approximately 30 centimeters wide, clearly created by the impact of the stone pedestals. The previous occupant had evidently been diligent in their exercises. As Muyang approached the stone pedestals, he chose one of moderate size, intending to test his strength. Having arrived in this world, it was imperative to ensure he possessed the ability to protect himself before fully acclimating. Grasping the protruding handle of the pedestal, he exerted a modest force, only to be met with surprise. It was not heavy, rather, it felt unexpectedly light. His eyes sparkled with realization as he exerted more effort. Astonishingly, he lifted the entire stone pedestal with one hand. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. He had managed to raise it with ease. Could it be that the children of this world possessed such remarkable physical prowess? A wave of excitement surged within him. He had to try again. Pressing his palm against the pedestal, he increased his strength, the veins on the back of his hand becoming prominent. With a vigorous motion, he hurled the hefty stone upwards, watching it soar to a height of several meters before gravity reclaimed it. With a resounding thud, the stone landed squarely in one of the nearby pits, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Muyang stood in awe, an exhilarating surprise churning within him. The impact from the stone's fall confirmed its genuine weight. It was not a mere illusion of lightness. This body possesses such strength. He was astounded, aware that he had not exerted his full capacity. He still had reserves of strength. Yet, even with this restraint, he had effortlessly thrown a 40 to 50-pound stony of feat he had never dared to dream of before. Indeed, his physique was extraordinary. Was this the result of martial training in this world? Or perhaps the inhabitants possessed inherently superior physical qualities? Tenshin School might very well be a powerful martial arts sect. However, pondering these matters was premature. He needed to gather more information to form a sound judgment. Chapter 2. A Feeling of Ascendance. In the ensuing moments, Muyang continued to evaluate his speed and explosive power, each revelation filling him with delight. Although he was still mastering the control of this body, Its physical capabilities far surpassed those of his previous life, and he felt a profound satisfaction. Undoubtedly, this Bodhi's attributes are astonishingly high, he mused contentedly. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his brow, spreading like wildfire, causing his mind to feel as if it had turned to mush. It was as though he were caught in a whirlpool, memories from two worlds colliding, fragmentary images coalescing into distinct scenes within his consciousness. These were the memories of this body. Muyang, Tianxin School Dakingshan. Tianxin School is situated at the periphery of the Dakingshan mountain range, beyond which lies a vast expanse of perilous wilderness, teeming with formidable wildlife. After a moment's reflection, Muyang gradually regained his composure. Undoubtedly, he had traversed realms, yet whether it was a soul, transference, or reincarnation remained unclear. Nonetheless, he had absorbed a significant portion of this Bodhi's memories, though they were deeply buried and chaotic, requiring further exploration. His earlier instinctive reference to Meisha as baby was a subconscious reflex. After wandering the courtyard for a while, Muyang returned indoors, rummaging through the room in search of items that might trigger his memories. Regrettably, the simplicity of his space yielded no useful discoveries. However, while opening a drawer, he stumbled upon a mirror. From its craftsmanship, he deduced that he was not living in ancient times. Anything but the ancient world was a relief accustomed to modern conveniences. He could not abide the inconveniences of the past. He made a face at the mirror, grinning widely. The reflection revealed Muyang's visage, black hair and eyes, well-defined features, though his face appeared somewhat gaunt and his demeanor slightly weary, a testament to recent illness. Yet, this did not detract from his handsome appearance. With proper care, he could easily be deemed a striking individual. Not bad-looking at all, he nodded approvingly at the mirror, thoroughly pleased with his current situation. Possessing commendable skills, an attractive appearance, and being a prominent disciple of a martial arts sect, Muyang felt assured of his standing. With such attributes, he believed he had a solid foundation. If not the treatment of a protagonist, he could at least avoid calamities such as a tragic family demise or falling into the role of an antagonist opposing the hero. Surely, he could manage to live comfortably. Yet, Muyang's ambitions extended beyond mere survival. As a traveler between worlds, he felt compelled to achieve something significant. However, he knew that understanding the dynamics of this world was paramount before he could truly unleash his aspirations. Senior brother, as Muyang reveled in his visions of a bright future, a melodious call rang out, drawing closer. Responding to the sound, he stepped into the courtyard, and soon enough, Maixia's petite figure reappeared, accompanied by a burly man. The man bore a scruffy beard, his hair unkempt, dressed in simple attire, yet emanating an undeniable aura of authority, especially from his piercing eyes, reminiscent of a hawk. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Muyang's mind instantly recalled the man's identity. He was Isaf, the head of the Tianxin school and Meixia's father, as well as Muyang's current teacher. Teacher. Muyang slightly bowed, sincerely expressing his greeting. Isaf nodded in acknowledgement, his concern evident as he inquired, "How do you fare? Now that you've just awakened, do you feel any discomfort?" Muyang shook his head in response. Isaf, observing him, pressed on various points of Muyang's body, confirming there were no serious issues. He cautioned, "Your body is no longer in grave danger, but you had previously overexerted yourself. Remember to care for yourself. Do not push your limits in future training sessions. At Tianxin School, we emphasize solidifying and nurturing one's internal energy. The body is fundamental. Engaging in reckless training will only lead you astray from our principles. You were fortunate this time that your body merely suffered a deficit. Next time, luck may not be on your side." That Muyang, of course, could not recall the profound essence of the Tianxin flow, yet before Isaf, he had no choice but to nod eagerly. "In the future, I shall have Meisha supervise your cultivation. Our sect is not numerous, and we must rely on you to carry on our legacy. As the eldest disciple, you must lead by example." "I understand, Master," Muyang replied, nodding once more, obediently receiving instruction, while Meisha stood by, grinning dreamily. After observing him, Isaf instructed him to take good care of his health, and then departed. The Tianxin flow relied heavily on Isaf's support, for he had several other disciples to mentor and could not afford to linger here. Once Isaf had left, Muyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Isaf had merely stood there, the overwhelming aura he exuded had left Muyang feeling quite anxious. This must be the aura of a martial artist. Raising an eyebrow, Muyang bit his lip and turned to catch a glimpse of Meisha, who was grinning foolishly with her mouth agape. "You seem quite happy, my dear," he remarked. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not laughing. You must be seeing things." Meisha instantly retracted her smile and said with utmost seriousness. Muyang cast her a few sidelong glances without responding, which caused Meisha to feel somewhat deflated. "All right, I did laugh for a moment." Muyang grunted a couple of times, but ceased to find fault with Meisha. In the following 10 days, under Meisha's care, Muyang gradually restored his health. Finally, when he had regained his strength, he began to relearn the cultivation techniques of the Tianxin flow from Meisha. With his mind already housing scattered memories, Muyang quickly grasped the principles of the Tianxin flow upon embarking on this journey anew. Thus far, both Muyang and Meisha were still practicing the foundational aspects of their training. According to ISAF, the initial stages of Tianxin flow cultivation were all about laying a solid foundation. Once the physical body was sufficiently tempered, they could delve into more advanced concepts essentially, a method that progresses from the difficult to the easy. Thanks to the groundwork he had previously established, Muyang faced little difficulty in assimilating the knowledge he had acquired. A month later, fully attuned to his physical condition, Muyang commenced his regular training. As a martial arts sect, the Tianxin Flow disciples led a semi-reclusive lifestyle, residing amidst the majestic Dakingshan, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world. Behind the Dakingshan lay a sprawling expanse of primal mountain ranges, devoid of a specific name, yet teeming with perilous creatures. While the fringes could serve as a training ground, disciples of the Tianxin Flow were strictly forbidden from venturing deep into the primal mountains without guidance from a teacher. One day, under the bright sun and gentle breeze, in a small courtyard, Muyang practiced tirelessly, drenched in sweat, executing his punches and kicks with relentless fervor. Each session brought him closer to a transformative experience, the visible progress fueling his passion for practice. Sweat trickled down his nose as he spun, generating a whirlwind of air that clashed with the currents around him, producing a series of thunderous sounds. Muyang's speed of movement was astonishing as he whirled. Several indistinct afterimages appeared in the air, reminiscent of Meisha's earlier display. Yet Muyang's speed appeared to surpass hers, if only slightly. After a while, Muyang calmed the airflow and stood still, regulating his internal energy. The preliminary training of the Tianxin Flow felt akin to studying a martial arts manual, captivating him immensely. Within him, a warm current of energy began to coalesce. This energy was said to be the vital essence cultivated through the Tianxin Flow, possessing the ability to nourish the body and unlock latent potential. While Muyang was uncertain of the truth behind it, the evident uniqueness of the Tianxin Flow martial arts was undeniable. Were he to find himself in a world of martial arts, his current strength would already qualify him as a formidable master. This was merely the result of a little over a month of training. The future promised even greater prowess. An involuntary glimmer of determination flickered in Muyang's eyes, his gaze growing more resolute. He felt as if he were on the verge of soaring to new heights. Chapter 3. Astonishingly, this is the world of Dragon Ball. Fluffy white clouds adorned the horizon, and the azure sky resembled a pristine sea, clear as if it had been washed anew, radiating an extraordinary brightness. Muyang's modest courtyard sat atop a small hill of the Great Blue Mountain, surrounded by similar hills that housed other disciples of the Tianxin sect. To avoid impeding each other's cultivation, every disciple was granted a relatively independent environment for their training. However, these residences merely occupied a trifling portion of the Great Blue Mountain. On this day, Muyang dressed meticulously in a somewhat coarse linen robe and laced up his shoes. After reflecting on the backwardness of the era, he hastily descended the mountain. It was the day when his teacher, ISAF, along with several elders, would impart martial arts to the disciples, a rare event that occurred only once every 7 days. And Muyang was determined not to miss such an opportunity. As he walked, the path gradually widened, and he encountered several disciples converging from other trails. Upon seeing Muyang, they greeted him enthusiastically, to which he responded with a warm smile. The closer he approached the martial arts building of the Tianxin sect, the larger the throngs of people became, with some older children trickling into the crowd, seemingly already of age. Yet, these older individuals were not true disciples of the Tianxin sect but rather practitioners from the nearby villages. Being the most renowned martial arts sect in the region, the Tianxin sect commanded immense prestige, attracting countless aspiring practitioners. However, its actual number of disciples remained modest. Including ISAF and a few elders, the sect consisted of only 16 genuine disciples. Beneath the Great Blue Mountain lay the villages where the populace congregated. Although the Tianxin sect operated as a martial arts school, it could not completely detach itself from worldly affairs. The daily needs of such a large sect necessitated procurement from the surrounding villages. Consequently, the Tianqin sect maintained a martial arts hall that catered to the general public. This martial arts hall, aside from supplying disciples with daily necessities, also offered basic martial arts instruction to villagers and recruited those with potential as disciples. Clang, clang, clang. As the sound of the gong resonated, all arriving disciples entered the building. The bright hall immediately buzzed with chatter, but soon fell silent in anticipation of the teacher's arrival. Muyang resolutely took a seat at the front, beside the mischievous Mei Xia, who was persistently scratching his arm with her small hand. "Be quiet," he whispered sternly. Mei Xia pouted and shot him an annoyed glance. Muyang sighed inwardly. This girl was always so fidgety, and it was likely his indulgence that had fostered her current behavior. He then noticed her zoning out. Her gaze fixated on the dazzling light source illuminating the ceiling of the hall. It was a light bulb, powered by a form of energy known as electricity, a marvel that was said to be a technology emerging from the outside world and beginning to gain traction. The presence of electric lights in the martial arts hall was made possible by an elder who had brought a generator and wiring from beyond. Observing the bright, blinding bulb, its gentle illumination unlike the harshness of candlelight, the disciples from nearby villages were awestruck at this novel sight. Only Muyang remained composed, for he had encountered such items in his previous life. Nevertheless, witnessing electric lights in this world brought him solace, as it indicated that the realm he inhabited was not overly primitive. The other disciples, having never ventured to large cities, found his calm demeanor admirable. After a brief wait, Teacher Isaf and several elders emerged from the back hall. Muyang sat upright, attentively focusing on the elders before him. There were only 6 elders remaining from the previous generation of the Tianqin sect, with a scant number of successors. Even with the increase in new disciples in Muyang's generation, the total count in the sect had only reached 16. It was not for lack of desire to expand their ranks. The resources required to cultivate disciples were staggering. This set the Tianqin sect apart from other sects, which merely taught martial arts and left the disciples to hone their skills independently based on their potential. In contrast, the Tianqin sect's teachings were rooted in an ancient philosophy that emphasized nurturing the body and cultivating vital energy, rather than merely fostering brute strength. This approach necessitated significant initial investment in resources, and with limited teaching staff, it was impossible to accommodate a large number of disciples. Thus, they were obligated to adopt an elite training route. After the martial arts instruction concluded, Mei Xia chirped, "Brother, is the outside world truly as Uncle Carl described, where everyone lives in a great village called a city?" "What great village?" "That is a city." Muyang paused to clarify. "Isn't it just a lot of people living together? What is the difference from a village?" Mei Xia tilted her head, puzzled by the distinction. "If you wish to consider it a great village, so be it," Muyang mused, unsure how to explain it to her. It was akin to trying to elucidate nuclear energy to someone from ancient times, an entirely foreign concept. Mei Xia was still young and lacked the memories of Earth that Muyang possessed, making her inability to grasp the difference between a city and a village entirely understandable. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl, Isaf's disciple, the outside world was undergoing tremendous changes, with a force known as technology gradually awakening, and many places were beginning to feel its influence. "By the way, brother, are you going to the primitive mountains for training this afternoon?" "Yes," Muyang nodded. The daily commitment to training had become a habit since his arrival in this world. Despite the presence of ferocious beasts within the primitive mountains, the outer regions were relatively safe and served as an excellent training ground. Upon receiving confirmation, Mei Xia's eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons, and she exclaimed, "I want to go too." "If you wish to join, you are most welcome," he replied. "Don't call me baby." Mei Xia pouted, playfully lunging at him. "Then I shall call you Xia baby instead." Muyang sidestepped a few steps to evade her playful assault, chuckling. "Humph, I'm not happy now." Mei Xia stamped her foot, lifting herself half a meter off the ground, and turned to say, "Brother, don't forget to wait for me this afternoon. I found a lovely crystal ball yesterday, and if you go into the mountains without me, I want to show it to you." With that, she soared into the thicket, her tiny figure vanishing among the trees. This girl can actually fly. Muyang chuckled to himself as he watched her disappear. He had not anticipated that aside from her martial prowess, Mei Xia possessed such extraordinary abilities. Remembering the first time he witnessed her soaring through the air, he had been thoroughly astonished. Martial arts, extraordinary powers, and the nascent stirrings of technological advancement. This world seemed to be a vibrant tapestry of wonders. In the afternoon, within the shaded areas of the primordial mountains, a delicate veil of mist lingered. At the entrance on the periphery of these ancient peaks, Muyang had been waiting for quite some time for Mei Xia to arrive. Noticing her absence, he began practicing fundamental movements, and soon his muscles tensed in response. After a while, Mei Xia finally appeared, flying in from a distance, her dark green hair billowing in the wind, while her simple long robe rustled softly in the air. "Brother, I'm here. Look, this is the crystal ball I found yesterday. Isn't it beautiful?" Mei Xiao exclaimed as she landed gracefully, presenting him with an orange-red glass sphere, the size of a fist, emanating a warm glow. Inside, 6 gold foil red stars were arranged in a stunning display. "Wow!" Muyang gasped as he beheld the rounded crystal ball in Mei Xiao's hands, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, momentarily frozen in place. "How did you come by this?" he quickly inquired. "I found it by the stream yesterday." Mei Xiao replied with a proud grin, her excitement evident as she observed her brother's astonishment. Listening to her innocent answer, Muyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is a Dragon Ball," he realized, taking the glass sphere from her. His gaze fixated on the intricate patterns, his eyes seemingly igniting with fervor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 stars. It's a 6-star ball. Goodness, he had long suspected that this world was extraordinary, but never had he imagined it to be the world of Dragon Balls. Could it be that I am merely a weakling in this realm? In that moment, Muyang's mind raced with thoughts, feeling as if the universe had played a grand jest upon him. Chapter 4. The Primordial Mountains. When discussing the dangers of the Dragon Ball world, it truly depends on the location. While the universe harbors idyllic planets, one irrefutably dangerous place is Earth, the homeland of Dragon Ball warriors, where ordinary individuals are doomed to a fate of being mere cannon fodder. Gazing at the 6-star Dragon Ball before him, Muyang was certain he was indeed on Earth, for only here could such a perfectly crafted Dragon Ball exist. At that moment, Muyang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, an amalgamation of emotions swirling within him. If one were to observe his expression, it would undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Calm down, he urged himself. However, how could one remain composed when their life was at stake? The Dragon Ball world was no trifling matter. In this realm, the destruction of a planet was as effortless as popping a balloon, perhaps on any given day. If a deity were displeased, with but a breath, an entire planet could vanish from the cosmos, taking countless lives with it, leaving no room for reasoning. Previously, he had thought he had arrived in a splendid world where he could learn powers unattainable in his previous life, but now he realized he had overly romanticized his future. Though opportunities abound, they may not be within his grasp. In the Dragon Ball world, with his modest physique, he might only serve as a mere bystander. Fortunately, from the current circumstances, it appeared that Earth's technological prowess was only just beginning to emerge, and there remained a considerable time before the original plot commenced. The early stages of Dragon Ball were relatively stable, devoid of cataclysmic events. Perhaps it was not too late to consider a profession as a chef. Culinary skills could prove life-saving at critical moments. Or, he could seek out Satan and forge a friendship? No, what am I thinking? First, I must ascertain the era in which I find myself, Muyang reminded himself. Mei Xiao, observing the myriad expressions flitting across her brother's face, blinked and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the crystal ball?" Taking another deep look at the 6-star Dragon Ball, Muyang steadied himself and returned the sphere to Mei Xiao's embrace, shaking his head. "It's nothing. Just keep it safe and don't lose it. This crystal ball must be quite important. Shouldn't we leave it with you, brother?" Mei Xiao fumbled, anxious not to make a mistake. Muyang replied, "It's fine. You can keep it. Although it possesses some magical qualities, it doesn't hold much use for us at the moment. Without a Dragon Ball radar, a single Dragon Ball was merely a decorative item. Moreover, for the foreseeable future, this so-called 6-star Dragon Ball would not serve any purpose. All right, Mei Xiao, let us venture into the Primordial Mountains for training. Once we enter, you must heed my guidance. Although we are merely on the outskirts, we must not let our guard down," Muyang advised her earnestly, setting aside his worries. "Understood," Mei Xiao nodded vigorously, her fair complexion taking on a serious expression as she clenched her fists in determination. Seeing this, a hint of a smile finally broke through Muyang's previously troubled demeanor. He gestured for Mei Xiao to follow, and together they ventured into the domain of the Primordial Mountains. The Primordial Mountains stretched over 100 kilometers, surrounded by lush greenery and teeming with ferocious beasts, standing tall for countless ages. The towering peaks and the beasts within formed a natural barrier, thwarting human exploration, leaving their footprints limited to the periphery, seldom venturing into the heart of the mountains. Muyang and Mei Xiao walked at a measured pace. Yet the scenery around them continued to shift as they progressed. Soon, the atmosphere grew oppressive, the dark green branches obscured the sun, casting a shadow akin to delving into a cavern, while the roars of wild beasts echoed ominously, warning intruders. "Be cautious, a beast approaches." Muyang halted, his expression growing serious, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Oh. Mei Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stood beside Muyang, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal beast, adorned with spots and bearing sharp fangs, emerged before them, a common predator of the primordial mountain's outskirts. As the beast approached, it dug its claws into the earth, creating a sudden indentation, then lunged forward, charging at Muyang and Meixia. Seeking death, Muyang's gaze hardened, and he swiftly advanced, launching a punch at the beast. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the beast's skull, causing Muyang to grin despite a slight tingling in his arm as he stumbled back a few steps. While the beast also reeled, staggered by the impact. Exhaling deeply, Muyang nodded in satisfaction with his strike. If an ordinary adult's combat power ranged from 3 to 4, then Muyang's current display of strength must have reached a value of 15. Indeed, 15 combat power, though it appeared modest. It was Muyang's rough estimation of his capabilities. The beast before him seemed formidable, yet it was manageable. Meixia, you should practice too, Muyang called out, not forgetting to encourage Meixia to join in the training. At this moment, Meixia was filled with exuberance, letting out an enthusiastic cry akin to a wildcat ready to pounce. She narrowed her eyes, her deep green irises revealing a hint of ferocity. Then, she raised her delicate arm, radiating a shimmering green glow. With a deft twist of her wrist, it appeared as though she grasped something intangible between her fingers, and with a vigorous flick, she hurled it towards a towering tree in the distance. A loud crash echoed as the colossal tree shook, its leaves scattering like confetti, accompanied by a mournful wail. The immense beast, standing over a human's height, slammed against the trunk of the giant tree, its life force nearly extinguished upon impact. Telekinesis. Observing the practical application of Meixia's extraordinary ability, Muyang's half-closed eyes widened in surprise, and he furrowed his brows, admonishing her, Meixia, during your training, you must maintain unwavering focus. If you rely solely on your powers, when will you have the opportunity to strengthen yourself? Meixia's telekinesis bore similarities to Jiaozi's abilities. Yet while formidable, it offered no enhancement to the cultivation of the Tianxin style. Muyang felt compelled to caution her. Chapter 5, A Year Understood. Meixia nodded enthusiastically, though her little nose crinkled in skepticism. How much of his words she truly absorbed was anyone's guess. Muyang silently lamented, recognizing that she was not taking his advice to heart. However, he could not constantly oversee her, so he chose to remain silent, leading Meixia deeper into the Primal Mountains. The Primal Mountains, a veritable no-man's land trodden by humanity for countless eons, soon presented them with a series of formidable beast encounters. Nevertheless, the duo's formidable prowess allowed them to overcome each challenge with ease. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and as the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon, the forest took on an even more ominous stillness. After a day of rigorous training, Muyang and Meixia emerged from the Primal Mountains, their garments tattered and their stomachs growling with hunger as they hurried home to savor a sumptuous dinner. Following their meal and bidding farewell to Meixia, Muyang returned to his humble abode. Immersed in the warm waters of the pool, he felt as though all his fatigue had been washed away, allowing him to finally contemplate the current situation. It was now certain that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe. After the initial shock and disbelief, Muyang's heart gradually found peace. If I were to buy a lottery ticket, I might hit the jackpot, he mused, resting his hands on the edge of the pool. To find himself in the Dragon Ball world was something he had never anticipated. Here, only the strongest races were afforded the opportunity to shine, while the ordinary could scarcely hope to serve as mere background foliage. The order of the Dragon Ball universe was starkly defined by strength. The powerful reigned supreme. Saiyans, Namekians, the Frieza race, and Majin Buu each was a formidable force capable of cataclysmic destruction. Contemplating this filled Muyang with a faint headache. The only silver lining was that the early phases of the Dragon Ball saga seemed relatively tranquil. At least until the Saiyans arrived, Earth would remain shielded from external threats. However, as the narrative progressed, particularly in its latter stages, a plethora of formidable adversaries would emerge, transforming Earth into a veritable powder keg, one of the most perilous places in the universe. By that time, aside from the Saiyans with their powerful bloodlines, even the elite Earthlings like Krillin and Yamcha would find themselves relegated to mere bystanders. Clearly, Muyang was just an ordinary Earthling, devoid of any extraordinary lineage. Was he destined to be nothing more than a supporting character? As a traveler from another realm, he found this notion utterly unacceptable. Why dwell on such thoughts? He chided himself. The narrative's commencement was still years away. By the time it began, he might be well into his old age. Whether he would even witness those events remained uncertain. Snapping back to reality, he shook his head in self-deprecation. According to Uncle Carl's reports from their sect, the technological advancements in the outside world were just beginning to take shape, far from the era of flying vehicles depicted in the original story. It was still too early to worry about such things. He mused, I must ensure I don't age prematurely before the plot even begins. That would be laughable. Thus, he set a goal to survive until the narrative commenced. Of course, when he spoke of surviving, he meant thriving, maintaining his body in peak condition. To achieve this, he required immense strength, much like Master Roshi and Master Crane, who remained vigorous even after centuries. Muyang resolved to train more diligently from tomorrow onward. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, and with his race's identity firmly established, he aimed to invest more time in his development. He refused to accept that Earthlings were incapable of becoming powerful. This marked the inception of his first plan. Fortunately, the Tianqin martial arts school emphasized nurturing the body. And although its strength might not rival that of the Turtle or Crane schools, the teachings were precisely what Muyang needed at this juncture. As the chief disciple of Tianqin, he had access to the most essential techniques of cultivation. Step by step, he would lay a solid foundation in the future. He would explore other training grounds on Earth. There were myriad places to cultivate: the Korin Tower, the Five Elements Mountain, and even the temple suspended in the heavens, all shrouded in mystery and pivotal to Muyang's ascent to greatness. However, for now, such considerations felt premature. As he pondered, the water's temperature began to cool, prompting him to step out of the pool and, still damp, make his way to the bedroom. The night air was crisp, and the stars twinkled across the opposite side of the Milky Way. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Muyang gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, he arose early, taking advantage of the twilight to practice fundamental movements in the courtyard. As his muscles began to ache, he recognized that continuing would be counterproductive and potentially harmful, so he sat down to reflect on his training. Haste makes waste, he reminded himself, recalling the tribulations this body had faced before his awakening. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, a year had passed. Throughout this period, Muyang had diligently followed Master Isaf's guidance, steadily enhancing his physical strength. Now 14, he found himself in the prime of his physical development. Thanks to rigorous training and adequate nutrition, the 14-year-old Muyang appeared more robust than his peers. Though he still lacked true muscularity, every fiber of his being harbored astonishing potential. His strength had nearly doubled since the previous year, and even his teacher, Isaf, praised him, believing Muyang might reach the upper echelons of their martial arts school. Yet, despite his significant progress, Muyang remained humble. I must not become complacent, he thought. With a combat power of roughly 30, he understood that even the slightest breath from a true powerhouse could extinguish him. To put it into perspective, at the age of 12, Goku possessed a combat power of 120. Even Krillin, a contemporary of his, boasted a combat power of 113. In light of this, Muyang felt little reason to take pride in his achievements. Chapter 6. The Pursuit of Limits. In the early morning, the gentle light of dawn bathed the earth, while a veil of mist lingered deep within the majestic Qing Mountain. In the valley formed by the interconnection of two peaks, verdant branches swayed in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly in the air. In this expanse of open land, any disputes seemed trivial. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was shattered by a series of crackling sounds, akin to popping beans, accompanied by a deep, resonant echo that fractured the tranquility of nature. In a clearing amidst the forest, a tall youth was straining with all his might, his feet firmly planted on the ground. His body was bent forward, struggling under an immense pressure, the popping sounds emanating from the hard earth beneath him. Before the youth, over 3 meters in the air, floated a girl with dark green hair. Her wavy locks framed a youthful face, and at that moment, she radiated a brilliant green light, the source of the pressure weighing down on the boy. Meisha, increase the pressure. Muyang gasped, his expression resolute as he commanded her. Observing Muyang's drenched in sweat visage, Meisha hesitated before softly replying, Senior brother, this is probably enough. Don't worry, apply more pressure. His tone remained unwavering. Oh, realizing she could not dissuade her senior brother, Meisha pouted and raised her hand to exert more force. As she emanated a ghostly green glow, the pressure on Muyang intensified significantly. With a grunt, Muyang felt the overwhelming weight descend upon him, his body sinking as he gritted his teeth, his legs trembling. Yet, he managed to withstand it. In this era of underdeveloped technology, without adopting practical methods, even years of effort would yield negligible results. Muyang was acutely aware of his own aptitude among Earthlings. He was relatively competent, yet far from being a genius, coupled with the inherent limitations of humans compared to the powerful cosmic races. A methodical and unhurried approach to cultivation would inevitably lead to obscurity in the tides of time. Thus, a year prior, he consciously began to train with added weight. Upon discovering Meisha's telekinetic abilities, he ingeniously had her apply her powers to him, thereby augmenting the pressure he experienced. With patience akin to water eroding stone, he gradually fortified his body. Although he viewed this method as rudimentary, it was reliable, for there are virtually no shortcuts to tempering the physique. Initially, he had concerns about whether excessive external pressure during his developmental phase would hinder his growth, but he understood that one must embrace a degree of risk to achieve success. After all, nothing worthwhile comes without sacrifice. Reflecting on the characters Sun Wukong and Krillin from the original narrative, who trained with weighted bags since childhood without apparent adverse effects, he mused. However, he also recalled that Krillin ended up quite short, wondering if it was due to genetics or the effects of that training. Yet, Sun Wukong, possessing Saiyan blood, seemed unaffected. Muyang decided to invest some time in this approach. Should adverse reactions arise, he would cease immediately. He certainly did not wish for his handsome physique to dwindle to less than 5 feet 3 inches. After several months, he noted that aside from an increased appetite, he was growing taller during this pivotal phase of adolescence, unaffected by the added weight, easing his worries. Thus, he progressed into even more extreme training. Exhaling deeply, he felt the soreness coursing through his body and glanced at Mei Xia, signaling that they were done for the day. He understood the wisdom of moderation. Recognizing that treating one's body as if it were invulnerable was a foolish arrogance that could lead to ruin. Upon receiving his signal, Mei Xia withdrew her powers. As the ethereal green light dissipated, her weightless hair cascaded down. Muyang stood still, regulating his breath until the soreness gradually subsided. Turning with a smile, he addressed the one who had worked hardest. "Thank you for your efforts today. What reward would you like?" Mei Xia beamed, her voice bright. "Really? Then I want you to prepare a barbecue feast for me, with plenty of delicious food." The thought of golden, crispy meat, seasoned with unknown spices, made her little stomach protest, and drool flowed freely. What a simple-minded child she was. Muyang glanced at Mei Xia and readily agreed. "All right, today, your senior brother will personally grill for you until you're satisfied." Yum. Mei Xia squinted her eyes in delight. Meanwhile, hidden behind a thicket, Mei Xia's father, Isaf, observed their training with pride, nodding approvingly before swiftly disappearing from sight. A few days later, within the martial arts hall of Taiyang Zenliu, several elders convened to discuss the cultivation of their disciples. The stock of medicinal herbs was running low, and if they did not promptly send someone into the primal mountains for collection, the children's medicinal baths would be interrupted starting next month. "Already running out so soon?" a surprised man exclaimed. "With multiple disciples consuming them together, can the pace not be rapid?" The middle-aged woman with black hair retorted, appearing around 40 years old. She was one of the 6 disciples of Isaf's generation, responsible for resource allocation within the sect. "Is that so?" The man coughed slightly, falling silent. This rapid depletion of resources set their sect apart from others, but the benefits were evident, providing the disciples with a solid foundation. "Yura, how many days can the remaining resources last?" Isaf, the sect leader of Taiyang Zenliu, inquired. The middle-aged woman named Yura consulted the warehouse records, stating, "If we conserve, it could last another 10 days, but the pressure will mount, and after a month, we will face a resource shortage." Upon hearing this, Isaf lightly tapped his fingers, resolutely declaring, "We cannot halt the cultivation of the children. Here's what we'll do. In a couple of days, Shishi and Carl, you two will lead a team into the depths of the primal mountains to replenish our resources." He glanced at Shishi and Carl. Chapter 7. Isaf's plan. "All right. We can do that." Shishi and Carl exchanged glances and nodded without hesitation. "These children are our future. We cannot allow resource issues to hinder their progress." None of the others disagreed. As managers of the sect, they understood that when the leader spoke, the matter was settled. Now, let's discuss another matter. Once the straightforward issues were settled, Isaf's expression turned serious. "Regarding the cultivation of our disciples, I believe we should allow Muyang to begin engaging with the Qigong training earlier." "Isaf, are you suggesting we let Muyang start Qigong training ahead of time?" As the others listened to his words, they were momentarily taken aback. Although their gathering today was primarily to discuss the lineage of their sect, none had anticipated that Isaf would propose allowing Muyang to engage with Qigong at such an early stage. The transmission of the sect's teachings was of paramount importance. Despite Tianqin School being merely a mid-tier sect within the martial arts realm, they could not afford to be careless regarding the matter of inheritance. The cultivation methods of Qigong represented the very essence of a sect's core teachings. Mastering Qigong was essential for becoming a pillar of the Tianqin School. Regrettably, for several generations, very few disciples of the Tianqin School had excelled in Qigong cultivation, resulting in a significant weakening of their foundation. Was it truly appropriate for Muyang to begin his studies in Qigong at this juncture? A man named Zai's paused to consider this. He was only 14 years old, and the demands of Qigong cultivation on one's physical constitution were exceedingly rigorous. Would his body be able to withstand it? The early stages of Tianqin School's training focused entirely on building a solid foundation, which was crucial for successful Qigong cultivation later on. Only with a strong foundation could one yield fruitful results in Qigong practice. The individuals present, all of whom had only begun their Qigong studies after the age of 30, understood that without a robust physique, it was impossible to harness the internal energies of Qigong, and one might even be harmed by its unique energies. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary physique of Sun Wukong. Thus, he harbored concerns about Isaf's intention to impart Qigong teachings to Muyang at this time. Not too early, Muyang has established a remarkably solid physical foundation. I believe there will be no issues, Isaf explicitly stated. He was exceedingly pleased with his disciple, who exhibited resilience, tenacity, and an indomitable spirit, complemented by a fair measure of talent. Isaf had been closely observing Muyang's recent progress, recognizing in him the emergence of a martial arts prodigy. Since Brother Isaf feels it is appropriate, I have no objections, Carl remarked. Indeed, Muyang is quite exceptional. I concur, Yura added. Agreed, others chimed in, unanimously supporting the decision to introduce Muyang to the sect's Qigong cultivation at this time. Seeing the consensus among the group, Zai shrugged and conceded, very well. I also agree. TSK. At 14 years of age, he will be among the youngest to engage with Qigong teachings on record. With all 6 elders in unanimous agreement, Isaf smiled and declared, then it's settled. Let us arrange a time tomorrow to formally introduce Muyang to our sect's Qigong. After the decision was made, Isaf's face brightened with joy. By the way, I have just received a response from the Southern Region's Superpower Academy regarding Meisha. Oh? What was the outcome? Did she pass? Upon hearing that Isaf had received a response from the Academy, Carl and the others looked on with curiosity. The Superpower Academy was a remarkably mysterious institution on Earth, having existed for countless years, reputed to be the cradle of superpowered individuals. And it even housed a well-known transformation kindergarten. When Mei Xiao awakened her superpowers, Isaf had contemplated contacting the Academy on her behalf, and now, a response had finally arrived. She has been accepted. Isaf beamed, nodding as he observed the expressions of those around him. Starting from the second half of the year, Mei Xiao will be a student at the Superpower Academy. Wonderful. With 2 prodigies emerging from our sect, once Muyang and Mei Xiao mature, Tianqin School may once again reach the pinnacle of success, someone remarked. Indeed. At that moment, whether it was Yura or Zai's, they all felt a surge of optimism, as if they could already envision the resurgence of their sect. The following day, after receiving his teacher's notification, Muyang arrived early at Isaf's home. At that moment, Isaf had just finished breakfast and was cultivating his spirit in the backyard. Meanwhile, Mei Xiao was hurriedly preparing herself under her mother Alice's urging. Upon seeing Muyang, Mei Xiao quickly washed her face and rushed out, her dark green hair still damp, with droplets glistening at the tips, a few strands clinging to her fair, porcelain-like cheeks. Brother, you have arrived, Mei Xiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yes, Muyang replied with a smile, wiping the water from her hair tips before turning to greet his teacher's wife. Though Alice was an ordinary person without martial skills, she took care of the disciples' meals, earning their utmost respect. Teacher, where is Master? Alice approached with a smile. Your teacher is in the backyard. Please wait here. I will go and fetch him. With that, Alice set aside her tasks to call for Isaf. Shortly thereafter, Isaf appeared. As Muyang prepared to greet him, he suddenly felt a shiver course through him. Today, his teacher seemed different. Unlike his usual demeanor, Isaf radiated a chilling aura. Muyang gazed intently, filled with confusion, as Isaf laughed heartily, nodding in approval. Come, let us head to the training ground at Dakingshan. Your elders are already waiting there. He cast a glance at his daughter Mei Xiao and added, Mei Xiao, you should join us as well. It's good for you to broaden your horizons. The training ground at Dakingshan? Muyang paused, unsure of Isaf's intentions, but he nodded nonetheless. Mei Xiao leaned in and asked, Brother, do you know what father is planning? Muyang shook his head. If you don't know, how could I? Mei Xiao contemplated this and nodded, following Isaf and Muyang as the 3 made their way toward the rear of Dakingshan. Chapter 8. Qi as the sublimation of martial arts. The Dakingshan training ground, as mentioned by Isaf, was located in a secluded valley behind Dakingshan. Muyang recalled visiting it a few times during his childhood. It was originally a fault line created by the fracturing of the mountain, and after some minor human adjustments, a vast flat area had been established for cultivation. This site had long been a place for the elders of the sect to train. Following Isaf's lead, the trio gradually reached the rear of Dakingshan, arriving at this tranquil training ground. As their surroundings opened up, they were greeted by a series of peculiar peaks. These mountains were tall yet narrow, featuring dark green tips and a mix of light and deep green hues, resembling an inverted parabola, rising dramatically from the ground with steep, stone-like formations. According to the knowledge from his past life, Muyang could not comprehend how these mountains had formed under natural conditions. Yet such bizarre peaks were commonplace in the Dragon Ball world. "We have arrived," Isaf announced, his deep voice resonating in the air. "Is this the place?" Muyang steadied himself, surveying the area. They had reached their destination, a vast expanse of flat land bordered by various odd stones that resembled a precipice. A misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. "Muyang, you have come." "Oh, even Mei Xiao is here. It is good for you to take a look," Isaf greeted. As the 6 elders, Yura, Zeiss, Karl, Clarissa, Bearos, had all gathered. "Greetings, esteemed elders," Muyang said, bowing respectfully. "Haha, no need for such formality," the jovial Karl responded. His demeanor warm and inviting, devoid of any elder's pretentiousness. Muyang smiled and, after completing his greeting, stepped aside, observing the elder's presence. He felt that today was indeed extraordinary and stood quietly, awaiting his teacher's announcement. "Aunt Yura, what is the occasion?" In this instance, Mei Xiao was far less concerned with decorum than Muyang. She approached and clung to Yura's arm, leaning in closely like an affectionate kitten. Yura gently stroked Mei Xiao's silky hair and admonished, "Stop fooling around. Today's protagonist is Muyang, and you are merely an observer." Mei Xiao replied with a simple "oh," and promptly retreated to the side, behaving herself. Isopher watched his seemingly perpetually youthful daughter, shaking his head quietly. Yet, upon glancing at the imposing Muyang nearby, a smile returned to his face. Without comparison, there is no harm, though his daughter appeared somewhat stunted on the martial path. He found solace in the fact that Muyang, as a disciple, was quite commendable, and he was satisfied with his teachings in every regard. It seemed the weight of the future responsibilities of the Tianxin school would soon rest upon Muyang's shoulders. As the saying goes, you can tell a child's future at 3 years old and their character at 7. Given Muyang's current performance, Isopher was confident he would not disappoint. Clearing his throat, Isopher beckoned Muyang. "Muyang, I have something important to discuss with you today." "Please, go ahead, master." Isopher, appreciating Muyang's humble demeanor, smiled and said, "This matter is of great significance to you. After conferring with your several senior brothers, we have decided to formally impart to you the ultimate secret of our Tianxin school's martial arts, the method of cultivating Qigong. Qigong cultivation." Upon hearing Isopher's words, Muyang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the significance. Qigong. What a familiar term. It is the most renowned and representative form of power in the Dragon Ball universe. In reality, very few martial arts schools on Earth possess a true legacy of Qigong cultivation, with the most notable being the Turtle School and the Crane School, both of which trace their origins back to the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi. It can be said that only the most elite schools hold the secrets of Qigong cultivation. Muyang had not anticipated that the Tianxin school, a medium-sized martial arts faction, would also harbor a legacy of Qigong cultivation. When he realized he was in the Dragon Ball world, he had resolved that if given the opportunity to venture out, he would certainly learn the methods of Qigong cultivation. However, he never expected that before he could step outside, Isopher and the others would present him with such a monumental surprise. The fact that his own school possessed the methods of Qigong cultivation was undoubtedly the best news. "Dad, what is Qigong? Is it different from our usual training?" Upon hearing that it was the ultimate secret of their school, Mei Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isopher looked at his daughter with a serious expression and replied earnestly, "Of course it's different. The previous training, be it boxing techniques or maneuvers, ultimately serves as a foundation. At best, they are advanced combat skills, merely preparatory steps for future cultivation. However, Qigong is something else entirely. It is the elevation of martial arts, the true path to martial mastery." As he spoke, Isopher's lips curled into a proud smile. "Let me tell you, in the entire martial arts world, there are only a handful of schools that possess a legacy of Qigong, and we, Tianxin School, are among them. Despite our small numbers and modest rank, we command techniques that many other schools envy. Given Muyang's age, he should not have been exposed to Qigong cultivation at such an early stage. However, considering his well-rounded physique and unwavering dedication to training, Isopher and the others made an exception for him." "How impressive!" Mei Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment, her chest swelling with pride. Though she did not yet comprehend the true significance of Qigong, it did not hinder her from puffing up with self-satisfaction. She resolved to diligently learn when her father taught her brother about Qigong cultivation, determined to master the secrets of their school. Seeing her reaction, Yura and the other elders exchanged knowing smiles. They understood her thoughts, recognizing that without special training methods, merely observing Qigong would not yield understanding. If Qigong were so easily learned, it would not have garnered such legendary status in the martial arts community. Therefore, when bringing Muyang over, Icifer and the others had no objection to Meixia accompanying them to watch, as comprehension was a separate matter. Especially since Meixia had yet to reach the level capable of harnessing Qigong. What they did not know was that, beyond Earth, energy-based attacks like Qigong were the most prevalent form of combat in the universe. Indeed, any noteworthy powerhouse could wield energy attacks with ease. Yet, the nature of their application varied significantly. The affluent wielded them with brute force, while the more refined practitioners, like Master Rashi, had spent decades honing their skills to master even the minutest aspects of Qigong. As the pinnacle of the Tianqin school's secrets, the method of cultivating Tianqin Qigong has always been our most guarded secret. Thus, remember never to disclose it. Your junior brothers and sisters have yet to meet the prerequisites for cultivation, and recklessly imparting this knowledge would only harm them. This is something you must always bear in mind, Icifer admonished Muyang with a serious expression. The cultivation of Qigong is intangible and requires the utmost caution. Even Icifer himself would not claim to have mastered it fully. I understand. Muyang responded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with determination. Icifer was pleased with his disciple's reaction and nodded toward his fellow brothers. Words alone do not suffice. Witnessing is believing. Let me show you the true power of Qigong, so you may deepen your understanding. Our Qigong is known as Tianqin Qigong. Observe closely. With that, Icifer stepped back a few paces, creating a distance of over 10 meters from Muyang, then closed his eyes in concentration, adjusting his internal energy. Chapter 9. The Radiance of Emergence. It begins. My senior brother is preparing to harness his energy. Just look at his stance. He seems even stronger than before, remarked Sis, Carl, and the other brothers, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. This is a rare opportunity. Muyang, pay close attention, and Meixia. You should observe carefully as well, suggested Clarissa, one of the female elders among the six, excluding Yura. Of course, Muyang affirmed, fully aware of the significance of the moment. Finally, he was about to engage with Qigong, the most renowned technique in the Dragon Ball universe. And he was brimming with anticipation. Not far away, after a period of adjustment, Icifer's cultivated energy began to manifest. With each moment of concentration, his formidable physique became increasingly apparent. Every muscle quivered, straining against his martial arts attire, each tremor a testament to the burgeoning power within him. At this moment, Icifer resembled a beast poised to unleash its ferocity, enveloped in an aura of raw intensity. Being relatively close, Muyang was acutely aware of the transformation occurring in his master. The overwhelming pressure felt like an energy field surrounding him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This is the true power of Qigong. It is indeed awe-inspiring. The genuine tremor radiating from within him instilled a sense of reverence alongside an intense yearning. Simultaneously, as Isaf gradually prepared to unleash his energy wave, images from the original work surfaced in Muyang's mind, depicting the moment when Master Rashi first demonstrated the Kamehameha, obliterating an entire mountain. Compared to that formidable Master Rashi, Isaf's presence may not exude the same overwhelming aura, yet it did not detract from Muyang's keen interest. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as Isaf let out a low growl, his aura intensifying, veins bulging beneath his skin. At this moment, Isaf had elevated the activity level of all his inner energy to its zenith, prompting his fellow disciples to nod in approval. Indeed, Isaf was proving to be increasingly adept at mastering the Heavenly Heart technique. Witnessing Isaf's posture, Sis couldn't help but express admiration. When he unleashed his technique, its power would surely be remarkable. Carl observed attentively, acknowledging the prowess of his senior. Even with several more years of practice, they might not catch up. Yura cast a glance at her companions, aware they were still quite distant from Isaf's level. Look, Isaf's energy wave is about to be released. Muyang, Meixia, pay close attention. With a thunderous roar, Isaf concentrated all his energy into his right arm, placing his left hand on his right shoulder. His right arm rose, fingers poised like a blade as an indistinct energy vortex began to swirl between them. The preparatory phase had concluded, and the energy between his fingers continued to accumulate, eventually radiating a dazzling azure glow. It's happening. As the radiant light burst forth, the emotions of all present surged, excitement palpable in the air. The energy wave. Muyang trembled, staring in awe. It was glowing. Meixia gasped, her adorable eyes wide with astonishment. The elders, including Sis, suddenly realized, indeed, this is the long-cherished Heavenly Heart technique of our school. Truly, Isaf, this level of energy is rare in the world. Just the brightness evokes a tidal wave of emotions. Indeed, this momentum can only be rivaled by the legendary Master Rashi's Kamehameha, they thought, pride evident on their faces as they recognized the strength of their school's heritage. At that moment, after much anticipation, Isaf was ready to unleash his power. With a resounding shout, Heavenly Heart Technique. His bent arms suddenly straightened, directing his fingers toward the target, a smooth rock cliff that had withstood the elements for countless years, now poised for destruction. A beam of brilliant blue energy shot forth from his fingertips, slicing through the air like a laser. The immense energy penetrated the atmosphere and collided with the distant cliff, unleashing a force akin to a cannon's blast. The earth trembled violently, a deafening roar assaulted their eardrums as debris exploded into the air, creating chaos. When the dust settled, a gaping black crater, the size of a well and approximately half a meter deep, marred the once pristine cliff. Bravo! Such power is indeed a rarity. The applause resonated in Muyang's ears, igniting a fervor within him. However, he gazed at the gaping hole created by ISAF with a complex expression, his lips twitching slightly. Truthfully, this power did not meet his expectations. Compared to the overwhelming Kamehameha of Sun Wukong or the destruction of a mountain by Master Roshi, it seemed insignificant. Yet, the elders around him appeared elated. Yet, it was understandable. Master Roshi was revered as the god of martial arts on Earth, and few could reach such a level of mastery. It would be unreasonable to compare their own teacher to such a legend. In an era where technology had yet to awaken, the ability to shatter mountains and stone with one's own strength was awe-inspiring and deeply moving. ISAF, having released the energy wave, clearly exhausted his physical strength, swaying unsteadily. Had it not been for Carl, who swiftly stepped forward to support him, ISAF might have collapsed. Brother, take a moment to rest, Carl advised. The energy wave drained so much stamina, ISAF gasped, color returning to his pale face. If it were me, I doubt I could endure it. Carl shook his head. You see, this is the secret technique of our school, the Heavenly Heart Technique. With decades of diligent practice, you too could wield such power, ISAF remarked to Muyang. Decades of practice? Muyang's eyelids fluttered, uncertain of how to respond, only managing a polite nod. Chapter 10. Heavenly Heart Technique. Noticing Muyang's momentary daze, ISAF smiled faintly, reminiscing about the first time he witnessed the Heavenly Heart Technique. Reflecting on those days, he realized how moving the past could be. Time, like an elegant dancer, performs countless tales, revealing that he too had much worth remembering. Back then, he was young, just like Muyang now, awestruck by the power of the energy wave. The existence of such formidable offensive capabilities was hard to believe. How truly astonishing. ISAF laughed. Muyang, your potential is commendable. Perhaps you won't need decades. Just a decade will suffice. Carl chimed in cheerfully. ISAF nodded in agreement. What more could he say? At this moment, Muyang found himself at a loss for words. He had always understood that for Earthlings, releasing an energy wave was exceedingly challenging. But if what teacher ISAF claimed was true, requiring decades or even years of training, then by the time he mastered the energy wave, it would be too late. Decades from now, the plot will have already begun. By then, even if he mastered the energy wave, what would it matter? To put it bluntly, he would merely be a slightly larger grasshopper, vulnerable to being hunted. For someone familiar with the future plot, this was simply unacceptable. Since Krillin managed to master the energy wave in just a few years, Muyang had reason to believe there were crucial insights unknown to ISAF and the others. This was akin to understanding and summarizing a physical phenomenon. Each school had its unique interpretation of energy, leading to different methods of unleashing energy waves. In this regard, the Kamehameha and Crane School undoubtedly led all martial arts schools. Of course, theory is merely the foundation, ultimately. Whether one could successfully unleash an energy wave depended not on theoretical knowledge, but on the strength one possessed. Power is the essence that dictates all. The aliens do not engage in convoluted theories. Their understanding of energy may be rudimentary, yet it does not prevent them from executing energy waves with flair and grandeur. This formidable racial talent is something one cannot provoke lightly. It appears that once I grasp the principles of releasing the energy wave, I must venture out to broaden my horizons. Only through extensive experience can I hope to grow stronger. The saying the stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade resonates in my heart, and I have resolved to explore the vicinity of the holy land of Kalen after mastering my skills, in hopes of accelerating my breakthroughs. After a brief respite, ISAF's demeanor had improved considerably. Observing Muyang recover from his momentary astonishment, he could not help but nod in approval. He glanced toward Yura, signaling her to send Mei Xiao away, and then began to impart the principles of the Heavenly Heart School's energy manipulation to Muyang. Muyang, after years of cultivation, your body has become remarkably refined. The next step is to learn to harness the energy within you, which we refer to as Qi. The exact origins of Qi are elusive. It may stem from the body's internal organs or from every cell within. The Heavenly Heart School believes that Qi is the amalgamation of essence, spirit, and energy, wherein mental strength combined with physical power refines into the essence we call Qi. Chakra? At ISAF's description, Muyang's mind immediately conjured the source of power from the world of Naruto, where the protagonists manipulate chakra, given that both are creations of Island Nation manga artists. It is not surprising that they share similar concepts. However, this is the Dragon Ball universe, and Chi, as a manifestation of energy here, carries a deeper significance. Seeing Muyang's earnest engagement, Isaf continued, since Chi represents the union of spirit and power, the first phase of cultivating Chi involves meditation. Using mental strength to sense the Chi within your body. Once you're able to perceive it, the first phase concludes. And you will then attempt to circulate it within your body. Initially, this process will be quite challenging and may accompany intense mental discomfort, which is entirely normal. It indicates that your Chi is beginning to grow. Once you pass this stage, the Chi will naturally condense and spread throughout your body, nurturing itself until a sufficient quantity is amassed. With the right techniques, you will be able to release energy waves akin to those of your teacher. Isaf elaborated on the Heavenly Heart School's understanding of Chi, emphasizing that while every school interprets Chi differently, the foundational principles remain interconnected. Muyang listened intently, comparing the Heavenly Heart School's insights with his own understanding. It was evident that the original text did not mention the necessity of mental strength in Chi cultivation. It seemed that neither the Turtle School nor the Crane School imposed such a requirement. In fact, within the entire Dragon Ball universe, Chi was merely equated with power. Understanding how to release it was all that mattered. Straightforward and blunt. Unbeknownst to Muyang, the Heavenly Heart School's profound interpretation of Chi might either be a misguided pursuit of perfection or a distinguishing feature that sets it apart from other schools. He lacked the ability to judge which was superior, so he meticulously committed every detail to memory, preparing for in-depth future studies. After outlining several key points regarding the cultivation of Chi within the Heavenly Heart School, Isaf paused to allow Muyang ample time to contemplate. Observing his disciple's pensive expression, Isaf nodded in satisfaction and resumed his explanation. Approximately an hour later, Isaf concluded his description of the Chi cultivation method. Well, you have grasped the key points. Reflect on them, and strive to refine your first trace of Chi. The beginning is always the hardest, but once you surpass this phase, everything else will follow effortlessly. Isaf smiled at Muyang, estimating that his first disciple would require at least a month to refine his initial Chi. After a moment, he reassured Muyang, however, do not rush. Compared to other schools, our bodies have been nourished by countless herbs, making it relatively easier for us to generate our first Chi. Master, I have taken note of everything. I will devote myself to my training upon my return, Muyang replied earnestly. Isaf chuckled, patting Muyang on the shoulder with pride. Moderation is key. Everything has its limits. You are still young, so there is no need to push yourself too hard. Indeed, Muyang nodded in compliance, yet internally began to devise his training plans. Having encountered a higher level of cultivation, he realized that his forthcoming days would be filled with activity. The Heavenly Heart School's interpretation and practice of Chi had opened a new gateway, ushering him into a novel phase of cultivation. Chapter 11. Farewell. While Isaf was privately instructing Muyang in the art of Chi, Meishia was engaged in conversation with Yura and several elders, who were explaining matters concerning the Superpower Academy in the southern region. Upon learning that she would soon be attending a place known as the Superpower Academy for an extended period, Meishia's lips parted in surprise, filled with anticipation for the future yet uncertain of what to say. Before long, the sun had risen above the mountains, casting warmth upon the earth. Once the teachings on Chi cultivation concluded, the group dispersed hurriedly, due to a shortage of materials. Sis and Carl decided to team up and venture into the depths of the Primal Mountains in search of resources, a perilous undertaking that required Isaf and the others to prepare accordingly. On their way back, Muyang walked alongside Meishia, who, perhaps shaken by the day's events, appeared more subdued than usual. Their path eventually led them to a fork, where Meishia suddenly halted, her emerald eyes gazing intently at Muyang. Brother, Aunt Yura mentioned that I will be going to the Superpower Academy in the southern region for a long time, she said, her voice tinged with trepidation. What is the Superpower Academy? Muyang paused, momentarily taken aback. I'm not certain. I've heard it is a place dedicated to honing superpowers. Nodding gently, he confirmed that he had never heard of such a name before and inquired, how long will you be gone? I don't know, Meishia replied, shaking her head, her expression somber. For someone like Meishia, who had never ventured beyond her nearby village, the prospect of traveling to an unfamiliar southern region was undoubtedly daunting. Unsure of what to say, Muyang reflected on the situation, while he was uncertain about the true nature of the Superpower Academy. The idea of training superpowers did stir some memories within him. It seemed that in the original narrative, Oolong and others had also attended a Superpower Academy in their youth. However, for reasons unknown, they ultimately did not join the main branch, departing instead after graduating from the affiliated Transformation Kindergarten. The decision to send Meixia to the Superpower Academy had been made by Master Isaf, and Muyang felt it was not his place to interject. Perhaps for someone with inherent superpowers like Meixia, training there would enhance her abilities. Yet, this meant that Meixia would be away for an extended period, disrupting Muyang's established training plans. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed, breaking Meixia from her reverie. With a forceful clap of his hands, Muyang placed one hand on Meixia's dark green hair and gently patted her head. This is a rare opportunity. I've just acquired the secrets of cultivating Qigong, and you are about to enter the Academy of Superpowers for your studies. Why don't we have a little competition to see who becomes more formidable in the future? Just remember, if you can't defeat me, don't shed any tears. Not a chance. Meixia shot him an exasperated glance, brushing his hand away. I will definitely become stronger than you, senior brother. That's debatable. Muyang confidently shook his head, amused by the charming expression on her face. I'm certain I will prevail. Just like now. If I were to use my superpowers, you wouldn't stand a chance against me at all. As she spoke, Meixia proudly swung her fist. Muyang found himself momentarily speechless. Her reasoning was indeed compelling and left him no room for rebuttal. While it was true that during their usual sparring sessions, Meixia could not match his skills, once she tapped into her superpowers, he would be utterly powerless against her. Her abilities were akin to telekinesis, and at her current stage, she was unable to shake off their effects. Realizing the sensitive nature of this topic, Muyang decided to change the subject. Over the next few days, he remained focused and undistracted, monitoring only the news of his elders, Cici and Carl, venturing into the depths of the primal mountains. He dedicated himself to refining his inner energy atop his small hill. Finally, on the 7th day of his training, he sensed a warm current of energy beginning to form in his chest. This was a full 20 days ahead of the 1-month timeline that Isaf had predicted. It seems I am not lacking after all. The first step is preliminarily accomplished, he mused, contemplating how to cultivate this energy further. As he closed his eyes to attune himself to this newfound energy, a sudden tremor reverberated within him, causing the nascent energy to surge uncontrollably. Muyang's complexion paled as he struggled to catch his breath, narrowly managing to suppress the erratic flow. This energy is exceedingly challenging to control. Thankfully, no mishaps occurred. It appears I will need more time to master it. Perhaps this is the crux of Qigong cultivation. Seated in a meditative posture, Muyang gradually acclimated to the sudden rise of warmth within him. After a while, he sprang to his feet and dashed down the mountain. Today marked Meixia's departure from Dakingshan to study at the Academy of Superpowers in the southern region, and Aunt Clarissa, one of the 6 elders, would personally escort her. Muyang felt it was only right to see her off, as Meixia had been a dear companion throughout his training. On this day, at the mountainside of Dakingshan, all disciples of the Tianxin flow had gathered. As Meixia glanced back every few steps, akin to a forlorn kitten abandoned by its owner, she waved goodbye reluctantly, eventually being pulled away by Aunt Clarissa. Watching her figure grow increasingly indistinct, Muyang couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. Meixia's departure left a void in his training. Without her cheerful chatter, he found himself somewhat disoriented, primarily due to the absence of a sparring partner. Typically, Meixia's superpowers served to amplify his training intensity, sparing him the need to burden himself with weights. Now that she was gone, he had to devise alternative methods. However, he soon discovered that even with sandbags strapped to his limbs, achieving the same full-body effect was proving elusive. After several unsatisfactory training sessions, he removed the heavy weights with a thud, feeling disheartened. Chapter 12. The mysterious place. These cumbersome sandbags had outlived their usefulness for assisting his training. It was clear he needed to venture down the mountain and have a set of specialized weighted wristbands crafted for him. As he gazed at the discarded sandbags, he recalled the scene of Sun Wukong training with immense weights on King Kai's planet. Lacking such superior equipment, he resolved to make do with iron instead. Although technology in this world was still in its infancy, with many areas lacking even basic electricity, ironworking techniques were undoubtedly available. Days later, a complete set of dark metallic gear gleaming with a cold sheen was placed in Muyang's hands. The combined weight of these metallic accessories exceeded 100 kilograms, more than sufficient for his current training regimen. Donning these implements, Muyang swiftly immersed himself in rigorous training. He practiced punches, squats, and leg extensions, perspiring profusely in his courtyard. Training was a monotonous endeavor. Without the ability to find joy amidst the hardship, it could easily become a torturous process. Yet Muyang reveled in it, aware that true strength was forged through adversity. In this world where power reigned supreme, lacking exceptional perseverance would deny him any chance at greatness. Furthermore, with each passing day of training, he could feel tangible changes within himself. His physical strength steadily increased, and the minuscule thread of energy within him had begun to grow from a mere filament to a thickness akin to chopsticks, although it was still modest. It marked a promising beginning. As today's training continued, he became oblivious to the fact that the small, worm-like current of energy began to circulate throughout his body. This energy originated from his heart, traversing through his internal organs, and then along a barely perceptible channel toward his brain. Everything appeared normal until an unexpected event transpired. When the energy reached the vicinity of his brain, it seemed to respond to an unseen force, breaking free from the meridians and entering the cerebral cortex, establishing a presence within his consciousness. Panic surged through him. Something's gone awry. A sharp, burning pain erupted from the depths of his awareness, jolting Muyang away from his training. At that moment, the energy was no longer under his command. It thumped rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. Yet the sound did not emanate from his heart but from the depths of his consciousness. His face contorted in terror as it shifted from red to pale, then to a ghastly hue, as if he were suffocating. He strained to regulate the energy within him, but it was futile. The thread of energy had rooted itself in his consciousness like a sapling, weaving through the sea of awareness, gradually becoming unshackled. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion resonated, reminiscent of the creation of the universe. It felt as if something had been shattered, yet paradoxically, nothing had changed. A violent tremor assailed Muyang, causing stars to dance before his eyes, nearly shattering his consciousness. When he finally regained his composure, he found himself startled to discover that his awareness had transported him to a realm of gray and white. This peculiar space had low visibility. Everything beyond 10 meters was obscured. What is this place? Muyang stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. He could not fathom why he was here. Had he inadvertently fractured the void during his training? That seemed implausible, as he pinched his arm to reassure himself of reality, and it hurt. Wait, something felt amiss. A thought struck him. Was it possible that he had not entered this space as a mere projection of his consciousness, but as his physical self? And was this indeed a tangible realm? He busied himself with a self-examination, ultimately concluding that his physical form had indeed entered a new realm. He could still distinguish between the essence of his consciousness and his corporeal body. What on earth was happening? As a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he was acutely aware that such phenomena were entirely absent from the established lore of that universe. Determined to unravel this mystery, Muyang began to survey his confined surroundings. The space was exceedingly small, and after only a few steps, he reached an invisible barrier approximately 5 or 6 meters away. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance even an inch. It appeared that this space was limited to a diameter of merely 10 meters. Pressing his palm against the edge of this spatial wall, he contemplated the necessity of finding an exit swiftly, lest he remain trapped indefinitely. But how could he escape? In frustration, Muyang sat down. This diminutive realm was awash in shades of gray and white, devoid of any other features, resembling a lifeless gray box. It bore a certain resemblance to the hyperbolic time chamber, yet it was far more desolate, clearly lacking any supplies. This 10-meter expanse was unmistakably a prison, and he was ensnared within it. Cursed fate. In other novels, protagonists encountering such predicaments often found themselves bestowed with golden opportunities. Why had his situation taken such a dismal turn? Was this the nature of his existence? Time ticked away. Yet this gray-white space remained as unchanged as the eternal night sky. Soon, 6 or 7 hours had elapsed, and Muyang had still not discovered a means of escape. Curiously, despite the passage of time, he felt no pangs of hunger. It was as if his body's consumption had come to a complete halt. No, to be precise, it was not his bodily functions that had ceased. He could sense that all his capabilities were operating normally. The reason lay within this strange space, where a nebulous gas filled the air, constantly replenishing his bodily needs. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. If he could freely enter and exit, this would serve as an excellent training ground. Alas, Muyang sighed deeply, pondering the futility of overthinking. After this prolonged period, he had determined that this space would not spontaneously liberate him. There were no benevolent guides or systems to assist him. Fortunately, he would not suffer from hunger, at least not to the point of starvation. With no immediate threat to his life and a lack of imminent escape, Muyang resolved to train within this space, perhaps enhancing his strength enough to shatter the confines and return to his original world. Chapter 13. Acceleration Space. With this resolve, Muyang's demeanor transformed. He began to calm his mind and assume a stance, practicing his martial arts according to the 10-heart flow. Remarkably, the training proved extraordinarily effective. As the elusive gas enveloped his body, he engaged in practice with virtually no energy depletion. After half a day of martial arts training, Muyang felt his limbs loosen and invigorate. He then transitioned to cultivating his ki, experiencing remarkable efficiency in this unique environment. If the effectiveness of training in the external world was rated a 5, here it was at least a 15. 3 times more effective. Truly an exceptional place. though the sole drawback was his ignorance of how to exit. With a wistful sigh, Muyang continued to refine the key within him. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his body, circulating through his organs before flowing into every bone, producing crisp sounds as his muscles trembled lightly. This energy then returned to his internal organs, settling like a fledgling returning to its nest, nourishing every cell within him. Immersed in this wondrous sensation, Muyang felt his energy gradually rise. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He realized that his entry into this mysterious space had been triggered by the stimulation of his ki penetrating the depths of his consciousness, thereby opening this realm. Whether this space was indeed a manifestation of his consciousness was a trivial concern. Following this line of thought, he surmised that by once again using ki to stimulate the depths of his consciousness within this space, it was unlikely to create another realm. With this realization, Muyang's eyes sparkled with intensity. Although this endeavor was somewhat perilous, it was preferable to languishing in confinement. Taking a leap of faith, Muyang settled into a meditative posture, adjusting his mindset, and cautiously controlled a thread of energy to replicate the previous process, directing it towards his brain. Boom! As the ki surged into his consciousness space, it burst through the thick walls like a solid projectile, causing the mysterious realm he inhabited to twist in a bizarre manner. A dark fissure suddenly appeared, exuding a powerful force of attraction that drew Muyang's body in. When he regained his bearings, he found himself back in his residence on the Great Green Mountain. He had truly returned. The ability to traverse that space was now his. Clenching his fists, he felt an exhilarating urge to shout with joy. However, a wave of profound fatigue washed over him, leaving his complexion pale and nearly causing him to collapse. What was happening? Despite having physical strength, why did he feel so drained? Alarmed, Muyang quickly grasped that while his physical energy had not been expended in that space, his mental energy had been severely taxed. In his current state, he realized he could not remain in that realm for long. Otherwise, he would experience the very emptiness he felt now. At that moment, he glanced at the colors of the sky. The inky night was adorned with twinkling stars, each one sparkling like a beautiful pearl. Was it truly night? He recalled entering that mysterious space in the morning, and if he had been trapped there for over 20 hours, it was improbable that he would emerge at night. Could it be that the flow of time in the two realms differed, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber? This thought ignited a fervent curiosity within him, momentarily overshadowing his fatigue. If time in that enigmatic space truly operated at a different pace than the outside world, he would have considerable leeway to explore. Muyang felt compelled to conduct an experiment, but not just yet. He needed to rest first to recuperate his energy. He fell asleep instantly, experiencing a dreamless night. The next morning, to be precise, the morning of the third day, he realized he had unknowingly slept for 2 consecutive days. Fortunately, Misha was not around. Otherwise, given her daily visits, she would have surely caused an uproar upon finding him in a deep slumber. As the sun rose, Muyang retrieved 2 incense sticks of equal length, igniting one and placing it in a crevice in the ground while holding the other in his hand. After a moment of focused contemplation, he prepared to once again open the passage to the mysterious space. With a sudden whoosh, Muyang's body vanished, only to reappear approximately half an incense stick's time later, though the incense he held had already burned to ash. Comparing the 2 sticks, he glanced at the one in his hand, now reduced to a mere stick, and then at the half-burned one on the ground, as his eyes sparkled with delight. The passage of time was indeed dissimilar in both realms. The mysterious space on the other side of consciousness flowed at double the rate of the outside world. This accelerated time, coupled with a sense of fatigue-free cultivation, rendered it a veritable sanctuary for training. If Muyang had harbored any doubts about establishing himself in the Dragon Ball universe upon his arrival, the existence of this accelerated space now imbued him with unwavering confidence to carve out a niche for himself. He chuckled to himself, deciding to name this expanse Accelerated Space. The name was succinct and clear, signifying time acceleration. Deep within his heart, he sensed that the space's utility likely extended beyond this simple function. Akin to the abilities of the hyperbolic time chamber, perhaps merely a trivial aspect of its capabilities. In the days that followed, Muyang continued to refine his martial skills in the verdant expanse of the Great Qing Mountain during the day, while at night, he would retreat into the accelerated space, using its effects to rejuvenate his weary body and diligently pursue further training. Through experimentation, he discovered that in his current mental state, he could maintain the accelerated space for roughly 3 hours, equating to 6 hours within, beyond which he would experience mental fatigue, akin to walking on cotton, rendering it counterproductive. Typically, martial artists in this world could only dedicate a few hours to training during the day, with the more industrious perhaps squeezing in a little time at night. But adequate rest remained essential. However, Muyang was different. with the aid of the accelerated space. He could not only engage in daytime training but also indulge in additional practice at night, thus within the limits of his mental endurance. The judicious use of the accelerated space for cultivation effectively equated to a form of rest. Consequently, Muyang's actual training time far surpassed that of an average individual. Chapter 14. The Expectations of Elders in July. Under a cerulean sky unmarred by clouds, the vast Great Qing Mountain thrived in lush greenery, with distant hills cloaked in mist. Within the Tianqinlu Martial Arts Building, Isaf and several elders of Tianqinlu leisurely sipped tea. Zeiss and Carl were also present. Having returned from the primitive mountain after a 10-day expedition, during which they traversed numerous peaks and gathered ample medicinal materials, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding supplies. Once the materials were stored, the group gathered, listening to Zeiss and Carl recount their experiences in the mountains, punctuated by bouts of laughter. A well-equipped tea set lay at the center, as Alice skillfully brewed tea, a small spoonful of freshly roasted green tea steeping in crystal-clear spring water, soon releasing a delicate aroma as the leaves unfurled amidst the rising steam. By now, Meixia should be nearing the Super Ability Academy, Isaf mused. Accepting a cup of tea from his wife and feeling a pang of longing for his beloved daughter, Alice glanced at the calendar on the wall, confirming it was indeed about time, and wondered how she was faring and whether she had been placed in the advanced class. Meixia is so intelligent, she will surely succeed, remarked Biaros, a handsome blonde man, with a smile. Let us hope so, Alice replied with a gentle smile. The Super Ability Academy offered a tiered system of classes, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, tailored to the varying potential of super ability practitioners. Gaining entry into the advanced class not only elevated one's starting point, but also provided invaluable opportunities for developing their abilities. As a mother, Alice naturally wished for her daughter to be placed in the advanced class, though she did not impose any pressure. Knowing that with the support of Tianqinlu, even if her daughter were merely an ordinary girl like herself, she would not face oppression in the future. You two needn't fret. Clarissa will likely send word soon, Zeiss said with a knowing smile, having observed Isaf and Alice's concerned expressions. He understood their sentiments as parents, as it was only natural to worry when one's children were away. With Clarissa accompanying her, there was little to be anxious about. The discussion soon shifted from Meixia to the disciples of the sect, as they evaluated each one's strengths and weaknesses. In Tianqinlu, theoretically, all disciples were considered disciples of the sect leader, yet in practice, each elder would mentor 1 or 2 disciples, while lacking the formal title of master and apprentice. Their relationship was akin to it, granting the elders profound insight into their progress. Regular discussions about the disciple statuses had long been a principle upheld in the sect, allowing for more accurate formulation of future training plans. When the conversation turned to Muyang, a sense of admiration filled the room. Just moments ago, he had visited and posed several questions regarding his training challenges. Muyang's progress has been remarkable. I had thought it would take years for him to reach such inquiries. Yet here he is already, Carl remarked, glancing around at the group with a hint of disbelief. Yura nodded in agreement, observing. He appears to have grasped the essence of Tianqin Qigong. It's likely that soon, we will witness the emergence of the youngest disciple ever to master it within Tianqinlu. Turning to Isaf, Yura smiled. I must congratulate you, senior brother Isaf. Isaf beamed with pride, feeling honored by his disciple's achievements. Honestly, this disciple seems transformed, making daily strides and leaving the others far behind. As the eldest disciple, this served as an excellent example, benefiting the sect as a whole. Isaf nodded appreciatively, praising, given Muyang's current pace, he may have the potential to participate in the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. If he can secure a spot in the top 8, if he can achieve that, it would indeed be a source of pride for Tianqinlu. Biaros interjected, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The World Martial Arts Tournament, a grand competition organized by various martial arts sects, took place every 5 years. At this time, it was not yet officially hosted by any government entity, but rather rotated among renowned martial arts sections. Historically, Tianqinlu had participated infrequently in the tournament. This was partly due to the limited number of disciples, making it challenging to find suitable candidates. Although there was no age limit for participation in practice, the tournament was often dominated by fresh talent, as the future of each sect lay in the new generation. The older martial artists tended to shy away from competing alongside the youth. Ultimately, it also boiled down to strength. Even if a suitable disciple emerged, Tianqinlu's performance had often fallen short, having not placed in the top 8 for several years. Indeed, as Biaros articulated, achieving a top 8 finish would, in many ways, serve to elevate the reputation of their sect. Isaac held great regard for his disciple Muyang. Otherwise, he would not have imparted the methods of cultivating qi to him so early. However, Isaac was also acutely aware of the adage that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. It is essential to remember that this was the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which would gather the most distinguished martial artists from around the globe. Even if Isaac himself were to participate, he might not secure the best results. For Muyang to compete in such a prestigious event at his age and aspire to place in the top 8 would indeed be a formidable challenge. Of course, Muyang remained oblivious to Isaac's internal musings, as he was currently immersed in rigorous training at the secluded practice grounds on the back mountain. Chapter 15. The fallen spaceship remains. Time flowed swiftly, almost imperceptibly. A month had elapsed since Muyang discovered the acceleration space. During this month, with the aid of the acceleration space, the chi within him had been steadily growing, gradually coalescing into a thickness comparable to that of a thumb. This was a remarkable advancement, for under normal circumstances, achieving such a level would require at least 3 to 4 months of diligent practice. Although this chi was still feeble compared to that of his master Isaac, it had significantly bolstered Muyang's confidence for the future, fueling his dedication to training. On this particular day, as his inner strength surged, Muyang could sense the heat coursing through his body. He attempted to emulate Isaac's movements to unleash the heavenly heart chi. With a solemn expression, he focused intently, adopting the proper stance, and with all his might. He concentrated the heat within his body between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Heavenly heart chi. As the energy amassed, it began to generate heat. And at the tips of his fingers, a flicker of light emerged, signifying that the chi wave was about to be released. With a whoosh, a faint stream of energy shot forth from his fingertips, but it traveled only half a meter before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. A dud? Muyang gazed sheepishly at the thin mist before him. Fortunately, no one had witnessed his debut performance. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. The release of a chi wave requires a momentum akin to an overwhelming tide, aimed at a single outlet to unleash a powerful impact, sweeping away all in its path. The chi wave Muyang had just released was insubstantial and lacked quality. Its explosive force and penetrating power fell short of the standard, attributable to the insufficient strength of the chi within him. Despite this setback, Muyang remained undeterred, silently noting the experience and resolving to train even harder. In the heart of the primitive mountain range, within its inner circle, the vast expanse stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Even those ancestors of the Heavenly Heart lineage, who had resided near the mountains for years and embarked on numerous explorations, had yet to thoroughly investigate the depths of this inner realm. At this moment, Muyang found himself aimlessly wandering at the juncture between the inner circle and the periphery of the mountains. The distant forest was lush and verdant, with towering trees obscuring the view, their massive trunks rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern with the terrain. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past, vanishing like a fleeting shadow within the woods. Having spent several days navigating this expansive forest, Muyang felt sufficiently confident to venture into the inner circle, as long as he exercised caution regarding his safety. Here, he maintained a heightened state of alertness, for the threats in the inner circle were significantly different from those in the outer regions. While he could maneuver with ease outside, the same could not be said within. Lacking the formidable strength of Isaac and his peers, Muyang kept his eyes and ears attuned to the surroundings, ready to respond at the slightest disturbance. This vigilance continued for several days, as Muyang traversed the boundary between the inner circle and the periphery. Gradually, the terrain shifted, revealing an expansive valley before him. The valley took on a crescent shape, with steep peaks rising on either side, resembling a formidable formation hewn from the earth itself. Continuing along the elongated canyon, Muyang soon encountered an open expanse of rocky terrain. The ground was strewn with jagged stones, and among the debris, some glimmering objects caught his attention. These were scattered metallic fragments, large in size, covered in green moss, with hints of tarnished rust, suggesting they were relics of considerable age. Oh, these metal pieces do not resemble anything from Earth. Muyang marveled inwardly, striding towards the sizable components. As he crouched to inspect them closely, he determined that these were remnants of a large mechanical apparatus. Given the corroded state of the metal, it had likely been here for several centuries. Certainly not of terrestrial origin. With this conclusion, Muyang began to search the vicinity, as the valley was not extensive. Soon, near a trickling stream, he discovered a spacecraft partially buried in the soil. A spaceship. Approaching the craft, he examined it closely. Though its structure had significantly deteriorated due to oxidation and corrosion over the years, leaving little hope for restoration. The vessel, measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, was half submerged in the earth. It seemed that the impact of its fall had been catastrophic, causing the hull to collapse. And the relentless march of time had rendered it akin to scrap metal, completely beyond repair. Even if there were a chance to restore it, Earth's technology would surely be insufficient. Curious to see if there was anything of value within, Muyang, despite knowing the likelihood of success was slim, felt a sense of reluctance to leave without retrieving something useful. Although the spacecraft could not be repaired, a thorough search might yield some beneficial items. Observing his surroundings, Muyang procured a long metal lever and began to dig, burrowing down several meters until he unearthed a metallic box among the wreckage. Opening the box, he discovered 3 lens-like objects inside. A flicker of surprise crossed Muyang's face as he allowed a smile to form. Upon seeing the lens-shaped items, he surmised they were likely akin to energy detectors, although he could not be entirely certain. Holding one of the lenses in his hand, he weighed it. It seemed functional, but Muyang hesitated, uncertain of how many years had passed since its creation. Whether it could still operate effectively remained a mystery. Chapter 16. Energy Detector Soon. Muyang realized his concerns were unwarranted. In fact, he should have been more worried about what transpired next. As he examined the lens-like object in his hand, it suddenly emitted a beep. Upon contact with his skin, the device appeared to charge itself autonomously, and to his astonishment, a series of unfamiliar symbols began to display on the faintly glowing green surface. Startled, Muyang stared at the activated detector, his heart racing. It was well known that many alien devices possessed communication capabilities. Now that this lens had powered on, could it potentially reveal Earth's location? Although the location of Earth in the cosmos is not a secret, and many interstellar forces regard it as a primitive planet, sending signals recklessly is unwise. It could inadvertently attract extraterrestrial attention. Given Earth's current combat capabilities, it would likely be unable to withstand an alien incursion. However, not all probes are equipped with communication functions, and it is remarkable that this alien technology has remained intact over the years. Muyang felt a surge of emotions as he examined the lens again, noticing that the readings displayed had not changed since activation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there was only a single short line of characters. The symbols were few, comprising only 4 digits, and aside from the lens in the bracket it was worn on, the entire probe was remarkably compact. After fiddling with it for a while, he found no buttons or antennae for switching to voice communication. Contemplating this, Muyang decided not to dwell on whether he could comprehend the symbols displayed on the lens. He returned the lens to its metallic box and continued to search the spacecraft for a while longer. After confirming that there were no other useful items to be found, he picked up the box and exited the crescent-shaped canyon. He hurriedly made his way back, skillfully avoiding the predatory gazes of numerous wild beasts. The moon hung like a silver disk, and countless stars twinkled in the night sky as Muyang arrived at his dwelling. In the dim candlelight, he reopened the metallic box and took out one of the lenses. Beep, beep, beep. The lens activated automatically upon detecting heat from his skin, quickly displaying a series of data. Consistent with the previous readings, the data was sparse, consisting solely of a string of characters. It mattered little that he could not decipher them. Muyang surmised that this device functioned similarly to an energy detector, with the data exhibiting continuity, whether in decimal or binary form, adhering to fundamental principles. He meticulously observed the data on the lens, aligning it with himself and gradually increasing his internal energy. Indeed, the final symbol of the data began to change. As the data fluctuated, a discernible pattern emerged in the displayed figures. Muyang transcribed each symbol onto paper for further study and soon discovered that the characters were divided into 4 sections, each representing a positional value. Up to this point, the first 2 digits had remained unchanged. Fortunately, having once been an electrician and studied digital circuit principles, Muyang found a glimmer of insight into solving the puzzle. Regardless of the numeral system, he could deduce it from the data's fluctuations. After numerous trials, Muyang confirmed that the final digit of the lens could manifest 16 variations, suggesting that the displayed data was likely in hexadecimal format. By correlating the displayed characters with his knowledge of hexadecimal values, he aligned the lens with himself and measured his maximum energy output. Beep. The lens revealed a string of data, which, when translated into Earth's hexadecimal system, equated to 002, converting to a decimal value of 47. This indicated that Muyang's current energy level, or combat power, was 47 points. This figure was quite respectable, certainly above average among Earthlings. Muyang reflected on the data, smacking his lips in contemplation. Just a year ago, when he first traversed to this world, his combat power was likely below 15. In just 1 year, he had nearly tripled his strength, an impressive feat indeed. Now, with concrete data to reference, his training would become clearer, though he remained uncertain whether this metric aligned with the combat power calculations prevalent in the universe. Comparatively, this probe, when placed alongside Frieza's energy detectors from the original narrative, lacked geographical positioning capabilities and, judging by the monotonous character display, also seemed devoid of communication functions. It was evidently a purely energy detection device, but correspondingly, It appeared to have a broader detection range, capable of identifying combat power-up to approximately 65,000. Admittedly, Muyang could currently only induce minor fluctuations in the last 2 digits of the probe's readings. Nonetheless, he smiled serenely, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. This quantifiable metric was a revelation. While he had always sensed his growth, the specifics remained elusive. With this energy detector, it felt akin to a game, watching his levels steadily rise, providing him with an invigorated sense of motivation. In the martial arts building, Isaf sat across from Muyang. Following their weekly guidance session, Isaf had requested Muyang to stay behind for a private discussion. Teacher, Muyang nodded slightly at Isaf. Previously, he had tested the energy levels of Isaf and other elders with the probe, revealing that their data ranged between 60 and 70, with Isaf having the highest reading at 74. However, understanding the characteristics of Earth martial artists, Muyang did not believe this represented their utmost combat prowess. If they unleashed their full potential, Isaf's combat power could likely exceed 80. Have you encountered any difficulties in your training during this time? Isaf inquired with a smile. Disciple feels quite well so far and has not encountered any bottlenecks, Muyang replied. Isaf nodded thoughtfully, then with a serious expression stated, in approximately 3 years. A grand martial arts tournament will be held on Maple Leaf Island in the southern region, where masters from around the world will gather. This is a rare opportunity for training, and I hope you can represent Tianqin sect in the competition. The tournament that gathers the world's masters? Muyang's heart raced at the thought. It was none other than the renowned martial arts tournament. Teacher, please tell me more about the details of the tournament. Muyang urged eagerly. Isaf chuckled lightly. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have shared the details with you. He smiled at Muyang, cleared his throat, and continued. The tournament, officially known as the world's #1 martial arts tournament, has been held many times. Initially, it was merely a private exchange among elite sects. But over the years, as the scope of interaction expanded, it became increasingly grandiose. Now, it is primarily hosted by well-known sects, and the participants have grown to encompass the entire martial arts community. The upcoming event will be the 11th edition of the tournament. In previous years, Tianqin sect did not have the face to send disciples due to inadequate strength. However, you are the most outstanding representative of our new generation, and thus the teacher hopes you can participate. It matters not whether you achieve great results, consider it an opportunity for training, Isaf patiently explained, estimating that if Muyang diligently practiced over the next 3 years, achieving commendable results in the tournament should not be overly challenging. However, winning the championship would be a formidable task. Isaf's expectations were modest. Securing a place among the top 8 would be commendable. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had underestimated Muyang's potential. Chapter 17. 3 years later, the 11th World's #1 martial arts tournament. Muyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, as this marked the first time he had comprehended the temporal context of the Dragon Ball universe. Previously, due to Earth's lagging technological advancement and information isolation, he lacked a precise reference point, leaving him uncertain about how many years remained until the story's beginning. However, Isaf's revelation regarding the world's #1 martial arts tournament provided him with a crucial benchmark. At the beginning of the original tale, Sun Wukong participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, while I had arrived a full 10 tournaments earlier. Given that each tournament occurs every 3 years, that amounts to 30 years. No, Muyang shook his head. The interval between the tournaments prior to the 21st was 5 years, not 3. Therefore, 10 tournaments equate to 50 years, plus the upcoming 3 years, indicating that there are at least 53 years until the narrative commences. By this calculation, I actually traversed into the Dragon Ball universe 54 years before the storyline began. Muyang couldn't help but marvel at the length of time. 54 years is quite substantial. By the time the plot begins, he would be in his 60s or 70s. An old man indeed. After learning of the World Martial Arts Tournament from his teacher, Isaf, Muyang returned to his modest dwelling, pondering the implications of the tournament. With the time frame established, Muyang felt a sense of calm wash over him. His gaze fell upon the energy detector nestled within a metal case, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Setting aside thoughts of the distant future, the immediate priority was to hone his martial arts skills. The forthcoming tournament would serve as his inaugural step to prominence in this world. In the original narrative, Master Roshi, who lived for over 300 years, was still vigorous and lively when the story began, celebrated as the god of martial arts on the historical stage. This suggests that when one's power reaches a certain magnitude, utilizing specific methods can indeed extend one's lifespan. Legends say that Master Roshi's longevity stemmed from consuming a potion of immortality, while another tale suggests it was due to his consumption of the everlasting herb from the forest of immortality. The veracity of these claims eludes Muyang. But the existence of figures like Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, and others who have lived for centuries, while 2 or 3 might be deemed miraculous, becomes suspect when 4 emerge simultaneously. As long as the cause resides on Earth, Muyang is convinced that he too has a chance to obtain it. With this in mind, the modest goal of surviving until the plot unfolds seems attainable. However, Muyang's aspirations extend beyond merely existing. He aims to maintain excellent physical condition. In the quiet of the early morning, the scenery was serene. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a gentle whisper, while frogs croaked at the edges of the fields. Undulating grass swayed in the distance, and the tranquil forest echoed with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. On a hilltop, a young man concentrated on gathering energy within. Suddenly, he tensed, as if facing a formidable foe, and a blazing energy coalesced into a cerulean point at his fingertips. With a commanding shout, he extended his arm, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth between his fingers. The Kamehameha wave. Like a laser, it sliced through the air. The slender beam accompanied by a fierce whirlwind, striking a massive boulder weighing over 70 pounds. A thunderous roar erupted as the rock shattered into countless fragments, sending dust soaring into the air, obscuring the view. As the haze dissipated, Muyang panted slightly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. His Kamehameha wave had finally reached the level of his teacher, Isaf. 3 years had elapsed since Muyang acquired the energy detector. Day after day, for 3 entire years. Muyang had matured into a poised young man at 17. Throughout these years, his strength had steadily increased. Through rigorous training, his physique had been considerably enhanced. Though the constitution of Earthlings cannot compare to that of Scions, and he could not engage in reckless challenges like Sun Wukong. The effects of the accelerated space had raised Muyang's combat power to 85. This figure, while modest compared to contemporaries like Sun Wukong, marked him as a skilled fighter among Earthlings. Over the years, Muyang had not intentionally sought to elevate his combat prowess. Rather, he spent the majority of his time in the accelerated space deepening his understanding of fundamental martial arts, striving to evolve every technique into boundless variations before integrating and optimizing them. He understood that Earth was merely a low-level planet with a low ceiling. Lower tiers meant that in the future, when he encountered the pinnacle, there would be no one to guide him. He would have to rely solely on his own exploration. Thus, for future development, Muyang consciously honed his insight during this limited growth phase. In fact, even his teacher, Isaf, was unaware that, unbeknownst to him, his disciple had already acquired the ability to contend with him. To this day, every punch he threw reinforced his perception of growing power. One day, 3 years later, with only a month remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament, Muyang and his companion, Zeiss, prepared for their journey to Maple Island. Due to the primitive transportation options, traveling from the Great Blue Mountain in the northern hemisphere to the southern Maple Island would consume considerable time. Thus, Muyang packed his belongings and, accompanied by Zeiss, set out on their journey. Muyang, do your best. Achieving a good result would be ideal, but even if not, the experience will be invaluable, Isaf encouraged, resting his rough hand on Muyang's shoulder. Rest assured, teacher, Muyang replied with confidence in his eyes. That's the spirit. Isaf smiled and nodded gently. With a faint smile, Muyang derived confidence from his martial arts prowess. Around him, his fellow disciples peered enviously at him, whispering among themselves. Truly deserving of the title of senior disciple, he has the opportunity to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, how I wish I could be that formidable. The World Martial Arts Tournament. I yearn to witness it firsthand. You will, at the next tournament, we will surely participate. Thus, under the watchful gaze of elders and peers alike, Muyang elegantly waved farewell, shouldering his pack alongside Zeiss as they descended the mountain. The journey to Maple Island required the use of a steam locomotive, and the nearest train station was nearly 100 kilometers from the Great Blue Mountain. Chapter 18. An encounter on the train. The sky blazed with the fiery hues of the setting sun, casting a crimson glow upon the horizon. By the time Muyang and Zeiss hastened into the nearby town that housed the only train station, an entire day had passed. The town, named Chongshan, derived its name from the overlapping peaks of the primitive mountains that descended into the abyss, serving as the sole thoroughfare for nearby villages to the outside world. Compared to the village at the foot of the Great Blue Mountain, it was noticeably more prosperous. The existence of the train station played a pivotal role in the town's development. As they strolled along the streets lined with various storefronts, merchants called out to sell their wares, creating a burgeoning sense of modernity that felt reminiscent of the early 20th century. Seizing the opportunity before the sun dipped below the horizon, Muyang and Zeiss, burdened with their packs, made their way toward the train station, where they queued to purchase tickets. Soon, Zeiss procured the tickets and handed one to Muyang. Long-distance trains heading south operated only once every 2 days, with trains passing through their destination arriving once every fortnight. The nearest train was scheduled to depart the following evening, necessitating their overnight stay in the town. Now that we have some time before the train departs, we should find a place to stay, Zai suggested. Having traveled extensively and leading Muyang to an inn adjacent to the train station. Subsequently, he methodically explained that this journey would entail a half-month train ride. And since tomorrow presented an opportunity, he should procure some essential items. Understood, replied Muyang, following closely behind Zai's. For someone accustomed to the rustic charm of rural life, the quaint town before him evoked a sense of familiarity from a past life, subtle yet strikingly distant. It was not unfamiliar, yet the novelty was palpable. As night fell, Muyang once again entered the accelerated space for cultivation, a habit he had cultivated over time. The night passed in silence. On the following day, Muyang strolled alone through the streets of the town, considering the lengthy duration he would spend aboard the train. He purchased several simple necessities. This marked his first venture beyond the Great Qing Mountain to such a distant town in the Dragon Pearl world. While the scenery before him differed from the incessantly flowing images of airborne vessels he had envisioned, the power of technology had undeniably transformed the town, filling him with wonder. Having acquired all he needed, Muyang traversed the streets of Zhongshan town, burdened with various packages. He could not help but marvel at the genius of briefs. The inventor of the universal capsule technology. It was no surprise that the Universal Capsule Company had become the largest in the world. For the convenience it offered travelers was unparalleled, propelling an entire era forward. However, thoughts of the Universal Capsule were futile now. Perhaps Dr. Briefs had only recently been born. Clad in a pristine martial arts uniform that fluttered in the wind, Muyang attracted numerous glances from passers-by. In this era, martial artists were revered. Yet due to the isolation of transportation, few had ever seen a martial artist in person. Even apprentices garnered significant attention. Thus when Muyang walked down the street in his martial attire, he turned many heads. Upon returning to the inn and organizing his belongings, Muyang and Zais made their way to the train station ahead of schedule. Surrounding travelers busily carried their luggage, each hurrying as if fearing they might miss their train. Beside the platform, a steam locomotive billowed scalding steam, rendering the entire area a haze of smoke. After ticket checks, they boarded the train and found their compartment. Muyang stowed his luggage on the shelf and settled by the window, gazing at the passing scenery. Their compartment was a spacious one, accommodating 6 individuals. Besides Muyang and Zais, 2 passengers who appeared to be merchants occupied the space. After exchanging polite greetings, Muyang began to meditate in silence. With the steam locomotive's whistle echoing, the heavy train rumbled to life. The rhythmic clattering of wheels on the tracks reverberated in his ears as the landscape swiftly receded behind them. To be candid, the steam locomotive did not travel quickly. At a speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour, Muyang could surpass it with all his might, though not with the relentless pace of a train. Maple Leaf Island lay beyond a maritime expanse to the south, thus upon reaching the station, they would still need to take a ferry to arrive. Clattering over the hills, the steam train transitioned from plains to hills, and then into the mountainous terrain. As dusk descended, the stars began to pierce through the clouds. After several stops along the way, the train continued its journey, and soon 10 days had elapsed. At this juncture, the bed opposite Muyang had changed occupants. The 2 merchant-like travelers had disembarked, replaced by a young couple dressed elegantly, accompanied by 2 daughters, around 5 years old, exquisitely charming and indicative of a prosperous upbringing. Once, while Muyang sat in meditation, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his cheek. Upon opening his eyes, he found a brown-haired little girl gazing at him with her big, watery eyes. April, do not disturb this big brother while he is practicing, admonished the young mother, casting an apologetic glance at Muyang as she took her daughter into her arms. You should apologize to the big brother, she added, turning to Muyang. I'm sorry if my child disturbed you. Not at all, Muyang replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. I'm sorry, big brother, said the little girl, who looked to her mother before pouting an apology, pulling a candy jar from her pocket. Here, big brother, these candies are for you. They're very sweet. Seeing her reluctant expression, Muyang chuckled softly, shaking his head and declining. It's all right. You should keep the candies for yourself. Yes, April loves candies. The little girl's face lit up with joy, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling as she carefully unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. I want some too, piped up April's younger sister, a golden-haired little girl, in a sweet voice. Here you go. What a considerate little girl, Muyang thought. Watching as April skillfully unwrapped the candy and offered it to her sister, a faint smile gracing his lips. In Chapter 19, Maple Leaf Island, April's bright laughter echoed, her youthful exuberance seemingly able to find joy in everything. Observing April's playful charm, Muyang was reminded of Meixia, who had not returned since attending the Superpower Academy. Coincidentally, that academy was also situated in the southern region, Perhaps he should pay her a visit while attending the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yes, I'll think about it after the tournament, Muyang mused inwardly, planning to surprise her. Through their ensuing conversation, Muyang learned that the young couple before him was named Clarin and Fimia, researchers at a comprehensive institute. They were taking advantage of the holiday to visit family. And their daughters were named April and Cypril. Apart from their sapphire blue eyes, the girls inherited their parents' hair colors, one brown and the other golden. It is often said that innocent children are the most endearing, a sentiment Muyang had not believed until meeting April and Cypril. Their charming innocence was indeed captivating. As the train sped along the tracks for several more days, the noticeable change in the surrounding climate signaled their entry into the southern region. While the northern hemisphere was still basking in summer, the southern hemisphere was enveloped in the chill of winter, causing their breaths to fog in the air as they disembarked. Brother Muyang, I wish you great success at the martial arts tournament, Clarence said, tipping his hat as he prepared to leave with his luggage. Thank you for your kind words, Muyang replied with a smile. Mr. Muyang, Mr. Zeiss, if fate allows, we shall meet again. This journey has been a delight. Had we not had prior arrangements, we would have loved to witness the martial artist's prowess. Goodbye, big brother. April waved her arms enthusiastically, tugging at her mother's sleeve as they made their way toward the bustling platform. Farewell, Muyang responded with a smile. This ordinary journey had been imbued with a touch of joy thanks to the innocent little girl, and he hoped for a chance to meet again, though he recognized the likelihood was slim. At that moment, Zeiss, having gathered his belongings, quietly observed. Once Clarin and his family departed, he turned to Muyang. Let us proceed, we must make haste. There lies a strait between us and Maple Leaf Island, and we will need to transfer to the ferry after leaving the train station. Understood, Uncle Zeiss. Let us set off. Muyang nodded with a smile, increasingly reflecting on the inconveniences of transportation in this era. It is no wonder that the prestigious World Martial Arts Championship is held once every 5 years, as considerable time is consumed on the journey. Of course, if one possessed the prowess of Sun Wukong, one could swim halfway around the globe, but Muyang, for now, lacked such capabilities. Maple Leaf Island, separated from the vast southern region by a mere strait of several dozen kilometers, was bustling with excitement as it welcomed the quinquennial World Martial Arts Championship. As the event approached, formidable martial artists from various schools around the globe converged, creating an extraordinary atmosphere on the island. Unlike the original narrative of the World Martial Arts Championship, this iteration served merely as an exchange among various schools, organized by a highly esteemed faction within the martial arts community, without official endorsement from Earth's government. The 11th edition of the championship was hosted by the Maple Leaf School, the very residents of their faction. Although the Maple Leaf School may not be as formidable or renowned as the Turtle School or the Crane School, it is still a distinguished martial arts faction in contemporary times. Let us first find a place to stay, said Zeiss, guiding Muyang through the quaint town at the foot of Maple Leaf Island. The championship will commence in 3 days, spanning a total of 2 days, followed by a 3-day exchange meeting. Must everyone reside in this town? Muyang inquired, observing the throngs of passers-by and doubting whether the town could accommodate so many visitors. Zeiss nodded, explaining, according to tradition, the organizers will arrange lodging for those who ranked among the top 50 in the previous competition, while the disciples of the top 8 contenders will receive special accommodations. The Maple Leaf School is a large faction, thus they have ample rooms to house the participants. However, for schools like our Tianxin School, which had neither disciples in the top 8 in the last competition nor any participants ranked within the top 50 this time, we must find our own accommodations. Upon hearing this, Muyang nodded in understanding. Indeed, privileges are bestowed upon the strong, regardless of location. He calculated that this arrangement likely reduced the number of participants by half, making it plausible for the Townsends to accommodate the remaining guests. As they spoke, Zeiss led Muyang to a hotel, where they were warmly received by the staff. After a simple meal, Muyang began to prepare for the World Martial Arts Championship set to commence in 3 days. While he diligently practiced his routine meditation, he opted not to enter the accelerated space, considering his new surroundings. Just as he was immersed in his training, Zeiss entered the room. Muyang, would you like to take a stroll outside and familiarize yourself with the environment? Yes, that sounds good. Muyang thought of it as akin to familiarizing oneself with the examination venue before a crucial test, and decided to conclude his training for the day to explore the town with Zeiss. Look, these are the martial artists of Earth. Their numbers are quite substantial, Zeiss remarked as they walked. Following closely behind Zeiss, Muyang surveyed the scene. As the competitors continued to gather, he estimated that there were already around 100 participants before him, most of whom were young disciples clad in various martial arts uniforms, alongside some instructors like Zeiss. Given Muyang's current strength, he could not yet discern the strength of his opponents through their aura, but he possessed a fundamental sense of potential threats. Expanding his mental energy outward, he did not perceive any menacing presence, indicating that the individuals before him were not his adversaries. Come along. We must first register for the martial arts competition, Zai said, unaware of Muyang's discreet assessment of the martial artists. As they walked, he continued. Those competitors we just saw were merely from mid-tier or lesser factions, thus their abilities are not particularly formidable. The truly powerful factions have consistently achieved commendable results in past competitions, and their disciples are personally welcomed by the Maple Leaf School upon their arrival at the dock. Muyang nodded, having heard this from Zai's previously. Chapter 20. The World Martial Arts Championship attracts like, even within the martial arts world, distinctions of strength and weakness prevail. This is a pragmatic reality, as individuals and factions may band together due to shared martial philosophies or, conversely, form invisible hierarchies based on their capabilities. True equality is a myth. The mightier factions place greater emphasis on the display of etiquette, which is fundamentally rooted in their strength. When power is unequal, the courtesy extended may only be symbolic and polite. Only when strength is comparable can genuine respect be exchanged. For instance, the organizers of the Martial Arts Championship will arrange for their disciples to welcome the seed competitors and disciples of prominent factions well in advance. This is the essence of power. Only lesser factions, which do not garner attention, must make their own way. The most renowned factions in today's martial arts realm include the Turtle School, the Crane School, Dueling Temple, the Maple Leaf School, the Thousand Crane School, Crossfist, the Monster Clan, and the legendary Guardians of the Sacred Land. Zai recounted these factions with familiarity, shaking his head as he remarked, however, in recent years, the Turtle School and Crane School have largely retreated from public view. And the Guardians of the Sacred Land reportedly have clan rules that prevent them from easily leaving the Kalan Sacred Land. Therefore, in the past few decades, Dueling Temple, the Maple Leaf School, and the Thousand Crane School have emerged as the most prominent factions. From Zai's tone, Muyang sensed a hint of melancholy regarding the current landscape of the martial arts world. This does not imply that the masters of prestigious factions are inherently superior to those of smaller schools. Indeed, smaller factions can harbor formidable talents, such as Muyang's mentor, Isaf, who is undoubtedly a powerhouse. However, due to the relatively modest size of the Tianqin School, it remains categorized as a mid-tier faction. The disciples of larger factions are numerous, and their overall quality naturally appears more formidable than those from other schools. Beyond these experts, there exists a unique group of skilled beings on Earth, intelligent beasts capable of human speech. They typically possess the appearance of wild animals, yet their wisdom renders them a distinct category. Maple Leaf Island features a central peak, rising prominently amidst its surrounding lower terrain. Like many islands, it enjoys a temperate climate. Even during the frigid winter months in the southern regions, the island is caressed by gentle breezes. At the summit of the island lies Maple Leaf Peak, where an imposing martial arts hall stands midway up the slope. This hall belongs to the Maple Leaf School and is the venue for the current World Martial Arts Championship. The winding path leading to the foothills is adorned with lush greenery and melodious birdsong. The cobblestone path is flanked by dense foliage, and from the mountain pass, one can gaze into the distance, where the pristine azure waters shimmer beautifully. A gentle breeze carries the scent of the sea. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Muyang observed an increasing number of martial artists congregating. He scanned the area and noticed many individuals clad in the uniforms of the Maple Leaf School guiding groups around for tours, which he deduced to be disciples from major factions. Muyang, come here, Zai called from the side, prompting Muyang to hurry over and register his name at the sign-up desk. Tianqin School, Muyang. The staff member read his name aloud, confirming its accuracy before handing him a number tag. This is your number. You will draw lots according to this number to participate in the competition. Thank you. Muyang courteously expressed his gratitude and glanced at the number 241 on his badge, carefully tucking it away. At this juncture, the martial arts competition was yet to adopt the entertainment-oriented format familiar to future generations. Thus, the rules of engagement were markedly different. In this arena, there were no preliminary selections to enhance spectator appeal. Every match unfolded directly before the esteemed masters of various schools. Firstly, the caliber of participants diverged significantly from that of later times, rendering selections unnecessary. Secondly, the discerning eyes of professional spectators could discern a myriad of strengths and weaknesses, providing each contestant with an invaluable trial by fire. Naturally, such a competitive structure amplified the pressure, compelling every participant to exert their utmost to avoid bringing shame upon their respective schools. After registering, Muyang, under the guidance of a disciple from the Maple Leaf School, toured the martial arts hall. He then settled beneath the shade of a tree, quietly observing the competitors arriving to register. as the sun dipped low on the horizon. The distant cries of seagulls echoed in the air. Noticing the time, the registration staff began to pack up, prompting Muyang and his companion, Zeiss, to return to their lodgings. 3 days elapsed swiftly, and upon the registration deadline, Muyang learned from the event organizers that a total of 315 contestants had signed up for this edition of the competition. This figure represented a significant increase compared to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in the original narrative, indicating that martial arts cultivation remained vibrant in this era. However, as time progressed, the rise of technology and the entertainment-oriented nature of martial arts competitions led many schools to retreat into obscurity, resulting in a gradual decline in professional participants. This was an inevitable historical trend. On that fateful morning, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. The Maple Leaf Martial Arts Hall was abuzz with activity. Look over there. That is Master Shaolin from the Doran Temple, and beside him is surely his disciple. An exclamation rang in Muyang's ears, igniting a fervor throughout the hall. He turned to see the elderly monk clad in yellow robes entering the venue, accompanied by a young novice with a gentle countenance. Wasn't Doran Temple the very place where Klin had once trained before becoming Master Roshi's disciple? Squinting, Muyang sensed a formidable aura emanating from the old monk. Casually retrieving his energy detector, he was astonished to find a reading of 105. A combat power of 105 was exceptionally formidable among Earthlings. For context, during the Dragon Ball era, Master Roshi's power level was merely 139. While this Master Shaolin may not rival the martial arts deity, he certainly ranked among the titans of the martial arts realm. Such a legacy spoke volumes of the depth and heritage of the school. Zeiss observed the Doran Temple contestants, his expression a mix of envy and admiration. Uncle Zeiss, I will not be outdone by them, Muyang declared. His gaze fixed on the group of young monks by Master Shaolin's side. Then you must strive hard, Zeiss replied with a smile, offering an encouraging pat on Muyang's shoulder. For him, achieving a spot in the top 8 of the tournament would suffice. Competing against illustrious schools like Doran Temple was perhaps a tall order. Noting Zeiss's lack of earnestness in his response, Muyang merely grinned, choosing not to pursue the matter further. It was evident that Uncle Zeiss did not harbor the same faith in him as Asaf did. However, given that the Tianqin school had long been in decline, such skepticism was understandable. Muyang pondered how Zeiss would react once he unveiled his true capabilities. In the current martial arts tournament, the elder generations largely remained as spectators, while the younger generation took center stage. As for the esteemed Master Shaolin, Muyang considered himself no match for him, yet he felt a surge of determination to measure himself against others. Chapter 21. The first appearance a sigh reached Muyang's ears as he passed by the podium. Alas, once again, there are no disciples from the Turtle School participating. It cannot be helped. It is said that Master Wutian has not taken on disciples in many years, another voice chimed in. Muyang, eavesdropping, mused to himself, there are still 50 years until the narrative commences. At this point, Master Roshi should have already taken Gohan as a student. Perhaps he deemed it unnecessary for Gohan to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan was Master Roshi's most exceptional disciple, ultimately surpassing even his Master-S achievements. 50 years prior to the unfolding of the plot, youthful Gohan was undoubtedly in a phase of rapid growth, poised on the cusp of greatness. Thus, participating in the tournament held little significance for him. Muyang, the competition is about to begin. You must give it your all and never underestimate any opponent, Zeiss cautioned. Aware that Muyang had only engaged in combat with beasts in the primordial mountains, lacking experience in human confrontations, he patiently advised Muyang, concerned he might struggle to adapt. Rest assured, Uncle Zeiss, Muyang replied with a serious nod, adjusting his belt and preparing himself for the challenge ahead. At the podium, the head of the Maple Leaf School began to elucidate the rules of the competition, eliciting a thunderous applause from the audience. As the clapping subsided, a resounding gong signaled the official commencement of the tournament. Below, Muyang continuously scanned the esteemed seniors above with his energy detector. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118, each a formidable figure. In contrast, the younger generation displayed considerably lesser power. He refrained from measuring them, but estimated their capabilities to be in the range of 60 to 70, a noticeable gap from his own prowess. Before long, the matches began. According to the draw, disciples from various schools were divided into 8 competition zones for a battle royale, with each zone determining its most formidable contestant to advance to the top 8. There were no preliminary strength assessments or revival mechanisms. It was a straightforward contest of raw power. Apart from the top 8 from the previous tournament designated as seed contestants in each zone, everything unfolded in a refreshingly direct and brutal manner. Muyang felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the competition he had longed for. standing in the candidate zone. He sensed a stirring in his heart akin to the fervor he had felt during his entrance exams. On the arena, the first clash among different competition zones commenced, with disciples from various schools fervently vying for supremacy. Some unfortunate contestants faced opponents of vastly superior strength and were swiftly eliminated, eliciting a chorus of sympathetic murmurs from the audience. Nevertheless, luck was an integral part of skill. All present were esteemed martial artists. And after a brief lament for those with commendable abilities, the spectators quickly redirected their focus to the next bout. At that moment, Muyang's attention was riveted on the matches. Though the martial artists on stage moved with speed and ferocity, to Muyang, their actions appeared as if time had slowed, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Is this the caliber of participants at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Muyang mused, confident that with a mere flick of his fist, he could easily dispatch them. The disparity was glaringly apparent. In that instant, Muyang resolved that he would undoubtedly achieve commendable results in this competition. Contestant number 241. Please proceed to Arena 13. The staff called out, their voice ringing through the air. It is my turn to compete, Muyang acknowledged with a subtle nod, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He then approached the designated arena, leaping gracefully onto the stage. From the sidelines, Zai shouted, Muyang, maintain your composure and avoid undue pressure. I understand, Muyang replied confidently. With a confident smile directed toward Shishi, Muyang gazed at his opponent. Before him stood a young man of modest stature, clad in a blue martial arts uniform. Upon seeing him, Muyang smiled, thinking, what a coincidence to encounter a disciple of the Maple Leaf School in the very first match. Let me witness the prowess of a disciple from a major school. Muyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He chose not to use an energy detector to gauge his opponent, but relied solely on his instincts. This approach was intended to hone his sensitivity to chi. Maple Leaf School, Kane. The disciple from the Maple Leaf School clasped his hands together and bowed slightly in a courteous manner. Muyang returned the gesture, Heavenly Heart School, Muyang. The two then assumed their stances, taking a moment to assess each other's strength. Ultimately, it was Kane, the Maple Leaf disciple, who initiated the attack. Muyang's eyes flickered, and his aura transformed in response. His gaze followed Kane's movements intently. Being his first formal competition, Muyang had no intention of holding back. As Kane's strikes approached, Muyang deftly feigned a movement, and with a fluid motion, he unexpectedly found himself behind Kane. It became evident that Kane was considerably outmatched as he shifted his footing. Muyang seized the opportunity. What incredible speed! When did he get behind me? Faced with the sudden appearance of Muyang, Kane broke into a cold sweat. However, being a disciple of a prominent school, Kane exhibited commendable skill. He lowered his body and crossed his arms, narrowly evading the onslaught. After several exchanges, Muyang discerned Kane's level of ability. It's time to accelerate and conclude this match, he thought, grinning. With a mental command, his speed increased significantly. Kane was caught off guard by Muyang's sudden swiftness, momentarily faltering. His rudimentary attacks began to falter, forcing him to retreat to the sidelines. With a resounding thud, Muyang's fist struck the ground, producing a deep echo. The stone slab of the martial arts platform trembled and cracked. Witnessing Muyang's sudden display of strength, Kane was taken aback, retreating under the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a blurred shadow darted past Kane's vision, leaving him with no option but to cross his arms defensively. The immense force bore down on him, causing Kane to stagger back several meters. His arms tingled from the impact, and with a wry smile, he made a decision. Wait, I concede this match. As Muyang prepared for another strike, Kane hastily called for the match to stop. With a look of regret, he stepped down from the platform. The winner of this match is contestant number 241, Muyang, declared the event staff, raising the flag as Kane voluntarily exited the ring. Remaining on the platform, Muyang naturally claimed victory. Chapter 22. Who is that young man? Outside the arena, the audience captivated by the match on Platform 12 expressed their astonishment as Kane withdrew. The unexpected defeat of the Maple Leaf disciple indicated that Muyang was a contender to watch. Although the match was brief, it accentuated the disparity between the two competitors. Throughout the bout, Muyang had maintained the upper hand against Kane, and despite a few limited counterattacks, Kane struggled to gain any advantage, revealing a considerable gap in their abilities. The impressive display etched Muyang's name into the memories of the audience and fellow competitors alike. His strength was not to be underestimated. Those familiar with Kane were equally shocked, having expected him to last longer. They had anticipated he would at least survive a few rounds. The witnesses of the match cast serious glances towards Muyang, adding his name to their list of opponents to watch. Kane, brother, what a pity. A disciple approached Kane, noticing his pallor. Are you all right, brother? Kane waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. That last punch was quite a blow. Wow, that person is incredibly formidable. The younger disciple felt a mix of shock and sympathy for Cain, knowing that his brother's prowess among the Maple Leaf disciples was exceptional. If even he could not withstand that punch, could it be that Muyang surpassed the capabilities of their own disciples? Do not underestimate him. His true strength may surpass our expectations. Cain replied earnestly. Only through actual combat can one appreciate Muyang's might. He certainly did not unleash his full potential in our encounter. This year's martial arts championship may yield an unexpected champion. Why have I never heard of the Heavenly Heart School before? He felt frustrated by his misfortune, yet he accepted his defeat with grace, recognizing the undeniable gap in skill. Meanwhile, after concluding his match, Muyang returned to the resting area and subsequently triumphed in several more matches, the outcome being indisputable as he emerged victorious each time. This string of successes intensified the sense of threat felt by other competitors in the same division, prompting them to take him seriously. With a thunderous strike, Muyang's opponent was sent flying out of the ring. In yet another match, he vanquished an elite disciple from a martial arts dojo and returned to the platform with an air of nonchalance. Uncle Shishi, I have a clearer understanding of the hierarchy of this martial arts conference, Muyang remarked. Shishi's face flushed slightly, surprised by Muyang's performance. Well done. To defeat those elite disciples from major schools consecutively is commendable. Maintain this momentum and aim for an even higher achievement. Previously, Shishi had high hopes for Muyang, believing he had the potential to reach the top 8, though that remained a mere ambition. However, given Muyang's current performance, the prospect of securing a spot in the top 8 seemed increasingly likely. Let us aim for greater heights. If he could win the championship, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire martial arts community, Shishi mused, allowing himself to dream of the possibilities. I am getting ahead of myself. Such thoughts are premature. Yet he couldn't help but indulge in the fantasy. If senior brother Isaif were to witness Muyang's performance at the martial arts conference, he would surely be overjoyed. Muyang smiled at Shishi, confident that in the absence of the older generation of martial artists, few among the new generation could rival him. As the competition progressed fervently, a female elder from the Chizuru school commented from the second-floor stands, the number of participants in this martial arts conference remains consistent with previous years. Yet many exceptional talents have emerged. Haha, Elder Naley, I have heard that your Chizuru school has produced a remarkable young talent, remarked the leader of the Maple Leaf School, gesturing towards the second platform where a young girl was competing. Elder Naley smiled and replied, Liz is indeed a promising talent. But I must say that Auro from your Maple Leaf School is quite impressive as well. Their exchange resembled a delightful display of mutual admiration. The leader of the Maple Leaf School found great satisfaction in the compliment, nodding appreciatively before turning to Master Xiaolin of the Doran Temple, who sat with his eyes half closed, meditating in tranquility. Master Xiaolin possesses a calm assurance, the leader of the Maple Leaf School chuckled. That is because he is confident in his victory, Elder Naley responded. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted from the other side of the martial arts arena. A few seniors turned their gaze in response to the commotion, only to witness a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform relentlessly assaulting a monk, who happened to be an elite disciple from the Daling Temple. At this juncture, Master Xiaolin opened his eyes, his previously serene expression replaced with one of palpable astonishment. Who was this young man in white who could so easily overpower Watting? The accompanying staff, flustered, hastily consulted the roster and reported, his name is Muyang, hailing from a sect known as Taiyang Xinliu. The name Taiyang Xinliu rang a bell for Master Xiaolin, who furrowed his brow, his grizzled beard trembling. Yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Elder Naley interjected, this Taiyang Xinliu appears to be an ancient sect, though it has remained obscure for quite some time. Indeed, it was a lineage steeped in antiquity. The world never lacked for extraordinary talents. And it seemed Watting had finally met his match. Master Xiaolin, lost in thought, suddenly smiled and remarked, regardless of how obscure an ancient sect may be, the ability to endure through the ages speaks to its exceptional qualities. It appears Watting has not come in vain this time. Master Xiaolin's perspective on the competition was rather relaxed. Victory or defeat held little significance for him. The Daling Temple no longer required hollow accolades, and he merely hoped that this contest would foster growth in his disciples. Engaging in combat is easy, but finding worthy opponents is rare. Others sensed the essence of Master Xiaolin's thoughts and nodded in agreement. Oh, that disciple of mine, Cain, has also fallen to that individual, the head of Fengya Lu remarked, flipping through the current competition chart, astonished to discover that Muyang had indeed defeated Cain. Although Cain was not the top seed of Fengya Lu, he was nonetheless a disciple greatly esteemed by the sect leader. It was assumed that his opponent would be Watting from the same bracket, yet he had been eliminated. Clearly, we must keep a close watch on this young man, named Muyang. The seniors began to take notice, exchanging playful banter. The emergence of young martial artists heralds a flourishing martial arts community, a development these elders greatly welcomed. Chapter 23, a force to be reckoned with. On the second floor stands of the martial arts hall, the head of Fingye Lu and others continued their discourse. Meanwhile, the dynamics on the arena floor shifted dramatically. At this moment, Muyang and the Daling Temple disciple, Wading, unleashed their formidable powers, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows. The arena was soon filled with blurred afterimages, as many of their maneuvers exceeded the limits of the ordinary human eye. Muyang and Wading launched a counterattack, their palms colliding with a resounding bang. Impressive. Muyang panted lightly, stepping back several paces. This was the first opponent he had encountered in the competition who matched his strength. The disciples of Daling Temple were indeed not to be underestimated. It seemed he would need to resort to his ultimate technique. Muyang grinned, firmly planting a foot on the ground, halting his retreat, causing the stone slab beneath him to shatter with a series of cracks. He then propelled himself upward with explosive force, the shattered stones erupting around him in a spectacular display. Tianqin Qigong. Muyang narrowed his eyes, lifting his right hand in a poised manner, his fingers forming a blade-like shape, an imposing aura emanating from his entire being. Just as the words left his lips, a piercing light glimmered in his bright eyes, and a brilliant blue beam materialized between his fingers. With a whoosh, a straight wave of Qigong shot forth like a laser, surrounded by swirling winds, akin to a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness, charging toward Wading with fierce intent. Sensing the surging energy erupting from Muyang and the unstoppable Qigong wave, the elders of Fingye Lu suddenly rose to their feet, disbelief etched across their faces. This was indeed a Qigong wave, on par with even the elder martial artists. Remarkable. Who would have thought that someone so young could attain such a level? The veteran martial artists watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded before them, unable to contain their gasps of awe. What? Muyang's Qigong has reached such strength already? Zais was incredulous, rubbing his eyes. The Tianqin Qigong was not something he could easily unleash, and yet Muyang had done so effortlessly in the midst of a competition. He couldn't help but feel envious. At that moment, Zais realized that his nephew's power might have surpassed his own. Simultaneously, the audience erupted in a frenzy. No way he has unleashed the Qigong wave. The ability to wield a Qigong wave against an opponent like Wading made the outcome truly unpredictable. Both spectators and competitors widened their eyes in anticipation. You better watch out. Muyang shouted across the arena at Wading, his aura swelling further. An overwhelming presence bearing down that was chilling to the bone. Swish. Faced with Muyang's exceedingly powerful assault, even the elite disciple of Daling Temple paled. But Muyang's attack was already upon him. In high-level combat, the slightest margin can determine victory or defeat, and at this moment, Wading had lost the initiative. His only recourse was to face certain defeat. Boom. The tremendous force of the Qigong wave struck Wading, causing his face to blanch as he was propelled into the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily beyond the arena's edge. With this, Muyang of Tianqin Lu emerged victorious, entering the top 8. As the whistle sounded, the dust settled. Muyang had decisively defeated the seed competitor from Daling Temple and advanced to the quarterfinals. Thank you for the match, Muyang said calmly, bowing in respect. Wading, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, also joined his hands in a gesture of respect. Wading had actually lost. Elder Nali of Qianhe Lu clicked her tongue in surprise and murmured, "That's quite normal, given the aura he just displayed. It might not be long before he reaches our level. Is that even possible? He is so young. The younger generation is truly remarkable." This defeat may prove beneficial for Wading. Master Shilin silently recited his scriptures. Kane and Wading have both fallen to this young man. I wonder how much chance Aluo and Lizzie have, the head of Fingye Lu inquired with interest. Not much hope. Elder Nali shook her head. Lizzie is no match for that individual. Among the rising talents of the various sects, Wading from Daling Temple would rank among the top, and if he could be defeated, others likely had little chance of victory. The head of Fingye Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed. To be able to unleash such a powerful Qigong wave at such a young age is quite rare in today's martial arts world. At this moment, I can almost predict the champion of this martial arts tournament. It will be Muyang. Impressive Muyang. If senior brother Isaf knew you had defeated the elite disciple of Daling Temple, he would be thrilled to rush over. Unfortunately, the journey from Dakingshan to Fingye Island is quite distant. He will not have the opportunity to witness your sweeping triumphs. As Muyang stepped down from the stage, Zais approached him, brimming with excitement, showering him with praise. Muyang smiled modestly. Uncle Zais, I've only made it to the top 8. The competition isn't over yet. Zais shook his head vigorously. That's not the same. Reaching the top 8 and defeating Wading are two entirely different concepts. In Zais's mind, Muyang achieving a place among the top 8 in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was already a commendable accomplishment. To comprehend the multitude of martial arts schools, how many can truly reach the top 8? This achievement is already immensely satisfying. However, judging by the current performance, it appears he will not stop here. Though securing a place in the top 8 is commendable, the implications are vastly different. It is essential to recognize that Wu Ting is not only an elite disciple of the Daling Temple but also a favored contender for the championship of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. If Muyang can defeat him, could he also seize the champion's title? Should Muyang emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly elevate the prestige of the Tianqin school. Even now, should Muyang choose to concede and withdraw from the upcoming matches, having witnessed the power of his energy wave? Zais understands that Muyang's name has already resonated throughout the martial arts community. There are but a few practitioners capable of unleashing energy waves, and Muyang is among them, a matter of great honor. The forthcoming matches should be approached with ease, as the top 8 positions are already secured. Each victory henceforth is merely a step forward. Zais excitedly clapped Muyang on the shoulder, noticing that Muyang's complexion had grown somewhat pale, and expressed concern. Having just unleashed an energy wave, are you feeling all right? Muyang shook his head, indicating he was fine. My body is all right. I just need a moment's rest. Then be sure to take care of yourself. Zais nodded, choosing to remain silent and allowing him the tranquility to recuperate. As Muyang sat in meditation, the other arenas continued to showcase fierce battles. 315 competitors from around the globe exerted themselves fully, vying for the chance to advance. The arena sparkled with indistinct afterimages, accompanied by the shouts of the contestants, as the ground suddenly bore numerous holes of varying sizes, shattered stones flying in every direction, igniting sparks upon impact. Riri of the Qianhe School triumphed, advancing to the top 8. Aluo of the Maple Leaf School emerged victorious, securing a place in the top 8. Warney of the Cross Fist School claimed his victory, also entering the top 8. Jiro from the Western Play Village succeeded, making it to the top 8 as well. As the competition progressed, the top 8 contenders were gradually determined, and along with Muyang, the 8 strongest competitors of this tournament were finalized. Muyang glanced at the list and noted that apart from himself and a competitor named Jiro from Play Village, the other 6 were predominantly disciples of major schools. It is undeniable that these prominent schools excel in nurturing their disciples. It is no wonder that the martial arts level on Earth has significantly declined since these major schools opted for seclusion. After a brief respite and the validation of all results, the sound of the gong echoed once more, signaling the end of the day's matches. The top 8 competition was scheduled for the following day, providing an entire night for rest. Chapter 24, Jiro upon returning to the inn with Zais. Muyang discovered he had become something of a celebrity. Numerous disciples from smaller and medium-sized schools approached him, accompanied by their instructors, greeting him with enthusiastic warmth that made Muyang truly feel the hospitality of this world for the first time. Haha, you youngsters enjoy your conversation, I shall abstain. Zais laughed heartily, content to join the instructors of other schools for drinks. Left behind, Muyang felt somewhat helpless, but it was a fine opportunity to make some friends. Just as the character Sun Wukong in the original tale forged numerous bonds through the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, so too can one transition from strangers to acquaintances. In a classroom setting, it may be challenging for underperformers and high achievers to engage, yet when the latter lowers themselves to initiate conversation, the dynamic is entirely different, much like a goddess pursuing a mortal. However, Muyang was taken aback when, while enjoying a lively discussion with a group of underperformers, Wu Ting, the unexpected guest, joined their gathering. Wu Ting had a robust physique reminiscent of one of the 10 great mages from fairy tale, yet appeared younger and more handsome. Upon their meeting, they found a remarkable alignment in their values and understanding of martial arts. Had Muyang been certain whether the monks of the Daling Temple abstained from alcohol, he might have indulged in drinks with Wu Ting until inebriation. Time flew swiftly, and the night grew cool. Ultimately, Muyang refrained from drinking, engaging in conversation with Wu Ting until late into the night, returning to his room and collapsing into sleep. The following morning marked the commencement of the top 8 competition in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. If the previous 8 regional competitions served merely as an appetizer, the top 8 matches represented the essence of the tournament. To emphasize the significance of each contest in the top 8, all participants moved to the Grand Arena, with matches no longer occurring simultaneously. Through a live draw, opponents and order of combat were determined, mirroring practices of the future. After drawing his lot, Muyang proceeded to the contestants' viewing area, specifically designated for the top 8 competitors and their schools, offering a broader perspective. The first match featured Riri of the Qianhe School against Barney of the CrossFist School. This was a well-matched contest, showcasing high entertainment value. Barney, a robust man standing at 6 feet, excelled in the cross-fist style, delivering powerful, dynamic strikes, while Riri, a petite beauty under 5 feet tall, was agile and graceful, adept at evasion and precision strikes. The contrast of their sizes and fighting styles painted a vivid tableau of beauty and beast, eliciting cheers from the audience. Muyang and Zai's attentively observed, critiquing the match while contemplating their own strategies. Muyang was particularly focused, not solely drawn by Riri's beauty, though she was indeed striking, but rather eager to absorb insights from observing others' battles. A martial artist must persistently strive forward. Any hint of complacency or laxity could result in stagnation or even regression. Compared to other Earthlings, Muyang was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this world. In the cosmos, there exist ruthless entities capable of obliterating planets. An Earthling's potential is not particularly remarkable. If they do not exert themselves, they may very well find themselves at the mercy of others in the future. This was a realization only attainable through direct experience in the Dragon Ball universe, far removed from the whimsical portrayals seen on television or in films. In truth, living on a planet that could be annihilated at any moment, with the knowledge of such a reality, would hardly be entertaining. Instead, it would bring a heavy burden of pressure, spurring one to train even more diligently. There is nothing more motivating than the imminent threat to one's life. The match between Riri and Barney continued for over 20 minutes, setting an impressive tone for the top 8 rounds, drawing enthusiastic applause from the audience. Ultimately, Riri secured a narrow victory, yet Barney too garnered the audience's admiration. As the subsequent matches unfolded, it was soon Muyang's turn to take the stage. His opponent was Jiro from the ordinary mountain village, a dark-skinned youth who appeared to be younger than Muyang. It was said he had not received formal martial arts training, yet making it to the top 8 of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament indicated his considerable prowess. Upon stepping onto the stage, Muyang regarded his opponent with a serious expression. Jiro's ability to reach the top 8 without formal guidance suggested he possessed remarkable talent. Perhaps Jiro was akin to a character from the stories, embodying hidden potential. After drawing the opponent Jiro, many began to believe that Muyang was indeed fortunate, as Jiro was the least favored among the top 8 competitors, making this match seem almost guaranteed for victory. As the match commenced, the whistle blew, and both Muyang and Jiro assumed their stances, ready to attack. This contest held little suspense, for Muyang's strength far surpassed Jiro's. Before long, Jiro found himself overwhelmed by Muyang's relentless offense and ultimately succumbed to defeat. "Thank you. This match has taught me much." Jiro's sincere voice resonated after the contest. Muyang gazed at Jiro in surprise, his admiration for him growing significantly. "No need for thanks. If you are open to formal guidance, you could become even stronger. Would you be interested in joining a prominent martial arts school?" Jiro shook his head, replying, "Not at this moment. I prefer to rely on my own efforts. I do not wish to be confined by the frameworks of those who came before me." Muyang paused, regarding Jiro with newfound respect. This young man appeared to be of a similar ilk, driven by his own ambitions. Yet, without the guidance of predecessors, he risked falling into pitfalls. Although he might eventually find his way out, it would cost him valuable time. A good teacher could prevent one from straying too far off course. And the wisdom of experience is indeed worthy of consideration. However, one must also be cautious, for if a teacher lacks proficiency, their experience may lead one deeper into error. Observing the resolute determination in Jiro's eyes, Muyang nodded in understanding and descended from the platform, choosing to say no more. Sith, watching from the sidelines, expressed his admiration. "Jiro is a promising martial artist. Although I do not entirely agree with his perspective, his persistence is commendable. Indeed, but it is a path fraught with challenges." Muyang reflected, internalizing this sentiment as well. Drawing upon the memories from his past life, Muyang was confident that in the early stages of his training, he would not stray too far from the right path. However, as he progressed, the limitations of Earth would no longer align with his growth, and he might find himself, like Jiro, forging his own path through intuition. That, too, would be a journey filled with trials. Chapter 25. Dominance in Youth. Jiro's choice left Muyang with a sense of contemplation. But he quickly shook off his sentimental mood and shifted his focus to the next match. The following contest featured Auro from the Maple Leaf School against Booker of the Four Bodies School. Muyang paid close attention, as the name Four Bodies struck a chord of familiarity. It was not until Booker showcased his school's signature technique, transforming into 4 entities, that realization dawned upon him. For Body Fist. No wonder the name seemed so familiar. It is the very technique used by Ten Shinhan in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. Impressive. He could instantly split into 4. This significantly increased Auro's pressure in the match. Witnessing this unexpected maneuver, Sith's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps, while the Four-Body Fist may be a trump card against ordinary martial artists, it may not hold the same weight against masters. This technique possesses a fatal flaw, Muyang remarked, observing the fierce exchange between the two fighters. Sith, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What flaw do you speak of?" Muyang chuckled softly. When all participants are relatively inexperienced, it is indeed easier for four to overpower one, as their speeds, while differing, do not vary to an unacceptable degree. However, in a confrontation with more skilled fighters, the effectiveness of such a tactic diminishes. You mean to say that dividing one's strength into 4 parts not only reduces overall power, but also risks missing the target entirely, regardless of skill? Sith pondered. Falling into silence, Muyang nodded. Precisely. Speed and strength are emphasized differently at various stages. In a duel between masters, precision is paramount. Look, Alro is preparing to counterattack. As Muyang spoke, his gaze returned to the arena, where Alro had indeed regained composure amidst the onslaught of 4 bookers and discerned the opponent's weakness. The speed of Booker has diminished, Sith exclaimed in surprise. Exactly, Muyang shrugged. You observed that so quickly. Sith's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Muyang replied, subtly omitting that his prior knowledge of the original story had informed his understanding of the 4 body fist vulnerabilities. Sith gasped. When did Muyang's perceptiveness and judgment become so acute? Recognizing the weakness of a technique goes beyond mere observation. It signifies a profound shift in combat philosophy across different levels. With the emergence of talented young figures like Muyang, Jiro, and Alro, Sith began to question whether he had indeed aged. Meanwhile, the match progressed, and Alro had successfully seized control of the battle's rhythm, leaving little doubt about his impending victory. Soon enough, as Booker exhausted his energy, Alro seized the opportunity and triumphed in the contest. At this point, the 4 finalists were determined: Lizzie, Muyang, Alro, and a disciple from a major school. After a brief intermission, the semifinals were set to commence. Throughout the subsequent matches, Muyang maintained his composure. While the leaders of the Maple Leaf School and the Thousand Crane School, Elder Ali, surmised the likely champion. As anticipated, Muyang effortlessly defeated Lizzie in the semifinals, and Alro advanced to the finals in the following match. The final battle was at hand, and the champion would soon be revealed. The head of the Maple Leaf School remarked with a gentle smile, "The outcome is becoming apparent. I have faith in the contestant named Muyang." Elder Naley concurred. This is not mere contrariness. Muyang possesses a slightly greater chance of victory. Master Shulin, fiddling with his prayer beads, quietly noted, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The champion will be Muyang. I share that sentiment. Muyang from the Heavenly Heart School shall prevail, echoed the consensus among others. Muyang's remarkable performances in the earlier rounds had been nothing short of extraordinary. With the absence of Sith and his contemporaries, few could hope to challenge him. Look at that. Not a single person is betting on my disciple. The head of the Maple Leaf School trembled in frustration. What happened to the home ground advantage? Yet, recalling the earlier matches, he could not help but shake his head. Well, since this is the prevailing opinion, let us observe. With such a talent emerging from the Heavenly Heart School, it seems unlikely anyone among his peers could defeat him, barring the legendary Turtle Hermit or Crane Hermit schools. Let us witness, he declared. Relax, stay calm. Since the opponent is exceptionally formidable, losing would not be shameful. After all, there are always those who fall behind. Glancing at the other schools, the head of the Maple Leaf School could not suppress a smile. Nearby, Sith felt the tension rising. The whispers of those around him filled him with exhilaration. His face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Go, Muyang! Give it your all. Now, we invite the finalists, Muyang and Alro, to the stage." As the staff's words faded, Muyang and Aluo exchanged serious glances, one of them leaping onto the stage with an air of determination. This was the most exhilarating moment of the current martial arts tournament, and the atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension of competition. Both participants and their supervising teachers wore grave expressions, fixated on the unfolding event. With the referee's command, the competitors tensed, every muscle quivering in anticipation. In a flash, Muyang seized the initiative, vanishing from sight like a fleeting shadow. When he reappeared, the clash of fierce combat erupted, filling the air with a cacophony of sounds. 3 days later, aboard a cruise ship at the harbor, Zeiss was bent over a desk, fervently penning a letter detailing the results of the prestigious martial arts tournament to be sent back to the headquarters of the Qing Shan sect. As he concluded the letter, excitement surged within him. The unexpected champion of the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament was none other than Muyang, a dark horse from the previously unheralded Tianqing School. Although the absence of seasoned martial artists from the older generation did cast a shadow over the victory's legitimacy, Muyang's emergence as a prominent figure among the youth was undeniable, marking his formal debut in the martial arts realm. Chapter 26. The search for the Academy of Superpowers. Having neatly folded the letter and secured it with glue, Zeiss carefully placed it in the mailbox. The post office had a direct line, and the letter would reach ISAF in about 7 or 8 days. Upon completing this task, Zeiss stepped out of the room. and the cruise ship was nearing the dock. Passing the dining area, he spotted Muyang eating inside, glancing at the sky, which was gradually darkening, hinting at an impending downpour. Muyang, after we dock, will you return to Qingshan with me or venture out on your own? Zai's inquired as he sat beside him, ordering some snacks. I plan to travel for a while, Muyang replied candidly. I wish to explore the outside world during this leisure time before returning. This competition has given me profound insights, and there is certainly room for improvement in many areas. Zai nodded, a knowing expression on his face. Indeed, broadening your horizons is beneficial. Truth be told, your skills are already commendable. Compared to us, the only thing you lack is experience. Gaining exposure to different perspectives will serve you well. Pausing, Zai added with a smile, you've grown up, you can manage this yourself. In terms of specific training, there is little more we can teach you. Reflecting on the outcome of the tournament, he was pleasantly surprised by Muyang's performance, noting only the need for refinement in combat techniques. Perhaps due to a lack of experience, Muyang's approach in confronting opponents appeared somewhat disorganized. He could have secured victories more effortlessly and expended less effort, and had it not been for his superior strength, the final outcome might have been quite different. In low-level contests, the significance of technique is self-evident. Even in advanced battles where power escalates, combat skills remain crucial. These are lessons that neither Zai nor Isaf could impart. Muyang would have to learn them through experience. Yes, Muyang agreed, munching on his food. He recognized this truth himself. Had it not been for his superior strength over Aluo in the finals, the outcome might have been altered. And the victor could well have been Aluo from the Maple Leaf School. History is penned by the victors, even if not written by the victors themselves. The recorded history inevitably affirms their triumphs. As the champion of this tournament, Muyang found himself celebrated by various sects during the post-tournament exchange meeting. Hailed as a model for others. Yet, under the spotlight, he was acutely aware of his own glaring shortcomings. At best, he could be considered proficient among his peers. If he were to become complacent from the praise, what achievements could he hope to attain? Flattery is but a sugar-coated bullet. The correct approach is to savor the sweetness while discarding the projectile. Thus, following the exchange meeting, Muyang was in no hurry to return to Qingshan with Zai. Instead, he intended to venture out for a while. Moreover, having arrived in the southern region, he felt compelled to take the time to visit the Academy of Superpowers and check on Meisha. Otherwise, she might hold a grudge against him for not visiting upon learning of his arrival. Having consumed some snacks, the skies outside opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Rain cascaded onto the azure sea, creating a veil of mist, while the storm intensified the waves, forcing the cruise ship to slow its pace. An hour later, the rain began to subside, and after a delay caused by the downpour, the ship finally docked in the afternoon. Muyang, I will head back now. Be cautious during your travels, and return when the time is right, Zai reminded him before parting ways. I understand, Muyang nodded. Take care. Zai, a man of straightforward demeanor, pondered for a moment but realized there was little else for two men to discuss, so he concluded the conversation. He knew that with Muyang's current strength, he would likely face no dangers alone, and after a final round of advice, he waved goodbye, shouldering his luggage and making his way toward the train station. As Muyang watched Zai disappear into the crowd, he steeled his resolve and turned in the opposite direction, quickly vanishing into the throng as well. The Academy of Superpowers was nestled within a tranquil, secluded forest in the southern region. Its exact founding date is shrouded in mystery, though it has existed for many years. Its enigmatic nature parallels that of the Chiron Tower and the Chiron Sanctuary, steeped in local folklore filled with wondrous tales. It is said that admissions occur every few years, with recruitment points established in nearby cities, yet the precise location of the academy is never disclosed to outsiders. In the serene old forest, the sounds of birds echoed harmoniously. Suddenly, a brilliant blue beam of light pierced through the trees, toppling any trees it struck with a resounding crash. The earth quaked, and the birds took flight as mighty trees fell, smoke rising from their trunks, carving a path through the primordial forest. Muyang had wandered through this forest for several days, having exhausted his supplies. Whenever hunger struck, he hunted wild game to satiate his hunger, and when fatigue overcame him, he would find a sturdy tree to climb and sleep soundly. Days passed, and he had yet to catch a glimpse of the Academy of Superpowers. It should be around here somewhere, Muyang mused, meandering through the woods, treading upon the lush greenery, forging his way. The surroundings were breathtakingly serene, devoid of any signs of civilization. Furrowing his brow, Muyang extended his mental energy outward. Yet he still failed to detect anything unusual. It's quite elusive, he murmured to himself, though he was not surprised. If this academy truly nurtured superpowers, then finding it would naturally prove to be no easy feat should I fail to locate it. I may miss my chance to see Meisha, Muyang sighed. feeling a twinge of regret. Having arrived at this place, Muyang was determined not to leave without any gains. Even if he could not locate the Superpower Academy, he was prepared to cultivate here for a while. After some contemplation, Muyang found a pond nearby and sought out a relatively open area. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his energy waves, creating a thundering sound as dust billowed, effectively clearing a space. He then gathered some wood to construct a simple hut, showcasing his resourcefulness. The environment was quite pleasant, providing a temporary refuge for tranquility. Satisfied with the serene surroundings, Muyang decided to settle here for the time being. He cleared the obstacles between the pond and the hut, built a stove with stones, and set up a wooden rack for roasting, completing the basic living facilities. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Muyang clapped his hands and ventured out in search of food. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, darting into the dense forest, and soon returned with a rabbit in hand. After skinning and gutting it, he placed the meat on the rack and roasted it over a low flame. As the crimson flesh gradually turned golden under the heat, translucent fat dripped down, filling the air with a rich aroma. Sated after finishing the roasted meat, Muyang felt rejuvenated and prepared to enter the acceleration space for his training. Chapter 27. Sky Dance Technique. After a moment of deep meditation, Muyang mobilized the energy within him and swiftly entered a grayish-white acceleration space. In this realm, time flowed at double the speed of the outside world. Given his current state, Muyang could sustain this acceleration for 3 hours, equating to 6 hours within. Exceeding this time limit would lead to mental fatigue. Training in the acceleration space not only provided the benefit of time doubling and replenishing physical stamina, but also fostered tranquility, allowing for undistracted focus and deeper insights during practice. Having experienced the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Muyang had gained a more nuanced understanding of the martial arts hierarchy on Earth. Overall, there were indeed many skilled practitioners, such as the leader of the Maple Leaf School, Master Shaolin of Duolin Temple, and Elder Naley of the Thousand Crane School, each a top-tier expert. In comparison, Muyang still had much to learn, a gap that could only be bridged through age and experience, which could not be hurried. However, in terms of combat prowess, he believed he would soon catch up. In the vast expanse of the acceleration space, a robust and agile figure engaged in fundamental exercises. He leaped vigorously, nearly touching the ceiling with each bound. 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. After executing over 10,000 consecutive kicks and leaps, Muyang finally paused when the fatigue in his legs became pronounced. Wiping the sweat from his face, determination gleamed in his eyes as he began to throw punches. Thud, thud, thud. The thin air vibrated with the impact of his fists, creating a series of muffled thuds. Unfortunately, Muyang had no weighted gear, which would have enhanced his training effectiveness. Utilizing an energy detector for a personal assessment, the readings displayed on the screen filled him with motivation. 97. Indeed. In just a few days, Muyang's combat power had reached 97. This figure represented his maximum output, and while it was not low by any means, marking him as a first-class contender within the Earth martial arts community, it was still a number to be reckoned with in any school. However, Muyang noted a concerning trend. As his combat power approached 100, he began to encounter the limitations faced by Earthlings. Subsequent increases in combat power revealed a notable slowdown. After several days of testing, he became increasingly convinced that 100 represented a significant barrier for Earthlings, one that could not simply be surpassed through physical training alone. Those who successfully crossed this threshold were few, each an extraordinary martial artist. For Muyang, overcoming this barrier was imperative. Merely achieving 100 combat power was far from sufficient. He sought to grow stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his consciousness, signaling that his time in the acceleration space was nearing its limit. He quieted his mind to regulate his internal energy, and with a swift motion, his body vanished from the white acceleration space. Returning to the outside world, he felt a profound mental fatigue that surpassed the soreness from physical exertion. With a thud, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Approximately 6 or 7 hours later, Muyang awoke, his mental exhaustion completely alleviated. It was time for him to practice energy manipulation. His understanding of energy was still rather rudimentary, primarily due to his lack of exposure to more advanced practitioners. Perhaps it was time for him to venture toward the Kylan Tower, Muyang pondered. However, before that, there were a few matters he needed to attend to. The Kylan Tower was situated thousands of miles away in the northern hemisphere, and relying solely on foot would take an indeterminate amount of time. Since physical training was no longer necessary at this moment, Muyang aimed to explore the sky dance technique. If he could soar through the skies, his speed would significantly increase. The sky dance technique belonged to the Crane Immortal School's secret arts. In truth, it was not an exceptionally advanced skill. Its principles were relatively straightforward. primarily revolving around the utilization of internal energy. However, mastering it proved to be quite challenging. By condensing the energy within his body and projecting it through his palms or fingers, he could unleash energy waves. By shifting his approach, he could release energy gradually through the soles of his feet, allowing it to encircle his body and counteract the force of gravity, thereby enabling him to float. The high-speed flight aspect of the sky dance technique resembled the wave-riding technology from his past life on Earth. By skillfully controlling the shockwave surfaces, one could harness greater propulsion. Muyang recalled the scenes from the original story where Sun Wukong guided Biddy Li in practicing the sky dance technique. Compared to Biddy Li, Muyang's foundation was evidently much more solid. Unfortunately, the original text did not divulge the finer details, requiring him to embark on his explorations. After several unsuccessful attempts, he soon managed to direct a thin stream of energy flowing down his thigh to his feet, releasing it evenly through the soles. During this process, Muyang's body began to rise gradually. As he floated 4 or 5 meters above the ground, looking down at the verdant earth below, a profound tranquility enveloped his heart. He then carefully adjusted his posture and steadily ascended to greater heights. At that moment, the azure sky mirrored perfection, and beneath him lay a lush primordial forest, with clear waters and ancient trees, evoking a sense of ethereal serenity. The basic aspect of floating was merely the first step of the sky dance technique. The next challenge was flight. This required dispersing energy throughout various parts of the body, raising the difficulty beyond simple floating. High-speed flight demanded precise control over the shockwave surfaces to convert resistance into potential propulsion, gradually mimicking the training methods depicted in the original text. Muyang succeeded in soaring freely through the sky after 2 days. With the sky dance technique mastered, it was time to head to the Kylan Sanctuary. Muyang estimated that if he could ascend the Kylan Tower and receive guidance from the Cat Immortal, his strength would experience a tremendous leap, sufficient to overcome the first great barrier that lay before him. Certainly, the journey to the sacred land of Kylan is not merely to learn advanced cultivation techniques from the Cat Sage, but also to acquire the miraculous healing herb, the Senzu Bean. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, Earth was home to many peculiar wonders, and the Senzu Bean was one of them. Initially, the Senzu Bean did not reveal its true worth, merely alleviating hunger. However, as the story progressed, it became an invaluable lifesaver, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing any injury. Unfortunately, as the saga advanced, the production of Senzu beans dwindled significantly, rendering them as precious as treasures, only to be used in dire situations. Thankfully, at this moment, the Senzu beans had not faced the ravages of Yakirobe, and the Cat Sage still possessed a substantial stock. With a soaring cry, Muyang ascended higher into the sky. Yet, as his view expanded, he noticed a remote area resembling a paradise in the distance, capturing his attention. To his astonishment, the place he had sought for so long was right before his eyes. Chapter 28. The location of the academy. The sky was high and the clouds were sparse, with a gentle breeze caressing the face. Warm sunlight poured down, casting dappled patches of light through the leaves in the forest. Not far from Muyang, a rustling sound emerged from the dense woods, startling slender creatures that hurriedly retreated deeper into the forest. Showdown, your task is to patrol the vicinity of the academy. How can you be lazing about here? An irate voice called out. A boy clad in a blue uniform flew beside Showdown, his face clearly displaying displeasure. Startled, Showdown sat up, offering an awkward smile upon seeing the newcomer. Sammy, why are you so uptight? I'm just taking a little break. Is it really necessary to be this angry? However, noticing the deepening frown on Sammy's face, Showdown's voice grew softer. Sammy glared at him disapprovingly. You still dare to say that? The instructor assigned you to patrol. And look at you now. All right, you have a point. But this is the Superpower Academy, not just any place. Who could possibly come here? Besides, the headmaster is here. She knows everything. Is there really a need for us to patrol? Showdown retorted casually, though he complied and climbed to his feet. Fool. Do you understand that this is about training? Sammy looked at Showdown in frustration. Fine, I won't argue with you. Let us continue our patrol. Showdown, unwilling to engage in further debate, levitated using his superpower, gliding effortlessly through the forest surrounding the academy. Ugh, this guy. Sammy shook his head, following suit. The Superpower Academy is a venerable institution dedicated to cultivating superpowered individuals, having existed for countless years, much like the sacred land of Kylan. The students primarily originate from 2 sources, one being superpowered individuals brought in from the outside world, like Meishia, the other being children nurtured within the affiliated superpower kindergartens. Sammy and Showdown had ascended from a superpower kindergarten after their graduation. In the original story, Oolong and Poir had also attended a transforming kindergarten in the south. But Oolong was expelled for stealing a female teacher's underwear, while Poir's reasons for not entering the Superpower Academy remain unclear. Earth is a wondrous place, where in some obscure and remote areas, passages to the demon realm, the underworld, and other unimaginable locales still exist. In ancient times, monstrous beings would often emerge from these passages, disrupting human life, and it was the superpowered individuals and martial artists, endowed with extraordinary powers, who became the main forces against these external threats. However, with the rapid advancement of modern technology, superpowered individuals and martial artists gradually faded from public view. Wait, something's happening. Just as Sammy and Sha Yedouin were patrolling a relatively open territory, a dark spot suddenly appeared in the sky. As it drew closer, the spot began to take on a humanoid shape. Sammy and Sha Yedouin noticed the figure, and Sha Yedouin nudged Sammy with his arm, saying, "Sammy, who do you think that could be?" "I don't know, but stay alert regardless," Sammy replied, his expression turning serious as he floated up to intercept the figure. "Stop. This is the territory of the Superpower Academy. If you have no business here, please leave immediately." The boy soaring through the sky was none other than Muyang, who, while preparing to head to the sacred land of Kailan, had unexpectedly discovered a paradise-like area not far from him upon reaching a certain altitude. "Ah, if this is indeed the Superpower Academy, then I'm in the right place. My name is Muyang, and I hail from the martial arts sect Tianxin. I have come to visit my junior sister Meisha. Could you kindly notify her to come out?" Muyang straightforwardly introduced himself to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Sammy's demeanor softened, realizing Muyang had come to visit Meisha. "Just a moment, I'll have someone notify her." Sammy smiled, signaling to Sha Yedouin with a glance to return to the academy and confirm. The number of students within the Superpower Academy was not large. Even if they were not well acquainted, they generally recognized one another. Sha Yedouin paused for a moment before flying back toward the academy. Muyang observed the silent exchange, understanding that the two still harbored some wariness. However, he dismissed it. After all, this was the territory of the Superpower Academy, and Meisha was studying here. He decided to wait patiently, avoiding any potential trouble. With a light chuckle, he descended to the ground to await her arrival. "And you are?" Muyang inquired. "You can call me Sammy," replied Sammy, who was leaning against a large tree. "Sammy, you must have been at the academy for quite some time, right?" "Many years now. I graduated from the Superpower Kindergarten." "Superpower Kindergarten? I've heard of the transforming kindergarten that teaches transformation techniques. Have you learned any?" Muyang's eyes lit up with interest. Sammy glanced at Muyang in surprise, nodding. "The transforming kindergarten is indeed one of the affiliated kindergartens of the Superpower Academy. I have learned transformation techniques, but my skills are lacking. I can only maintain the transformation for 10 minutes. Muyang nodded, considering that was quite impressive. After all, in the original story, Oolong and Poir could only maintain their transformations for 5 minutes and needed to rest for 1 minute before continuing. If Sammy could maintain his transformation for 10 minutes and still claim to be inadequate, he was either being modest or Oolong and Poir were genuinely weak. However, returning to the main topic, the Southern Transforming Kindergarten primarily teaches basic superpower skills, like transformation techniques, which do not enhance the learner's inherent strength, but are excellent for deception. Chapter 29. The Graceful Maiden Meisha. Meanwhile, Muyang and Sammy engaged in casual conversation, gaining a superficial understanding of the Superpower Academy. After about 10 minutes, Sha Yedouin returned from the direction of the academy, accompanied by a slender and delicate figure. With bright eyes and pearly white teeth, she was graceful and charming, her emerald green hair cascading just below her earlobes, none other than the long-lost Meisha. At this moment, Meisha had already blossomed into a 15-year-old, her slender figure having grown taller and more graceful, resembling that of a budding maiden. Upon catching sight of Muyang from afar, a glimmer of joy flickered in her azure eyes, followed by an exuberant cheer. A soft green luminescence enveloped her, and with a hint of emerald whirlwind, she dashed toward him. "Senior brother, what made you think to come see me?" Meisha's melodious voice echoed in his ears. Muyang caught her as she leaped into his arms. The soft sensation and fragrant aroma momentarily stunned him, causing him to wonder if this enchanting girl was indeed the same Meisha who had once trailed behind him, clad in a loose-fitting black robe with long sleeves. The collar standing tall and the hem billowing like a cloak, she would have looked even more striking with a pair of sunglasses. "What a remarkable strength," he mused, gazing at the girl before him. "It's been years since I last saw you. I just wanted to come check on you," he said. "You're lying." "I don't believe you," Meisha retorted playfully, shooting him a glance. "Well, believe it or not," Muyang shrugged. For years, Meisha had not returned home, as it was rumored to be a rule within the Academy of Superpowers, only upon reaching a certain age limit or achieving specific standards could one graduate and leave. This was purportedly to protect novices and to conceal the academy's location. Gently running his fingers through her tousled dark green hair, Muyang turned to Sammy and Shay, saying, I haven't seen Mei Xiao in a long time. I'd like to take her out for a bit. Feel free, Sammy smiled, departing with Shay. My mentor knows you're here, and she's given me the day off, Mei Xiao said excitedly, her small, cool hand, akin to polished jade, clasping Muyang's. It's been ages since I last saw you. Tell me about things in the sect. Of course, Muyang replied with a warm smile, leading her towards his temporary abode. The surface of the pond shimmered with gentle ripples, the sound of flowing water harmonizing with the fragrant blooms and chirping birds, creating a tranquil scene reminiscent of a dream. Sitting together on the grass, Muyang and Mei Xiao shared stories of the intriguing events they had encountered over the years. When he recounted his participation in the World Martial Arts Championship and his triumph, he glanced at Mei Xiao, who wore an expression of astonishment, further swelling his pride. Senior brother, you become so formidable in just over 3 years, Mei Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Muyang replied with a slight smirk. In Mei Xiao's innocent presence, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, the burdens that had weighed heavily on his heart dissipating, leaving him in a state of bliss. In that moment, thoughts of Science and Frieza faded away. I want to participate in the next martial arts tournament and defeat you, Mei Xiao declared earnestly. That's no small feat. Muyang chuckled, pressing his palm against her head. Suddenly recalling something, he produced a lens-like device from his pocket and handed it to her. Mei Xiao, this is for you. It was an energy detector. While he had refrained from mentioning the accelerated space, he had not concealed the discovery of the alien spacecraft. Curious, Mei Xiao examined the device. Is this the energy detector you mentioned? Alien technology? Indeed. There are only 3 of these on Earth, so take good care of it, Muyang said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Mei Xiao beamed, leaning in as if to peck Muyang's cheek. However, hesitating, she instead extended her hand, playfully flicking his face with her fingers. Cough. Cough. What a mischievous spirit. This is not how the story is supposed to unfold. On such a beautiful day, shouldn't there be a peck first? Muyang mused, rubbing the spot where she had flicked him. He didn't have a preference for younger girls. This young lady was no longer a child, merely a little petite. Yet, such youthfulness was inconsequential. In a few years, she would surely grow. He then instructed Mei Xiao on how to use the energy detector, which operated in hexadecimal. She quickly grasped the conversion to decimal. Once she had learned, Mei Xiao eagerly tested it on herself, revealing a reading of 41. 41 combat power. Is that high or low? She inquired, her clear eyes searching Muyang's face. That's quite impressive, he replied with a smile. 41 points represent the energy within you, and this result is certainly commendable. The source of superpowers is energy, albeit a more subdued form that doesn't manifest as explosive force. Depending on the type of superpower, the effects can vary. However, one constant remains: the greater the energy value, the more effective the combat outcome. If you were to use your superpower now, even I would struggle to break free. What is your combat power? 97. Wow, that has quite a difference. Mei Xiao's expression fell, as she had hoped their powers would be closer, but now she realized she didn't even possess half of his strength. Pouting, she playfully tackled Muyang to the grass. Stop it. Your combat power is already impressive. The other disciples from the Dakingshan sect only have around 20 to 30 combat power. Really? I wouldn't deceive you. After a moment of playful banter, their stomachs began to protest. I'm hungry, Mei Xiao said, rubbing her belly. Today, let me treat you to my culinary skills. Sounds great. Mei Xiao cheered, her joy infectious. The two seemed to revert to their carefree childhood selves, enveloped in a warm sense of nostalgia. Muyang gathered firewood and ignited a fire, while Mei Xiao brought in the catch. He took charge of cleaning the game, and soon, a delicious feast of golden brown, sizzling food was prepared, generously seasoned. The siblings indulged in the meal, relishing every bite. However, joyous moments are fleeting, and time slipped away unnoticed until it was time to part. As they prepared to leave, Mei Xiao's eyes shimmered with tears. Senior brother, I have to go back. You must come see me often. I promise I will. If you don't, I'll be upset, she said, scrunching her little nose. Understood, Muyang replied, smiling at her adorable demeanor. With his promise in mind, Mei Xiao reluctantly soared back toward the academy. Watching her diminishing figure, Muyang lingered for a moment, adjusting his mood. Raising his gaze to the pristine sky, Muyang's eyes grew resolute. Then, with a swift leap, he soared into the air, dashing toward the horizon, quickly vanishing into the vast expanse above. Chapter 30. The Kalen Sanctuary. The Kalen Sanctuary of Martial Arts. Said to be the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, it is situated on a vast plain in the northern hemisphere of the Earth. Nestled against a majestic mountain range perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. This mountain range rises dramatically from south to north, effectively blocking the majority of the moisture-laden air from the Western Ocean, thus preventing the nearby Kylan Sanctuary from transforming into an excessively rainy rainforest. The Kylan Sanctuary itself is a vast basin, spanning over 100 kilometers, blanketed in dense forests that appear as a rolling sea of green, swaying gently in the breeze. At the very heart of Kylan Sanctuary stands the Kylan Tower, a structure said to connect to the celestial realm. It is believed that only those who can scale the tower unaided may encounter the immortal residing atop and receive their guidance. Over 2 centuries ago, during a time when martial arts flourished worldwide, countless martial artists sought to challenge the Kylan Tower. However, following a catastrophic disaster that struck the globe 250 years ago, the martial arts sect suffered immense losses and have yet to recover, resulting in a significant decline in challengers to the tower. Yet today, a figure approaches the tower with remarkable speed. A burst of light and shadow flits past several snow-capped peaks, revealing a clear horizon. As Muyang soars above the lush canopy of Kylan Sanctuary, he spots the towering structure piercing the heavens, its slender form rooted in the horizon and shrouded by pristine clouds above. Finally, he has reached Kylan Sanctuary. The slender silhouette must indeed be the Kylan Tower, appearing even more elongated than he had imagined. Descending, he draws closer to the tower. The base of the tower measures over 2 meters in width, deeply embedded in the earth, while the ivory shaft is barely more than a meter thick. Crafted from an unknown material adorned with intricate totemic carvings, floral and avian motifs, human faces, and beastly visages, perhaps a testament to ancient humanity's reverence for nature. Upon landing, Muyang gazes upward, his eyes tracing the unseen pinnacle of the tower. He takes a moment to stretch and prepare himself for the challenge ahead. Indeed, this is the world of Dragon Ball, as long as one adheres to the appropriate training methods. Even an Earthling can wield formidable power, such as the nature of the cosmic laws governing this realm. He is acutely aware that in his previous world, he would never have been able to cultivate the strength he possesses here, likely due to the pervasive energy field known as Chi. Now, he is ready to confront the Kylan Tower. Suddenly, an arrow whizzes toward him, its icy tip glinting ominously. Instinctively, Muyang reaches out and catches the arrow. This is hardly the way to greet a guest, he declares, plunging the arrow into the ground. Stop. What brings you here? A voice calls from behind him. And 6 or 7 Indian warriors, their faces painted with stripes, emerge from the forest, armed with quivers. These warriors resemble the Brahma from the original tale, wielding long spears and arrows, adorned with necklaces of animal teeth, all eyeing Muyang with suspicion. Guardians of Kylan Sanctuary? Muyang raises an eyebrow, instantly recognizing their identity. Strictly speaking, not everyone is qualified to challenge the Kylan Tower, as its towering height presents considerable danger. These guardians reside in the Great Forest, dedicated to its protection, serving as the initial hurdle for those seeking to confront the tower. Stranger, your skills are commendable. State your identity. The foremost warrior, spear in hand, steps forward. I am Muyang, of the Tianqin sect, here to challenge the Kylan Tower, he replies solemnly. The warrior's expression shifts to surprise. You are Muyang, the champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Muyang is taken aback, surprised that the guardians of Kylan Sanctuary are aware of such news. He recalls that this era is far removed from the secluded existence of martial artists in later generations, with frequent exchanges among sections. Indeed, I am Muyang, he affirms with a nod. Upon confirming his identity, the warrior's demeanor shifts to one of warmth. My apologies for the earlier rudeness. I am OS. The guardian of the Kylan Tower, the leader, OS, expresses contrition, gesturing for his companions to lower their weapons. He continues, you mentioned you wish to challenge the Kylan Tower? It has been many years since anyone has come forth to do so. I must be honest, this is no simple task, and one misstep could cost you your life. My kin have attempted but failed. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The guardians are not numerous. Only the most exceptional warriors may dwell near the tower. If even they have failed, one can only imagine the difficulty of the challenge. I appreciate your concern. I am well prepared, Muyang assures him. Seeing his determination, OS nods. Given your long journey, why not take a moment to recuperate and return tomorrow at this time to challenge? No need. I am in excellent condition and intend to challenge now. I appreciate your kindness, Muyang replies with a shake of his head. OS, taken aback, steps aside. If that is your decision, I wish you good fortune. Thank you. With that, Muyang turns toward the Kylan Tower, his leg muscles coiling with power. In an instant, a whirlwind erupts from the ground as he harnesses this explosive force, shooting skyward with lightning speed, his toes lightly pressing against the tower's protruding nodes. Within moments, he becomes a mere black dot, vanishing from their sight. Below, the Indian guardians stand astounded, gazing at the sky where Muyang once was. utterly dumbfounded by his formidable prowess. After a long silence, OS finally closes his mouth, turning to his kin in disbelief. That young man possesses incredible strength. Perhaps he truly can meet the immortal of Kylin. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of champion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Others exclaim in admiration. No, he surpasses all previous champions by far. OS shakes his head, his gaze once again drawn to the Kylin Tower that pierces the clouds. Chapter 31. The pinnacle of Kylin Tower. The clouds stretch across the high sky, the ivory tower bridging the realms of heaven and earth, revealing a gently curved horizon as the altitude increases. Here, the air becomes thin and the temperature begins to drop. Muyang ascends vigorously for several kilometers before embracing a protrusion on the tower's surface to rest. These outward-facing ledges appear every 7 or 8 meters, seemingly designed for challengers to pause, though not every challenger possesses the strength to utilize them. The construction of the Kylin Tower is a marvel. It seems to stretch endlessly upward. Looking up, the tower disappears into the vast sky, and the surrounding area begins to enter the troposphere. Logically, the oxygen here should be sparse, yet Muyang is surprised to find that while the concentration has indeed diminished, it remains sufficient to sustain life. Onward he goes. After resting for about 10 minutes, Muyang gathers his strength and continues his ascent. Throughout the challenge of the Kylin Tower, he refrains from employing the art of flight, as the essence of climbing the tower lies in testing his physical endurance. It is said that atop the Kylin Tower lies a miraculous spring known as the Super Holy Water, which, with just a sip, can greatly enhance one's strength. However, in truth, it is merely ordinary spring water. The true source of strength lies in the arduous journey of challenging the Kylin Tower itself. Even if the Super Holy Water possessed genuine potential-enhancing properties, it would come at the peril of one's life, for it is a highly toxic substance that could easily lead to demise. Naturally, this raises some skepticism in Muyang's mind regarding the Super Holy Water. As in the original tale, Sun Wukong experienced a significant boost in power after consuming it. Whether this was genuinely due to the water or the fact that the near-death experience awakened the Saiyan bloodline within him remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Muyang understands that without the advantage of a bloodline, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Each step must be taken with unwavering determination. Thus, Muyang traversed the Kylin Tower for 3 days, moving intermittently. As his provisions dwindled, he still could not see the pinnacle of the tower, a process that tested his patience. If one were not mentally resilient, they might have long since given up. At the story's outset, Sun Wukong took an entire day and night to ascend the Kylin Tower, and Muyang, lacking the same strength, knew he would require even more time. Though he felt he was nearing the top, grasping a protrusion, he contemplated his next move. He fashioned a temporary harness from his belt for safety during his rest, which he deemed not a violation of any rules. After hastily consuming a bun, he resumed his ascent. Another night passed, and just as Muyang was on the brink of exhausting his supplies and had nearly fallen from the tower several times, he finally discerned a faint, spherical silhouette in the distance. That was the summit of the Kylin Tower. After 4 days, he had finally arrived. At that moment, the dawn cast a golden glow upon the clouds surrounding the tower, creating a sanctified ambience. Muyang felt invigorated and swiftly ascended through one of the 4 entrances at the summit. Finally, he had made it. Exhausted and breathless, Muyang collapsed onto the ground after reaching the top of the Kylin Tower. After a brief respite, the soreness in his thighs began to dissipate, allowing him to survey his surroundings. The area was relatively spacious, adorned with elliptical skylights. Aside from the 4 entry passages connecting to the tower's body, several water jars were neatly arranged, accompanied by a bathtub and a small bed for resting. This was the dwelling of the cat sage. Noting the absence of the cat sage, Muyang surmised it must be on a higher level and proceeded up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd level of the Kylin Tower was significantly more expansive than the first, covering over 100 square meters. In the center stood a stone platform with a water jug, devoid of any superfluous decor. The area was open, supported by only 12 ornate stone columns between the upper and lower levels. Muyang observed a massive crystal ball hovering above the stone platform, measuring over 80 centimeters in diameter and radiating a brilliant, translucent glow, seemingly sustained by an extraordinary force. He had previously been unaware of this crystal ball and had not noted its existence in the original tale. At present, the crystal ball remained still, appearing to stabilize the entire Kylin Tower. Overall, the structure at the pinnacle of the Kylin Tower resembled a flattened sphere, with the lowest level being the smallest at just over 30 square meters. The middle layer, being the most spacious, served as the training ground for martial artists under the cat sage. Above this area, additional structures seemed to be concealed. Impressive. You've indeed made it here. You are quite remarkable. The cat sage, with its white fur and leaning on a staff, appeared before Muyang, having silently approached without detection. When had it arrived? Muyang was taken aback by the cat sage's sudden presence and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was hard to discern the cat sage's true strength at first glance. Given its 800 years of existence, you must be the Kalen sage? Muyang feigned ignorance of the cat sage's identity. The cat sage washed its paw and replied, "Indeed, young one. It has been many years since anyone has ascended here. You seek the super holy water, do you not?" Upon Muyang's nod, the cat sage squinted. "It won't be easy. The super holy water is not freely given." Turning its corpulent body, the cat sage placed the super holy water atop the central stone platform, declaring, "If you wish to drink it, you must seize it from me." It was clear that this was a test of strength, and Muyang had anticipated this, understanding it as the cat sage's method of training martial artists. He respectfully performed a martial salute to create a favorable impression before initiating the contest. "Kalen sage, I am about to begin." The cat sage acknowledged Muyang's respectful demeanor with a nod. As Muyang lunged toward it, the cat sage deftly adjusted its posture, skillfully evading his advance. "Young man, sheer brute force won't suffice. You are a disciple of the Tianqin school. Surely you haven't forgotten the most fundamental principles of your style?" The cat sage shook its head, for it had witnessed the evolution of martial arts from the Kalen Tower over centuries, perceiving any technique as rudimentary. The sage surprisingly acknowledged the Tianqin school, chuckling, "I know quite a bit. The Tianqin school was formidable in its time, though it has regrettably waned." Chapter 32. The cat sage's training. Your name is Muyang, correct? It is evident that you have put considerable effort into your physical foundation. Few martial artists from the lower realms can establish a foundation as solid as yours. While dodging, the cat sage spoke in a calm tone. With years of experience, it could easily discern Muyang's fundamentals, feeling a flicker of admiration, yet also recognizing areas where he fell short. Though your foundation is polished, you have yet to master the control of your own energy. Your energy, uncontrolled, resembles fireflies in the night, betraying your actions and intentions from afar. Perhaps this is a reflection of the overall decline in martial artists from the lower realms, but it is not entirely your fault. The cat sage strolled leisurely, delivering incisive critiques. Muyang halted, gazing intently at the cat sage, humbled by its assessment. True to the cat sage's words, the lower realm was indeed bereft of schools that comprehended energy cultivation, making it implausible to master the art of energy concealment. However, this dilemma was not insurmountable. The seemingly bumbling cat sage was undoubtedly a wise mentor in this regard. Thus, he unabashedly requested, "I implore you, Kalen sage, to impart the methods of energy concealment." There's no rush. Once you learn to harness the energy within you, mastering its concealment will come naturally. The cat sage yawned, circling Muyang before nodding. "To be honest, your Tianqin school's energy techniques possess unique merits, having been passed down from ancient times and differing from contemporary practices. Yet you have yet to fully master them. You must be weary from your arduous climb up the Kalen Tower. Rest well and reflect on your own, starting tomorrow. I shall officially teach you the ways of cultivation." With that, the cat sage waved its hand and, leaning on its staff, descended the stairs. Muyang stood in a daze, watching as the cat sage made its way down. Evidently, through a brief trial earlier, the cat sage had discerned his pulse, and the formal training was set to commence the following day. This revelation filled him with excitement, yet soon after, a wave of fatigue washed over him, compelling him to lie down on the ground and fall into a deep slumber, where he soon began to snore gently. Frankly speaking, he was indeed quite exhausted. The next day, the sky was clear. The cat sage retrieved a bag of dry flour from his supplies and instructed Muyang to consume a small amount with spring water before officially beginning the training. As he chewed on the sticky, tasteless dough, Muyang's face contorted into an expression of distaste. Although the flour could satiate his hunger, it was exceedingly difficult to swallow. He couldn't fathom how Master Rashi had endured 3 years under such harsh conditions. This aspect alone warranted admiration for Master Rashi, having barely filled his stomach. Muyang approached the cat sage when he felt revitalized. The cat sage regarded him and said, "You've finished eating. Now, let us commence your training. Please, enlighten me." Muyang replied earnestly. "Ha. No need to be so formal," chuckled the cat sage, narrowing his eyes as if amused. "Last night, I studied your experiences, and I have decided to divide your training into 3 stages." With that, he raised 3 fingers. "Firstly, we shall address the errors in your techniques. Due to the absence of a skilled mentor previously, you possess numerous unnecessary flaws and superfluous movements. Fortunately, rectifying these is still relatively easy once they become ingrained. Change will be much more challenging." The cat sage spoke with clarity. Muyang listened intently, nodding in agreement. Having read the original work, He understood that excessive movements would certainly be a focal point for the Cat Sage's corrections, and he had anticipated this from the outset. In truth, the path of martial arts is inherently a journey from complexity to simplicity, aimed at reducing unnecessary exertion in battle. This notion had always been clear to Muyang. He simply had not encountered a mentor capable of providing effective guidance until now. Although Isaf was a commendable warrior, his teachings paled in comparison to the true master, the Cat Sage. It could be said that few individuals on Earth possessed wisdom surpassing that of the Cat Sage. Secondly, we will focus on the refinement of your ki manipulation. The Heavenly Heart style ki techniques are quite impressive and intricate, yet you have yet to fully harness their essence. Thus, we shall work on this shortcoming next. Once your ki mastery is perfected, your strength will naturally increase significantly. Lastly, we will address the consolidation of your aura. This is a rather nebulous concept, as the definition of aura consolidation varies from person to person. What you may perceive as consolidated could still be apparent to others. In this regard, I will not impose any strict requirements upon you. No, please, Master Cat. I implore you to train me with the utmost rigor. Muyang earnestly requested. If I cannot even meet your highest standards, how can I ever aspire to stand atop the pinnacle of strength? My combat power has yet to surpass the threshold of 100. Undoubtedly due to some deficiency in my training. This deficiency is not in my movements, but rather in some specific requirement. With my physical development having reached its limits, could it be that mastering the control of my aura will allow me to transcend into an entirely different realm? The Heavenly Heart style's training methodology diverges fundamentally from the Turtle School, and Muyang realized that he could not simply apply the original work's principles. He hoped to gain elevation under the Cat Sage's tutelage. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the Cat Sage's eyes as he stroked his beard and nodded. Very well, as you wish, I shall train you with the strictest standards. However, I must forewarn you that my training is quite challenging. I am fully prepared. Please do not worry, Master Cat. Excellent, the Cat Sage nodded, observing the resolute youth before him. He unexpectedly produced a bell and fastened it to himself. Having completed this, he, like the previous day, lifted the water jug from the stone platform using his staff. Your task now is to snatch the water jug from my staff. You may do so while I am asleep or distracted. Any means are permissible. If you can seize the jug from me, you will have passed this stage. Since this is the first phase, I will wear this bell, which I shall not remove. When you manage to snatch the water jug from me, you may proceed to the second stage. At that point, you will remove the bell and attempt to seize the jug again. After which we will discuss the third stage of training. Perhaps merely completing the first two stages will consume a considerable amount of time. Muyang paused momentarily, realizing this training differed from how the Cat Sage had instructed Sun Wukong. In the original narrative, the Cat Sage did not wear a bell during Sun Wukong's water jug training. Perhaps this was due to Muyang's lack of strength compared to Sun Wukong, prompting the Cat Sage to lower the difficulty of the training. The first phase had not been depicted in the original work. The second phase was indeed the training method for Sun Wukong. Master Cat, let us begin. Understanding the Cat Sage's intentions, Muyang nodded and prepared to seize the water jug. Chapter 33. The Ceiling Ding. 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 In response to Muyang's sudden charge, the Cat Sage squinted and evaded. He did not deliberately conceal his aura, so as he moved, the small bell jingled melodiously. Muyang adjusted his trajectory, following the sound. And many times he was on the verge of grasping the jug, only for the Cat Sage to deftly lift the jug with the staff, sliding it away. The air atop the Kylan Tower was thin, and it wasn't long before Muyang began to pant heavily. The Cat Sage paused, leaning on his staff. The environment here is markedly different from below. The air is only half as dense. If you do not control your movements and reduce unnecessary actions, your body will quickly succumb. I understand, Muyang gasped, shouting as he leaped into the air. The Cat Sage laughed heartily. And each time Muyang nearly touched the jug, the Cat Sage would shift, causing the jug to slip past him once more. Listen closely to the sound of the bell. Do not let my movements distract you. The Cat Sage's voice suddenly rang in Muyang's ears, startling him. Upon closer inspection, a large cat face loomed before him. The Cat Sage grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. Just as Muyang reached out, the cat face transformed into a flurry of afterimages that dissipated. You must reduce your exertion and find the optimal path for your leaps while honing your eyesight. In combat, it is unnecessary to focus on every single movement of your opponent. Learn to identify the critical points. Sometimes, a simple strike can prove decisive, much like this. As soon as the Cat Sage finished speaking, his eyes narrowed into slits. His evasive maneuvers suddenly shifted. He left several afterimages in his wake and directly thrust his staff forward. The staff collided with Muyang's chest, causing him to convulse as an immense force exploded within him, knocking him to the ground, incapacitated. That last attack tested your perception and decisiveness. Merely seeing is insufficient. You must also make a prompt decision. Impressive. Muyang grinned, rising to his feet and rubbing his chest, his eyes brimming with an intense desire for strength. With a hearty laugh, the cat sage encouraged, take a breather for now. When you have clarity, continue your training. He then yawned and reclined on a nearby bench. Drifting into slumber, Muyang observed silently, etching the cat sage's words into his memory. The path of cultivation, when illuminated by the wisdom of the enlightened, allows one to avoid many detours. Although Muyang was already aware of the principles the cat sage spoke of, the essence of practice is the finest teacher. Mere listening without application is but a fade. Combining observation with practice yields unparalleled results. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 days had elapsed. During this time, Muyang absorbed the martial wisdom imparted by the cat sage like a sponge, significantly enhancing his understanding and control of power. Despite his energy levels stagnating below the threshold of 100, he felt immense satisfaction, far surpassing the mere enhancement of combat prowess. By the 10th day, his superfluous movements had diminished considerably, and his vulnerabilities had become increasingly scarce. During their game of retrieving the water jug, he began to exhibit his unique style. The cat sage watched with approval, nodding to himself. Finally, on the 18th day, Muyang successfully snatched the water jug from the cat sage, who took the opportunity to reveal the truth behind the so-called super holy water. It was merely ordinary spring water. The true essence of cultivation lies in the process of seizing the jug. You may give it a try. Your strength has improved significantly, he remarked. The strength the cat sage referred to transcended mere combat power. It encompassed overall capability. For martial artists on Earth, where energy levels are generally low, comprehensive strength is paramount. Relying solely on instruments to gauge combat power does not determine the outcome of a conflict. Combat power signifies striking force, while comprehensive strength evaluates all facets, including combat techniques and strategies, essentially, how effectively one can strike their opponent. Naturally, the two are closely related. High combat power often correlates with substantial overall strength, as combat power serves as the foundation of comprehensive capability. I understand now, Master Kalen, Muyang declared earnestly. Good to hear, the cat sage replied, nodding as he removed the small bell from his person. Now, I shall not go easy on you. Please, Muyang exclaimed, brimming with resolve, then began to adjust his breath. He launched the first attack, his movement swift as a gale, striking like lightning. A flash of white energy darted through the air, appearing before the cat sage, then shifting direction to assault the water jug atop the sage's staff. However, without the bell, the cat sage's movements became even more enigmatic. With a casual chuckle, he feigned an action that deceived Muyang. Thud, thud. The sound echoed, but the figure remained elusive. Muyang had accelerated to his limits. Yet the cat sage seemed even swifter. Two indistinct shadows flickered across the expansive training ground, a fierce wind cascading outward. Muyang's gaze followed the cat sage's movements. But the sage's actions were beguiling, a dance of reality and delusion that left Muyang struggling to keep up. While unnecessary movements could be discarded, the ability to confound an opponent was invaluable. With a graceful leap, the cat sage deftly arced his staff through the air, lifting the water jug to rest securely atop the central stone platform. That concludes today's training. Reflect on today's lessons this evening, he said, waving his hand before retreating to rest. Watching the cat sage descend the stairs, Muyang exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow before collapsing to the ground. After a brief respite, he began to adjust his internal energy and swiftly entered the acceleration space. This time, the acceleration chamber was still a 10-meter radius, but it felt vastly different from before. As Muyang's power approached the pivotal threshold of 100, dense clouds began to accumulate in the pale sky above, swirling ominously like a tangible barrier. Especially after ascending the Kalen Tower, the clouds thickened at an accelerating pace, lowering the ceiling of this space. If this continued, the ceiling would soon press down upon him. Gazing at the dense cloud cover evoked a sense of impending doom, yet within him stirred an impulse to shatter it. It seemed that breaching the ceiling would unveil a path of opportunity. Patience, he thought, with my current progress, it may not be long before this acceleration space transforms. Muyang remained perplexed by the origins of this acceleration space, attributing it cautiously to the remnants of his previous journey. Thus, he approached its management with utmost care. Chapter 34. Breaking the first restriction. Time flowed onward. In the second month since ascending the Kalen Tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space had descended perilously close to the ground, threatening to impair its function. At this juncture, Muyang was prepared to risk everything and unleash his full strength to obliterate it. 2 months of training had fortified his confidence for this endeavor. One starry night, with the moon resplendent, Muyang seized the opportunity while the cat sage slept below to quietly enter the acceleration space. He gazed at the cloud layer, now merely 3 meters above, transformed into a veritable ceiling. After adjusting his breath and finalizing his preparations, he unleashed a powerful energy along with a commanding shout. With a resolute expression, Muyang concentrated the energy within his hands, and a brilliant azure light erupted, illuminating the confined space like a star. The moment of truth had arrived. Heavenly Heart Qigong, he cried, thrusting his fingers forward with great force. A radiant beam of energy shot forth. The azure tendrils crackling as they sliced through the air, piercing the cloud layers to strike at the densest region above. Boom. The azure energy beam collided with the core of the ceiling, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion. Muyang's chi wave now bore greater solidity than months prior. Its penetrating and destructive power exponentially enhanced. The resulting clash was as ferocious as the dawn of creation itself. A swirling vortex of air scattered outward, elevating the center as if a trumpet flower had been inverted. Crack. The sound of shattering glass reverberated. In that instant, the heavens trembled in the oppressive cloud cover. As if unshackled from its restraints, erupted spectacularly. The entire space quaked violently, as if on the verge of fracturing. The explosive force surged forth, expanding the confines of this realm uncontrollably. Exhausted after unleashing the chi wave, Muyang felt a peculiar absence of harm from the terrifying energy. Instead, shards of crystalline fragments rained down from the sky, cascading upon him, all of which he absorbed. As time flows, when all the dust has settled and the earth returns to tranquility, a hazy vision once again brightens. The scene before Muyang stuns him. The sky has risen higher, and the land has expanded. The previous 10-meter radius has now broadened to 1,000 meters, ample enough to accommodate a small peak. Simultaneously, as the accelerated spatial realm continues to expand, Muyang vaguely senses a previously binding shackle has vanished, rendering the path ahead seemingly smooth and distinctly different from before. It feels akin to a prisoner breaking free from a cage, an exhilarating experience that compels him to let out a long howl, his spirit soaring with delight. Utilizing an energy detector, he conducts a scan on himself. Beat, beat, beat. A series of data appears on the screen. 121 combat power. In an instant, his combat power has surged by over 20 points, reaching the level attained by Sun Wukong after participating in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. What a significant breakthrough. This accelerated space is undeniably intertwined with my strength. Could that ceiling blocking the sky be the limitation of my own body? As the ceiling draws closer to the ground, it signifies that the limits are nearing, and to break through it is to shatter those constraints. All these transformations compel Muyang to ponder. Typically, the limit for an ordinary earthling is 100 combat power, and few have succeeded in surpassing this threshold. Yet, this accelerated space, in communion with his consciousness, seems capable of materializing those limits. It manifests the invisible constraints and enables substantial attacks to breach them. How wondrous is this existence? For ordinary individuals, surpassing their limits requires incremental accumulation. Simply put, after reaching 100, they progress to 101, then 102. However, he not only breaks through but also absorbs the energy from this breakthrough, attaining 121 in one breath. Realizing this fills Muyang with elation. If the reality aligns with his imagination, he is indeed at a significant advantage. This implies he need not worry about the inherent disparity between Earthlings and extraterrestrials any longer. The Scions and aliens are formidable due to their innate potential. Earthlings may be weak, yet with sufficient effort, transcending multiple limits is not impossible. Compared to this realization, the time acceleration feature of the accelerated space pales in insignificance. This is the true golden finger. Of course, this remains merely Muyang's speculation. The exact circumstances are known to no one. Moreover, even if Muyang's conjecture is correct, and the accelerated space can indeed materialize the body's limits, the success of breaking through those limits remains uncertain. After all, for Earthlings, the limit of 100 combat power is not insurmountable, but the subsequent thresholds of 1010. 000 combat power. Can these truly be transcended infinitely? Ultimately, it may hinge on racial talent. But for now, this notion provides Muyang with some hope. Upon exiting the accelerated space, Muyang's thoughts remain turbulent. After his testing, he discovers that the time-flow ratio between the accelerated space and the outside world has shifted from 2:1 to 4:1 after breaking the first limit. In other words, time within the accelerated space now flows at 4 times the speed of the outside world. Additionally, the accelerated space has gained a storage function, allowing him to simply place items within it effortlessly. Even without a universal capsule, he need not worry about fitting anything inside, and thanks to the energy permeating the space, he is unconcerned about spoilage. truly an essential tool for home and travel. This has been his greatest achievement in recent times. Muyang is so elated that he finds himself laughing in his sleep. The next day, when the cat immortal encounters Muyang once more, he distinctly perceives the changes in him. After just one night apart, Muyang's entire demeanor seems transformed. Such a significant change in just one night, the cat immortal muses. Perplexed, Muyang, feeling invigorated, responds with a warm smile. I came to some realizations last night, and I feel entirely different. Ah. You have gained insight and broken the shackles of martial arts, the cat immortal nods. The profundity of enlightenment may seem esoteric, yet in the past 8 centuries, the cat immortal has witnessed it before. Enlightenment relies on opportunity, and he feels joy for Muyang's progress. Muyang nods. His method of breaking limitations in the accelerated space indeed parallels the cat immortal's notion of enlightenment. The cat immortal continues, now that your strength has significantly increased, your training will require some adjustments. Today, spend time familiarizing yourself with your newfound power. Once you can wield it with ease, I shall provide further guidance. Muyang acknowledges. Thank you, cat immortal. Chapter 35. April as Muyang embarks on his training atop the Kaling Tower, on an island to the east of Earth. The tranquility is shattered by the sounds of gunfire. Several speedboats patrol the waters surrounding the island, manned by a fully armed crew clad in drab gray uniforms, resembling both soldiers and brigands. Boss Lusha, the deployed team has returned. They have yet to locate Clarion, a soldier reports, removing his earpiece. The commander inhales a puff of smoke, exhaling a cloud of acrid white smoke, glaring ferociously at the soldier as he scathingly retorts. Can't you send more personnel if you can't find him? The commander has issued a strict order. Clarion must be found, and even if he is dead, the items on him must be retrieved. The soldier shivers in response, hastily replying, Yes, I will immediately send more personnel to the island. Get moving. Commander Lusha waves his hand impatiently, returning to his clouds of smoke. The commander muses about how a mere researcher warrants such a grand search. Forget it. I'm merely fulfilling my duty, not concerning myself with the affairs of the higher-ups. He extinguishes his cigar and reports the situation to headquarters, only to receive an order to spare no expense in the search. These bureaucrats only know how to issue commands. It's us subordinates who do the work. After hanging up, Lusha spits disdainfully. The thought of a frontline commander of the Serpent Handler Corps being tasked with such a trivial mission fills him with displeasure. Meanwhile, on the island, a golden-haired man crouches, cradling a child in his arms, hiding in a thicket. If Muyang were present, he would recognize this man as one half of a couple he encountered on the train to Maple Leaf Island months ago. The child in his arms is a little girl named April. At this moment, a wound has opened in Clarion's chest, the crimson blood soaking through his shirt. Coughing, Clarion bends over, the slight movement aggravating his lung injury, causing him evident pain. Daddy, are you okay? April, teary-eyed, whimpers softly, missing her mother and sister. Don't cry, April. Mommy and Cypriel will be fine. Clarion wipes April's tears, sadness flickering in his gaze. April lifted her head, but our cruise ship has already sunk. Mom and my sister never came back. Clarion's expression stiffened for a moment. He wanted to say something but ultimately swallowed the words, unable to voice them. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the thicket. Clarion quickly covered April's mouth, and once the intruders had passed, he resolutely tucked a thick stack of blueprints and 3 pitch-black stones into the small backpack behind April. April, keep these safe. They're your father's research materials. A flash of sorrow and anger crossed Clarion's eyes. If it weren't for these materials, perhaps their family would not have faced such disaster. Dad. April sensed something was amiss and called out anxiously. Clarion, a researcher at a comprehensive research institute, specialized in robotics. Yet he was uncertain about the nature of the 3 dark stones, having extracted them from a meteorite from outer space. He never anticipated that his research would attract the covetous gaze of high-ranking officials from the Serpent Legion. Their cruise ship was attacked during its voyage, and his wife and young daughter had fallen into the sea, never to resurface. Their fate was likely grim. He placed his hand on April's head and said, Listen to me, there is a small cave over there. You must hide inside and do not come out unless I call for you. Okay, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Here, take this. It's your favorite candy. Eat one if you feel sad, but save some. Clarion watched his daughter as he struggled to unwrap a piece of candy and place it in her mouth, then stuffed the jar of her snacks into her small backpack. After doing all this, Clarion, with a weakened body, gradually walked away. Remember, do not leave that cave for the next couple of days. Okay, April replied, her voice choked with sobs. Clarion took one last deep look at his daughter before turning to leave the thicket. He had to draw the enemies away for April to have a chance of survival. After Clarion departed, the sound of gunfire echoed through the woods, and the sky gradually darkened, a thin mist rising in the forest. April hid in the cave waiting for her father to return. But after 2 or 3 days of waiting in vain and enduring unbearable hunger, she could no longer resist. Sorrowfully, she ate a piece of candy, carefully sealed the jar, and placed it back in her backpack. April stepped out of the cave, her frail body shivering against the biting cold wind, which howled with a mournful sadness. Sweeping further into the distance, she curled up and staggered towards the homes on the island. Chapter 36. The Sacred Beans at the Korin Tower. Ever since breaking through the first restriction, Muyang seemed transformed, shedding the shackles that had once bound him. His cultivation speed soared as if he were aboard a plane, experiencing rapid changes daily. By the 3rd month, Muyang had snatched the water bottle from the cat sage. "Oh my, when did you become so formidable?" The cat sage looked at him in astonishment after losing the water bottle, amazed by the boy's growth. It took the previous turtle sage 3 years to achieve the same feat. "Oh no, Master Korin, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance." "Don't try to butter me up," the cat sage replied, wobbling his plump body. "I've taught you all the basics I can. As for the next stage, consolidation and perception of energy, that is far more profound. At your current level, you can only learn to consolidate energy. Perception is beyond a martial artist stage." Muyang listened intently. Consolidating energy was much easier than perception, requiring only an understanding of a tranquil mind. Whereas perception involved controlling energy fluctuations to a meticulous degree. That belongs to the realm of divine practitioners. The cat sage could only teach the consolidation of energy. To learn how to perceive opponent's energy, one must either comprehend it independently or gain the cat sage's approval to obtain a token to train in the divine realm. Thus, Muyang diligently continued learning the mastery of energy from the cat sage. Time slipped away like fine sand, unwittingly passing. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had gone by, and under the cat sage's guidance, Muyang was growing rapidly. While assimilating the essence of the cat sage's martial arts, he gradually grasped the essence of energy, achieving a state of inner restraint, no longer radiating as much brilliance as before. "Alas, I have nothing more to teach you." The cat sage looked at Muyang as if he were a monster. This boy was simply extraordinary. In just over 3 months, he had left his master with nothing left to impart, a talent truly rare among earthlings. However, the cat sage was unaware that all of this was due to Muyang possessing a cheat called the acceleration space. Accepting the cat sage's praise, Muyang replied with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance during this time." "Indeed." The cat sage nodded, stroking his beard. "It's no trouble at all. The purpose of Korin Tower is to nurture excellent martial artists. Unfortunately, the current year is worse than the last. No one has been able to ascend. By the way, Master Korin, I noticed you've been eating a kind of dry bean lately. Does that really fill your stomach?" The cat sage glanced at Muyang. "Oh, that's the sacred bean. Eating one allows you to go 10 days without food." Muyang's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of the sacred bean, which was precious in the later stages of Dragon Ball. However, for now, it merely served to stave off hunger. "Master Korin, if such a wonderful thing exists, why do you still make me eat flour every day? That seems a bit excessive." "Cough, that is part of your training. A martial artist must endure hardship. Eating flour is a tradition passed down from ancient times." A wave of disdainful looks met him, and even the cat sage felt embarrassed to continue. "Unfortunately, the yield of sacred beans is low. I produce only about 60 a year, and I need to consume around 40, so the supply is truly limited. How about this, Master Korin? Let us make a deal. I can go down and bring up a batch of seafood. I'm sure with your abilities, you can keep it fresh. I'll trade you these seafoods for sacred beans. What do you think?" Muyang narrowed his eyes, calculating. Korin Tower can store flour, so it makes sense it can store other things too. Since the sacred beans are only for filling hunger, what difference does it make? Besides, sacred beans lack flavor. How could they possibly compare to the richness of seafood? If a little fire were lit, the aroma would be enticing. Seafood, indeed. Upon hearing Muyang's proposal to trade seafood for sacred beans, the cat sage's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. However, in an attempt to maintain his composure, he feigned calmness and said, "That is a fine idea. I don't often leave Korin Tower, and if you are willing to assist me, it is certainly worth considering." Success. Muyang silently cheered, as if he could already see a bounty of sacred beans waving at him. "Master Korin, how many sacred beans do you intend to trade?" he asked cautiously. "The more, the better. I only need to keep a few for myself, so I'll trade away the rest." "Wait a moment. I'll see how many sacred beans I have left." As the cat sage approached the lower level of Kailinta, he began rummaging through the boxes and, after a thorough search, unearthed a large brown ceramic jar, adorned with the words Xiendo in crimson. Upon opening it, he discovered a plethora of vibrant green, dried beans, estimating their quantity to be around 15 to 16,000. The sheer abundance astonished him. At that moment, Muyang couldn't help but harbor a deep resentment towards the corpulent Aki Luobe, wondering how many precious Xian Do had been squandered, leaving the later generations, including Sun Wukong, to share just one bean among several. This is all I have, saved over the course of 8 centuries. The yield of Xian Do has dwindled significantly, so I must reserve a few thousand as a precaution, and the rest can be exchanged for aquatic products. The cat sage paused, his ears twitching. Of course. The Xian Do is satiating, and your aquatic products will suffice. Muyang nodded without hesitation. Well then, that poses no issue. The cat sage smiled approvingly, noting that a single Xian Do could sustain a person for 10 days. If the exchanged aquatic products couldn't last as long, the deal would be inequitable. As he retrieved an empty jar, the cat sage began to fill it with the Xian Do, explaining, in truth, these beans surpass earthly food in quality, being particularly suited for martial practitioners post-cultivation. They also serve a purpose in combat. Do you know why? He continued, because they yield swift results. They can rapidly replenish physical strength. Muyang responded earnestly. The mere satiation function of the Xian Do was a remarkable asset, let alone its healing properties. Perhaps the cat sage, having never been injured, was unaware of this. Indeed, the cat sage glanced back at him, recognizing Muyang's keen insight into the crux of the matter, nodding in approval and sighing. However, aquatic products lack such beneficial properties. Muyang felt a surge of urgency. The sage makes a valid point. Upon reflection, it seems to be so, but I can supply a greater quantity of aquatic products, ensuring your satisfaction. Moreover, we possess a special stove capable of roasting a variety of delectable foods. I shall bring one when I descend. It is rare to encounter such thoughtfulness. Do bring one for me. The cat sage squinted and smiled, as he watched the cat sage continue to fill the jar with Xian Do. Muyang wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking that the cat sage was indeed shrewd in negotiations. However, he was relieved that in commerce, success often hinged upon adequate payment. Once the money was in place, transactions would naturally follow. Chapter 37. The 3 basins over 10,000 Xian Do. As Muyang observed the cat sage filling another jar with thousands of beans, his lips felt parched, and his eyes sparkled with fervor at that moment. He resembled a destitute man who had stumbled upon a room filled with gold, his gaze ablaze with fervent desire. Muyang swallowed hard, trembling as he accepted the jar brimming with Xian Do from the cat sage. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Xian Do had not revealed much value, merely serving as sustenance. Yet in later stages, they became invaluable treasures, capable of swiftly restoring vitality and instantly healing various injuries. At this juncture, Xian Do had not yet been squandered by Aki Luobe, and the majority had been acquired by Muyang. Let me taste one first, he thought, retrieving a shriveled bean from the jar and tossing it into his mouth. As he crushed it, a crisp sound echoed, while it was indeed dry and tasteless. An intense surge of energy suddenly filled his mouth, swiftly coursing through his body. Under this warm flow, Muyang's spirit rejuvenated to its peak. What a treasure! These are life-saving gems, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration, carefully placing the jar down and sealing it. He treated it as if it were a sacred gift from the divine, acutely aware that each of the over 10,000 beans needed to be meticulously accounted for, to be utilized wisely. Alas, the thousands of beans with the cat sage are wasted. They will inevitably be squandered by Aki Luobe. Muyang felt a sense of entitlement, and even considered acquiring the few thousand beans the cat sage had reserved, but ultimately relinquished the thought. Never mind. Obtaining the majority is already a significant achievement. Perfection is unattainable. With this thought, Muyang felt a measure of relief. At that moment, he noticed 3 large water basins nearby, distinct from the others in the corner. Kylan sage, why are those basins so separated? He vaguely conjectured their purpose, having heard tales that the 3 basins could reflect the past, present, and future. Oh, those are tools I utilize to observe the lower realm. The energies of these 3 basins are connected to the crystal ball above, a divine relic passed down from ancient times. The cat sage wobbled his rotund figure and lifted the lid from one of the basins, revealing a pool of crystal-clear spring water. Muyang approached with interest, gazing into the serene waters. Unbeknownst to him, the waters within the 3 basins were intertwined, bearing a name he was all too familiar with, super divine water. This water could unleash latent potential within the human body, yet it was also a lethal poison, without sufficient potential to be awakened. The super divine water would drain the life force of the consumer, leading to their demise. Legend spoke of 14 powerful individuals from Earth who had imbibed it, none of whom had survived. Thus, Muyang kept a respectful distance from the super divine water, convinced it was a gift he did not deserve. As Muyang observed the basin, ripples suddenly disturbed the surface, and a series of strange images materialized before his eyes. It was a sunny day. The scene depicted a girl with emerald green hair and a boy with black hair, both diligently practicing their moves, beads of sweat glistening on their faces. Muyang recognized this as a memory from his childhood with Meishia, indicating that this basin represented the past. He then lifted the lid of the middle basin, revealing another scene. In the vast mountains, his mentor Alice was seen cooking in the kitchen, while in the living room, Isaf was reading a newspaper, signifying the present. Upon lifting the lid of the final basin, a different scene emerged. It was a bustling arena filled with spectators, teeming with excitement. On stage, a man and a woman were engaged in a contest. Muyang recognized himself, standing tall and dignified, exuding elegance, his appearance noticeably matured compared to the present. Though it seemed only a few years had passed, opposite him stood a woman with waist-length black hair, her figure balanced and her features somewhat indistinct, likely in her 20s. Radiating a unique aura. What particularly caught Muyang's attention were the woman's exceptionally clear eyes, reminiscent of spring water. The two were locked in a fierce competition, with the black-haired woman aggressively attacking the future version of Muyang. This appeared to be a glimpse of the future, suggesting that he was engaged in a contest with someone. Suddenly, the scene shifted, the previous segment fading away, replaced by a vast starry sky. Again, it was a combat scenario, but the combatant was an 11 or 12-year-old girl, also with black hair, facing off against Muyang. The girl wore an innocent expression, her gaze brimming with haughty confidence as she called out, her golden eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yet, her opponent was formidable, never gaining the upper hand. Furrowing his brow, Muyang scrutinized the future scene, perplexed by the disjointed nature of this glimpse. He was astonished to find that he could not even discern how the two opponents executed their moves. From this scene, Muyang felt a sense of confidence about his future. He inquired, Master Kylan, what does this vision of the future truly signify? The cat sage licked his palm and replied, it holds no significance, for the future is uncertain. This basin merely presents one possibility. Each individual perceives a different image, so there is no need to dwell on it. Unable to fathom further, Muyang chose not to trouble himself with unnecessary thoughts. Yet he generally perceived aspects that were advantageous to him. Chapter 38, The Robbery. Hey, Muyang, you've already taken the divine beans. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the seafood? The cat sage, preoccupied with their transaction, urged him as he seemed to have moved past the visions seen within the three basins. Muyang smiled gently. It appeared that the cat sage had spent too long in Kylan Tower and was quite concerned about the seafood. Rest assured, Master Kylan, I always keep my word. I will bring the seafood to you shortly. Yes, just make it quick, the cat sage replied, stroking his beard, his anxiety dissipating. After spending some time in Kylan Tower, Muyang waved goodbye to the cat sage, saying, I shall take my leave now. Await my good news. With that, he leaped from Kylan Tower. As the brisk wind enveloped him, Muyang felt akin to a soaring swallow, cleaving through the storm as he descended. Leaving Kylan Tower was far easier than ascending it. The fierce winds caressed his face, and Muyang squinted as his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through layers of clouds, and the horizon gradually transformed from a curve to a flat expanse. Suddenly, a dark shadow cut through the atmosphere, leaving a long trail behind. Muyang approached the ground, taking less than 10 minutes to clearly see the dense forest below, observing the vibrant scenery in the distance. A surge of adventurous spirit filled his heart. Climbing Kylan Tower had taken him 4 days, yet descending now took only a few minutes. He could already see the vast forest. As he prepared to land, he executed a maneuver to halt his descent, using the dance of the skies to slow down, and then made a sharp 90-degree turn, swiftly flying horizontally away from the sacred Kylan ground. Like all sacred sites, Kylan held an enigmatic quality, seemingly governed by a mysterious force that compelled those wishing to ascend Kylan Tower to start from the bottom. Otherwise, even the most advanced technology would prove ineffective. The same applied to descending. Hey, did you just see a shadow fly by? Was it a person? At the edge of the sacred site, the guardians of Kylan Tower, Native Americans, noticed Muyang's departing figure. One of them questioned with curiosity, your eyes must be deceiving you. How could a person move so swiftly? Scoffed a nearby companion. Perhaps I was mistaken, the first replied, slightly astonished before breaking into laughter. Hey, you two over there, focus on honing your hunting skills. If you wish to become guardians of the sacred site, then take your duties seriously, admonished an elder among the Native Americans, observing the two youths whispering while hunting. Guardians like them were scattered throughout the sacred site, living in tribal formations. Only the strongest within the tribe, after rigorous selection, could approach Kylan Tower to serve as guardians. Unbeknownst to Muyang, his passage through the sacred site had caught the attention of the Native American tribe. Now, having flown beyond the sacred territory, he contemplated how to procure seafood for the cat sage. This posed no significant challenge. Muyang could purchase it at the harbor, where an abundance of diverse fish awaited, promising to satisfy the cat sage. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he currently had little money, and fishmongers would not sell to him without payment. Surely, I cannot resort to theft. Muyang recalled a legendary underwater treasury mentioned in the original tale, rumored to contain vast wealth. He remembered that during an encounter with the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong had inadvertently stumbled upon this treasure while being pursued by General Blue. Alas, Muyang was unaware of the exact location of the treasure, and the events of that tale were still decades away, making its existence uncertain. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind, recalling the characters Lan Chi and Lu Ping, who had once thrived through thievery. Perhaps I too could resort to such measures. Though the order on Earth remained stable, numerous remote corners still housed gangs engaged in illicit activities. Robbing them would not faze Muyang. He would view it as a Robin Hood endeavor, addressing his immediate needs. Naturally, the presence of robbers was typically found in either secluded mountainous regions or along essential trade routes, particularly in primitive, desolate areas beyond the reach of law enforcement. Clearly, the latter was more likely to yield substantial targets. With this thought, Muyang devised a plan and began searching for areas known for bandit activity. After flying for over an hour, he arrived at a desolate stretch of land, connecting two cities, a vital route for merchants, surrounded by wilderness, making it an ideal location for robbery. Soaring through the sky, he scoured the area for signs of bandits and soon spotted an old motorcycle speeding through the wasteland. The rider donned a red scarf and a dark neck wrap, adorned in a patterned coat, with a large knife strapped at his waist, as if to ensure everyone knew he was a bandit. Following closely, Muyang soon discovered a cave at the base of a rocky outcrop piled with yellow earth, where a gang of robbers had gathered. "You are the ones I seek." Excited at having located his target, Muyang boldly approached the group of bandits. "Hand over all your valuables." His sudden command startled the bandits, who were gathered inside drinking. However, upon seeing a young boy enter, their astonishment quickly morphed into mockery. "Haha. We usually rob others, but today it seems we have an unexpected visitor. Who is this little brat, thinking he can rob us without knowing where he is?" The bandit leader, with a fierce expression, smashed the ceramic bowl in his hand and brandished a gleaming knife, with a foot planted on a half-exposed skull in the sand. He sneered, "Boys, show this kid what we're capable of. When it comes to killing and looting, we are the professionals." "Hiki, the boss speaks wisely. What a clueless fool." The other bandits, seeing their leader's bravado, displayed cruel smiles and drew their knives in unison. The entire bandit group, numbering over 20, lived a life steeped in bloodshed. To them, mercy was a foreign concept. Murder and theft were merely routine, the most lucrative of trades. Countless innocents had perished beneath their blades over the years. And even if this boy were to join their ranks, it would hardly make a difference. As Muyang surveyed his surroundings, he noticed numerous scattered bones within the cave. Observing the advancing bandits, a hint of coldness crept across his lips. They were a band of desperate outlaws. No wonder they were so brazen. However, they seemed oblivious to the fact that today it was they who were being robbed. Since he refused to cooperate, do not blame me for what comes next. Remember not to commit such heinous acts in your next life. Haha, this kid thinks he's funny. The bandits exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Yet soon, their laughter would cease. With a low grunt, Muyang exerted a modicum of strength, and in an instant, a tremendous force surged from beneath his feet. Countless afterimages flickered within the cavern, as if he had transformed into a harbinger of death, unleashing a frenzied onslaught. The bandits, caught unawares by Muyang's ferocity, barely had time to react before he returned to his original position, as if the preceding chaos had never transpired. The clattering of metal echoed as the bodies of the bandits fell, their eyes wide with disbelief, bloodshot and filled with horror. "Your deaths are inconsequential," Muyang declared coldly, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the scene ahead. Chapter 39. The Serpent-Bearer Legion. "Please, spare me. I shall never offend you again. Have mercy." The bandit leader's mental fortitude crumbled upon witnessing the demise of his subordinates, and he fell to his knees, incessantly bowing his head in supplication. Muyang regarded him with frigid detachment, asking flatly, "If I spare you, will you not continue your wicked ways? Individuals like you deserve to descend into the depths of hell, even in the afterlife. No, I will give you all my treasures. Everything. Please, have mercy." The bandit leader, trembling with terror, staggered backward. Yet, Muyang was not one to show mercy easily. A fleeting shadow passed, and the bandit leader let out a final anguished cry as his life was extinguished. Observing the corpses of the bandits, Muyang's expression remained impassive. "Eliminating you serves to protect the innocent. As for wealth, this cavern is not vast. Do you think I cannot procure it myself?" Casting a cursory glance at the lifeless bodies, Muyang shifted his focus and began to rummage through the cave. Eventually, he discovered a grand chest nestled in the farthest corner. He pried open the chains securing the chest to reveal a dazzling array of gold, gems, and jewelry. The wealth, amassed from their merciless plundering and disregard for life, filled the chest to the brim. One glance at these treasures revealed the extent of their murderous deeds. With a silent sigh, Muyang stowed the entire chest into his acceleration space. Since Muyang had transcended the first tier of limitation, this space could now serve as a repository for his belongings. However, each activation required a period of preparation, rendering it primarily an auxiliary tool that did not offer immediate advantages in combat. Surveying the now empty treasure chamber, Muyang nodded in acknowledgement. The years of labor and even lives sacrificed by these bandits ultimately benefited him. Exiting the cave, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, accompanied by a thunderous crash as the cavern collapsed. Having completed his task, he did not look back but soared toward the nearby city, intending first to convert a portion of his gold into currency before procuring supplies. Meanwhile, in the eastern mountains of Earth, the headquarters of the Serpent-Bearer Legion loomed. Majestic structures resembled fortresses, with ornate independent towers adorned with gleaming azure tiles that sparkled brilliantly under the sun. Guards were stationed at every few paces, each soldier clad in a uniform, patrolling the corners of the towers. A helicopter descended gracefully onto the helipad. General Lusha and his entourage disembarked and followed the guide into the castle. Inside an opulently decorated hall, General Lusha encountered their commander, a towering orc with azure fur, sharp fangs, and a ferocious demeanor, known as Commander Huai-En of the Serpent-Bearer Legion. At that moment, Commander Huai-En gnawed on a piece of meat before downing a bottle of wine. Commander Huai-En, General Lusha greeted respectfully. Commander Huai-En cast a dismissive glance at General Lusha. How goes the task I assigned you? What of the blueprints? Beads of sweat trickled down General Lusha's face. Commander, the blueprints were not found. Not found. Then why have you returned? Hurry and search again. Commander Huai-En's icy stare pierced through General Lusha, instilling a sense of dread akin to facing death itself. With a grim expression, Commander Huai-En inquired, "What of Clarence? Where is he now?" "He is dead," General Lusha replied bitterly. With a crashing sound, Commander Huai-En violently smashed the wine bottle, splattering crimson liquid across the floor. "What kind of incompetence is this? I instructed you to obtain the blueprints at any cost, and you return with such a result? Do you comprehend the significance of those blueprints? They are designs for robots. With them, our Serpent-Bearer Legion could produce an unending supply of robots, forming a formidable army. At that point, not only the United Kingdom but the entire world would have to heed our command." Clarence was exceedingly cunning. "When my men pursued him, he was accidentally shot by a soldier," General Lusha explained cautiously. "Dispose of that soldier." "What a fool." A glint of malice flashed in Commander Huai-En's eyes, causing General Lusha to break into a cold sweat. When Clarence fled, he was accompanied by a girl. Perhaps the blueprints are with her. Then what are we waiting for? Go find her immediately. Lusha, I grant you one more chance to retrieve those blueprints. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes. General Lusha shivered, hastily responding, and respectfully exited the hall. Once outside, he felt a chill creeping up his spine, his clothes soaked with sweat. "What shall we do now, sir?" a pale-faced subordinate asked. Each encounter with Commander Huai-En leaving them with a sense of impending doom. "What else can we do? We must mobilize all our forces and recover the blueprints." General Lusha spat, his voice laced with venom. "And that inept soldier, who allowed him to fire? Are we really going to kill him?" The subordinate gulped. "If we don't, we will both face execution." General Lusha snapped. This was his final opportunity. Within the Serpent-Bearer Legion, there was no room for sentiment, and he was certain the commander would not spare him if the blueprints remained unrecovered. Chapter 40. The wandering little girl. The sea breeze danced around, and the stunning coastal scenery unfolded before one's eyes. As seagulls soared gracefully above the water, a new day dawned on a distant island. In the early morning, mist swirled. The island's farmers arose at dawn, wielding hoes and herding cattle as they busied themselves in the fields. Despite the world having entered a technological era, many places remained untouched by progress, still ensnared in a primitive agrarian age, reliant on sheer physical labor. By a babbling brook, a frail figure crouched with a backpack, carefully washing her little candy jar in the water. April had been wandering on this island for over a month, and her once tidy clothes were now tattered and stained from her prolonged hardships. A rumble from her stomach indicated her profound hunger. Rubbing her belly, April pouted, feeling a sense of injustice. Being so young and fragile, she lacked the means to procure food and had to rely on the kindness of the island's residents. Clutching her empty candy jar tightly, the last piece of candy had been consumed days ago. "Daddy, Mommy," she called out hopelessly, tears welling in her eyes. Gently, she opened her backpack and placed the jar inside, noticing the wisps of smoke rising in the distance. With a determined pout, she dashed toward the village. Knock, knock, knock. A humble farmhouse was stirred by the sound of a knock. The elderly woman opened the door to find a timid little girl standing before her. Grandma, I am so hungry. Could you spare me a morsel to eat? April, her face flushed with embarrassment, fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance, akin to one who had suffered a great misfortune, the old woman felt a surge of compassion and invited April inside, serving her a modest platter of food. Though the rural fare was coarse and paled in comparison to the delicacies of the city, April, starved and ravenous, devoured it eagerly, pounding her chest whenever she choked. What a pitiful child. How could you be alone? Where are your parents? The woman inquired, her heart aching at the sight of April's sorrowful visage. There are many bad people chasing them, and they have vanished, April replied between bites, her words punctuated by tears. The old woman sighed deeply, discerning from the girl's words that her parents were likely gone forever. Such was the state of the world, despite the United Kingdom having been established for over a century. Many areas still harbored rebellious factions. Dear, do you have any candy? I long for something sweet, April asked, her head bowed, her cheeks tinged with a deep crimson. The thought of candy evoked warm memories of family gatherings, where she had savored sweets, and she recalled dreaming of her parents after indulging in them just days before. The old woman paused, then replied, We are in the countryside, where candy is scarce. However, we do have honey. Would you care to try some? Thank you, April said graciously. The old woman smiled, understanding the girl's longing, and brought forth a jar of wild honey, rich in nutrients. Here, give it a taste. Oh, how sweet, April exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she tasted a drop. If you like it, you may take this jar home with you. Really? April's heart soared with joy as she carefully poured the honey into a small jar she retrieved from her backpack, sealing it tightly. Thank you, Grandma. She expressed her gratitude politely. The old woman, observing the girl's obedient demeanor, felt a yearning to adopt her, yet April shook her head, unwilling to remain on this small island. What a delightful little creature, the old woman mused as she watched April bow and depart. Meanwhile, having filled her belly, the naive April wandered toward the port, captivated by the shouts echoing from the harbor. She shyly slipped aboard a merchant ship. In another realm, Muyang, after seizing the treasure from a band of robbers, flew to a nearby city and casually located an exchange office where he converted part of the riches into universal currency. Sir, you have brought in 2 tons of gold and 120 pieces of jewelry, which amounts to 1 billion earth coins. Would you prefer cash or a savings card? The office manager, wiping his brow, trembled as he announced the sum. Muyang smiled, surprised that his modest offering of gold and jewels could yield such a fortune, revealing the extent of the robber's plunder. Please convert 2 million earth coins for me. The rest can be deposited into my card. Of course, I will arrange that immediately, the manager replied, eager to serve such a valued client. Muyang received the savings card and a tin box filled with cash, waving his hand in dismissal. The earth coin was issued by the United Kingdom and was globally accepted, its purchasing power similar to that of the Chinese yuan in his previous life. With this newfound wealth, he could rest easy without financial concerns. Indeed, the most profitable ventures often reside within the boundaries of the law. After leaving the exchange, Muyang contemplated his next move and headed to the seafood market, intending to procure several hundred tons of fish to appease the cat immortal. Having taken over 10,000 magical beans from her, generously tossing a wad of cash, the fishmongers eagerly gathered 180 tons of seafood, nearly depleting the market's fresh stock, packing it into large baskets, and transporting it to a secluded alley. There, Muyang activated his acceleration space, storing all the fish within. This time, the cat immortal would surely be pleased. After all, he had exchanged these fish for over 10,000 magical beans, a remarkable profit. This was the advantage of information asymmetry. Had it been during the story's later stages, Sun Wukong and his companions would surely recognize the value of the magical beans, making it impossible to acquire even one, no matter the price offered. In high spirits, humming a tune, Muyang then purchased a stove and some fuel from the market before soaring into the sky, swiftly making his way toward the Kaling Tower. Chapter 41. A gift for the cat immortal compared to outdated modes of transport. The art of flight undoubtedly possesses environmental and speed advantages. From a practical standpoint, it ranks alongside techniques such as the Turtle School's Kamehameha and the Dodon Wave in importance. As the scenery rushed past, Muyang maintained his high-speed flight, soon spotting the slender silhouette of Kaling Tower. As he approached, he began to descend, landing at its base. He needed to retrieve the fish first. It would be difficult to explain to the cat immortal if he arrived empty-handed. With this thought in mind, he deftly opened the acceleration space, revealing a perfectly arranged 180 baskets of fish, the distinct scent of seafood wafting through the air. Noticing a gathering of people around him, he turned to see the guardians of Kaling Tower, led by OS. Ah, you are the boy who previously challenged the Kaling Tower. Muyang from the Heavenly Heart Flow, OS remarked, his eyes filled with curiosity, especially as he took in the fragrant fish beside Muyang. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't he supposed to be challenging the tower? Muyang nodded in greeting. Long time no see. These fish are gifts for the cat immortal. Since you are here, could you kindly watch over them while I step away for a moment? Gifts for the cat immortal? OS hesitated, then stammered. Have you truly met the cat immortal? Indeed. I climbed to the tower's summit and was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the cat immortal. Muyang affirmed with a smile. Congratulations. You have climbed Kaling Tower, a feat no one has accomplished in a century. OS exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of profound respect, now seeing Muyang as a legendary martial artist. As OS conversed with Muyang, the guardians behind him exchanged astonished glances and murmured among themselves. Is it true? He succeeded? This boy is quite remarkable. I wonder what the cat immortal looks like. Too bad we lack the privilege to meet her. These guardians, having grown up hearing tales of the cat immortal, had always been unable to fulfill their wish to see her due to their own limitations. Now, upon hearing that this boy had climbed Kaling Tower and encountered the cat immortal, they all displayed expressions of envy and admiration. Muyang secretly chuckled, knowing full well that revealing the cat immortal's true form as a large white cat would surely diminish the mystique. Within every heart lies a dream, a cherished hope nestled in the softest corners of one's being, whether it pertains to people, objects, or certain memories. It is through the passage of time that they acquire an exquisite beauty. Although these elements may no longer exist in their original, tangible forms, they encapsulate profound emotions, rendering them invaluable. To rashly unveil the truth and shatter another's illusions is decidedly unethical. Muyang pondered briefly and remarked, the wise Kaling sage has guided me, leading to a remarkable enhancement in my abilities. OS nodded in agreement, then pointed at the sea fish and inquired, how do you intend to transport these? Climbing the Kaling Tower is already a formidable challenge. The addition of several baskets of fish complicates matters further. This too is a form of cultivation, is it not? Muyang replied with a smile, striding towards the baskets and casually lifting one amidst the crowd's gaze. The weight, approximately a ton, pressed against his arm, causing him to frown, not from the heft, but from the overpowering fishy odor emanating from the basket. Then, with a swift motion, he propelled himself upwards with a forceful thrust from his feet, soaring along the edge of the Kaling Tower, quickly vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Below, OS and the others stood in stunned silence, gaping at the sky that had been split open by a whirlwind. After a long moment, they regained their senses and murmured, truly, he is formidable, having successfully challenged the Kaling Tower. Hasn't he grown even stronger since last time? Others echoed this sentiment, realizing that merely a few months prior, he had not exhibited such prowess. In just over 3 months, he had transformed remarkably. Could this be the influence of the Kaling sage? Such thoughts filled the guardians with admiration and sparked a fervent desire to ascend the Kaling Tower. Yet, the daunting challenge of climbing it also instilled a sense of discouragement. At the summit of the Kaling Tower, the cat sage reclined on a small chair, feigning sleep. Suddenly sensing something, it rolled off the chair, propped itself with its staff, and approached the entrance at the tower's apex. Before long, it beheld Muyang, who was shouldering a large basket of sea fish. Such an abundance of fish. The cat sage's keen nose quickly identified them as marine delicacies. It seized one, inhaling its scent, and instantly displayed a look of ecstasy. What others found pungent became a delicacy to the cat sage. Kaling sage, this is merely a small portion, below the Kaling Tower. There are 179 more such fish, Muyang stated. The cat sage's eyes sparkled with joy, exclaiming, excellent, excellent. You have indeed kept your promise. But Kaling sage, how do you plan to store these fish? Ah, that is a trivial matter. Follow me, the cat sage replied, taking a fish outside and leading the rest to the training ground on the second floor. Stopping at a central crystal ball, it gestured towards it, saying, observe this crystal ball. It is an ancient treasure that maintains the stability of the Kaling Tower. With that, the cat sage leaped and touched the surface of the crystal ball, which instantly radiated a brilliant light. Concurrently, the fish on the ground vanished without a trace. The cat sage squinted, declaring, this crystal ball possesses storage capabilities. Items placed within will not spoil. Truly a magnificent treasure. Muyang marveled. Reflecting on the plethora of treasures on Earth, within the Kaling Tower alone, there were sacred beans, super divine water, crystal balls, nimbus clouds, and the Rui staff. Although the latter had already been gifted to the turtle sage. Hey, Muyang, why don't you hurry and bring up the fish from below? This too is a form of cultivation. While cultivation is indeed important, I can't shake the feeling you're more concerned about the fish. Muyang replied with a hint of exasperation, though he masked it with a nod, leaping down the Kaling Tower. Thus began a relentless cycle of transporting the fish, repeating the journey over 100 times until he finally brought all the sea fish to the surface by midday the following day. Yet, the cat sage was not mistaken in its observation. This process had indeed served as a form of training. Muyang felt a surge of strength after the back and forth, noting an increase in his combat power from 128 to 132. Though it seemed a trifling gain, the adage rings true. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Chapter 42. The Elixir of Immortality, quite impressive. You've shown reliability in your task, and I am quite satisfied, the cat sage remarked, its eyes twinkling with mystery as it winked at Muyang. Given your promising potential, I can extend a promise to you. What kind of promise? Muyang inquired curiously. Haha, this promise bears weight, the cat sage replied, eyes narrowed in contemplation. If you can diligently continue your training, when the time is right, I will take you to a far more advanced realm, a place even the turtle sage is unqualified to enter. Are you intrigued? Oh, by the way, the turtle sage I refer to is Wutian, known below as the god of martial arts, the cat sage added, clarifying in case Muyang was unaware. Wutian, my teacher. Muyang thought, grasping the implication that the cat sage was referring to the divine temple. Indeed, even he lacks the qualifications to enter. For martial artists, that temple is the true holy land. Do you wish to go? With my endorsement, you can. The cat sage patted Muyang's shoulder, clearly optimistic about his potential. If such a place exists, I would certainly wish to go. With the cat sage broaching the subject of the divine temple, Muyang wasted no time in expressing his eagerness, flashing a wide smile. It is undeniable that the temple is the premier location for enhancing one's strength on Earth. On the other hand, the cat sage recognized Muyang's enthusiasm and chuckled. From Muyang's perspective, he hoped the cat sage would one day recommend him to the temple, while the cat sage similarly considered which talents to endorse for entry. Centuries passed. It deemed the turtle sage qualified, yet circumstances prevented it from materializing. It is indeed regrettable that no one has ascended to the temple for quite some time. Kalen sage, when do you believe I will reach a level worthy of your acknowledgement? Muyang asked. The cat sage replied, it is difficult to say. It depends on your future efforts. Hee, I think that day is not far off, Muyang replied with a smile. You're quite confident, the cat sage observed. Eyeing Muyang, isn't a cultivator meant to be full of confidence? Muyang retorted, adopting an air of self-assuredness. The cat sage nodded in agreement, acknowledging that striving for progress is indeed commendable and expressing hope that Muyang would not keep him waiting too long. Having witnessed Muyang's monstrous pace of cultivation, the cat sage believed that if anyone on Earth could earn its endorsement, it would be Muyang. Turning back to the lower levels of the Kalen Tower, the cat sage kindled a fire in a corner and began to grill several fish, intending to reward itself with a sumptuous feast. Soon, the fishy scent gave way to a tantalizing aroma as it grilled. Savoring the delightful fragrance, the cat sage closed its eyes in bliss, swiftly consuming a fish in just a few bites. Delicious, it exclaimed, licking its fingers before reaching for another fish. Koren, I have heard that Master Rashi is referred to as the god of martial arts not solely due to his formidable skills, but there are also rumors suggesting that he has lived for over 2 centuries. Is it truly possible for a human to live that long? Sitting on the ground and enjoying grilled fish, the curious Muyang inquired while pondering ways to extend his own lifespan. The cat sage, with a mouthful of grilled fish, mumbled, that turtle sage indeed has lived for quite a while, but ordinary humans cannot reach such ages. But why can the turtle sage live so long? Muyang questioned. Knowing that turtle sage could continue to live even longer, even when the Dragon Ball saga concludes and Bulma ages, the turtle sage appears frail yet remarkably robust. Muyang suspected that even if all the Dragon Ball warriors perished, he would still thrive. His longevity must surely stem from some reason. The cat sage set down his fish and replied, that is because the turtle sage has consumed an elixir of immortality. Is there truly such a thing as an elixir of immortality? Muyang asked in astonishment, having thought the notion was mere folly. Yet it seemed the turtle sage had actually partaken of it. There used to be, the cat sage continued. I have consumed it myself. This elixir was specifically prepared for the sages guarding Koren Tower. 1 pill can extend life by 400 years. At that time, the turtle sage persistently begged me for 4 pills, and I, unable to resist, ultimately yielded, leaving me without any stock. The cat sage expressed a hint of regret at having been so generous. The crafting of the elixir was incredibly challenging, requiring a rare herb, which was scarce. Thus the cat sage could not produce a new batch anytime soon. Upon hearing the cat sage's explanation, Muyang could not help but twitch his mouth. How wasteful the cat sage was, giving away treasures like the Senza beans, elixirs of immortality, the power pole, and the flying nimbus. However, many pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. After acquiring the elixir, The turtle sage must have shared it with the crane sage. At that time, they had not yet fallen out, and each received 2 pills. The turtle sage kept one for himself and gave another to his sister, the fortune teller, while the crane sage bestowed one upon Tao Pai Pai. Thus, with each of the 4, turtle sage, crane sage, fortune teller, and Tao Pai Pai, having a pill, they lived for so many years. Korin, how is this elixir of immortality made? Muyang inquired. Sensing Muyang's keen interest, the cat sage elaborated. Though this elixir can extend one's life, making it seem alluring, it possesses a significant flaw. Once consumed, the body's potential is entirely depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance one's strength afterward. Muyang, you are still young and possess considerable potential. There is no need to ponder such matters. Moreover, I no longer have any left. The elixir was meant for sages, and its quality was not particularly high. The cat sage actually hoped Muyang would focus on martial arts, for he might yet achieve a higher realm. Muyang nodded, gaining some understanding of the elixir's effects. Similar to the super divine water that extracts potential for immense strength, the elixir of immortality exchanges the depletion of one's latent power for prolonged life. Consuming it does not mean one can never grow stronger again. It merely renders further advancement exceedingly arduous. Therefore, it is likely that the turtle sage and his companions did not consume the elixir immediately but waited until they began to age. Muyang appreciated the cat sage's counsel and smiled. You are right, Korin. These matters do not concern me. Before the activation of the acceleration space, he might have coveted the elixir's effects, but now with the prospect of a greater future ahead, he would be foolish to forsake significant gains for trivial ones. Chapter 43. Departure. Seeing that Muyang did not delve deeply into the topic of the elixir, the cat sage nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. It was impossible to say that there was no temptation in revealing such knowledge. After all, immortality is a dream cherished by many. To reach the divine realm, one must first gain the cat sage's approval, and when recommending candidates, the cat sage prioritizes a strong will, capable of resisting various temptations. Otherwise, if someone succumbs to temptation, it would only lead to misfortune. The turtle sage lost his chance to ascend to the divine realm for failing to resist the allure of the elixir. Keeping Muyang's performance in mind, the cat sage awaited the moment when Muyang's strength met his standards to recommend him for entry into the heavenly realm. Oh, by the way, though I promise to recommend you to higher places, there is one point I believe you should heed, the cat sage stated. Please, go on, Muyang urged. The cat sage cleared his throat and said, recently, your strength seems to be increasing rather rapidly. While this is not necessarily a bad thing, it is not entirely beneficial either. I suggest you take a moment to consolidate your existing power before hastening any breakthroughs. To the cat sage, the growth of strength was indeed favorable, but excessive rapidity could lead to superficiality. For one so dedicated to mastering every nuance of energy, he felt compelled to point this out. Muyang took a moment of silence, trusting the cat sage's insight. Of course, the cat sage's advice stemmed more from martial philosophy. After reflection, Muyang ultimately decided to heed the cat sage's recommendation. I understand. In the near future, I will focus on solidifying my foundation. Those close to home are aware of their own matters. Since breaking through the initial limit of 100 battle power, Muyang felt as if a dam had burst, allowing him to practice without encountering bottlenecks. The martial philosophy of Earth may not be particularly advanced in the vast universe, as levels dictate this. For instance, Earth martial artists cannot compare to the gods, and the gods lack the vast knowledge of the King of Worlds. This difference in perspective is always apparent. However, the martial traditions of Earth, refined through years of exploration, have their unique merits, such as the meticulous mastery of power at lower levels, which is commendable. This mastery enables practitioners to unleash greater combat prowess in times of crisis. Since he would not encounter a bottleneck anytime soon and there were no pressing enemies to contend with on Earth, Muyang decided to adhere to the fine traditions of Earth martial arts, taking his time to master his strength. Once he had fully grasped it, he could expand upon it, potentially yielding unforeseen benefits. Yes, this is indeed the right approach. A solid foundation is crucial. The cat sage felt quite pleased, for nothing brings more joy than encountering someone receptive to one's counsel. Korin, it is getting late. I should take my leave now. I hope that the next time we meet, I will have met your expectations. Train diligently. I have high hopes for you. The cat sage rose and suddenly recalled something, saying, by the way, I possess a golden cloud that can be used for travel. Would you like me to gift you one? The cat sage intended to offer Muyang the flying nimbus, which only those with pure hearts and no wicked thoughts could ride upon. Ironically, the turtle sage, who could not ride it himself, had shamelessly taken one. Muyang was well aware of the characteristics of the nimbus cloud. He quickly waved his hand to decline, stating, No, I believe that the art of aerial dance is far more significant than relying on external aids. Pursuing mastery without assistance is a form of cultivation in itself. Ultimately, he felt that even if he obtained it, he might not be able to ride it. If the cat sage were to discover this, his carefully crafted persona would crumble. Fairy Kylan, I shall take my leave. With that, Muyang leaped from the pinnacle of Kylan Tower, gradually vanishing into the misty white clouds as he departed. What a dedicated youth devoted to the path of cultivation. Gazing at the azure sky, with only white clouds drifting below, one could hardly appreciate the disparity until juxtaposed with Muyang. Compared to him, the former turtle sage seemed nothing more than a stubborn rock, shameless and debased. The cat sage pondered silently, how could I have once given the Rui stick and the elixir of immortality to him? Shaking his head and recalling the vast array of seafood that Muyang had provided, the cat sage leisurely turned away, thousands of kilometers away from Kylan Tower. The ocean stretched magnificently, its azure waters undulating with the caress of the wind. At that moment, a merchant ship sailed across this expansive sea. The cramped cabin swayed with the rise and fall of the waves, and in the dim light, April huddled in a corner, clutching her beloved candy jar. Her garments were wrinkled, having lost their luster, and beside her lay her somewhat worn school bag. How sweet, so delicious, April chirped, her face lighting up with a heartwarming smile as she dreamt of delectable treats. Meanwhile, Commander Lu Sha, after departing from the headquarters of the Serpent Man Legion, hastily gathered all his forces overnight, launching a thorough search centered around the island from which Tyrant had fled, determined to locate Tyrant's daughter and the schematics. In the command hall, Lu Sha bit down on a cigarette, fixated on a maritime map on the wall, continuously marking it. Several nearby islands were marked with red crosses. Boss, we've searched over a dozen islands, yet there's still no trace of that little girl. Do you think she might not even be on the island? A subordinate ventured cautiously. Have the island's inhabitants been interrogated? Lu Sha asked, steadying his hand that held the pin, turning to glare menacingly. Yes, we questioned everyone. But there were no findings, the subordinate replied. With a sharp motion, Lu Sha threw the cigarette to the ground, crushing it underfoot as he bellowed. Did no one see Tyrant escaping with his daughter? How can we not find her? What are you waiting for? Reinforce the search, expand the perimeter, and search every household. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover her whereabouts. Yes, yes. The subordinate's face paled at Lu Sha's furious roar, and he hurriedly stumbled out. Damn it. Where has that little girl hidden? Lu Sha's mood soured significantly. If he did not swiftly recover the design schematics, Commander Huayan from headquarters would undoubtedly hold him accountable. The thought of Huayan's bloodthirsty gaze sent shivers down Lu Sha's spine. I must resort to more severe measures. Otherwise, I am doomed. A powerful instinct for survival compelled Lu Sha to urgently revise his tactics. Chapter 44. The calamity on the island time slipped away quietly. It had been over 2 months since Muyang left Kylan Tower. During this period, he traversed various locales on Earth, practicing his cultivation in ways he knew while integrating the teachings of the Heavenly Heart Flow and the Cat Sage, continuously refining his martial arts. This endeavor was not merely about physical exertion but also involved significant theoretical exploration, as he continually verified the philosophies of both martial arts. Muyang was astonished to discover that the Heavenly Heart Flow shared considerable overlap with the martial arts of Kylan Tower. Though distinct, both systems could be harmoniously integrated in principle, as their foundational philosophies were remarkably aligned. The martial arts of Heavenly Heart Flow emphasized nurturing the body with vital energy, utilizing the body as a foundation to unleash combat prowess, ultimately aiming to control and harness every breath of energy. In contrast, Kylan Tower martial arts focused on the agile application of breath to alter physical actions, emphasizing bodily control and minimizing unnecessary movements. At first glance, the two seemed utterly unrelated, even contradictory in certain aspects. For instance, Heavenly Heart Flow stressed the body's involvement during energy circulation, while Kylan Tower martial arts emphasized the physical body's withdrawal. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that their overlapping principles were entirely consistent, both striving to maximize the efficiency of energy while the remaining aspects complemented each other perfectly. This was indeed perplexing. While legends persist that Kylan Tower is the origin of all martial arts on Earth, it was clear that Heavenly Heart Flow did not directly derive from it. Rather, they should coexist in parallel. Muyang gleaned insights from both systems but could not fathom why this was the case. They were two distinct frameworks that ought to develop along separate paths, yet he had a vague sense that Heavenly Heart Flow resembled internal martial arts, while Kylan Tower resembled external martial arts, each possessing its strengths. Only their union could yield a truly formidable martial philosophy. At that moment, he acutely felt the drawbacks of limited knowledge. If only his perspective were broader, perhaps the matter at hand would not seem so daunting. This conundrum could not be resolved now. Perhaps only through training in the temple could clarity be achieved. He shook his head, reminding himself. One who lacks foresight will surely encounter immediate troubles. A little more contemplation can yield additional opportunities. Indeed, while the temple exists above Kylan Tower, housing even more profound martial arts, it was beyond Muyang's current reach, thus he needed to rely on his own intellect. As he journeyed, this question plagued him. And when he finally came to his senses, he found himself unwittingly over an expansive ocean. Splash! Several large fish leapt from the water, crashing back down and sending a flurry of small waves into the air. Gazing at the boundless sea, Muyang felt a remarkable sense of relief. This ocean was indeed a splendid place for a tranquil existence. With a gentle smile, he gazed into the distance and spotted faint silhouettes of fishing vessels casting their nets. In this era, being able to navigate a fishing boat into the ocean was already quite advanced. Here, he was merely a few hundred kilometers from the Great Green Mountain. But aside from crossing a body of water to attend the World Martial Arts Conference, Muyang had yet to truly appreciate the vastness of the ocean. Now that he had arrived, he intended to fully immerse himself in the experience. Thus, Muyang continued onward without hesitation, heading straight toward a seemingly promising island. Confronted by the tumultuous waves of the sea, the immense energy was always humbling. On a beautiful island by the sea, the environment was idyllic, with pleasant air and a landscape dotted with low hills. Once a paradise, the tranquility was now shattered by violent actions. A group of uniformed men arrived on the island via yacht, entering the residential area, creating chaos among the inhabitants. Each visit from this group was a calamity for the island's residents. Bang! Someone violently kicked open the door of a household, surveying the corners and rudely shouting at a peasant couple inside. "Hey, it's time to pay this month's tribute. Sir, could you possibly give us a few more days? We truly have nothing to offer," pleaded the peasant man, wearing a straw hat. "How can I report to my superiors if you don't pay? Be honest and hand over your valuables," the officer spat, but upon realizing that the other party had nothing of value to offer, he sullenly smashed some dishes and took away a few items that appeared to be worth something. This scene unfolded in every household, and the island's elderly, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to argue, only to be brutally thrown to the ground. "Ouch! You old bones better behave. We are not bandits. As long as you comply with our rules, I assure you, no harm will come to you. You will not escape the law of the kingdom." The elderly man nearly spat blood in fury, for these hypocrites, though not bandits, acted no differently. However, the opposition was armed, and the villagers were powerless to resist. "In the territory of our Serpent Corps, the laws of the United Kingdom hold no sway," scoffed the officer of the Serpent Corps, a mocking expression on his face. The United Kingdom had its own law enforcement agencies, but the world was vast, and many regions were dominated by local tyrants, rendering the authority of the United Kingdom ineffective. The Serpent Corps was the largest resistance force. In the areas they occupied, the laws of the kingdom were mere scraps of paper, devoid of any power. Bastards! The island's residents glared at the arrogant faces of the Serpent Corps, seething with anger. "I will fight you." Witnessing their food being taken away, the old man shouted in despair, clenching his frail fists in a futile attempt to strike back. "Humph! Seeking death." The officer's expression darkened at the old man's defiance. And with a signal, a soldier stepped forward, roughly pushing the elder aside and aiming his firearm at him, ready to shoot. "Stop! Stop right now!" The villagers cried out in panic. "Do not fire!" Bang! A flame shot forth from the barrel, and everyone instinctively shut their eyes, but after a long moment, no scream followed. They opened their eyes to see a tall man standing protectively in front of the elder, his black hair and piercing gaze striking like a blade into the hearts of all present. One hand rested on the elder's shoulder, while the other extended forward, holding something. Clink! The sound of metal hitting the ground resonated. It was a searing hot bullet, still emitting wisps of smoke. A bullet! Someone caught it with bare hands. All eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how a person could catch a bullet fired from a gun. "Are you all right, elder?" A warm voice spoke as Muyang calmly regarded the elder beside him. I am fine, thank you." The old man, still in shock, struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 45, April and the Little Blue Dragon. "This is impossible." The Serpent Corps member who had fired the gun exclaimed in disbelief, panic setting in as he continued to shoot at Muyang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The fierce gunfire erupted, flames spouting forth, and he believed that this would surely kill his opponent. However, his triumph was short-lived, for soon his expression turned to one of terror. After firing a barrage of bullets, the man was astonished to see the figure before him remain unfazed, treating his shots with utter disdain. The man extended his hand, and with a few swift motions, all bullets were halted mid-air. The ringing sound of dozens of bullets dropping to the ground struck terror into the hearts of the Serpent Corps members. "Monster!" Someone shouted in fear, and panic spread among the soldiers of the Serpent Corps. Let us all shoot him. In their frantic attempts, they hastily raised their firearms and fired in unison at Muyang, seeking death. Suddenly, Muyang moved, and with a whoosh, countless phantoms flickered like ghosts among the Serpent Corps soldiers. Following a cacophony of sounds, within mere seconds, all members of the Serpent Corps lay lifeless on the ground. Are they all dead? The island's residents gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. They are indeed dead. Those bastards have received their comeuppance. Others shouted in relief. At that moment, the elder recalled the legends he had once heard, trembling as he approached Muyang. Could it be that you are the legendary martial artist? Muyang nodded, affirming, indeed, I am a practitioner of martial arts. Ah, the tales of martial artists possessing powers beyond ordinary reach are true, the elder exclaimed. His voice choked with emotion. Elder, who are these people, and why do they rule over the island? Muyang inquired, furrowing his brow. According to his knowledge, Earth had long since entered an era governed by the United Kingdom, and such disorder should not have been the case. The elder sighed, alas. They belong to the Serpent Corps, a tyrannical armed organization that dominates a vast area nearby, reigning supreme even over the military force of the United Kingdom. From the elder's explanation, Muyang grasped the nature of the Serpent Corps. It was akin to the Red Ribbon Army from the original story, a remnant armed group existing under the governance of the United Kingdom. The Earth was simply too vast, although nominally under the United Kingdom's control. There were many areas beyond their reach. However, compared to the Red Ribbon Army of later times, the current Serpent Corps was evidently more arrogant. If the Red Ribbon Army was a covert armed group hiding within the United Kingdom's governance, then the Serpent Corps resembled a localized armed power with its own dominion. Damn. It seems there are issues with the governance of the United Kingdom. Muyang pondered. Elder, what do you plan to do next? He regarded the pile of corpses, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. Previously, the islanders had endured the Serpent Corps tyranny in silence, but now that these men had been slain on the island by his hand, it meant that the tensions could not be eased. Alas, life has become unbearable. The elder sighed deeply, shaking his head. We have considered leaving, but we are somewhat reluctant. However, with today's events, there is no choice left. Muyang nodded, feeling sympathetic towards the plight of the elder and the island's residents. Yet, he did not harbor any guilt for having killed the members of the Serpent Corps. In this matter, he felt no remorse. The notion of I do not harm you, yet you perish because of me seemed absurd to him. He merely acted in accordance with what he believed to be right at that opportune moment. Fortunately, the island's residents were not ungrateful. They did not blame Muyang for the deaths of the Serpent Corps members that led to their plight. Perhaps they had long harbored thoughts of leaving. In the following time, the island's residents began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure, while Muyang obtained much information about the Serpent Corps from the elder before taking his leave. Clang, clang. April struggled as she carried her backpack, her frail figure traversing the gravel-strewn path. As she ventured deeper, the surrounding vegetation gradually thinned. April looked down at the road beneath her, and in that moment, she realized she seemed to have lost her way. Glancing around, she noted that the colors had turned to a dusty yellow, indicating she had entered a vast, flat plain. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. April curled her body, her brown hair sticking to her face, disheveled from lack of washing. 2 months prior, she had secretly boarded a merchant ship to the mainland. After disembarking, she sought to return home, guided by the hazy memories of a 5-year-old. Yet, how precise could a child's recollections be? As she wandered, she strayed further off course, now utterly lost. A fierce roar echoed from a distance, followed by a swirling cloud of yellow dust racing across the plain. Moments later, a light blue dinosaur, towering over 2 meters, appeared, pursuing an antelope, its dark eyes gleaming like bulbs. As it drew nearer, the dinosaur spotted April and inexplicably abandoned its prey, charging toward her instead. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled with each approaching footfall. Terrified, April clutched her head and fell to the ground, tears welling in her eyes, murmuring, "So scary, please don't eat me." The blue dinosaur was now mere inches away. She could feel the warm breath escaping its nostrils. Yet, after a tense moment, she felt no pain. As she opened her eyes, they locked onto the dinosaur's bulbous black eyes. This juvenile blue dinosaur leaned closer, its large head adorned with black horns that sparkled in the sunlight. Its rotund belly was covered in white scales, and a pair of tiny wings fluttered behind it, stirring up a cloud of choking dust. Squawk. The blue hatchling tilted its head and called out to April, its gaze fixated on the jar of candy in her arms. "Do you want honey?" April stammered, trembling as she unscrewed the jar and offered it. The dinosaur extended its tongue, tasting a lick, and emitted a joyful sound. In that moment, April, with a childlike heart, seemed to forget her fear, cheerfully raising the honey jar to share more. "You like it too. This sweet honey is the best. Have some more." Yum. The little blue dragon licked her fingers and then leaned in to lick her cheek. Hee, stop licking. Can you help me leave? I can't find my way back. The blue dragon squawked again, appearing to understand only partially. Chapter 46, Reunion at a lookout post on the edge of the Sands Plain. A soldier peered through binoculars, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the figures of April and the blue dragon came into view. The soldier paused, quickly comparing them to a sketch, and upon confirming their identities, he immediately sounded the alarm. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm echoed. Quickly, report to Boss Lusha. The girl he has been searching for has been found. Yes, right here on Sands Plain. And she is accompanied by a dinosaur. What? The boss wants to come personally? All right, I'll keep a close watch on them. After hanging up, the soldier continued observing with the binoculars, excitement bubbling within him as he anticipated the glory of a significant achievement. In the command room of the Lusha Brigade, Lusha breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the report confirming that the little girl had been located. He eagerly anticipated capturing her. If the blueprints for Clarence robots were with her, it would be fortuitous. Otherwise, he would need to plan an escape route. Someone, Lusha called out, summoning his subordinates. Boss, what is your command? Quickly prepare the aircraft. We must reach Sands Plain with utmost speed. The subordinate, jolted by the urgency, exclaimed, Boss, have we truly found the one we were looking for? At that moment, a rare smile graced Lusha's fierce countenance. Indeed, we have found her. It seems expanding the search radius proved effective. Damn, that little one can run. She has managed to get 1,000 kilometers away, but she won't escape my grasp. Wonderful, boss. We'll arrange the personnel immediately. The subordinate's expression hardened, and he hurried off to prepare the departing aircraft. Dismissed. Lusha waved his hand, feeling a slight loosening of the tension in his chest as he reclined on the sofa, half closing his eyes. Recent pressures from headquarters had strained him to his limits. Minutes later, a propeller plane ascended from the tarmac, soaring toward the Sands Plain over 1,000 kilometers away. 6 hours later, the aircraft arrived above the arid expanse of Sands Plain, where the dry earth held no moisture, and the winds carried only desiccation. Once the plane landed, Lusha and his team disembarked, weary from travel. Where's the girl? Lusha demanded. The soldier at that post quickly reported, Sir, the girl is heading west along the nearest river, but for some reason, she is accompanied by a young dragon-like creature. Our men are hesitant to approach too closely, fearing they might startle her. Well done. Lusha pat the soldier's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with malice as he turned to his team. Have everyone armed themselves. I don't care about that dragoness fate, but I want that girl alive. We cannot afford to fail this time. Otherwise, I'll have your heads. Understood, boss. The members of the Serpent Brigade lived lives steeped in bloodshed, akin to bandits, and upon receiving Lusha's orders, they displayed eager smiles. Move out. With a wave of his hand, the group piled into jeeps, racing toward April's location. Meanwhile, April and her new companion remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger approaching them. On another front, after assisting the island's residents in dismantling several nearby strongholds of the Serpent Brigade, confirming that their armed forces would no longer threaten the islanders' retreat, Muyang flew toward the Great Green Mountain. On this fine, sunny afternoon, a refreshing breeze carried a hint of coolness. The Great Green Mountain, hidden behind the ancient mountain range, was shielded from the cold winds blowing from the north, resulting in a spring-like climate year-round. As Muyang neared the Great Green Mountain, he flew intermittently, taking his time. Suddenly, a glimmer swept across the vast plain, and he soared over the desolate sandy edges. Just then, a convoy kicked up a long trail of dust below, capturing his attention, comprising over 20 open-top vehicles filled with people clad in dull gray uniforms. The convoy was equipped with various standard firearms. The Serpent Brigade had appeared here. Furrowing his brow, Muyang's keen eyesight allowed him to discern their identities. Recognizing them as members of the Serpent Brigade, their presence so close to the Great Green Mountain was troubling. While he himself could dismiss them, the ordinary residents nearby lacked the means to resist their firepower. Consequently, Muyang slowed his pace, moving closer to the convoy to investigate their intentions. A mournful cry suddenly echoed from afar, drawing Muyang's attention. He then noticed a group of individuals ahead, also members of the Serpent Tamer Legion, currently in a standoff with a creature resembling a dinosaur. The small blue dragon, its dark eyes ablaze with fury, glared defiantly at its opponents, protecting a young girl behind it. The dragon bore multiple bullet wounds, crimson blood streaming down its scales. Please, little Ka, are you all right? April cried, her voice trembling as she pressed against the blue dragon, tears streaming down her cheeks. Damn it, if we can't subdue a mere young dragon, keep firing. Remember, aim solely at that dragon, do not harm the girl behind it, commanded Officer Lusha of the Serpent Tamer Legion, his cold, piercing gaze emanating a chilling fury directed at his subordinates. Yes, came the unified response as everyone raised their weapons. You wicked villains, shouted April, her face flushed with anger and sorrow. You are the reason I lost my parents and sister, and now you won't even spare my new friend. Huh, little one. If you hand over your father's blueprints, I promise to let you go, Lusha sneered. You are the bad guys. I will never give it to you. April glared defiantly, unaware that her response revealed the blueprints were indeed in her possession. Lusha's face broke into a sinister smile, seemingly relieved by her admission. Open fire, he coldly commanded. The blue dragon roared, flames erupting from its eyes as it prepared to fight back. Just then, a light, airy voice interrupted the tension. Is this how the Serpent Tamer Legion conducts itself? Not even sparing a little girl? Look at that young dragon. It possesses more compassion than your lot. Who is speaking? The members of the Serpent Tamer Legion scanned the area, their vigilance heightened. But they could not identify the source of the voice until they noticed a figure floating in midair. Muyang had observed the scene from above for quite some time and had pieced together the situation. The Serpent Tamer Legion seemed to be after something. And that something was with the young girl. Unable to bear the sight of their cruelty towards a child, Muyang decided to intervene. Who are you? This is Serpent Tamer Legion business. Mind your own affairs. Lusha scowled, irritation flaring as he noticed this unexpected disruptor. He felt a surge of anger but hesitated, realizing the figure hovered above him. Perhaps this person would retreat upon hearing the name of the Serpent Tamer Legion, Lusha thought. However, that was clearly wishful thinking. TSK. Members of the Serpent Tamer Legion, Muyang gently shook his head as he descended gracefully beside the girl and the blue dragon. He observed the child. Her brown hair was disheveled, her face smeared with dirt obscuring her features, yet her sapphire blue eyes sparkled with life. Somehow familiar, Muyang studied her longer. But the memory eluded him. He addressed the Serpent Tamer members with a cold voice. To be frank, I harbor no fondness for you. Every encounter has been marked by slaughter and the oppression of the vulnerable. Your existence is a blight upon this world. You're seeking death. Lusha's face darkened, his temper flaring as he recognized the intruder's intent to interfere. His countenance became even more menacing, exuding an aura of menace. Muyang merely shook his head, unconcerned. It is not I who seeks death. Rather, I have never regarded you with any seriousness. With that, a chilling light burst forth from his eyes, and his form became a blur. Before the members of the Serpent Tamer Legion could comprehend what was happening, Muyang had darted around them in a flash. The disparity in strength was immense. Muyang was among the pinnacle of martial artists on Earth, while Lusha's men, apart from wielding firearms, were merely brutes. They might intimidate ordinary citizens but stood no chance against a martial artist, destined only to be cut down. In mere moments, the sounds of combat erupted. Bodies flung haphazardly as chaos ensued. Damn it, fire! Lusha barked, panic creeping into his voice as he issued his command. Yet, as he did so, he was horrified to realize that there were no subordinates left to command. This demon had eradicated all his men in the blink of an eye. Lusha swallowed hard. His face contorted in fear, and he drew his handgun, firing at Muyang. The bullet sped forth, but Muyang sidestepped effortlessly, then pointed a finger at Lusha. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a small energy beam shot forth from his fingertip, striking Lusha squarely in the forehead. With a sickening sound, the blue energy burst through the back of his skull, showering the ground with blood. The gun clattered from Lusha's hand as he slumped against the car seat, his eyes widening in terror, frozen in the expression of death. Ah, the boss has been killed. The newly arrived convoy witnessed the scene and quickly turned to flee. However, Muyang would not allow them to escape. To leave any survivors would only invite future troubles. Swiftly, he struck again, mercilessly eliminating the entire group. With the Serpent Tamer Legion vanquished, Muyang's expression softened as he appeared beside the young girl once more. April lay weeping beside the blue dragon, crying out, "Please, little Ka, don't die." The blue dragon weakly flicked its tongue, struggling to breathe. Muyang shook his head. Sometimes, animals exhibited greater compassion than humans. He knelt, retrieving a magical bean, and offered it to her. Here, let it consume this, and it will be restored. Really? Is little Ka going to be okay? April asked, stopping her tears, her eyes filled with doubt. Let it eat, and you will see. This bean is precious. If you hesitate, I shall not give it to you. No. I trust you. April quickly wiped her tears and fed the bean to the blue dragon. As the dragon bit down, the bean unleashed its miraculous properties, and its eyes widened as the wounds began to heal, expelling the bullets and restoring its health. Roar! The blue dragon flapped its wings, its once dull eyes now sparkling with brightness. Wonderful! Little Ka is safe. April cheered in delight. Big brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, little Ka would be dead, she said gratefully, bowing to Muyang. She then stealthily opened her small backpack, retrieving a jar of honey, and raised it in both hands. Big brother, this is my favorite honey. There's just a little left. I want to give it to you. April? The name resonated with Muyang, who paused, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection of the girl before him, her brown hair, enchanting eyes, and those reminiscent gestures, he felt as though he had encountered her before. Big brother, here are some candies for you. They are very sweet. Indeed, April loves candies, she added, her face lighting up with joy. Half a year ago, a scene from the train reemerged in Muyang's memory, and he suddenly realized that the little girl before him was indeed the same one he had encountered on the train. You are April, right? Do you have a sister? Muyang inquired. April's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in astonishment. Big brother, how do you know that April has a sister? But Cipril, along with mom and dad, is no longer here. April spoke in broken sentences, sharing her plight. As she recounted her story, tears began to stream down her cheeks. At that moment, Muyang understood the gravity of the situation. Witnessing April's sorrow, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those scoundrels from the Serpent Husbandry Corps truly deserved condemnation. His gaze towards April was filled with compassion. This little one was now an orphan. With a gentle sigh, he addressed her. This place is not far from my sect. Why don't you come with me? Can I bring little Ka? April whispered. Muyang glanced at the small blue dragon, its round head appearing quite adorable. Of course, he replied. Yay. April cheered joyfully. Muyang smiled softly, bent down, and lifted April into his arms, soaring into the sky towards the direction of the great green mountain, while the little blue dragon flapped its wings behind them. Chapter 48. The heart of heaven and the sanctuary. The Sa-Zhe plains lay in close proximity to the great green mountain. After a brief flight, a towering mountain range came into view, an unnamed primordial mountain. The range sprawled across the landscape, and soon after traversing several hills, the great green mountain appeared on the horizon. They had now entered the territory of Qingshan Town. After a short while, Muyang descended from the sky and, alongside April, walked along a rural path. Farmers were busy with their harvests, greeting Muyang as they passed. However, upon noticing the small blue dragon trailing behind them, their faces briefly displayed a hint of fear. April was astonished. It seemed that everyone she encountered here recognized her big brother, and their friendly demeanor resembled that of the kind-hearted individuals who had previously aided her, instilling no sense of dread. Yet, it appeared they were quite fearful of little Ka, despite its undeniable cuteness. Thud, thud, thud. The little dragon was not fond of crowded places, especially being scrutinized by curious gazes. It hurriedly trotted over to Muyang and April, peeking its head out, which made April giggle with delight. Ah, Muyang, you're back. Who is this little girl? Upon their return to the Heart of Heaven's residence, Icifer and his wife, Alice, who had already received word from the villagers, greeted them. Upon seeing the little girl and the young blue dragon accompanying Muyang, confusion adorned their faces. Teacher, mistress, Muyang called out with a smile as they all entered the house together. The little blue dragon, unable to fit through the door due to its size, was instructed to stay in the yard. Inside, Alice had already prepared tea, and fruits adorned the table. Muyang handed an apple to April and recounted everything he knew about her and the Serpent Husbandry Corps to Icifer. Upon hearing the tale, Icifer slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Those wretched members of the Serpent Husbandry Corps are utterly despicable." Mistress Alice, gazing at the little girl of just over 5 years old, was filled with sympathy. She embraced April and said, "Poor child, you've truly suffered, wandering alone for over half a year." April, bewildered in Alice's embrace, held the apple and called out to Muyang, "Brother." Muyang smiled at her and said, "This is my mistress. Consider her as your own mother." "Yes, treat me as your mother," Alice added, her heart warmed by April's adorable presence, reminding her of her daughter Meixia, who lived far away in the southern regions and had not been seen for quite some time. "Oh dear, look at you now. Let us get you washed up. I still have some clothes from when Meixia was little. We can buy you some new outfits at the next market." "Okay." April nodded faintly, a gentle warmth flowing through her. Thus, as Alice led April away to bathe, only Muyang and teacher Icifer remained in the room. A brief silence ensued. Observing his recently returned disciple, Icifer broke the quietude, expressing joy. "Muyang, your performance at the martial arts conference was remarkable, bringing great fame to our Heart of Heaven." Muyang smiled modestly, appreciating Icifer's elation but remaining silent. "You cannot imagine my disbelief when Sis informed us that you had won the championship at the martial arts conference. How could I have known the extent of your strength? It was only when Sis returned to recount the events that I realized it was all true. You sly boy, hiding your talents even from your teacher, quietly returning with a championship." Icifer felt a thrill at the memory of the commotion that Muyang's victory had caused within the Heart of Heaven. "Teacher, it was not my intention to conceal anything. I truly did not foresee the heights of my own strength." Muyang chuckled softly. acknowledging that his victory was largely due to the absence of seasoned martial artists from the previous generation. Icifer waved his hand, signaling understanding. I see now. I underestimated your growth rate. I heard from Sis that you have completely mastered the release of the Heart of Heaven Chi? Yes, Muyang affirmed with a nod. He then opened his palm, forming a sword with his fingers, and a dazzling blue glow emanated from his fingertips, materializing into a sphere of energy the size of a glass marble. Icifer gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. Your mastery of Chi has reached such an astonishing level. This is the result of my training during my time away. Muyang replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand to dissipate the energy wave. Haha, splendid. It seems you have surpassed me by great lengths. Perhaps no one in the Heart of Heaven can rival you now, Icifer exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Do share with me how you spent the past 6 months and how your strength has increased so remarkably. Muyang nodded and began to recount his experiences over the past 6 months. When he spoke of visiting Meishia at the Superpower Academy after a period of training, Icifer's expression revealed a hint of longing. Upon mentioning his encounter with Meishia and subsequent challenge at the Kalen Sanctuary, Icifer's eyes lit up with realization. Ah, so that's it. No wonder when I first saw you, your demeanor was somewhat inscrutable. Every move seemed casual yet laden with meaning. So you received guidance from the Kalen Immortal. Icifer mused, reflecting on the fact that his disciple had successfully scaled the Kalen Tower and received mentorship from the Kalen Immortal. Such news, if shared, would evoke envy from many. This was even more astonishing than winning the championship at the Martial Arts Conference, as the last person to ascend the Kalen Tower was none other than the legendary Master Wu Tian, known as the God of Martial Arts. The guidance from the Kalen Immortal has proven invaluable, and she even promised to recommend me for further training in a more sacred place once I reach her standards. Muyang spoke earnestly about his teacher. At that moment, Icifer's expression grew serious, and he murmured, a more sacred place, could it be the Sanctuary of the Heavens? Teacher, you know the Sanctuary? Muyang asked in astonishment. Icifer nodded thoughtfully and remarked, indeed, I possess some knowledge. This is a secret passed down through our Tianqin sect since ancient times. Apart from us, it is likely that no one in the entire martial arts world is aware that above the Kalen Tower lies a legendary temple. Upon hearing this, Muyang was somewhat taken aback. Icifer continued, in truth, the heritage of our Tianqin sect is quite profound. It is said that long ago, a predecessor resided in that fabled temple. Unfortunately, a great calamity over 250 years ago nearly annihilated the entire martial arts realm, and our Tianqin sect suffered immensely, still unable to regain its former glory. However, I now see a glimmer of hope in you. Icifer gazed at Muyang, filled with emotion and increasing satisfaction towards his disciple. Muyang, upon hearing this, felt astonished. If what his teacher implied was true, then the Tianqin sect indeed had predecessors who once resided in the temple. Perhaps they were celestial beings or their disciples. Regardless, they were undoubtedly remarkable figures. As for the calamity from over 250 years ago, he speculated it must have been the disaster caused by the Dark Overlord, Beak. No wonder the cat sage regarded him with such distinction, even wishing to recommend him for training at the temple. If it was because a predecessor from his sect had once lived in the temple or held a celestial position, it would make sense that the cat sage placed some significance on him. Perhaps he was basking in the light of the Tianqin sect's predecessors. The more Muyang contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He then recalled the similarities between the martial arts of the Tianqin sect and those of the Kalen Tower, and it suddenly dawned on him that they might both stem from the same legacy passed down from the temple. Chapter 49. 2 items in the backpack. Muyang never anticipated that their Tianqin sect had such an origin. To think that this sparsely populated martial arts sect he belonged to had a connection to the temple was truly astonishing. Compared to the past, perhaps the Tianqin sect had indeed fallen from grace. Icifer erupted into hearty laughter, saying, indeed, do not be deceived by our small numbers. Our heritage is remarkably reliable. Today is a particularly joyous occasion, so I shall ask your master to prepare an extravagant feast this evening, inviting your several uncles to join us for a splendid meal. What are you discussing? A gentle voice interjected. Icifer's wife, Alice, emerged, holding the hand of April, who had now changed into a clean outfit, her hair neatly arranged and tied back with a ribbon. Brother, April called out cheerfully, her face radiant with a smile. Icifer looked at his wife and the little girl beside her, chuckling, we are planning to prepare a sumptuous meal for tonight and invite everyone to join in the festivities. Oh, if that is the case, we must begin preparations right away, Alice exclaimed, covering her mouth. Even for such a diligent woman as Alice, preparing a grand feast without electrical aids would require considerable time and effort. Seeing his wife ready to start, Icifer smiled. There is no need to rush. I will assist you shortly. He turned to April and added, today is a celebratory day. Little April has come to our home, and we must treat her well. Brother, do you like my dress? April asked, her eyes sparkling with joy. For a little girl just over 5 years old, her memories were quite vague. And her mood shifted quickly, resembling the innocent demeanor she had when they first met on the train. As long as you like it. Muyang replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, seeing April in clothes reminiscent of his childhood friend, he felt that having such a sister was indeed quite delightful. Leading April into the courtyard, they spotted the little blue dragon curled up, napping on the ground, its tongue occasionally flicking out. The tranquil environment of the great green mountain made it utterly content. Upon noticing Muyang and April, the little blue dragon lifted its large head and chirped at them before rolling over, exposing its snowy belly. Muyang watched with interest for a moment before taking April on a stroll around the great green mountain to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. In the evening, elders such as Yura, Zeiss, Carl, Clarissa, and Biaros gathered at Icifer's humble abode. Upon seeing Muyang, they expressed their concern and engaged in casual conversation. Soon, everyone settled at the dining table, raising their glasses and sharing heartfelt sentiments. Muyang recounted his experiences once more, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. Naturally, the newcomer April became the focal point of attention, and after introductions, she officially became a member of the Tianqin sect. The banquet continued late into the night, only dispersing when everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, their eyes hazy with drink. The following morning, April scampered over in her slippers, holding her small backpack and presenting it to Muyang. "What is inside?" he inquired, accepting the petite bag, which bore several signs of wear and was packed with contents that felt somewhat heavy. April shook her head and, after retrieving her cherished candy jar, replied, "I don't know. This was given to me by my father when he left, instructing me to keep it safe." Muyang, intrigued, opened the backpack and discovered a thick stack of blueprints alongside 3 peculiar, dark stones. He glanced at them, surprised. "The Serpent Legion is after you for these?" "Yes." April nodded. Muyang vaguely recalled that the reason the Serpent Legion sought April was to obtain the blueprints drawn by her father. Unfolding the stack of blueprints revealed intricate designs that resembled mechanical schematics or electrical diagrams. Given his past experience in high-voltage operations, Muyang was able to comprehend a small portion. This appears to be a design for a robot. After a while, he set the blueprints down, beginning to understand why the Serpent Legion was so keen on acquiring them. If these robots could be manufactured and deployed in battle during an era of relatively underdeveloped technology, the Serpent Legion might stand a chance against the United Kingdom and could even aspire to global dominance. "What do you plan to do with these blueprints?" Muyang asked April. April pondered for a moment and replied, "Brother, I want to go to school and become a scientist to study these blueprints left by my father." Gently stroking the little girl's brown hair, Muyang nodded. "Very well. From now on, April must aspire to be a female scientist." "Yes." April squinted her eyes and murmured softly, "But you must not neglect martial arts either. You will also be a disciple of the Tianqin sect and cannot focus solely on studies. In this world, without strength, there is no security." While most people can lead a stable life, Muyang did not wish for April to squander her life in mediocrity. "I understand. What about these?" Muyang picked up the 3 oddly shaped dark stones, which were inexplicably resilient to his touch. He could tell they were not ordinary at all. April bit her lip and softly replied, "I don't know. My father didn't tell me, but I will surely find out in the future." The little girl stubbornly lifted her head, her azure eyes filled with determination. Muyang paused for a moment, stroking her fluffy hair, as if he could see a star of science beginning to rise. "By the way, April, would you like to avenge your parents?" "Yes, but I lack the strength." April's mood sank at this. "How about my brother helping you to annihilate it?" The Serpent Legion is utterly despicable. Allowing their existence in this world will only breed further tragedies. Muyang harbors no fondness for the Serpent Legion. In the original narrative, no organization by that name exists, suggesting that this faction will eventually be dismantled, paving the way for the Red Ribbon Army. Now that Muyang has encountered the Serpent Legion, their relationship is far from amicable. His principle regarding enemies is to never let them off easily. Even the slightest threat must be utterly eradicated. Chapter 50. Striking at the heart of the matter, however, they are formidable, boasting a considerable number of members. April hesitated, but from her gaze, Muyang discerned her genuine disdain for the Serpent Legion, merely concerned about their numerical superiority. With a proud smile, Muyang disdainfully remarked, "Those fellows, no matter how many, are no match for my brother. On this planet, few possess greater strength than I. This is not mere arrogance, it is the truth." Even the Turtle Sage, despite his vast experience, is not significantly superior in Muyang's estimation. April's eyes lit up as she recalled Muyang's formidable display the previous day. Clenching her fists, she declared, "Then my brother shall defeat all those villains." "Absolutely," he affirmed. In the ensuing days, April formally became a disciple of the Tianqin school to learn the fundamentals of martial arts. Upon discovering that April's aspiration was to become a scientist, ISAF and Muyang deliberated to select an appropriate school for her. Concurrently, to accommodate her martial training, they arranged for her to reside at the Tianqin School's dojo, situated at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. This dojo serves the local populace, overseen by several disciples of Tianqin, imparting basic self-defense techniques to the community, thus acting as a stronghold for the school among the people. Meanwhile, in the eastern mountain range of Earth, the Serpent Legion's headquarters, Commander Wayne scrutinized the intelligence reports with a malevolent expression, furrowing his brow. It detailed that the regional leader, Lusha, had seemingly uncovered something significant and led a contingent into the Shays Plain, but they never returned. Subsequent reports revealed that Lusha and his subordinates were found dead, all struck down in a single blow, their firearms unused, indicating they had no chance to resist. Lusha's skull bore a gaping hole, pierced directly by a high-energy beam. With a resounding thud, Wayne slammed the report onto the table, his mood soured as he raised a glass and drained it. Who could have slain Lusha? Was it a chance encounter with a wandering expert? Or were other factions, such as the United Kingdom, also pursuing the same objective? Wayne's expression fluctuated. If it were the former, it would not be targeted, but if the latter, it signified that others were also eyeing that blueprint. Regardless of the scenario, the blueprint he coveted was nearly impossible to recover. The hope of retrieving it was exceedingly slim. Useless fool, losing not only his life, but also the blueprint. Cursing Lusha's incompetence inwardly, Wayne contemplated the next steps. If the blueprint fell into the hands of the United Kingdom or other factions, it would spell significant trouble for the Serpent Legion. Doran, are there any formidable martial arts sects near the Shays Plain? Wayne inquired of his trusted aide. The man named Doran quickly rummaged through his mental archives, shaking his head. The Shays Plain is a desolate area, with scarcely any inhabitants for over 100 kilometers. However, to the west lies a grand mountain range, infested with beasts, where entry is nearly impossible for ordinary folks. Beyond that mountain range, there exists a martial arts sect. But Commander, those sects are reclusive and possess tremendous strength. They should not be provoked lightly. Doran cautioned, emphasizing the martial arts sect's prowess. Wayne waved his hand dismissively. Let me think this through. A leader of a militarized organization possesses a modicum of intellect. Wayne is acutely aware of the terror martial artists can instill. Some formidable martial artists fear no firearms. Encountering such individuals renders armed forces ineffective. Moreover, as a warrior of the Beastman class himself, Wayne is well acquainted with the capabilities of martial artists. Yet, the current era has transformed. With the advancement of technology, formidable weapons are continuously produced, diminishing the deterrent effect martial artists have against certain organizations. Nonetheless, even a hint of suspicion would not be overlooked by Wayne, though he would not take action personally. Come here, Wayne commanded. Soon, the hall's door swung open, and a soldier clad in a dull gray uniform rushed in. Commander, how may I serve you? Immediately contact the assassin, Tao Bai, and inform him that I have a task to entrust him with. I need him to locate a blueprint. And here is the specific address. Wayne pinned down the address and handed it to his subordinate. If Muyang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the address written on the note corresponds to the Tianqin School's stronghold at the Great Green Mountain. Strike first to gain the advantage. Wayne's intention was straightforward. If the blueprint truly resides there, it would be splendid. Even if not, it merely involves spending some money, and matters solvable with money are trivial. Wayne indeed hoped the blueprint was there. Upon hearing the order to contact the ruthless assassin Tao Bai, the soldier's complexion paled. What, is there an issue? Wayne glared with a chilling gaze. The soldier, as though targeted by a demon, trembled and stammered, and no, I will attend to it immediately. With that, he scurried out. Clutching the note, Wayne snorted disdainfully, reclining on his soft sofa in leisurely pretense. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, sounding like artillery fire. The entire castle trembled, the chandeliers swinging perilously, as if they might fall at any moment. Is there an earthquake? No, someone has launched an attack here. Wayne's countenance darkened immediately, his face a mask of murderous intent as he strode outside, only to see the guards scrambling to organize defenses. What is happening? Wayne demanded, his voice laced with menace. Commander, we are being invaded at headquarters. Our forces are unable to hold the line. A guard, gun in hand, paled. Wayne paused, startled by the words of being unable to hold the line. His face twisted into a more vicious grimace. Damn it, this is the Serpent Legion's headquarters. Who dares to invade? It is a boy. Chapter 51. The world's greatest assassin thousands of kilometers away, in a small town's inn, the phone rang urgently. Ringing. Hello. It is my vacation time. Please do not disturb me. A man with braided hair, freshly emerged from a shower, his hair still damp, answered the phone with a cold, ungracious tone. Apologies, Mr. Tao Bai Bai. A mission has been issued by the Serpent Legion, requesting your acceptance of the task. You may set your price. The operator on the other end spoke cautiously, fully aware he was conversing with the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai's interest peaked, though his voice remained icy. I have no time. Sir, everything is negotiable. For million, everything is negotiable. Who is the target? A martial arts sect known as Tianxin Lu is a relatively obscure school. On the other end of the line, information was being relayed. Tao Bai Bai stroked his beard, twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and said with a sinister tone, a martial arts sect. Heh. You know I have always refrained from taking action against martial arts sections. The other party became flustered. It was rumored that Tao Bai Bai also hailed from a martial arts school, and thus his missions had always targeted individuals, with no precedent of him acting against an entire sect. I need more money, Tao Bai Bai stated bluntly. Understood. The person on the other end of the phone was wiping sweat profusely. 30 million, not a penny less. After saying this, Tao Bai Bai abruptly hung up the phone, then sat beside the bed and lit a cigarette, quickly enveloping the hotel room in a thick haze of smoke. Tianxin Lu, the sect of the current champion of the martial arts championship? After a moment, Tao Bai Bai extinguished his cigarette, donned his distinctive attire, a pair of tailored black trousers and a pink robe, emblazoned with a large character for kill in a vivid red, as if dyed with blood. He only wore this outfit during work. After adjusting his appearance, Tao Bai Bai strode out of the room and approached the hotel front desk. Boss. His icy voice sent chills down the spine. The proprietor, wearing glasses, turned to look upon hearing the voice, and upon recognizing the visitor's attire. Cold sweat instantly cascaded down his face. The world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai, how could he be in my establishment? The owner's face turned ghostly pale. What can I do for you, sir? He stammered, continually wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Tao Bai Bai coldly gazed at him. How far is it to the eastern primitive mountains? Approximately 2,600 kilometers, he replied, bowing deeply. That's quite a distance, Tao Bai Bai mused, stroking his chin as he began to pace around the lobby, observing while tapping his knuckles against the stone pillars in the corners, as if searching for a suitable support beam. After a moment, he nodded, having selected one of the stone pillars. With a couple of quick thuds, Tao Bai Bai leaped up and struck the chosen pillar at both ends, his concealed force penetrating the stone's interior, disrupting its structure and creating 2 fracture points. Then, with a sharp crack, the entire pillar was brought down by Tao Bai Bai. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the hotel owner's eyes widened, utterly transfixed. This is the direction. Tao Bai Bai determinately threw the pillar, and with a whoosh, it transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the clouds. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall spare your life for the sake of the holiday. Be grateful for this stroke of luck, Tao Bai Bai remarked, turning to the hotel owner. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air, his body becoming a fleeting shadow as he pursued the rapidly soaring stone pillar. Given Tao Bai Bai's throwing strength, it would take him 4 or 5 leaps to reach the Dacheng mountain. With a loud thud, once Tao Bai Bai's figure disappeared from sight, the hotel owner could no longer bear the shock and collapsed to the ground. His face was ashen. My goodness, that man was the world's #1 assassin. The bloodless killer Tao Bai Bai. How did I survive his presence? Suddenly, the hotel owner reconsidered, feeling uneasy, and hurriedly locked the hotel door, fearful of attracting trouble. Surviving Tao Bai Bai's encounter was pure luck. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. It was safer to stay hidden for a while. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Serpent-Bearer Legion was engulfed in billowing smoke, flames soaring high, the sounds of exploding shells and gunfire intertwining. Boom. Another building was struck by artillery, debris raining down amidst thick black smoke as the castle continued to crumble, with craters from shells dotting the ground. Today was undoubtedly a catastrophic day for the Serpent-Bearer Legion. The orchestrator of this chaos was a young man, Muyang. After concluding his discussion with April, Muyang exchanged insights with Isaf and others regarding the Serpent-Bearer Legion. Following their unanimous agreement, Muyang first targeted the nearest branch of the Serpent-Bearer Legion to the primitive mountains, executing a swift and devastating sweep. During the obliteration of that branch, he acquired information about the headquarters. Contemplating the situation, he decided that it was better to eradicate the root rather than merely trim the grass. Thus, akin to Sun Wukong's destruction of the Red Satin Army in the original tale, Muyang pressed on directly towards the headquarters of the Serpent-Bearer Legion. Leading to the present scene, Muyang was a man of decisive action. In his eyes, once someone was deemed an enemy, the only prudent course was complete annihilation. Boom. Flames danced as fiery sparks burst forth. Rows of soldiers charged forth with rifles, the bullets intertwining to form a net of fire directed at Muyang. Yet, These efforts were futile, for they faced a martial arts master far beyond ordinary mortals. Crack. Before they could comprehend the situation, soldiers were sent flying. Retreat. Quickly fall back. Faced with the enemy's ghostly assault, the soldiers of the Serpent-Bearer Legion were paralyzed with fear, none daring to advance. No retreat. Charge forward. The commander bellowed furiously, his machine gun firing incessantly. Help! Someone save me! Cries of despair echoed as soldiers muttered, desperate to flee, unwilling to resist. With a cold expression, Muyang continued to unleash energy blasts, and with another thunderous boom, yet another building collapsed. Chapter 52. Tao Bai by him? At that moment, Muyang noticed Commander Huan. Heavily armored and guarded, not far off, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he redirected his assault toward Huan. Damn it, my legion. Commander Huan's face darkened, radiating an aura of chilling malice. The losses his legion suffered were like daggers to his heart. Instead of worrying about that, you should be concerned for your own life. A dispassionate voice suddenly resonated near him. What? Commander Huan's pupils constricted, his green fur bristling instinctively as he sensed an imminent threat. Before he could react, an immense force struck his chest, akin to a truck laden with cargo barreling toward him. Bang! Commander Huan offered no resistance, his body hurtling like a cannonball against the wall. The rubble erupted as Commander Huan's darkened countenance grew even more grim. Blood dripping from his mouth as he glared with steely eyes. Damn martial artist, he snarled through gritted teeth. Standing before him was a youth clad in a white martial arts uniform, the fabric rustling in the wind, exuding an overwhelming presence, especially his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk, making it difficult to meet his eyes. Muyang regarded Commander Huan with surprise at his survival. An orc? Your attire indicates you are the commander of the Serpent-Bearer Legion? You possess considerable strength. No wonder you lead the entire legion. However, after today, the Serpent-Bearer Legion shall cease to exist. Muyang's voice was frigid, a direct proclamation of the adversary's demise. You scoundrel! Commander Huan, infuriated, attempted to retort. But Muyang offered him no opportunity. A whirlwind swept across the land, and with a swift stride, Muyang's form blurred, only to reappear beside Huayan. When did this happen? Huayan's pupils constricted, cold sweat cascading down his brow. You cannot resist. From the moment you attacked April's family, your fate was sealed. You shall pay this debt with blood. Prepare to die. Without granting Huayan a moment to defend himself, Muyang unleashed a powerful energy wave. A brilliant radiance blossoming in the air like a resplendent flower. The blossom erupted, and a terrifying surge of energy engulfed Huayan, the commander, mercilessly, with a deafening roar. Huayan was ensnared by the chaotic currents of the energy wave, vanishing into the void. Having completed this grim task, Muyang cast a stoic glance at the remaining members of the Legion before ascending into the sky with the art of flight. Your commander is dead, and this world no longer accommodates the Serpent Husbandry Legion. Allow me to conclude your lives in the most spectacular manner as the headquarters vanishes with you. Muyang hovered above the castle, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with murderous intent, before directing an energy wave towards it. Heavenly Heart Energy Wave. A terrifying beam of energy descended from the heavens, splitting mid-air, resembling a colossal pot lid descending upon its prey. This energy wave, infused with Muyang's entire essence, while not matching the destructive force of the Turtle Hermit, was more than sufficient to obliterate a castle. Boom! The energy beam struck the ground, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently. Every area touched by the energy wave erupted in dazzling flashes, rendering the sun itself seemingly dim. Scorching winds roasted the earth, and as the thick smoke dissipated, the once majestic headquarters of the Serpent Husbandry Legion lay in ruins, a searing haze wafting above the now desolate landscape. The Serpent Husbandry Legion was finished. Muyang floated in the air, panting heavily. The recent energy wave had drained nearly all of his stamina. After landing to catch his breath for a moment, he felt a slight resurgence of strength. He refrained from consuming the sacred beans, as they were far too precious to waste unless his life was in jeopardy. Given the current circumstances, in which he could gradually recover, he chose to conserve them. Contemplating, Muyang shifted his form and entered the acceleration space to restore his energy. Half a day later, emerging from the acceleration space, Muyang found himself in peak condition, with his energy seemingly enhanced. With the headquarters of the Serpent Husbandry Legion destroyed, the external divisions posed little threat. He could eliminate them in due time. With this in mind, Muyang soared into the air, redirecting his course towards the Great Green Mountain. Half an hour later, the majestic mountains loomed before him. Crossing them would lead directly to the Great Green Mountain. At that moment, a swift shadow darted up from behind him, quickly aligning parallel to Muyang. It was a rapidly flying stone pillar, atop which stood a figure with a gaunt, sharp visage, adorned in flamboyant attire. Particularly notable for the bold kill emblazoned across the chest. As Muyang discerned the figure's appearance, especially the distinctive garb, his heart sank, and his expression grew gravely serious. The world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Such an unmistakable appearance could only belong to Tao Bai Bai. In the original narrative, Tao Bai Bai was tasked by the Red Ribbon Army to seize the Dragon Balls, only to be defeated by Sun Wukong during his ascent of the Korin Tower. His mode of transport then was also a stone pillar, mirroring the current scenario. Unexpectedly, this infamous assassin had retained his peculiar method of travel over the decades, still favoring a stone pillar to traverse the world. Yet, Tao Bai Bai's trajectory was towards the Great Green Mountain. Instantly, Muyang's expression darkened. He hoped that Tao Bai Bai was merely passing by. Tao Bai Bai's capabilities were formidable. Even compared to the Turtle Hermit, he was not significantly weaker, ranking among the elite fighters on Earth. If his intentions were directed towards the Great Green Mountain, it would spell disaster for all. Hey, kid? Are you a disciple of the Crane School? I don't recall seeing you before, Tao Bai Bai remarked with a haughty tone. Noting Muyang's use of the Crane School's unique flight technique, Muyang chose not to respond, instead leaping onto the stone pillar to face Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai, where are you heading? Muyang inquired earnestly. Tao Bai Bai's expression soured. Youngster, did the Crane Hermit not teach you the importance of respecting your elders? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? His voice was cold and unyielding, yet he refrained from displaying his usual intense murderous intent. Recognizing Muyang's affiliation with the Crane School, so he considers himself a disciple of the Crane School, Muyang mused, taking this opportunity to scrutinize Tao Bai Bai closely. Chapter 53. Life is a play. All about performance. Tao Bai Bai's appearance could hardly be described as admirable. In fact, it bordered on pitiful. A gaunt face, a frail body, and an incongruous outfit and hairstyle, rendering him seemingly fragile and skeletal. Yet, this unassuming figure was, in reality, one of the world's most skilled fighters. Thus, even Muyang felt compelled to treat Tao Bai Bai with utmost seriousness. Tao Bai Bai's current combat power hovered around 135, not significantly inferior to that of the Turtle Hermit. Years of killing had granted him unparalleled experience in the art of assassination, making him an exceedingly troublesome adversary. Countless thoughts raced through Muyang's mind. While the Turtle Hermit might exhibit restraint due to the decorum of a martial artist, Tao Bai Bai was different. For him, murder was a mundane affair, part of his profession. Studying how to kill more efficiently perhaps constituted his daily practice. Well versed in the original narrative, Muyang was acutely aware of Tao Bai Bai's despicable nature. Upon encountering Sun Wukong during his ascent of the Korin Tower and being defeated, Tao Bai Bai would readily abandon his pride as a martial artist to plead for his life, even resorting to kneeling. Yet, when he perceived an opportunity, he would not hesitate to launch a sneak attack, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. All signs indicated that Tao Bai Bai was a thorough egotist, cunning, despicable, and merciless, devoid of any martial ethics. Ironically, such a lack of principles allowed him to evade many unnecessary entanglements and seize more opportunities in combat, perhaps aligning with the fundamental qualities of an assassin. Upon hearing Tao Bai Bai's icy inquiry, Muyang seemed to snap back to reality, slapping his forehead and donning an apologetic smile. My apologies, Uncle Tao Bai Bai. It was my impudence earlier. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. My master often speaks of you, saying you are the world's foremost assassin, your strength rivaling that of the so-called martial arts god. The turtle old man meeting you in person is an honor, and I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness. Seeing Tao Bai Bai's lack of immediate reaction, though his expression softened slightly upon hearing the mention of the turtle old man, Muyang felt a sense of relief. He continued to smile. Uncle, are you on a mission this time? Tao Bai Bai raised an eyebrow, his expression turning frosty once more. Is that something you can casually inquire about? Ah, I have overstepped. Muyang busily apologized while observing Tao Bai Bai, who appeared not to be overly angered. Master Uncle. Ahead lies the primitive mountain range, and beyond that is the Great Green Mountain. As a disciple who has been cultivating here recently, I am quite familiar with this area. If you have any tasks, I am more than willing to assist you. Upon hearing this, Tao Bai Bai displayed a look of surprise and nodded. It is rare to see such filial piety from you. Your master has indeed taught you well. Not at all. It is an honor for me to glimpse your prowess. Master Uncle. Indeed, Tao Bai Bai replied with a smile. This mission involves a martial arts sect, and its disciples are formidable. Let me first assess your strength, otherwise, should they injure you, it would be difficult for me to explain to your master. With that, he beckoned Muyang over. Muyang, humbly smiling, responded, I would be grateful for your guidance, and approached Tao Bai Bai. Maintaining an air of a master, it seemed as if he was genuinely about to instruct his disciple. However, as Muyang closed the distance to just a step and a half away, Tao Bai Bai suddenly revealed a murderous intent and struck out, shouting, Ding ding wave. Almost simultaneously, Muyang reacted, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! The fist collided with the Ding wave, causing the crimson energy to veer off course. With a loud crash, the force rebounded, and both Muyang and Tao Bai staggered back half a step, astonished by each other. Life is akin to a play, reliant on performance. Perhaps neither expected that they shared similar thoughts. Tao Bai burst into hearty laughter. How intriguing. I did not anticipate encountering such a talented youth among the younger generation. Seeing the ambush fail, Muyang sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. From Tao Bai's actions, it seemed he had long suspected Muyang was not a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect. The reason for continuing the charade was likely due to the assassin's instinct that sensed danger. Oh, it appears I have misunderstood. You are not a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect at all. Tao Bai stroked the mustache on his lip, then casually placed one hand behind his back, exuding an aura of superiority, though his gaunt cheeks were filled with a chilling demeanor, and his eyes gleamed with ruthless coldness. I never claimed to be. And you didn't truly misunderstand from the beginning, did you? Shaking his head, Muyang regarded Tao Bai with calm resolve, aware that the act could no longer continue. I told you, the Crane Immortal sect has no one of your caliber, Tao Bai stated, falling silent afterward. The two stood atop a swiftly flying stone pillar, racing through the mountains toward the Great Green Mountain. Suddenly, Muyang sprang into action, channeling his internal energy to utilize the sky dance technique, slightly levitating his body. He lifted his foot and stomped down on the speeding stone pillar with tremendous force, causing it to veer off course at a 90-degree angle and plummet toward the primitive mountain range. With a series of cracking sounds, the stone pillar broke into two during its descent. One segment disintegrated mid-air while the other crashed to the ground, creating a pit 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the land, uprooting everything within a several dozen-meter radius and sending thick clouds of dust spiraling upward. Coughing, two figures sprang from the smoke, landing not far from the impact site. They covered their noses, with no visible injuries. Kid, not bad. I wonder where you learned that sky dance technique, for you wield it quite well. At such a young age, possessing such formidable strength, you may achieve great things if you continue to grow. Even I have developed an appreciation for your talent. However, it is unfortunate that you have offended me. Tao Bai, encountering me is your greatest misfortune. Tao Bai shook his head nonchalantly, as if everything was within his control. Muyang sneered, how ridiculous. Techniques are created by people who decreed that the sky dance technique could only belong to the Crane Immortal sect. TSK, such arrogance from a junior. The sky dance technique is profoundly intricate. Do you think it can simply be created at will? I have yet to see anyone in this world who could devise a technique comparable to the sky dance technique. Tao Bai scoffed, comparing the current martial arts world to the era of the martial arts titan 200 years ago, which had greatly declined, with few practitioners of Qigong remaining, let alone anyone capable of creating techniques utilizing Qigong. If creating techniques were so easy, the Turtle School's Ki Blast and the Ding Wave would not be legendary techniques. In his view, Muyang appeared to have surreptitiously learned the techniques of the Crane Immortal sect while stubbornly refusing to admit it. Such a person would deserve to be killed 1,000 times over. Then, you must be woefully uninformed, Muyang replied coldly. Indeed. This era cannot compare to the martial arts titans times several centuries ago, but it is not devoid of talent. Humph. At these words, Tao Bai let out a cold snort, a fierce expression flashing across his brow, and the cold energy surrounding him intensified. He said icily, you reckless fool. You have successfully provoked my ire. It just so happens that I have not killed anyone in the past few days. A warm-up before executing my mission would be quite fitting. I shall make you understand what it means to wish for death. This statement was returned in kind. Observing the arrogant and maniacal Tao Bai, Muyang's expression hardened with a cold, killing intent. Regardless of whether Tao Bai's current target was the Tianxin sect, based solely on his previous arrogance, Muyang resolved to ensure that Tao Bai vanished from this world entirely. With that thought, Muyang decided to strike first. Swiftly, he lunged forward, his body transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards Tao Bai. Before Tao Bai could react, Muyang's fist, imbued with overwhelming force, came crashing down. Bang! Muyang's fist halted abruptly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Before he could react, a powerful counterattack surged from his fist, instantly creating a massive whirlwind around them. Your reflexes are surprisingly quick. I wonder how long you can endure. A chilling voice echoed as Tao Bai's figure appeared like a ghost at Muyang's original position. He then pressed close, unleashing a series of vicious attacks. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as a rip appeared in Muyang's sleeve, a piece of the white cloth torn away by Tao Bai's assault. Indeed, Tao Bai was an experienced assassin. A moment of carelessness could lead to his trap. Muyang hastily evaded the onslaught and retreated. To be honest, Muyang's strength was now comparable to that of Tao Bai Bai. However, in terms of experience, Muyang could not match Tao Bai Bai. Although when it came to technique, having trained under the Cat Sage, Muyang surpassed Tao Bai Bai by a considerable margin. Chapter 54. The Battle with Tao Bai Bai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two figures darted swiftly through the forest, appearing and disappearing with each passing moment. Each emergence accompanied by intense combat and violent tremors. Crack. Tao Bai Bai grinned, landing a blow on Muyang, causing him to halt momentarily. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Muyang's counterattack was equally fierce. At the very instant he was struck, his own attack landed on Tao Bai Bai. Cough, cough, cough. With a sinister expression, Tao Bai Bai quickly retreated, his face as dark as charcoal. After several exchanges, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. This young man, despite his age, had engaged in numerous exchanges without being defeated, even managing to inflict damage on him. Tao Bai Bai's anger began to rise. His cold gaze sweeping over Muyang, an aura of terrifying killing intent seemingly coalescing. Muyang regarded Tao Bai Bai with a grave expression, cautiously gathering his internal energy, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. I did indeed underestimate you, but let us see how you evade my next assault, Tao Bai Bai declared, shifting all his strength into speed, closing the distance to Muyang in mere strides. Confronted by the sudden onslaught of Tao Bai Bai, Muyang's eyes sparkled with intensity. He swiftly pivoted, anchoring his hands to the ground, leveraging his waist torque to launch a kick towards his opponent. Tao Bai Bai staggered back a few steps, at this moment resorting to his most formidable technique, the Ding wave. With a thunderous shout, he pointed a finger at Muyang, unleashing a crimson energy ray. In that fleeting instant, a surge of power enveloped Tao Bai Bai. The terrifying energy coalesced into a beam, hurtling towards Muyang. The sudden escalation of momentum caused Muyang's expression to shift dramatically. The Ding wave of the Crane immortal style. Unlike the previous attempt, this time he unleashed it fully, unencumbered by the need to conceal his killing intent. Even if your Ding wave possesses overwhelming energy, poor quality renders it futile. With no time for contemplation, Muyang extended his hands, palms pressed together in a grasping motion. A resonating hum filled the air as blue-white light enveloped his palms. He was determined to absorb Tao Bai Bai's Ding wave just as Sun Wukong would. Boom. The powerful attack generated a tremendous whirlwind, searing heat radiating from his palms. The immense pressure left Muyang's arms numb, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the energy wave struck, his body was propelled backward several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Yet, astonishingly, Tao Bai Bai's Ding wave did not defeat Muyang. How could this be? My Ding wave has been thwarted. Tao Bai Bai's eyes bulged in disbelief. For years, this technique had been his prized weapon, effortlessly piercing through any adversary, leaving no one unscathed. Yet today, his greatest strike had been absorbed. I must eliminate this individual. Should he grow stronger, he will become a formidable threat. A wave of panic surged within Tao Bai Bai, his murderous intent intensifying. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent in his youth. Who are you? Aren't you headed toward Daqing Mountain? Surely you have not neglected to investigate your target. I am a disciple of the Tianqin school. Muyang seized the moment to regulate his internal energy rapidly. Tao Bai Bai was taken aback. A disciple of the Tianqin school? Such a minor sect could produce someone like you? Curse be the intelligence department, he mused. This was no mere minor sect. The caliber of their disciples could rival that of the Crane Immortal and Turtle Immortal schools. Tao Bai Bai's countenance darkened, realizing he had been misled by the unreliable intelligence of the assassin organization. Although he had previously heard of a disciple from Tianqin School claiming victory at the World Martial Arts Championship, he had not given it due consideration until now. He sensed that he should have never accepted this mission, but it was too late to retract his actions. He had thoroughly antagonized Muyang, and now only the complete eradication of this threat would suffice. Especially this individual, whose cunning rivaled his own, he could not be allowed to survive. With this thought in mind, Tao Bai Bai, disregarding the energy expenditure from his Ding wave, charged at Muyang once more. Again? Now it is my turn to strike. With his strength somewhat restored, Muyang would not remain passive in the face of Tao Bai Bai's renewed assault. He bellowed, launching another attack despite the toll on his body. With a series of feints, he maneuvered behind Tao Bai Bai with astonishing agility. A glimmering energy enveloped his palm. And as Tao Bai Bai's astonished expression met his gaze, Muyang's hand descended with a radiant glow. Tao Bai Bai, perish! He roared. With a resounding thud, his palm struck Tao Bai Bai, who was sent crashing several meters away, colliding with a massive tree. The impact caused the tree to tremble violently, snapping in half. Clearly, the exchange had favored Muyang. Tao Bai stumbled to his feet, emitting a furious roar, his garments now tattered and ragged in the breeze. How dare you injure me? He seethed, incensed. This was the first time he had encountered such a tenacious opponent outside of the Turtle Immortal and Crane Immortal. He could very well face defeat. This was unacceptable. He was the world's #1 assassin, and since his rise to fame, no one had ever matched him. Tao Bai vowed to employ the most brutal means to eliminate this adversary. His cold, merciless gaze swept over Muyang, his dark features twitching with rage, licking his lips. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he clenched his fist, filled with malice. You wretched brat, how dare you injure me? What manner of death do you desire? As he spoke, an ominous aura emanated from him, a nauseating killing intent spreading forth. After years of being an assassin, countless souls had perished at his hands. Furrowing his brow, Muyang sensed the malevolent energy radiating from Tao Bai. His energy detector crackled to life, registering a value of 144, significantly higher than before, indicative of the so-called explosive aura in martial arts. Though he could not see the detector's readings, he could feel the opponent's power escalating. Muyang pondered. If they both exerted their full strength, they might be evenly matched, but it would surely lead to mutual destruction. Shall we gamble? Muyang resolved, gritting his teeth. This was a battle of life and death, not a martial arts contest. He must defeat his opponent at all costs. Chapter 55, The Withered Bean. Ha. Now you know fear. I shall show you the might of the world's #1 assassin. Tao Bai's twisted visage contorted with the strain of his overwhelming aura, each muscle trembling under the immense pressure. Hearing this, Muyang scoffed inwardly, releasing his own energy to its zenith. A potent current, rivaling Tao Bai's, enveloped him. It was a decisive moment. Today, he would end Tao Bai's reign here. A palpable tension enveloped the clearing as the two combatants descended into madness. The forest falling eerily silent. In this clash, one would surely fall. Bang, bang, bang. The battle erupted once more, a flurry of fierce exchanges sending dust and debris swirling, leaving bystanders in disbelief. Their speeds reached unimaginable heights. To an ordinary observer, only blurred silhouettes would be visible, colliding and darting about. The details lost to the limits of human perception. Thud. Muyang stomped the ground, fissures spidering outward as he propelled himself skyward. Reaching a certain height, he gathered his fists and aimed a devastating strike at Tao Bai. Boom. With a single blow, he sent Tao Bai plummeting from the sky, a wave of air trailing in his wake, forming a sonic boom. Tao Bai's face twisted in agony as he hurtled towards the earth. Meanwhile, Muyang executed a series of rapid feints, descending faster than Tao Bai, his body hunched and knees bent, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Tao Bai, struggling to withstand the onslaught, glared with murderous intent, yet a manic grin began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. After steadfastly enduring Muyang's assault, Tao Bai glided forward. Ding bi. A blood-red beam suddenly shot towards Muyang. Tian Xin Qigong. A chilling expression enveloped Muyang's face, and he retaliated with a similar ray of attack, a cerulean beam surging towards Tao Bai's Ding bi. The two energies collided mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion that scattered fine, mist-like energy particles. Unbelievable, this move bears an uncanny resemblance to the Ding bi. Tao Bai stared in shock, slightly taken aback. The Ding bi had been an innovation by the Crane Hermit, derived from the Qigong canon left by the legendary master Wu Tai-Do, and was one of the rare techniques capable of contending with the Turtle School's Qigong. Witnessing a youth in his prime execute such a similar technique left Tao Bai in disbelief. Humph. This is the legacy Qigong of Tian Xin Flow. Fundamentally different from your Ding bi, Muyang gasped, seizing the moment to recover his strength as the previous battle had drained him to the brink. Tao Bai fell silent. Each martial art has its unique training methodology, and the essence of Qigong is indeed diverse. Although Muyang's Qigong wave bore a striking similarity to the Ding bi, the differing colors indicated entirely distinct operational modes, even leading in opposite directions. The Tian Xin Flow martial arts school surprisingly possessed its own Qigong wave. At this realization, Tao Bai's mood plummeted, his gaunt cheeks twitching incessantly as a sense of helplessness washed over him. Let us settle this with one final strike. Tao Bai bellowed maniacally, his energy nearly depleted. Continuing would only inflict further damage. It was better to unleash his strongest attack to determine the victor. In his heart, he was already prepared to flee at any moment. Tao Bai valued his life greatly. Having lived for centuries, he was reluctant to linger if the next move failed. Concepts of completing missions and the pride of a master seemed utterly trivial in the face of his impending mortality. With a sound akin to a snap string, both Tao Bai and Muyang's previously wavering auras surged once more. Their distorted faces revealed that this truly marked their limits. Ding bi. Tian Xin Qigong. The two energy beams collided again mid-air, generating an even greater force. The resulting explosion unleashed a tempest that shattered trees within a 300-meter radius. Accompanied by a thunderous roar as a crimson energy sphere ascended, engulfing both Muyang and Tao Bai Bai. Moments later, the once lush ground lay scorched and barren, emitting wisps of warm smoke. Cough, cough. Do you think you can defeat me? Tao Bai Bai protected his chest with his hands, spitting blood as he struggled to maintain his stance. His complexion darkened and his body marked with scratches, while his garments had turned to ashes in the recent explosion. Opposite him, Muyang appeared equally disheveled. His martial attire was torn into tatters, several sections ablaze, and a mere cough sent waves of excruciating pain through him. Muyang groaned, contorting his face as the injuries had spread to his internal organs. Cough, why can't I? Muyang replied, suppressing his voice. Heh, Tao Bai Bai scoffed. His body severely wounded yet still able to move. In stark contrast, Muyang struggled even to shift, seemingly resigned to his fate. Wasn't this a clear victory for him? Indeed. In this world, no one could defeat oneself, Tao Bai Bai mused, reveling in his triumph. Little brat, to die at my hands is your honor. Today, I shall remember you. Fear not, you shall not be lonely in the afterlife. Your fellow disciples will soon accompany you. Do you truly believe you have one? Muyang responded with an expression of indifference. Isn't it obvious? Muyang remained silent, revealing a shriveled bean that he laboriously placed into his mouth. Tao Bai Bai nodded, thinking it a pitiful act to eat something so trivial before death. Sighing, Muyang exhaled, his tone a mixture of lament and resignation. Strangely, this sound reached Tao Bai Bai's ears, sending a chill down his spine as if something unfavorable was imminent. Chapter 56, Rooting Out the Weeds. Tao Bai Bai. Do you understand? In a typical life and death struggle, we might end up mutually assured destruction, but your greatest disadvantage is encountering me. Your luck pales in comparison. Muyang's words startled Tao Bai Bai, his unease intensifying. Muyang smiled, simultaneously crunching the bean in his mouth, and a rich essence flooded his senses. The miraculous effects of the bean manifested at that moment, rapidly healing Muyang's injuries, restoring him to peak condition. What? How is this possible? Why have your wounds completely healed? Tao Bai Bai's eyes widened in disbelief and terror as he witnessed the astonishing scene. The opponent's injuries had miraculously vanished. How could this be? At that moment, he felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to hell, suddenly aware of his perilous situation. The bean. It must be that shriveled bean. A bitter taste filled Tao Bai Bai's mouth. How could such a miraculous herb exist in this world? Greed flickered in his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by profound fear. Flee, I must escape. He realized he was no match for this individual in his current state. Tao Bai Bai's complexion paled, and an emotion named fear surged within him. With a thud, Tao Bai Bai knelt on the ground, bowing his head. Young master, I was wrong. Spare me. I promise to mend my ways. He repeatedly bowed. Bow all you want, even if you prostrate yourself 1,000 times. I shall not believe a single word you utter. Muyang coldly laughed, regarding him as a mere jester. He would not show mercy at this moment. Tao Bai Bai would not leave alive today, no matter what. After several blows without a response from Muyang, Tao Bai Bai's expression hardened, realizing that appeasement would not grant him a path to survival. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my elder brother, the Crane Hermit, will not spare you. I am his only brother. If you slay me, it will only bring peril to your kin. Humph, have you finished? Muyang interrupted disdainfully. Regardless of whether the Crane Hermit learns of today's events, do you think I fear him? Aspiring to become a formidable force in the universe. He scoffed at the notion of being threatened by the likes of the Crane Hermit. Should the Crane Hermit come, it would be his own demise. In any case, Tao Bai Bai was destined to die today, then perish. Tao Bai Bai bellowed, suddenly producing a grenade, pulling the pin, and hurling it towards Muyang. Upon witnessing this, a fierce murderous intent flashed across Muyang's face. Truly, Tao Bai Bai remained steadfast to his core after all these years, resorting to such underhanded tactics in his final moments. However, restored to his prime state, Muyang would not be struck by a mere grenade. He leapt lightly, using his toes to redirect the grenade back towards Tao Bai Bai. No, Peach White emitted a desperate scream. Boom. The bomb exploded, engulfing Peach White in a massive flame. Were he an ordinary person, such a tremendous explosion would surely have claimed his life. However, Peach White, having lived for centuries, must possess some extraordinary means of survival, wouldn't he? This grenade was not merely intended to serve Muyang, but was rather prepared for his own protection. Feigning weakness and obscuring the truth, Peach White's ability to simulate death was indeed masterful. Moreover, it is known from the original text that Peach White survived an explosion during his confrontation with Sun Wukong. Such a trivial trick might deceive Sun Wukong, but it could not escape Muyang's keen perception. Suddenly, Muyang directed his gaze towards a certain point in the forest. "Ah, Peach White, you think you can escape?" he said, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy wave in that direction. Whoosh! The energy wave tore through everything in its path, devastating the trees along the way. On the opposite side of the forest, a severely injured Peach White leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath, his eyelids drooping and blood seeping from his 7 orifices. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying energy drawing near. Before he could react, a brilliant blue energy manifested before him. There was no escaping it now. And his mind went blank. With a piercing sound, a sharp energy beam penetrated his chest and exited through his back, causing Peach White's consciousness to gradually fade. Impossible. I am the world's foremost assassin. How could I die from asphyxiation? His mind spiraled into confusion, his lips moved, revealing his deep-seated unwillingness. Muyang appeared before Peach White. His cold eyes fixed upon him. You have only yourself to blame for choosing the wrong opponent. Ha ha ha. I was wrong. I should not have accepted this mission. Facing death. Peach White asked, "Can you at least tell me who commissioned you for this task? Was it the Serpent Husband Legion?" Muyang leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Noticing Peach White's eyes widen in shock, he chuckled softly. No need to say more. Rest in peace. As Peach White's consciousness began to fade and his voice grew faint, he succumbed to death. Muyang stepped forward to inspect him, confirming that Peach White was indeed lifeless. With a smile, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon Peach White's corpse until it was reduced to ashes. To leave no trace behind, Muyang decided to eliminate all evidence of the assassin's existence. After completing this task, he stood still for a moment, retrieved a new set of clothes from his acceleration space, and leaped into the sky towards the Tianqin sect's residence. Upon his return, the day had grown late. Muyang arrived at Isaf's dwelling and recounted the events of the day. After hearing Muyang's description, Isaf sprang up from the sofa in astonishment. He gazed at Muyang, utterly shocked that his disciple not only eradicated the Serpent Husband Legion's headquarters, but also encountered and disposed of the assassin Peach White on his way back. Peach White was no ordinary individual. He ranked among the top 5 in the martial arts world and was infamous for instilling dread in his adversaries. The fact that such a figure was slain by Muyang was utterly inconceivable. Do not speak of this matter publicly. I have heard that Peach White has close ties with the Crane Immortal sect. Though your strength may not render you afraid of them, you are still young. It is wiser to avoid trouble for now, Isaf advised patiently. He then took a moment to calm himself and shook his head. Alas, the martial arts world has diminished greatly and can no longer withstand turmoil. Understood. As long as the Crane Immortal sect does not provoke us, I will refrain from taking action against them, Muyang replied earnestly. Isaf smiled at this, relieved that Muyang had returned in time. Otherwise, had Peach White discovered their location, the consequences would have been dire. Muyang wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that the overall strength of the Tianqin sect was relatively weak and had no means of resisting Peach White. Chapter 57. The Tianqin sect martial arts hall. The encounter with Peach White and his subsequent demise was entirely unexpected. Muyang had never contemplated crossing paths with the world's top assassin, although it was inevitable that he would engage with notable martial artists as he grew. Directly eliminating Peach White was an extraordinary feat. If this incident were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. This was all the Serpent Husband Legion's doing. Fortunately, with Peach White dead and the Legion dismantled, it had become an unresolved mystery for the time being. As for whether there would be any repercussions from the assassin organization, Muyang considered it a possibility. After all, this mission was commissioned by the Serpent Husband Legion, and those with ill intent could trace the task's destination. However, Muyang was resolute in his decision to deny any involvement, for Peach White had never reached the Dakingshan, and no battle had occurred here. Given Peach White's history of countless murders, it was not surprising that he had made formidable enemies. Perhaps he had encountered one of them along the way. Ah, those enemies were truly despicable for having killed Peach White, almost implicating the Tianqin sect. Muyang dined at Isaf's home that evening, where his wife, Alice, prepared a sumptuous feast, which she and April brought to the table. The meal consisted of 6 dishes and a bowl of soup, featuring a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. Make sure to eat more, Muyang. At the dining table, Alice, like a caring mother, continually served him food. Muyang smiled and passed her his rice bowl. Thank you, Auntie. Isaf laughed heartily as he opened a long-preserved fine wine and poured each person a glass. Come, everyone. Let us taste this wine I've been saving for a special occasion. I want some, April exclaimed, raising her small glass. After taking a sip, she quickly grimaced. What is this? It's awful. I don't like it. Haha. April can't handle her liquor. She should eat more instead. Isaf chuckled boisterously. April pouted, her cheeks flushed from just a single sip, her head feeling dizzy. Noticing her condition, Alice scolded Isaf. You shouldn't give her alcohol if she can't drink. Look at her now. She stood up, poured a glass of water from the kitchen, and handed it to April. Here, drink some water to rinse your mouth. Feeling thirsty? April gulped down the water and lowered her head to eat, vowing never to drink alcohol again. Isaf slapped his forehead, laughing heartily. After dinner, the master and disciple began to chat leisurely. Isaf said to Muyang, "Your strength has now surpassed mine. The path ahead is one you must tread alone, as I can no longer assist you." Isaf spoke candidly, acknowledging that in terms of cultivation, he was far inferior to Muyang and could not fathom the level Muyang had attained. The future path lay solely in Muyang's hands. The Tianqin sect has a martial arts hall in the village beneath Dakingshan, where April often practices. I believe you can go there for some time to meditate and offer guidance to your fellow disciples. At your level, a period of introspection would be beneficial. Indeed. Muyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, he needed to take some time to consolidate his training, and the Tianqin Martial Arts Academy was a splendid choice. Besides his own cultivation, he could also offer guidance to the disciples there. Will you be staying with me at the Martial Arts Academy, brother? April inquired, her sparkling blue eyes shimmering like aquamarine. With a smile, Muyang gently ruffled April's chestnut hair and replied, "Yes, I shall supervise your training from now on. Although you aspire to be a scientist when you grow up, a robust physique will greatly support your research endeavors." April giggled, "I understand now." That evening, after the family dinner, April settled down at Isaf's home. The next morning, she and her little companion, the blue dragon Xiaoka, appeared at Muyang's residence bright and early. Brother, we're heading down the mountain," chimed their melodious voices from outside. Upon opening the door, Muyang was greeted by the sight of April and the flapping little dragon. April's belongings were all bundled in cloth bags, which hung from Xiaoka's neck. At that moment, the adorable little dragon repeatedly nudged Muyang's abdomen with its large head, making delightful sounds. Muyang chuckled, saying, "Just a moment, let me gather my things." Returning inside, he placed all necessary items into the acceleration space and, with a pat on his hands, took April's small hand. "Let us go down the mountain." Along the way, April frequently tilted her head, gazing intently at Muyang. "What is it?" Muyang asked, puzzled. "Where are your things, brother?" April couldn't help but inquire. "They're all packed away." "Ah, I didn't see them." "Hurry and take them out for Xiaoka to carry." Muyang smiled faintly. "I stored them using a special method. So you cannot see them." "Oh, is that so?" April blinked her eyes in curiosity. "Haha." Muyang laughed heartily, refraining from elaborating further to avoid her incessant questioning. As they continued, laughter filled the air, and the beautiful scenery gradually retreated behind them. They soon turned from the winding path onto a wider road. Entering the village at the foot of the big green mountain, there were about a dozen villages beneath the mountain, and they entered a relatively large one with over 300 households and nearly 2,000 villagers. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy was situated in the western part of the village, not in a remote location. With the academy's presence, the area gradually evolved into a marketplace for nearby villages. Whenever the academy held public training sessions, it was also the busiest time for the market. As Muyang and April walked along the village path, the villagers greeted them warmly with nods, and even the little blue dragon did not elicit any fear. "Well, what a cute dragon. Its head is so big," several children exclaimed as they ran down the street, pointing at Xiaoka. "Aum." The little blue dragon raised its head and let out a proud call. Muyang chuckled at April, saying, "Xiaoka is quite popular here." April beamed, "Yes. Everyone likes Xiaoka because it's so well-behaved." Muyang nodded. The village, with its 2,000 inhabitants, maintained a simple way of life. The buildings were low wooden houses. And aside from farming, many villagers also hunted for sustenance. Thus, in their leisure time, numerous villagers would visit the Tianqin Martial Arts Academy to learn some combat skills. Having lived in the academy for many days, April and Xiaoka had become familiar with many villagers. They continued towards the academy, arriving at the western edge of the village after about 10 minutes. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy was not particularly large, with only 6 or 7 indoor training halls connected together. However, outside the martial arts building, a few simple outdoor training areas were fenced off for nearby villagers to practice and learn. Chapter 58. Disciples of the Academy. The students at the Tianqin Martial Arts Academy can be categorized into 3 groups. The first comprises direct disciples like April who have joined the Tianqin lineage, allowing them to learn all martial arts techniques of the school. The second group consists of martial arts enthusiasts from nearby areas or talented youths from the village who pay a fee to become students and learn combat skills. The third group includes villagers who listen in. The instructors do not provide them with specific guidance, and their understanding depends solely on their own efforts. Naturally, through selection, The academy also recruits a number of individuals to serve as instructors, responsible for teaching foundational martial arts. At this time, among the residents of the academy, the first category of students was the smallest in number, as there were only a few direct disciples of the Tianqin lineage. Besides a few who required training and lived in the academy, the rest were like April, young children who needed to learn cultural knowledge in the village. When Muyang and April pushed open the door and entered the academy, many disciples were already practicing inside. Most of them were children from nearby villages. As there was a school not far from the academy, and village parents were eager for their children to learn some self-defense skills. If they could demonstrate potential for further advancement, being accepted as students of the academy was an excellent opportunity. Senior brother Muyang is here. Senior brother Muyang is here. As soon as they stepped inside, the disciples spotted Muyang's arrival and called out excitedly. Soon, 3 or 5 youths, around 14 or 15 years old, rushed over. They were formal disciples of the Tianqin lineage, along with some older martial arts enthusiasts training at the academy. Senior brother Muyang, we heard you won the championship at the world's martial arts competition. Can you tell us about it? Yes, please share with us. The younger disciples surrounded him, chattering incessantly, and even other students studying at the academy gathered around, gazing at him with awe. With a smile, Muyang noted that previously, few within the Tianqin lineage were aware of the world's martial arts competition, but since his victory, Isaf and others had been vigorously promoting the event. Thus, news of his triumph spread widely throughout the surrounding villages, increasing the number of students at the academy. What a prestigious name, the world's martial arts competition. How noble and distinguished. The recognition, albeit slightly skewed, suggested that with Muyang's current strength, he could indeed claim the title of the world's best. All right, I will share with you all shortly. Muyang nodded with a smile. Senior brother Muyang, what brings you to the academy today? Did the master give you any instructions? Asked one of Muyang's junior sisters, named Nisi, who was one of the temporary instructors at the academy. Muyang nodded, indeed. I will be staying at the academy for a while. If you have any training-related questions, feel free to ask me. Really? That's wonderful. We have so many questions that need answering. Several disciples excitedly voiced their enthusiasm at Muyang's presence, as the teachers often remarked that his prowess had surpassed theirs. This instilled great confidence in the disciples, who all wished to learn something from him. Similarly, other students in the academy displayed expressions of excitement upon hearing Muyang's announcement. Most of them lack innate martial arts talent, yet they fervently aspire to become martial artists. Today, they have the extraordinary honor of receiving guidance from the champion of the world's foremost martial arts competition. They are resolute in their determination to learn diligently. Even acquiring a mere fragment of knowledge would suffice for a lifetime of benefit. At this moment, April tugged at a senior brother beside her and inquired, what exactly is the world's foremost martial arts competition? The disciple named Aya glanced at April and replied, the world's foremost martial arts competition is a grand event where martial artists from across the globe participate. It is said to be held once every 5 years. Once every 5 years. April gasped in astonishment, counting on her fingers and quickly becoming alarmed, as she herself was just over 5 years old. Thus, she mused, the competition must indeed be remarkable. Aya proudly stated, indeed, it is a gathering of the world's elite. The most recent event took place 6 months ago, where brother Muyang participated and defeated all his opponents to claim the championship. April, do you not think that is impressive? Yes, it is indeed impressive, April exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically like a little fan. Suddenly, she recalled the power her brother displayed when he rescued her, descending from the sky and swiftly defeating a group of villains. Her brother was undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Muyang raised his hand to calm them. All right, continue your training. I will accompany April to put away our luggage. Feel free to ask me any questions later. Brother Muyang, I will show you to your room. The junior disciple volunteered, leading Muyang and April to the rear courtyard. In front of the Tianqin Martial Arts School, there were 6 or 7 indoor training halls, while the back housed a large courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms, serving as private accommodations for disciples and instructors. After Muyang and the others departed, the students in the dojo began to return to their senses from their excitement. Under the guidance of their instructors, they diligently practiced their punches and kicks. The dojo imparted fundamental boxing techniques, but if mastered, these could also forge formidable combat experts. Chapter 59, Martial Arts Instruction on this day, due to Muyang's arrival. The atmosphere in the dojo was markedly different. The students exerted themselves with renewed vigor, practicing energetically, while the resident instructors took a particularly serious approach, teaching with utmost diligence. Everyone was filled with an unspoken drive, a motivation that was palpable. On the east side of the dojo, groups of students practiced basic stances as arranged by their instructors. This was the entry-level foundation of the Tianqin martial arts school, a routine they practiced several times daily. Yet, it was in this seemingly mundane exercise that they exuded an impressive aura. In a small corner, April, under the tutelage of her senior sister Nis, donned her martial arts uniform and diligently practiced her punches and kicks, demonstrating seriousness and precision, while a little blue dragon dozed beside her. Meanwhile, on the west side of the dojo, older students engaged in one-on-one sparring, already entering the realm of combat. Suddenly, Muyang called for a halt. The two students looked at him in confusion. Stop for a moment. You two have practiced other martial arts before, haven't you? The two students nodded. Yes. We trained with a combat master previously and have been experimenting on our own since. Muyang pondered for a moment. No wonder. Combat emphasizes ferocity and aggression, captivating the audience while inciting a surge of emotions. However, compared to martial arts training, it lacks internal energy control and overall coordination, appearing rather forced. I noticed a certain abruptness in your movements earlier. Your punches are fierce, projecting a sharpness, yet they lack coordination, leading to ineffective follow-through. Try again. Muyang approached the two students, pointing out the muscles in their bodies as they threw punches. Here, lower your arm a bit, raise your leg higher. Yes. Just like that. When you punch, focus on maintaining momentum. This is the essence, but do not exhaust all your energy. Conserve some for unexpected situations. Throughout the students' training, Muyang continuously corrected their mistakes. With his keen perception and understanding, his guidance struck like lightning, resonating profoundly within the students. Brother Muyang, I have some questions. A junior disciple named Asuwa stepped forward, eager to engage. Despite his youth at just 14 and a rather small stature, he, like Nis, served as a temporary instructor at the dojo, showcasing considerable talent. Muyang regarded the junior and extended his hand. Come, attack me. Only through genuine combat can one uncover and rectify issues. Asuwa nodded, his expression serious as he focused on Muyang. In that moment, he entered a combative state, appearing quite the part. Muyang chuckled softly. At his current level, he could discern the essence of many things with a mere glance, especially in less advanced martial arts, as he could identify issues from the opponent's starting stance. Brother, I'm coming. Asuwa called out. Begin, Muyang replied with a nod. Yes. With a fierce shout, Asuwa lunged at Muyang, demonstrating decisive movements. His footfalls were crisp and clean, devoid of any excess noise, an achievement requiring years of rigorous training. Muyang silently approved. Moving in sync with him, Asuwa's attacks were sharp and unambiguous, yet against Muyang, each punch seemed to land upon a sponge, creating an impression of striking air. After several exchanges, Asuwa realized he had not landed a single blow on Muyang and had exhausted a significant portion of his stamina. Do not expend all your strength. Avoid unnecessary movements. Physical prowess is vital, but conserve your energy. Muyang's gentle voice resonated in Asuwa's ears, igniting a spark of understanding within him, prompting his movements to become more fluid. Maintain this state, and let your breathing become more even. After several minutes, Muyang observed that Asuwa had met the training requirements and signaled for him to stop. That will be enough for today. Reflect on this when you return and adjust your state. Thank you, brother, Asuwa expressed with reverence, deeply moved by the insights he had gained. Muyang waved dismissively. No need for formalities among brothers. As Asuwa exited the training hall, he found a quiet corner to contemplate, witnessing the growth of his fellow disciples. The remaining students could hardly contain their eagerness. Aya, who had previously spoken with April, approached Muyang with a solemn demeanor, stating, Brother Muyang, I wish to engage in a genuine battle with you. Muyang regarded him with a playful smile. Are you certain? The outcome may be quite disheartening for you. Aya earnestly remarked, Teacher Clarissa often tells me that I place too much emphasis on victory and defeat. But I believe that only by experiencing failure firsthand can one truly comprehend the disparities. Senior brother, please do not hold back. Allow me to witness our differences so that I may strive diligently. Muyang repressed his smile and gazed at Aya, stating, It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Therefore, I shall demonstrate the extent of the gap that exists between us and true masters. With that, the smile vanished from Muyang's face, and an inexplicable aura emanated from him, overwhelming those present with an immense pressure that left their faces pale, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. The might of senior brother Muyang was astonishing, rivaling even that of teacher Isaf. It felt even more formidable. How strong. I wonder how many moves Aya can endure? The students whispered among themselves, while Muyang's younger disciples watched with wide-eyed seriousness. Only April, slightly delayed in her realization, blinked, still unaware of the situation's gravity. Begin. Aya stomped his foot, lowering his body slightly, charging towards Muyang with the ferocity of a rampaging porcupine. Little did he know, his movements had already been perceived by Muyang, who deftly evaded, causing Aya's attacks to miss entirely. What is that? Someone shouted, pointing at the shadows on the martial arts arena. The others turned to look, only to be taken aback as they beheld several afterimages appearing where Aya had previously attacked. Faintly discernible, there were as many as 5, each resembling Muyang. These were afterimages, a technique that creates illusions by rapidly moving the body, leaving behind images that, while lacking offensive power, served to confuse adversaries splendidly. Muyang stood aside, explaining, and then, in an instant, accelerated, producing numerous similar afterimages within the confined arena. Compared to the earlier ones, these were even more lifelike. To put it in modern terms, the resolution of these afterimages was significantly higher, one might say 1080p. In total, there are now 18 afterimages. Aya, can you discern which one is the true me? Identifying the real body among the afterimages required exceptional visual acuity and judgment. A challenging task for an ordinary martial artist. Of course, if one could sense the aura, they might differentiate between the real and the false. Yet even Muyang had yet to master aura perception, let alone Aya. Faced with his senior brother's enigmatic technique, Aya bitterly smiled, realizing the vast gap between them. His expression turned serious. Since his eyes could not discern the true body, he would have to rely on sheer force. With a series of explosive punches, Aya attacked with incredible speed, his movements so rapid that the dozens of onlookers, including the villagers, could scarcely follow. When he shattered the 17th afterimage, joy illuminated his face as he clenched his fist and aimed to strike at the last one. However, he struck nothing but air, his fist passing through the final afterimage's chest just as it had with the others. Another miss. This one is also a fake, Aya thought in alarm, suddenly sensing an ominous shift. At that moment, Muyang's figure materialized behind Aya, raising his hand in a swift motion aimed at Aya's neck. One last thing I must convey. Since we are adversaries, do not take any of my words at face value. When I say there is one true body among the 18 afterimages, do you genuinely believe it? Aya's eyes rolled back as Muyang's hand struck his neck, the sudden impact causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Aso, take Aya down, Muyang beckoned to Aso. Once Aya was escorted away, Muyang turned to address the remaining students, saying, what I just conveyed is equally applicable to all of you. When venturing outside, remain vigilant. Do not blindly trust every word spoken by others. We understand. Senior brother. Everyone nodded in agreement, having just undergone a tangible lesson. Especially those martial artists who had ventured into the world and recognized that it was not the idyllic paradise they had envisioned. Pleased that his words resonated with everyone, Muyang nodded. Had it been Mei Xia, perhaps she would not have been as compliant. With a final remark, he exited the martial arts hall and strolled alone through the streets. Shortly after Muyang departed, Aya regained consciousness. Upon hearing his companions recount Muyang's words, he could not help but exclaim, it seems the gap between us and senior brother is immense. Indeed, senior brother Muyang knocked you out with a single strike. Nis laughed, covering her mouth. Aya shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, if it were you, the outcome would not be much different. Aso remarked calmly. Senior brother Muyang's strength is undoubtedly on par with several instructors. He may have even surpassed everyone in the Tianqin lineage, just as the teachers have suggested. Perhaps. The others mused in silence, but only April had absolute faith in Muyang's prowess. Yet, having practiced martial arts for only a few days, she spun her eyes in confusion, unable to grasp the conversation between her seniors. On a not particularly bustling street, villagers drove their cattle and sheep past, with blacksmith shops and general stores lining both sides. Further ahead stood an inn, a rare place for leisure in the surrounding countryside. Entering the inn, Muyang casually chose a seat by the window. When the server approached, he ordered a dish of fried beans and several meat dishes. The fried beans were crispy and fragrant, while the meats were expertly marinated, flavorful yet not greasy, accompanied by a bowl of light sake, with a low alcohol content. He savored a few cups, relishing the moment. At this time, Muyang was simply enjoying himself. Muyang, it has been quite some time since you last visited. A sweet voice called out as a waitress approached with a platter of snacks. The girl, with deep blue hair, was the daughter of the inn's owner. Having frequently brought Mei Xia down the mountain for outings, this inn had become a familiar place to him over time, fostering a rapport with the girl before him. Sister Marlene, I have come to check on your business. Please, have a seat. Muyang chuckled lightly, gesturing to the chair across from him. Marlene promptly sat down, smiling. It has been a while. Where have you been? I went out to train. Wow, your reputation has grown immensely. The entire village knows you now. Marlene referred to Muyang's victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a noteworthy event in their small village. Muyang nodded with pride, saying, during my travels, I even met Mei Xia. She has been feeling quite homesick. Speaking of Mei Xia, who had been away for over 3 years, Marlene's face softened with nostalgia. I don't know. We may have to wait until she finishes her studies, which might take several more years. The two chatted back and forth like siblings until the inn became increasingly crowded, prompting Marlene to rise and assist in the kitchen. As she was leaving, Marlene suddenly remarked, "By the way, when little Mei Xia returns, do you have any plans to marry her? I think you two would make a lovely couple." As she leaned closer, she whispered, "I have heard that several young women from nearby villages are inquiring about you. If you do not plan to marry Xiao Mei Xia, do let me know, and I can assist you in finding a suitable match." Muyang paused for a moment before responding, "There is no need for your assistance, dear sister. Perhaps you should focus on finding an heir for your family's tavern first." With a playful giggle, she replied, "Oh, you are shy, but you should know. I have already found a suitable match." "Really? How delightful. When shall we celebrate with some wedding sweets?" Muyang inquired. "Soon. You must come and grace the occasion with your presence," she assured him. "Of course," he nodded, and after Marlene departed, he continued to sit by the windows, savoring his food. Yet, for reasons unknown, her words lingered in his mind, creating ripples of thought. As he reflected on his future marriage, he realized he had been in this world for nearly 5 years, with many more years ahead to contemplate such matters. He considered himself to have achieved a modest level of success, alleviating any concerns regarding this aspect of life. Xiao Mei Xia seemed a commendable choice. Having a solid foundation from a young age, he noted her increasing beauty during their last meeting. Chapter 61. 6 months at the dojo regarding a future partner. Muyang did not possess many preconceived notions. Companionship should first be built on mutual attraction, followed by a sense of comfort without entanglements or constraints. Neither party should feel like a burden to the other. As long as both individuals find each other agreeable, that suffices. Passionate love may not endure, and when enthusiasm wanes, life may turn to the mundane, akin to the routine of daily chores. If such familiarity remains pleasant, akin to the fragrance of one's essence, it signifies that the right choice has been made. Love and familial ties are closely intertwined. Yet familial bonds tend to last longer. At that moment, a vivid image of a lively figure emerged in his mind. Xiao Mei Xia? Muyang smiled faintly, then frowned. She was rather young. After resting briefly at the tavern, he gazed out the window at passers-by, farmers and merchants alike, carrying various agricultural tools and carts. Setting down his cup, Muyang rose to settle his bill. With his newfound wealth, financial concerns no longer plagued him. It could be said that for martial artists, opportunities to earn money were numerous. Whether through treasure hunting, eliminating bandits, or even teaching martial arts, the prospects for substantial income were abundant, rendering them largely free from financial worries. He wondered why figures like Sun Wukong and Krillin often lived in poverty. After wandering the streets alone for a while, Muyang entered a blacksmith shop, where he had previously commissioned weights for training. "Ah, young Master Mu, come in. Is there something you need?" The blacksmith greeted warmly. "Please, continue your work. I'll browse." Muyang replied with a smile as he began perusing the shop. The blacksmith store was filled with agricultural tools, kitchenware like knives and iron pots, and a few swords hung in the corner, alongside sets of training weights. Muyang noted that the blacksmith had been resourceful, selling the items he had crafted at Muyang's request. Perhaps he had made a tidy profit from the martial arts enthusiasm sparked by Muyang's recent victory in the martial arts tournament. After a thorough inspection, Muyang shook his head. The ordinary weights made from basic metals were no longer of use to him. "Do you have any small, dense metals?" he inquired. The blacksmith shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid we don't have such metals in our small town. You'd have to search in the larger cities." Muyang nodded, exchanged pleasantries with the blacksmith, and set off toward the dojo. Upon returning to the dojo, he found that the students had finished their lunch and were now resting in the backyard. Martial artists must balance their training with appropriate rest, so the dojo scheduled a 2-hour break following meals. Brother, came April's sweet voice. Muyang turned to see her waving from a shady corner, with her little blue dragon napping beside her. "What are you reading, April?" he asked, noticing the book in her hands. "I'm studying arithmetic," she replied, displaying the open pages. "You could learn this in class. You've worked hard this morning. You should take a proper rest like your senior brothers and sisters," he suggested. "But I can't sleep." She pouted. Muyang chuckled and affectionately tousled her hair. Children always seemed to possess boundless energy, and while April had become noticeably more subdued for her age, she was already keen on learning. "By the way, how does training feel?" he asked. "It's exhausting," she admitted with a frown. "That's a good sign. Diligent training will enhance your physical abilities," he encouraged. She murmured and returned her focus to her book, settling comfortably against the little blue dragon. Muyang smiled at her and then walked over to his fellow disciples. After Muyang's guidance earlier, the students appeared to have found their rhythm, though they struggled to penetrate the thin veil of uncertainty. As he approached, they eagerly gathered around him, hoping for the answers they sought. Muyang, ever willing to share his knowledge, patiently elucidated their queries. Once he had addressed their uncertainties, Muyang retreated to his room to commence his own training. Whoosh! He entered the acceleration space. After breaking through the first limit of his body, the time flow within the acceleration space had transformed to a ratio of 4:1. With his increasing strength, the duration he could maintain this space had also improved. He could now sustain it for 5 hours, equating to 20 hours within. In the vast, wide expanse, a thin layer of energy enveloped a 1,000-meter radius. Breathing in the revitalizing air, Muyang felt rejuvenated and invigorated. Immersed in this boundless space, he began his training. Whoosh! His body moved swiftly, a fleeting shadow appearing nearby, an afterimage left by his shadow boxing technique. Celestial Heart, Qigong, Sky Dance Technique, Shadow Boxing. He unleashed a flurry of techniques, the azure light weaving through the space, transforming the acceleration space into a vibrant spectacle. Beyond these techniques, Muyang had not delved deeply into the applications of Qigong. Though the Celestial Heart lineage contained profound concepts, they remained theoretical, and previous Master Isifu had not fully grasped them, hence not passing them on to Muyang. Now, Muyang's strength far surpassed Isifu's, who had recently entrusted him with all the teachings, grooming him to become the next leader. According to Isifu, the ancient inheritance of the Celestial Heart lineage might trace back to the Divine Temple, prompting Muyang to undertake a thorough study of the techniques. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, aside from instructing his junior disciples in April in the martial arts arena, Muyang dedicated himself to exploring the profound mysteries within the Tianqin lineage and the acceleration space. Naturally, he also found time to attend the wedding of Marlene, the daughter of the tavern owner, whose groom was a hunter from the village, previously trained at the martial arts hall and thus possessed commendable skills. Subsequently, he visited Meixia in the southern region, for she was his destined future wife, and it was imperative to protect her from being taken away by others. It was indeed necessary to assert his claim over her. Notably, during this visit, he garnered the support of the Isaf couple, who perhaps viewed their daughter's marriage to Muyang as the most fitting choice, despite her tender age of merely 14 or 15. Having settled these trifles, Muyang devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. The Tianqin lineage, being the quintessence from the temple, proved its worth as. Within a mere 6 months, augmented by the benefits of the acceleration space, Muyang grasped only a fraction of its essence. Nevertheless, this modest understanding brought him immeasurable benefits, elevating his combat prowess to an impressive 150 points, far surpassing that of Master Rashi, and roughly equating to that of Sun Wukong at the time of defeating Tao Baibai. This half-year marked a golden period for the Tianqin lineage. Not only did Muyang's strength soar, but his junior disciples also made significant progress, each achieving combat powers of around 40 to 50 points. Although they could not compare to Muyang, they had indeed reached a level that rivaled the promising newcomers of larger sections. Additionally, the students residing in the martial arts hall benefited from Muyang's guidance, witnessing their abilities rise steadily. Chapter 62. A visit to Doran Temple one day. After months of secluded cultivation, Muyang resolved to venture out once more for training. Unlike Sun Wukong, who possessed a unique bloodline allowing him to gain strength in a secluded manner, Muyang understood that he must travel extensively, absorbing the strengths of others to enrich his martial arts understanding and maintain his vitality. Thus, after briefing Aya and the others, he packed his belongings, ready to embark on his journey. Brother Muyang, I wish you a safe journey, called out Azur and the others at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Master brother, when you return, I will ensure you are astounded, Aya declared earnestly. Nis and April expressed their reluctance, waving goodbye to Muyang. Brother, remember to come back often. Muyang nearly stumbled at her words, feeling it sounded rather strange, as if he were marrying far away. However, martial artists often embark on journeys with uncertain durations, which could easily stretch into 3 or 5 years, akin to a daughter occasionally returning home after marrying into another family. Rest assured, focus on your training. He waved to everyone with a gentle smile before soaring into the air, utilizing the sky dance technique, swiftly disappearing into the vast clouds. Beneath the azure sky, Muyang traversed layer upon layer of thin mist, advancing through the moist air, with droplets forming on the tips of his hair. Earth still harbored numerous ancient martial arts sects. While their strength may not rival Muyang's, exchanging ideas would be beneficial. His first destination was Doran Temple. After leaving the Great Green Mountain, he turned his direction towards Doran Temple and sped forth. Doran Temple, situated in the southern hemisphere, shares its ancient heritage with the maple leaf flow. It is said to have been established on the remnants of the ancient Shaolin Temple after its destruction. Though Muyang was unaware of how much truth lay in this tale and had little interest in uncovering it. Undoubtedly, Doran Temple is one of the few formidable sects on Earth, with Master Shaolin being a giant of martial arts. Having been a place where Dragon Ball warrior Krillin once trained, Doran Temple's renown partially stems from this association. However, among Dragon Ball enthusiasts, their impression of Doran Temple is generally unfavorable, largely due to their aversion to the clowns. Krillin's fellow disciples in the original work appeared more like ornamental pillows, easily defeated in a few exchanges, which somewhat tarnished Doran Temple's reputation. Yet, after participating in the martial arts tournament hosted by Maple Leaf Island, Muyang came to realize that Doran Temple was far from simple, housing a number of skilled practitioners. The cold wind howled as the seasons changed. A figure swiftly dashed across the sky, the distant horizon curving into shape. Muyang had now arrived near Doran Temple's residence, with the tranquil mountain forest coming into view. Perched atop perilous high mountains, Doran Temple is secluded and often frequented by wild beasts, making it a sparsely populated area with treacherous peaks and inconvenient transportation. The mountain path leading to Doran Temple is paved with stone slabs, hewn along the fault lines, winding endlessly. Atop the mountain, an ancient and towering temple stands resolutely. Kenshin lineage, Muyang, here to pay my respects. His resonant voice echoed throughout the mountain, reverberating with persistent echoes. After waiting a moment outside, the tightly shut doors swung open. A monk clad in yellow robes emerged, revealing himself to be Wu Ting, who had sparred with Muyang during the martial arts tournament. Ha ha, Muyang, what brings you here? Please, come in. Wu Ting, a robust figure, welcomed him warmly. Muyang replied with a calm smile. As a distinguished representative of an ancient lineage, Doran Temple has always remained elusive. My visit today is not only to pay my respects to Master Shaolin, but also to seek some insights for my cultivation. Wu Ting, slightly taken aback, invited Muyang into the temple and summoned another monk with a few instructions. After a year apart, Wu Ting noticed that the gap in strength between him and Muyang had not only failed to narrow, but had actually widened. He remarked, Master is currently discussing martial arts insights with several elders. You may need to wait a moment. In the meantime, let me show you around the temple. Thank you. Muyang nodded gently, without objection, and thus began to stroll through Doran Temple under Wu Ting's guidance. Although Doran Temple is situated amidst towering mountains and is somewhat isolated, the space within is quite ample. Aside from temples for disciple worship, there are vast open areas where monks practice martial arts. As Wu Ting led Muyang through, they witnessed many monks lined up under the guidance of martial monks, honing their techniques. You have quite an impressive scale here, Muyang observed, pointing towards the distant monks. The martial monks stood in perfect formation, brimming with vigor and spirit, numbering at least 100, far surpassing the Tianxin lineage in sheer numbers. Wu Ting chuckled. These are the newly initiated disciples. Please follow me this way. Acting as a guide, Wu Ting led Muyang around. How have you cultivated? I feel increasingly unable to see through you, he inquired. Previously, their differences had not been vast, but after a year apart, he found it impossible to gauge Muyang's depth. If you also venture outside to gain experience, you could attain skills akin to mine, Muyang replied as he observed. This is a result of my training in the Kailin Sacred Ground. Kailin Sacred Ground? Wu Ting was taken aback, mentally noting the name. Shortly thereafter, Muyang had completed a general tour of Doran Temple, and at that moment, Master Shaolin emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing Muyang, an imposing aura suddenly enveloped him, and Master Shaolin's eyes gleamed with a flash of brilliance, his previously calm demeanor revealing an expression of disbelief. This young man, how has he cultivated? Compared to the martial arts tournament, the youth before him exuded a completely different presence, his aura and demeanor evoking the semblance of a master. Master Shaolin did not dare to neglect the situation and promptly stepped forward. Master Shaolin, Muyang said nonchalantly. The last time they met, the other party was a senior. But now their roles had reversed. With Master Shaolin's battle prowess rated at 105, it now seemed merely commendable in Muyang's eyes. Master Shaolin showed no signs of irritation at Muyang's indifferent tone. Instead, he smiled warmly and said, Please, young brother, come inside. Chapter 63. The young man with the small boat. Strong individuals are always deserving of respect, an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Despite Muyang's youthful appearance, his martial arts prowess was already ahead of everyone else. Even if he appeared aloof, such demeanor was a reflection of a warrior's dignity. One that drew no reproach, but rather a sense of inevitability. Muyang stayed at Duolin Temple for only a day, leaving the next morning amidst the company of Wu Ting and Master Shaolin. In that brief time, Muyang had thoroughly engaged with Master Shaolin and had awed everyone with his extraordinary strength, rendering the entire Duolin Temple incapable of finding anyone who could rival him. Such youth, combined with power that surpassed all, seemed to be crafting a brand new legend. Duolin Temple was merely a stop along his journey. As Wu-Ting watched Muyang gradually vanish into the forest, he felt a wave of emotion. Just recently, the two had been able to contend with one another. Now, they could only look up in admiration. "Master, I believe it is time for me to venture out and hone my skills," Wu-Ting declared with a resolute expression, as if he had made a significant decision. Master Xiaolin inquired, "Have you decided where you wish to go?" Wu-Ting fell silent for a moment, recalling Muyang's earlier words. "Yes, I plan to visit the Kylan Sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Master Xiaolin nodded. Indeed, the Kylan Sanctuary is the birthplace of martial arts. Home to the Kylan Tower. You may wish to challenge it. In my youth, I failed to ascend the Kylan Tower. I hope you can succeed. In his younger days, Master Xiaolin had also attempted to conquer the Kylan Tower but had fallen halfway due to exhaustion. After several unsuccessful attempts, he had given up and returned to Duolin Temple to manage its affairs, never to challenge it again. Now, he placed his hopes on Wu-Ting. "Yes, I have noted that," Wu-Ting replied, joining his hands in a silent gesture of respect. "Very well." Observing Wu-Ting's determined countenance, Master Xiaolin reminisced about his own youth and smiled, gazing into the distant, mist-covered mountains, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, after leaving Duolin Temple, Muyang continued with his plan to visit various sects, understanding that assimilating the strengths of many was no simple task. He prepared himself for a long journey of endeavor. Next, he visited the Cross-Fist sect, which bore a resemblance to the Tianqin sect and had numerous dojos in the area. Muyang approached them directly, this time not revealing his identity, but rather resorting to forceful challenges that compelled the opponents to exert their utmost effort. Such an approach was likely to offend many. Yet the rewards were evidently more substantial. Unconcerned with making enemies, Muyang adopted a straightforward and aggressive method to engage various martial arts. As a result, rumors began to circulate within the martial arts community about a certain madman relentlessly challenging major sects. With several that had caught wind of his endeavors suffering defeat at his hands, yet remaining tight-lipped about his identity. Initially, many viewed this madman as overestimating his abilities, seeking fame through combat, but as more skilled practitioners fell to him, even legendary masters faced defeat. It was then that they realized this could indeed be the birth of a legend. Muyang's ongoing challenges sent shockwaves through the various sects, prompting them to close their gates in fear of becoming the next target. Simultaneously, many began to sense inconsistencies. If this individual truly sought fame, why conceal his identity? It seemed that rumors were ultimately unreliable, yet regardless of the truth, it was perhaps best to avoid this turbulent waters. One day, on a beach, the white waves crashed against the shore, breaking into fine sprays. Muyang narrowed his eyes as he concentrated, gathering his energy into his palm. With a sudden burst, a luminous sphere of energy appeared in his hand, its dazzling clarity reminiscent of a luminous pearl. This small energy orb contained most of Muyang's internal power, finally honed after extensive training. Gazing at the humming energy sphere, Muyang smiled. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his arm, he thrust it forward. Tianqin slash! A surge of power erupted from his waist, and the radiant energy sphere transformed into a crescent shape, accelerating to its utmost limit and shooting straight across the surface of the sea. The ocean erupted in a tumult, splitting in two along the trajectory of the Tianqin slash. The fine waves were vaporized as if scorched by intense heat, culminating in a fiery ball shooting skyward, its blinding white light mingling with a chaotic storm, spreading outward in all directions. Muyang stood amidst the swirling storm, allowing the winds to buffet against him. While this energy attack might seem insignificant in the vast universe, on contemporary Earth, its power rivaled that of a martial arts master's ki blast or the devastating palm strikes of legendary warriors. Satisfied as he watched the tumultuous waters gradually subside, Muyang prepared to depart. At that moment, a small boat drifted in from the sea, and a figure aboard called out, "Hey, was that your ki blast just now? What technique was that? Could you show me again?" At this, Muyang halted his departure and turned his gaze towards the small boat. The young man aboard looked unremarkable, appearing to be around 20 years old, dressed for travel with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. However, upon closer inspection, Muyang noted an unusual energy emanating from him. Interesting, this individual's strength seems formidable. A hint of surprise crossed Muyang's face. As the boat approached, the young man leaped onto the shore before Muyang could respond, launching an immediate attack without uttering a word. How bold, to attack without warning, Muyang thought, momentarily astonished. With a cold smile, he swiftly extended his hand to grasp the incoming fist. Then with a powerful motion, he sent both the young man and his belongings flying. Quickly, he dodged and positioned himself before the young man before he could land. Lowering his body, He curved his arm and delivered a fierce punch. Ah! The young man cried out in disarray, his shout causing him to stall midair. Kamehameha! He exclaimed, bringing his palms together to unleash a beam of deep blue energy towards Muyang. Muyang's eyes widened in surprise, yet he did not falter in his actions. As the energy wave approached, he summoned his own power, extending his fingers forward as a faint light began to shimmer. Kenshin Ki Blast. The two energy forms collided in midair, producing a thunderous impact that unleashed a terrifying aura, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere as the residual energy transformed into a powerful whirlwind. Chapter 64. The young Sun Wukong. At this moment, Muyang had gathered enough insight from the young man's technique to deduce his identity. Coupling this with the current era's context, the conclusion became unmistakably clear. Without a doubt, this individual must be Sun Wukong, the esteemed disciple of the Turtle Hermit. However, the sudden attack from his opponent, who remained silent, left him quite displeased. He had anticipated the wrath of his adversaries when he challenged various schools of thought. Thus, Muyang resolved to impart a lesson. As one energy wave dissipated, Muyang swiftly advanced towards Sun Wukong with rapid footwork. Once Muyang became earnest, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. His earlier buoyancy from unleashing the Kamehameha had vanished, leaving him off balance and reeling under Muyang's relentless onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The waves of the sea were cleaved apart, and Sun Wukong's face was wrought with astonishment, his complexion growing pale. Muyang, expressionless, engaged in a fierce exchange with Sun Wukong, soaring into the air one moment and plunging into the depths of the ocean the next, creating chaos upon the sea surface. After a while, Sun Wukong lay exhausted upon the sandy ground, gasping for breath, his face marred with bruises, his clothing reduced to tatters. On the other hand, Muyang fared much better. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, his appearance remained relatively intact. Hey, I merely intended to greet you. There was no need for such ferocity. Sun Wukong lamented, his face a mask of despair, feeling incredibly unfortunate. Muyang, with a cold demeanor, retorted, is this how one greets another? You launched an attack without understanding the situation. How was I to discern you were not an enemy? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, I couldn't help myself. I saw you release that energy wave and lost control. I must admit, your skills are impressive. Aside from my master, you were the first to engage me for such a prolonged duration and even managed to defeat me. Humph. Muyang snorted disdainfully, producing an energy detector to assess Sun Wukong's power level, which astonishingly registered at 143. Goodness, you surpass even the Turtle Hermit from decades hence. However, compared to himself, he still fell slightly short. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. In the original narrative, even the formidable Goku, who had effortlessly vanquished Tao Pai Pai, succumbed to Sun Wukong, albeit at a time when Sun Wukong was in a weakened state. His battle prowess then must have exceeded 150. Now, in his youth, it was likely he was on the cusp of his golden phase. Noticing Muyang's silence, Sun Wukong awkwardly introduced himself. I am Sun Wukong, a disciple of the Turtle School. Muyang, hailing from the Tianxin School, Muyang replied coolly. You are Muyang, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, subsequently nodding. Indeed, your strength is formidable. It is only natural you would claim the title of champion. Unfortunately, my teacher believed it unnecessary for me to participate in the previous tournament. Otherwise, I could have encountered you sooner. Fortunate for you that you did not partake last year. Otherwise, I would have been no match for you. Muyang mused inwardly. His strength had only surged dramatically after ascending the Kalen Tower. A year prior, his battle power had barely exceeded 80, rendering him incapable of standing against Sun Wukong. Being thoroughly defeated would indeed be unappealing. By the way, your energy wave was quite impressive. Is it called Tianxin Qigong? Might I witness it again? Sun Wukong's chatter seemed endless, buzzing incessantly in Muyang's ear. Muyang shot him a glare. Do you wish to be struck again? Sun Wukong, chuckling sheepishly, promptly closed his mouth. So, as a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, what brings you away from your master? Muyang inquired. Sun Wukong replied, Oh, my master deemed me ready to venture forth on my own, so he sent me out for training. However, shortly after setting sail, I witnessed your energy wave and paddled over. Muyang nodded, realizing he had inadvertently drawn Sun Wukong towards him. If he claimed to have just embarked on his journey, it implied he had no intention of settling on Kame House just yet. Where do you plan to go? Sun Wukong scratched his head, replying honestly, I haven't quite decided. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with keen interest, he proposed, but I just thought of a splendid location. Would you care to join me in exploring it? What location? Muyang inquired. The arena of the fortune teller granny. Sun Wukong exclaimed. I once heard my master mention that she has a sister residing in the desert. The fortune teller granny is privy to many secrets of the world. and she has 5 formidable masters under her tutelage. I believe we could challenge them." Upon hearing this, Muyang's thoughts stirred. It was said that the fortune-teller granny possessed unparalleled knowledge of earthly matters and had the ability to communicate with the underworld, leading many to seek her counsel. Thus, he found himself intrigued by Sun Wukong's suggestion. Yet, he pondered, are the masters there truly formidable? Sun Wukong appeared somewhat perplexed. "I heard that many beings from other races reside there, even spirits from the underworld. They must be quite powerful." "Very well, it may be worth a visit." Muyang conceded. Initially, he had no intention of going, but upon reflection, he realized that aside from the temple, there seemed to be no other locales on Earth capable of enhancing his strength. Thus, visiting the fortune-teller granny's palace might yield fruitful results. Consequently, the two agreed to journey together to the fortune-teller granny's domain. Her abode was situated above a parched riverbed that had once flourished as an oasis, now transformed into a desert due to climatic changes. As Muyang and Sun Wukong approached the arid expanse, a scorching heat wave engulfed them, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees. "We have arrived," Muyang stated, referring to the map as they swiftly advanced. Soon, a verdant oasis appeared before them, featuring a crystal-clear lake at its center, with the fortune-teller granny's palace nestled within. Surrounding it were several coconut trees. Upon stepping into the realm of the fortune-teller granny, the oppressive heat wave outside seemed to vanish as if enchanted, replaced by a gentle breeze reminiscent of spring. Muyang was taken aback. The remarkable transformation of the environment attested to the fortune-teller granny's extraordinary abilities. Chapter 65. The fortune-teller granny. Upon officially entering the fortune-teller granny's domain, both Muyang and Sun Wukong sensed an enigmatic power permeating the air, one they had never encountered before, distinctly unlike anything on Earth. Unconsciously, Muyang began to regard the fortune-teller granny with newfound respect. She did not appear to be merely a fortunate individual who had consumed an elixir of immortality to extend her years. Everyone, queue in an orderly fashion, do not crowd. Failure to adhere to the rules will result in disqualification. A ghostly figure floated in the air, donning a pointed hat and directing the throng at the entrance. "Look, that appears to be a ghost," Sun Wukong whispered. Muyang observed closely, realizing that it was indeed a ghost. The fortune-teller granny possessed the ability to traverse between realms, employing spirits to assist her, a remarkable feat indeed. As they conversed, Muyang and Sun Wukong found themselves at the back of the line, patiently waiting. Most visitors to the fortune-teller granny's palace were affluent individuals from various regions, seeking treasures or valuable items, hoping for her divination. Regardless of their power or status elsewhere, they were required to wait in line respectfully at her domain. "TSK. Look at those two over there. They have come empty-handed. Such a display of disrespect." A wealthy man carrying a suitcase remarked with a laugh to another individual in line beside him. Muyang furrowed his brow slightly as he observed another self-satisfied individual scoffing dismissively. Indeed, how audacious to approach without wealth. Surely, they would be expelled by the fortune-telling matron. The man straightened his posture and adjusted his suit, portraying himself as a successful figure. The matron charged a substantial fee for each divination, making this a realm unsuitable for the impoverished. At that moment, the queue was filled predominantly with impeccably tailored suits and polished shoes, many accompanied by more than one bodyguard. TCH, perhaps they intend to challenge the matron to waive their fees? A slender, wealthy man leaned on his cane, a smirk gracing his features. With their puny limbs, they dare to challenge? I wager no one can prevail in the matroness trials. She merely dangles hope before the destitute. He recounted an instance when he witnessed a towering brute attempt to challenge the matroness warrior, only to be defeated in the first round. Laughter erupted among the wealthy, a shared camaraderie as they mocked the less fortunate, reveling in their perceived superiority. Sun Wukong's face contorted with anger, his fists clenched as he contemplated confronting them. Muyang, observing the scene, shook his head gently. "Do not act impulsively. There is no merit in engaging with these wastrels, for some possess wealth but squander their lives." Sun Wukong paused, deep in thought. "What are you insinuating?" A corpulent tycoon barked, surrounded by his bodyguards. "Humph." Muyang's icy gaze swept over them, the sound of his disdain reverberating like thunder. The tycoon's face paled as if struck. "What are you waiting for? Go teach them a lesson." He roared in a fit of rage, but as he regained his senses, he heard the thud of his bodyguards collapsing around him. "What do you intend to do?" "Do not approach. This is the matroness domain." The tycoon, gripped by fear, stumbled back. Muyang approached him, casting a derisive glance. "Did you not hear my words? Some possess wealth but squander their lives. I was indeed referring to you. Are you threatening me?" The tycoon stammered, terror etched on his face. "You brought this upon yourself." The tycoon opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. "What? Nothing." The The tycoon glanced at his fallen bodyguards and the retreating wealthy individuals, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. That is quite a fine case you have there. Muyang's gaze shifted, pointing at the leather case on the ground. Sir, since you admire it, I would be honored to gift it to you. That would be inappropriate. Muyang regarded him with feigned reluctance. Material wealth is trivial. It would be my privilege if you desire it. The tycoon's righteous demeanor did little to mask the sweat forming on his brow. Very well. Then I shall reluctantly accept it. He picked up the leather case and returned to Sun Wukong's side, stating, You see, just moments ago, they claimed we were empty-handed. Now, with a mere stretch, we possess everything. Ah, it is rather heavy. He shook the case in his hand. Sun Wukong, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, remarked, You just admonished me against acting impulsively. How did you end up rushing in first? Fool, I meant for you to refrain from impulsive action, fearing you would storm in and deliver a beating without gaining anything in return. Wouldn't that be truly foolish? One must think carefully. Impulsiveness solves nothing. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in realization as he slapped his forehead. Ah, now I understand. I have learned a valuable lesson. Ah, you lot. Could you refrain from quarreling at my doorstep? A weary voice echoed, and an elderly woman clad in black which attire floated over on a crystal ball. Her wrinkled visage resembled that of a specter from a distance. Matron, please assist me. These two disrespectful rascals challenge your established rules and have stolen the gift I intended to present to you. The tycoon, seeing the matron appear, scrambled towards her as if she were his savior. The matron dismissed his cries with a wave, summoning a group of guards. Take him away. I do not welcome this man, nor his companions. Throw them all out. Matron, I have not violated any rules. Please spare me. The previously mocking wealthy individuals turned pale, begging for mercy, but the guards paid them no heed, swiftly ejecting them into the scorching sands of the desert, leaving them to flee in disgrace. Tears streaming down their faces. Muyang's gaze remained fixed on the elderly woman, or rather, on the large crystal ball beneath her. Such a crystal ball also resided atop Kalen Tower. She was the sister of the turtle hermit, the fortune-telling matron. In his mind, he recalled a colossal figure known as Lord Zuno, who possessed knowledge of all in the universe, while the matron held dominion over earthly matters. You two are quite unruly. You are the disciple of that turtle hermit? The matron regarded Muyang and Sun Wukong, instantly discerning much. Very well, follow me. Seemingly aware of their intentions, the matron inquired no further and turned toward the palace. Muyang and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and followed suit. Fortunately, we refrained from speaking too much earlier. Otherwise, we might have faced disqualification from the divination like those before us, which would have been a great loss, after they had distanced themselves. The other wealthy patrons shook their heads in relief, grateful they had not spoken out like the previous individuals. Those who came here sought either wealth or opportunities for advancement, and none wished to lose their chance. Indeed, if disqualified, I would miss out on the underground gold mine. Nilius lamented. For the mine he held had yet to be surveyed. It would surely belong to him now. Chapter 66, Master Wu Tai-Do. While the crowd outside murmured amongst themselves, the fortune-telling matron led Muyang and Sun Wukong to a platform in the center of the lake. Young fellows, you wish to challenge my warriors, do you? She chuckled, her raspy voice unsettling. Earthlings of your caliber are hard to come by, yet I have just the contenders for you. The matron continued. Should you manage to defeat my two warriors, I shall grant each of you a complimentary divination. Muyang paused, asking, Isn't it necessary to defeat 5? The matron shot him an annoyed glance. Only 2. I do not possess many skilled fighters, and these are the best I could procure. Additional fighters would hold little significance for you. Her words rang true, and Muyang nodded in agreement. Let it be known, even if you succeed in your challenge, I shall only grant you a single divination. Do not expect me to provide ongoing divinations under the pretense of challenges. The matron's challenge was merely a means to inject some amusement. She had never intended to offer free divinations. Truly, a miserly soul. After listening to the words of the fortune-teller, Muyang gained a clearer understanding of her avaricious nature. She and the turtle sage were indeed peculiar siblings. One was greedy, while the other was lecherous. The crane sage's brothers were similarly flawed. One was insidious, and the other was ruthless. Among these 4 long-lived beings, none could be deemed normal. Madam, the guests have arrived. At this moment, a spectral figure approached the fortune-teller. She nodded and remarked, My guests have arrived. Please do not be startled. Subsequently, she glanced towards the entrance leading to the palace, and 2 silhouettes emerged from that passage. They were 2 elderly gentlemen, both clad in white martial arts attire. One was of modest height, with grizzled whiskers, and notably bore a red character for martial emblazoned on his chest. The other appeared frail, yet exuded an enigmatic aura that obscured his features. These were the masters the fortune-teller had spoken of. How could they be merely 2 old men? Sun Wufan, upon recognizing them, felt an overwhelming concern that he might inadvertently cause them harm. Do not underestimate them. We could very well lose today, Muyang said, his expression grave since the emergence of the two figures. Sun Wufan, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we cannot defeat them?" Muyang nodded. "Observe the halos above their heads. That signifies they are souls from the underworld." Sun Wufan gasped, "You mean those two gentlemen have already passed away?" "Indeed," Muyang replied. Scanning the two men, he deduced that the one with the red character was undoubtedly Wu Taidu, the one who sealed Majin Buu over 250 years ago. The identity of the other remained a mystery, leaving Muyang unable to speculate further. During his youth, Majin Buu had a battle power of nearly 260. Wu Taidu could not match him directly, thus he resorted to the arduous practice of sealing techniques. Nevertheless, Wu Taidu's battle power at that time was no less than 200. His efforts in saving Earth were monumental, and even in the underworld, he preserved his corporeal form and could continue his training. After 2.5 centuries of rigorous cultivation in the realm of the strong, it was beyond Muyang's comprehension to gauge the extent of Wu Taidu's power now. The upcoming battle promised to be extraordinarily captivating. The thought alone made Muyang's blood surge with anticipation. "Haha, it seems someone has recognized our identities." Wu Taidu, the elder standing beside Wu Taidu, said gently. Wu Taidu smiled at the two young men in the distance. That young man must be Muyang. He indeed possesses keen insight. At that moment, the fortune teller floated her crystal ball before the two men, stating, "Wu Taidu and Master Noah are the individuals before you." "Thank you," Wu Taidu replied softly. The fortune teller quickly assured him, "It is no trouble at all." This elder was the mentor of her brother, the Turtle Sage, and thus could be considered her teacher as well. Additionally, given the close relationship between the fortune teller and Wu Taidu's daughter, Wu Fangfang, he was, in every sense, her elder. "Young man, as a disciple of the Turtle School, your opponent is this Master Wu Taidu. Perform well, do not disappoint." The fortune teller directed towards Sun Wufan. "Wu Taidu?" Sun Wufan echoed, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, suddenly recalling the identity of the man before him, trembling as he pointed. "You are the Master Wu Taidu who sealed Majin Buu." "Precisely. You are indeed the disciple of Wu Tian. Quite impressive. Your demeanor is not as reckless as his. Yet your strength has already surpassed his. Even I, in my youth, could not compare to your prowess," Wu Taidu remarked with a gentle smile, clearly pleased with Sun Wufan. The young man, overwhelmed by the compliment, stiffened and stammered, "Grandmaster, you flatter me." Wu Taidu waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Are you not here to challenge the warriors? Allow me to be your opponent. Unleash your full power without concern for my safety. I can handle your strength." "Yes, yes." Sun Wufan nodded repeatedly, affirming loudly. Facing the legendary Wu Taidu, the outcome became secondary. He anticipated gaining invaluable insights from this encounter. "Madam, is it truly a coincidence that the esteemed Master Wu Taidu, a figure from over 200 years ago, appears here today? Did you foresee our arrival?" Muyang approached the fortune teller as Sun Wufan prepared to battle Wu Taidu. The souls from the underworld had only a day to return to the realm of the living. Muyang believed that it was improbable for him to fortuitously encounter Wu Taidu's return on this very day. The only plausible explanation was that the fortune teller had orchestrated this meeting, much like how Sun Wukong encountered Sun Wufan in the original tale. The fortune teller chuckled, her wrinkled skin contorting in a rather unsettling manner. "There are few secrets on this planet that I do not know. Is it not your desire to confront the strong? Did you truly arrange this?" Muyang asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What? Do you doubt my abilities? I am aware you personally eliminated Tao Bai 6 months ago. Rest assured I will keep it confidential. I too hold disdain for those Crane brothers." The fortune teller replied with a dismissive pout. Muyang nodded, realizing that as long as this matter remained concealed, it would not provoke the Crane sage's ire. At that moment, a spark of insight flashed in his mind as he glanced at the elder beside Wu Taidu. Since Master Wu Taidu was a senior to Sun Wufan, could this elder be a senior of the Tianqin school? Coincidentally, the elder also turned his gaze towards him, prompting Muyang to quickly offer a smile. Chapter 67. Sun Wufan versus Wu Taidu. With this curiosity in mind, Muyang scrutinized the elder beside him anew, feeling an entirely different sensation, previously overlooked. He now perceived familiar attributes in the elder. Could he truly be a senior of the Tianqin school? Muyang pondered, although he recognized this was not a negative occurrence. The prospect of confronting an ancestor of his sect, especially one who had already passed, left him somewhat uneasy. Enough of this thought, he decided, shifting his focus to the martial arts arena. At this moment, Sun Wufan stood poised beside Wu Taidu, both entering a state of combat readiness. The atmosphere on the battlefield became palpably tense. In a fleeting moment, an invisible vortex seemed to swirl around them, rendering their forms ethereal. A faint hum resonated in the air, yet neither combatant initiated the attack. Muyang observed as Sun Wufan began to shift his body, seemingly searching for an advantageous angle to strike. However, time passed with no action taken, and beads of sweat began to form on Sun Wufan's brow. Truly, the composure of Master Wu Taidu was unparalleled. On the martial arts arena, Sun Wufan felt a surge of anxiety every time he met Wu Taidu's half-smiling gaze. He sensed that all his intentions were laid bare before the elder, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Opposite him, Wu Taidu remained calm, a serene smile gracing his features as he effortlessly adjusted his stance in response to Sun Wufan's movements. The battle had yet to commence. Yet Sun Wufan found himself ensnared in a predicament. The disparity in their capabilities was immense. Muyang observed with a serious expression. Though the intensity of Wu Taidu's aura was imperceptible, the unfolding scene revealed that his prowess and martial cultivation far surpassed that of Sun Wukong. This battle would undoubtedly prove to be a grueling endeavor for Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong, after a brief moment of hesitation, ultimately chose to launch an attack. Simultaneously, Wu Taidu's figure began to shift in response to Sun Wukong's oncoming strike. A thunderous sound erupted, reminiscent of a grand bell tolling, as both combatants vanished from sight, followed by a cacophony of intense clashes. The ground beneath them splintered, sending small stones flying in all directions. The brilliance of their movements was so swift that the average martial artist could barely discern their actions. However, the onlookers were no ordinary individuals. Muyang's eyes darted back and forth, tracking the exchanges between Sun Wukong and Wu Taidu from various angles. Sun Wukong started strong, but the tide soon turned against him. Muyang's expression grew focused, his brow furrowing slightly. On the martial stage, Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing a myriad of unique techniques. Yet, Wu Taidu seemed to anticipate each of Sun Wukong's strikes, deftly evading and countering with precision. The art of leveraging one's energy against the opponent, harnessing power to redirect force, was executed flawlessly, creating a captivating spectacle. The sounds of their battle echoed like a finely tuned symphony, punctuated by the rhythmic clash of energy. In this moment, time appeared to lose its significance. With both warriors exchanging blows in the blink of an eye, dazzling flashes illuminated the ground and air, as if countless fists were intertwining in a dance of combat. The Oracle, an elderly woman, remarked with a smile, "It has been many years since I have witnessed such an exhilarating battle. Today is truly rare." Beside her, an elder named Noah gazed intently at the stage, commenting, "The young man, Sun Wukong, possesses great potential, but alas, he is still too young. Against Wu Taidu, this level of power is insufficient." Muyang nodded in agreement, having observed the nuances of the battle unfold. Despite the fierce intensity of the fight, Sun Wukong had unwittingly fallen into Wu Taidu's rhythm, a precarious position in combat. Losing control of one's tempo could lead to an unfavorable situation, rapidly depleting both mental and physical resources. If he could not break free and regain his footing, failure would be imminent. With a sigh, Muyang realized that victory was beyond Sun Wukong's grasp. In terms of experience and strength, he was vastly outmatched by Wu Taidu. This led him to ponder how he would fare in the same situation. The answer was clear: defeat. This realization cast a pall over Muyang, as he understood that even after years of training, his own strength was only marginally greater than Sun Wukong's. Frankly, he had never encountered such a high-level battle before. It was undeniable that Wu Taidu, a master of his craft, continued to hone his skills even in the afterlife, commanding profound respect. On the martial stage, the battle reached a fever pitch, with both fighters unleashing their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha, Sun Wukong bellowed, launching a powerful energy wave. Wu Taidu, momentarily taken aback, revealed a subtle smile, as if he had yet to unleash his true strength. He took a step back, placing his hands before him, and declared, "Kamehameha Cannon." In response, a surge of energy, even more formidable than Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, ascended into the sky. In the face of this terrifying Kamehameha Cannon, Sun Wukong's attack appeared as a mere child's plaything. The Kamehameha Cannon surged forward, effortlessly consuming Sun Wukong's energy wave, and continued to advance towards him. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's complexion paled, and gritting his teeth, he unleashed his ultimate technique once more. Universal Shock Palm. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped his palm as he thrust it toward the Kamehameha Cannon. "Good. You possess considerable skill." Wu Taidu's eyes sparkled, and with a commanding shout, he added, "Now, behold." His palm traced a graceful arc in the air, reinforcing the power of the Kamehameha Cannon severfold. Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his chest as the energy from his universal shock palm dissipated, and he was sent careening backward. He tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly. However, Wu Taidu appeared behind him, signifying Sun Wukong's defeat. Witnessing this, Muyang shook his head in regret, but felt a sense of fulfillment. Although he had known from the start that the outcome was predetermined, the experience was nonetheless exhilarating. Wu Tai-do, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled and remarked, "Young man, you have even mastered the universal shock palm. The energy wave you just executed was a remarkable technique invented by Wu Tian, but alas, its power was somewhat lacking." Sun Wukong offered a wry smile, acknowledging, "Master, I concede. I am no match for you. Ha ha ha. Do not belittle yourself. I have merely practiced for several hundred more years than you." Sun Wukong realized that with a few hundred years of training, he too could attain such heights. Regaining his confidence as he bowed politely to Wu Tai-do. "Very well, Wu Tai-do emerges victorious in this contest. Sun Wukong, please step aside," announced the oracle, shifting her attention towards Muyang. At this moment, Noah nodded and stepped forward, indicating that it was their turn to compete. Chapter 68. Noah Muyang's heart quickened as he solemnly nodded and leaped onto the martial stage. He approached this mysterious elder with utmost seriousness, fully aware of the need for vigilance. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he was on high alert. A swirling tempest suddenly enveloped him. But in the face of Muyang's fierce spirit, the elder Noah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying an air of calmness reminiscent of Wu Tai-do. Impressive, Muyang thought, narrowly glancing at his opponent, his pupils contracting at the sight of the elder's composed demeanor, exuding the confidence of a seasoned martial artist. With a slight furrow in his brow, Muyang contemplated the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his leg muscles coiling with force. With a sharp crack, the stone tiles beneath his feet shattered, sending fragments flying backward. Harnessing this momentum, Muyang launched himself toward Noah with remarkable speed. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a long afterimage in his wake. As he thrust his fist forward, it collided with the air, producing a resonant sound. "Haha, come at me." In response to Muyang's fierce assault, Noah's expression finally shifted. He deftly moved, vanishing just as Muyang's strike descended, reappearing beside him with a hand that seemed to blot out the sky. Such speed! Muyang gasped, his pupils flaring with determination as he swiftly altered his course to defend against Noah's attack. He had intentionally left some power in reserve for moments like this. Too slow. Noah smiled slightly, his arms, which bore no resemblance to those of an elderly man, extended forward. It was as if he had cast a spell. Muyang was astounded to find himself involuntarily drawn towards Noah's hands. Then, with a swift motion, a palm struck him squarely in the chest. The impact resonated with a loud thud, causing pain to radiate through his torso, and his body arced gracefully through the air. "Stop!" Muyang shouted, quickly spreading his arms wide. A surge of formidable energy enveloped him, halting his descent mid-air. He then leaped down, landing back onto the stage. "Young man, your vision still needs honing. You must practice." As soon as Noah finished speaking, he vanished once more. At that moment, a luminous aura emanated from Muyang, his fist entwined with a powerful force. He pivoted sharply and struck in a particular direction. Here, a dull thud echoed as Muyang's fist met a waiting palm. "Ha ha, not bad, you've made progress, but it's still insufficient," the elder named Noah remarked, his subsequent attacks growing even more ferocious. The rapidity of his movements created a flurry of afterimages. Muyang darted to evade Noah's onslaught, although Noah appeared frail and aged. In combat, he was anything but an old man. The relentless assault resembled that of a wolf or tiger, roaring and howling with unyielding ferocity. After several quick dodges, beads of sweat formed on Muyang's forehead, and in that moment, he fully experienced the humiliation of being overwhelmed. He retreated, then retreated again, covering dozens of meters. Yet Noah pursued him relentlessly, offering no respite. Heavenly Heart Slash. Muyang's expression darkened as he shouted, raising his hand to unleash a crescent-shaped energy wave. The thin blade of energy glimmered brilliantly as it surged towards Noah. Upon seeing this, Noah furrowed his brow and sent forth a counterattack. Heavenly Heart Energy. A beam of light pierced the void, colliding directly with Muyang's Heavenly Heart Slash. The air above them erupted into turbulence, and a tempest of wind exploded outward in all directions. Indeed, it was the art of the Heavenly Heart School. Muyang instinctively squinted. But there was no time for hesitation. Boom. After their initial clash, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their silhouettes colliding repeatedly, producing a series of resonant drum-like sounds that reverberated in the air. Muyang's expression grew solemn as he tracked Noah's movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, bang, 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 swish. His fists battered the stage, churning up dust and gravel, leaving immense craters in the once smooth surface. Thunderous roars echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Your strikes are decisive and fierce, but this alone is not enough," Noah commented, a smile on his face as he effortlessly deflected Muyang's powerful blows while offering critiques. Remarkable. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, unable to discern the unfolding battle on the stage. So this is Muyang's true strength. He had been holding back all along. Who exactly is this opponent, capable of matching Muyang? Sun Wukong's voice trembled with astonishment. When they first crossed paths by the seaside, he thought Muyang was merely slightly superior to him. Yet witnessing the current battle, he realized the gap was far greater. Muyang's energy might only exceed his own by a small margin, but in terms of combat skill and timing, he was leagues ahead. Perhaps if he were to fight Muyang, he would be defeated in mere moments. Sun Wukong gulped again, feeling a chill race down his spine. How has this opponent trained? That young man named Muyang has truly grasped the essence of Master Karen's teachings. Given time, he will surpass me. Wu Taidu mused from the sidelines. Sun Wukong inquired, Master, are you referring to the Karen who resides atop the Karen Tower? Are you implying Muyang has received instruction from him? Wu Taidu nodded. Indeed, if you have the chance, you should visit the Karen Tower. It would be beneficial for you. As he spoke, Wu Taidu appeared nostalgic, reminiscent of his own arduous training with the moffing wave atop the Karen Tower. Sun Wukong nodded, committing Wu Taidu's words to memory, and shifted his attention back to the stage. At that moment, Noah had discerned Muyang's capabilities and nodded, that will suffice. I now understand your strength. To reach such a level at your age is commendable. You have met my expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Muyang asked, are you a senior of the Heavenly Heart School? Though he had suspected from the beginning that this elder might belong to his sect. It was only upon witnessing the use of Heavenly Heart energy that he confirmed Noah's status as a senior of the Heavenly Heart School. Haha. A senior of the Heavenly Heart School, you could say so, but I would prefer you to refer to it as the Divine Heart School. Noah replied with a smile. Divine Heart School? Muyang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the Divine Heart School, Noah affirmed. Just as Muyang was processing this revelation, Noah shook his head. As for why it is called thus, you will soon discover. Now, let me demonstrate the true disparity between you and a formidable opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he ceased to toy with Muyang. His figure flickered and vanished from Muyang's sight. Chapter 69. The identity of the elder disappeared? Sun Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wu Taidu nodded, his expression grave. Master Noah is finally about to make his move. The fact that even Wu Taidu referred to him as Master underscored Noah's significance. Quickly, they scanned their surroundings in search of Noah's whereabouts. However, it was as if he had completely vanished, and no matter how Muyang searched, he could not locate him. Master Noah could not have left the stage. He must still be nearby, Muyang thought cautiously. If he is not around, then he must be above. This thought crossed his mind, and Muyang quickly gazed upward. Nothing. The clear sky held only a few white clouds, devoid of Noah's presence. Where could he have gone? Muyang's mind raced. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ear, Little one, I am here. A ripple in the air revealed Noah's figure, which suddenly materialized. Muyang was taken aback, realizing that Noah had never truly disappeared. He had remained in place all along. Though right before him, an enigmatic aura surrounded Noah, causing others to inadvertently overlook his existence. At that moment, Muyang recalled the profound teachings of the Heavenly Heart School imparted to him by Isaf. And a sudden clarity dawned upon him. This was the Heavenly Heart School's application of spiritual power, setting it apart from conventional training methods. Martial arts on Earth focused on the cultivation of energy. Other sects merely practiced energy in a simplistic manner. Perhaps the Turtle School and Crane School, inheriting Wu Taidu's martial arts, incorporated some spiritual training, but it was still quite superficial. Only the Heavenly Heart School possessed a fundamentally different understanding of energy, while cultivating energy. It placed a greater emphasis on spiritual refinement. At the time, he had found this puzzling, questioning whether the Heavenly Heart School's excessive focus on spirit had led to an over-analysis of energy, becoming overly meticulous and thus trapped in a narrow alley of perfectionism. Unable to extricate itself. It seems that I was rather naive back then. The Tianxin flow did not deviate onto a misguided path, but rather, it was merely that others were unable to perceive its profundity clearly. Suddenly, Muyang smiled, realizing that mental energy could be utilized in such a manner. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that it was indeed the training in the Tianxin flow that facilitated his ease in activating the acceleration space. With this understanding, a flicker of excitement crossed Muyang's face, which he quickly subdued, applying his knowledge as he darted towards Noah. Noah merely smiled and shook his head, extending a finger to flick the air, and with a resounding thud, Muyang was propelled backward, despite no physical contact. As he landed, Muyang rubbed his forehead, struck by the finger, and once again dove into acceleration. Noah traced another arc, sending Muyang careening outside the martial arts platform. As he fell beyond the arena, Muyang suddenly recalled Bobo from the temple. The technique of the individual before him bore a striking resemblance to Bobo's, effortlessly sending others away. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Bobo was perhaps the most overlooked supporting character. Well, let us conclude this. With that, Noah nodded at the fortune-telling grandmother. She, understanding his intent, glided her crystal ball to the center of the martial arts platform. Oh dear, Muyang, son Gohan, you both have failed your challenges. It appears I can no longer provide your fortunes. Muyang jumped up from beneath the platform, inquiring, fortune-telling grandmother, may I ask about them? These two indeed are your predecessors. As for Master Wutai, it goes without saying he is the master of that rascal Wu-Tian. As for this venerable Noah, the fortune-telling grandmother glanced at the silver-haired Noah, her eyes brimming with respect. He is the founder of your school and the previous celestial. The founder of the Tianxin Flow? The last celestial? The fortune-telling grandmother's words struck Muyang like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring profound ripples within his heart. To discover that the founder of the Tianxin Flow was the last celestial was utterly astonishing. Throughout the narrative, information regarding the previous celestial was scant, only alluded to in the remarks of the current celestial, who had discerned the malicious intent harbored within the son of the Namekian, Katas, ultimately leading to the emergence of the great demon King Piccolo and the calamity over 250 years prior. However, to connect the previous celestial with his own school was beyond Muyang's wildest imagination. Although he had long been aware that ancestors of his school had resided in the temple, possibly as disciples of the celestial or having served as celestial themselves, the prevailing impression of the decline of the Tianxin Flow led him to favor the notion that only the former could ascend to the temple and receive training from the celestial. A legendary tale in the realm of martial arts on Earth. Such reasoning aligned with conventional logic. Who would dare to overstep and covet the celestial's throne? Yet the weight of the news he had just received was astonishing. Muyang, in disbelief, asked, "You are the founder of the Tianxin Flow?" Noah, or rather, the last celestial, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I established the Tianxin Flow to select the next celestial. However, regrettably, none fulfilled my expectations. It was no wonder he referred to the Tianxin Flow as the celestial flow. His identity as the celestial imbued it with purpose. The revelation was almost unfathomable, prompting Muyang to shake his head in wonder. At that moment, Son Gohan was left dumbfounded, asking Master Wutai, Master, do celestials truly exist in this world? Master Wutai replied, they do. Beyond the Kalen Tower lies an even more sacred place, the Celestial Temple, where you may train in the future. Now, called the last celestial. Noah, tossing an object toward Muyang and Son Gohan. With a ringing sound, Muyang instinctively caught the flying item, revealing it to be a delicate set of bells. The celestial declared, I know you have passed Kalen's test. This is a token for entry into the temple. Present it to Kalen, and he shall escort you to the temple. As for you, young son Gohan, you may temporarily train atop the Kalen Tower. Am I truly qualified to enter the temple now? Muyang blurted out. He had previously received a promise from the cat sage that he would be allowed to train in the temple at the appropriate time, and now, with the endorsement of the celestial Noah, he was free to ascend at any moment. Was this the advantage of having connections? His own master, the former celestial, was indeed opening doors for him? The aged visage of Noah broke into a smile. You are indeed qualified. Only the training within the temple can aid you. He continued, expressing heartfelt sentiment. This universe is vast. Earth is but a speck in the ocean. The potential of Earthlings is limited. Hence it is imperative to unearth and cultivate more promising talents. Muyang wholeheartedly agreed. In the grand cosmos, the physique of Earthlings could only be described as frail. Even with the advantage of the acceleration space, he felt perpetually precarious, fearing that his strength might stagnate at any moment. Master, an esteemed celestial, did you come to the mortal realm solely to test us? Son Gohan, regaining his composure, inquired. Yes, as far as I know. Those from the underworld cannot easily traverse to the mortal realm, and if they do, it is only for a day, Muyang responded, casting a glance at the fortune-telling grandmother. He had previously learned that Master Wutai and Celestial Noah's presence in the mortal world was indeed due to her influence. Had they come specifically to assess the strength of the younger generation? At this moment, the fortune-telling grandmother squinted and said, Hee, all this is thanks to my efforts. I brought them here. Son Gohan curiously asked, fortune-telling grandmother, why would you do such a thing? Oh, perhaps it was a prediction, she replied, leaping down from her crystal ball. I have been dreaming of strange occurrences lately, perhaps an ominous premonition, which led me to the underworld to seek answers. By chance, I encountered Master Wutai and the others, hence I invited them to visit the mortal realm. The fortune-telling grandmother's ability to traverse the underworld was a form of inheritance. She was quite well acquainted in the underworld and often served as a guide for those navigating it. Legend has it that her abilities were linked to the supreme being of the five-element mountain, the closest place to the underworld. And even her crystal ball may have originated from there. Fortune-telling grandmother, what was the ominous premonition you mentioned earlier? Muyang recalled the details from the original narrative. The only calamity that had befallen Earth prior to the onset of the storyline was the reign of the great demon King Piccolo. An event that occurred over 250 years ago, long since past, with no further disasters reported leading up to the narrative. The fortune-telling grandmother shook her head. I cannot say. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. Muyang nodded lightly, choosing not to probe further. At that moment, Celestial Noah took over the conversation, saying, At that time, Master Wu Tai and I had not returned to the mortal realm for centuries and wished to see it again. Thus, when the fortune-telling grandmother extended her invitation, we agreed and requested her to perform a divination, specifically selecting the day of your arrival. Very well, our time is limited to just one day. As your master, I should impart some knowledge to you. Pay close attention, he stated, exchanging a glance with Master Wu Tai. The divination matriarch smiled as she returned to the grand hall with her ethereal servant, leaving the time for the deity Noah and his companions. Gohan, follow me, called Master Tato to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong respectfully approached, replying, Yes, Master Tato. Thereafter, Master Tato led Sun Wukong to the shade of a coconut tree beside the arena, imparting his martial insights, while leaving the arena for Noah and Muyang. Once Master Tato departed, Noah fell into contemplation for a moment before introducing Muyang to the fundamental aspects of the universe. In the universe where we reside, countless life-bearing planets exist, with Earth being one of the weakest. The inhabitants of Earth are inherently frail, which limits their potential compared to other races, a disparity rooted in their very nature. The Tianqing flow is a practice I established after ascending to divinity. It serves not only to select the next deity but also aims to enhance the physical constitution of Earthlings. However, it is fraught with limitations. And in comparison to the prevalent practices, its shortcomings are evident, thus it has only been disseminated within a limited scope. Muyang listened intently, grasping the reason why only a small group from the Great Green Mountain practiced such a method. Noah meticulously analyzed the intricacies of the Tianqing flow, passing down a novel approach to cultivation. Suddenly, Muyang felt as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding, illuminating many previously obscure concepts. The Tianqing flow emphasizes physical cultivation more than the turtle school and crane school methods. Its central tenet focuses on nurturing the body and replenishing vital energy, rather than emphasizing combat power. At that moment, Muyang realized that this cultivation method was conceived by the former deity Noah to improve the physical constitution of Earthlings. The various races in the universe are categorized by their innate abilities into low, medium, and high-level races, with Earthlings being a diminutive low-level race. The classification of races correlates with the combat power of individuals after maturity, as well as the classification of their respective planets. According to the cosmic classification of planets, those with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level. Those with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are classified as medium-level, and those exceeding 10,000 are categorized as high-level. Naturally, low-level races inhabit low-level planets, where their maximum combat power never surpasses 1,000. However, the plight of Earthlings, whose combat power amounts to single digits, is indeed disheartening. Nevertheless, low-level planets and races constitute the majority in the universe, with medium and high-level races being comparatively scarce. This may reflect a hidden balance within the cosmos, often resulting in populations of low-power races dominating in numbers, reaching tens or even hundreds of billions. Noah had once encountered a race in the underworld with a combat power of merely 1, their numbers terrifyingly exceeding trillions. Conversely, those with higher combat power are increasingly rare, such as the Scions, whose entire race is but a handful, or the Frieza clan, which is on the brink of extinction. When juxtaposed against races endowed with destructive power from birth, the individual strength of Earthlings appears minuscule. Since entering the celestial realm, Noah's perspective has broadened significantly. Upon witnessing the myriad powerful races in the universe and reflecting on the Earthlings, whose energy values typically fluctuate within single digits throughout their lives, he felt a profound sense of shame. The Tianqing flow, despite its evolution, remains imperfect. Throughout the centuries since entering the celestial realm, Noah has endeavored to refine it, yet with limited success. His aged visage revealed a hint of helplessness as he spoke. Although the Tianqing flow has been tailored to align with the life characteristics of Earthlings, it still cannot fundamentally enhance their physicality. He estimates that even if the new Tianqing flow cultivation method is widely disseminated, it can only elevate the energy values of Earthlings from a pitiable below 5 to a modest 20 at best. Noah looked at Muyang, saying, You are the heir to the Tianqing flow, perhaps the most exceptional one in many years. I hope you can carry it forward, ultimately evolving it into the divine flow. Noah's aspiration is for Earthlings to surpass the threshold of 100 in energy values, although this would not liberate them from their status as a low-level race. It would represent a significant advancement from their previous state. Muyang sighed in response, "I shall do my utmost." He could not make any promises, for he harbored no grand ambitions. He considered himself an ordinary person, content to safeguard his own interests while offering some protection to the Earthlings. This, he believed, was within his capacity, as every Earthling possesses such awareness. However, the idea of sacrificing his own interests to uplift all Earthlings was beyond him. Apologies. For his capabilities were limited, and he did not possess such lofty ideals. In adversity, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world. Muyang consistently felt he would remain the former. Seemingly understanding Muyang's thoughts, Noah sighed, recognizing the daunting nature of the task at hand and refraining from imposing undue pressure. Do your best. As time gradually passed, with Noah continually elucidating the intricacies of the Tianqin flow, Muyang remained focused, immersed in this rare opportunity for enlightenment. Soon, the sun began to set over the desert, painting the horizon with a crimson hue. Noah paused, stating, "This is sufficient. I have imparted all I can. The rest is up to your own efforts." He glanced back at Master Tata, who had concluded his guidance with Sun Wukong. Due to the inappropriateness of beings from the underworld interfering in the affairs of the living, both Noah and Master Tata could only linger in the realm of the living for a day, and it was near time for their return. "Thank you for your teachings, Master," Muyang expressed gratefully. A smile graced Noah's aged face as he waved his hand. "Remember, the path of the warrior has no end. Stay true to your heart. Forge ahead bravely and diligently enhance your strength. The coming era belongs to you. We old souls must return to the celestial realm to enjoy our peace." He added, "By the way, once you reach the temple, please send my regards to Bobo, the guardian of the temple. He has served several generations of deities. And if you have any cultivation-related questions, feel free to consult him. He can resolve most issues." Lastly, Noah did not forget to remind Muyang, "Rest assured, Master. I know what to do." Muyang nodded in understanding, his gaze reflecting determination. Noah, witnessing this, smiled with contentment. Deities possess emotions, and there exists no absolute dichotomy of right and wrong. A truly desireless deity is non-existent. To Noah, Muyang's state was commendable, a solid foundation. Even if a trace of gray lingered deep within, it could serve as a catalyst for his progress, causing no harm. In fact, a lack of desire could hinder advancement. Reflecting on the scene from centuries past when the son of the Namekian Katas knelt before him, Noah pondered whether the emergence of the villainous Bik from Katas' lineage stemmed from a deficiency of that inner desire, thereby impeding their progress on the path of cultivation. Past events faded like smoke, and Noah sighed, pondering where in the world one could find a truly innocent soul. He realized that he had perhaps been overly demanding of himself back then. Time rewinds to a few hours ago, when the divine Noah was giving special instruction to Muyang, while on the other side, Wu Taido imparted his centuries of wisdom to Sun Wukong. Beneath the coconut trees, Sun Wukong stood face to face with Wu Taido. Wu Taido remarked, "I just assessed your skills, and it appears that Wu Tian's teachings have been quite comprehensive, thus maintaining his esteemed reputation as the god of martial arts. Due to time constraints today, I shall not reiterate the finer details. I observed that aside from executing a technique known as the Kamehameha, you also possess the universal shocking palm, which is quite impressive. Today, I shall impart 2 more techniques to you. Please, Master, enlighten me." As Wu Taido prepared to teach him new moves, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. It is well known that both Kamehameha and Universal Shocking Palm are signature techniques, so the new techniques Wu Taido was about to share must surely be of equal or greater merit. With this thought, his admiration for Wu Taido deepened. "The techniques I will teach you are called Ki Cannon and Demon Seal Wave. Unlike your Universal Shocking Palm, both Ki Cannon and Demon Seal Wave possess immense power. But they are also quite taxing on one's stamina, so use them judiciously." Wu Taido's signature techniques were twofold, the Universal Shocking Palm and Ki Cannon. He had previously passed these techniques on to Master Rashi and Master Crane, who subsequently evolved them into Kamehameha and Dodon Ray. However, compared to Kamehameha and Dodon Ray, the Universal Shocking Palm and Ki Cannon are far more overwhelming and deplete stamina significantly, especially the Ki Cannon. Overuse could lead to dire consequences, akin to the Demon Seal Wave. "I shall remember this." Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, his eyes shimmering with fervor. He had heard his master, Master Rashi, speak of these 2 techniques. The Demon Seal Wave was said to be a formidable sealing technique, impossible to escape even if one's energy vastly exceeded that of the practitioner. Master Rashi himself knew this technique, but refrained from teaching it due to its grave costs. As for the Ki Cannon, it was a secret art of the Crane School, one that even Master Roshi had never learned, possessing power rivaling that of the universal shocking palm. Now, with Wu Taido himself preparing to bestow these techniques, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with excitement. After a while, the techniques were taught, and following a demonstration, Wu Taido expressed his satisfaction with Sun Wukong's natural talent. It was evident that the turtle school had a promising successor. Wukong, your potential is remarkable. Whenever you have the time, visit the Korin Tower. It will greatly enhance your abilities. Wu Taido glanced over at Noah, noticing that their conversation had come to a pause, signaling the end of the teachings, and he offered his final counsel to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly and looked at Wu Taido. At that moment, the Oracle Granny approached and said, "Gentlemen, your time has come. Please follow me back to the underworld." Wu Taido let out a hearty laugh, joining Noah with a carefree demeanor. "Ah, how swiftly a day has passed. Earth, oh Earth, it seems we must part." With a sense of nostalgia, Wu Taido and Noah reflected as they followed the Oracle Granny towards the entrance of the underworld. Farewell, esteemed masters. Muyang and Sun Wukong bid them goodbye, watching until Wu Taido and Noah's figures faded into the distance, finally exhaling a long breath. Muyang remarked, "I never expected today would allow us to meet our masters." "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied, regaining his composure as he inquired, "Muyang, where do you plan to go next?" "And you?" Muyang countered, "I intend to heed Master Wu Taido's advice and visit the Korin Tower." Muyang smiled. "Then we shall travel together. I also wish to go there." In truth, Muyang's destination was the shrine atop the Korin Tower. He had received a token from Noah that permitted entry to the shrine. The small bells served both as a token and a pass. Without those bells, even knowing the shrine floated above the Korin Tower, one would be repelled by the mysterious forces surrounding it. Unless one possessed formidable flight techniques or obtained another token or permission, entering the shrine would be impossible. Then it seems our paths align. Shall we head there now? Let us go. With that, bidding farewell to the Oracle Granny, Muyang levitated and swiftly darted towards the Korin sacred land. Sun Wukong stood momentarily dumbfounded, pondering. How did he fly away so quickly? How can I keep up with such speed? What happened to our promise of traveling together? He was a disciple of the Turtle School and had no knowledge of flight techniques. Sun Wukong sighed in resignation, watching Muyang's figure gradually disappear into the clouds. Regaining his focus, he began to run, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust as he hurried towards the Korin Sacred Land. Korin Sacred Land. After a 6-month absence, Muyang re-entered the realm of the Korin Sacred Land. This time, he did not linger at the base of the tower but changed direction as soon as he could see the Korin Tower clearly, accelerating straight towards the summit. With a whoosh, a powerful whirlwind trailed behind him, striking the ivory tower of Korin. Muyang ascended directly, the chaotic winds scattering the clouds that floated around the Korin Tower, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. Soon, the spherical top of the Korin Tower came into view. I have arrived. I can't believe it's only been a little over 6 months since my last visit. Muyang murmured softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he slowed down to enter the second level of the Korin Tower. Chapter 72, just as I arrive. You want me to leave again on the first floor of the Korin Tower? Master Cat was busy cooking fresh sea fish over a fire, occasionally flipping the fish and applying sauce. Ever since Muyang brought him 100 tons of seafood, Master Cat's life had taken a turn for the better, significantly improving his quality of life. He now enjoyed preparing a variety of dishes every day, living in utter contentment. Suddenly, Master Cat's ears perked up, sensing someone ascending the Korin Tower. He pondered why there had been so many visitors recently and, upon recognizing the individual, realized it was Muyang. Muyang, what brings you here? Do you believe you have met my requirements? Ah, your energy has indeed increased, Master Cat squinted, surprised to find that Muyang's energy had surged significantly since their last encounter just over 6 months ago. Impressive, as expected of one I have high hopes for. Master Cat thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Muyang smiled warmly, producing the bells given to him by Noah. How did you come by this? Master Cat's eyes widened as he approached to examine the bells. The mysterious energy surrounding them confirmed it. This was indeed the power of the divine. Master Cat quickly deduced that he had a similar set of bells, which served as a token to the shrine. The energy contained within the bells was unmistakably divine and could not be forged. How curious. How did this young man acquire such a token? Could there be forgotten bells in the mortal realm that he happened upon? This was given to me by the divine Noah, Muyang replied. The divine Noah? Master Cat echoed, his eyes suddenly widening. Are you referring to the old man with white hair and a white beard? I thought he was already deceased. I met him at the Oracle Granny's. Muyang recounted the events that had transpired there. After listening, the cat immortal suddenly realized. So it was from the fortune-telling old woman. Then there's no issue. That old lady is quite remarkable, well connected in the underworld. Oh, I never expected the god Noah couldn't restrain himself and actually came to the mortal realm. Having lived for over 8 centuries, the cat immortal had witnessed several generations of deities. Thus he understood somewhat why god Noah had ventured into the mortal world. Well, since you have received the token from god Noah, the doors of the temple will surely open for you. By the way, the temple hovers above the Kylan Tower. And now you are qualified to enter, the cat immortal remarked, gazing at Muyang. But how do I get in? Muyang pondered. He knew there were only 2 methods to ascend to the temple. One was to utilize the powerful sky dance technique, and the other was to harness the power of the Rui stick. However, regardless of the method, one would face trials of thunder during the ascent. Muyang felt that his current sky dance skills did not meet the temple's standards. Oh, you will need something called the Rui stick. If you place it atop the Kylan Tower, it will send you to the temple. Suddenly, the cat immortal paused, smacking his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot. I gifted that Rui stick to the turtle immortal, so I'm afraid you'll have to retrieve it yourself. I knew it would come to this. Muyang rolled his eyes. Kylan immortal, tell me the address of the turtle immortal. Yes, the turtle immortal resides in the East Sea. Approximately 100 kilometers from the mainland, in the turtle immortal's abode, the cat immortal said, licking his palm as he provided the address. Muyang nodded gently, memorizing the address. However, instead of heading straight to the East Sea, he approached the charcoal fire and took a skewer of grilled fish that the cat immortal had prepared. Beginning to eat. Seeing his grilled food disappearing into Muyang's stomach, the cat immortal, infuriated, stepped forward. Hey, why aren't you going to find the turtle immortal for the Rui stick? Why are you eating my grilled fish? Muyang replied nonchalantly, no rush. If I go alone to find the turtle immortal, he won't believe me. What if he refuses to give me the Rui stick? So, I need to wait for someone? The cat immortal's ears perked up. Who are you waiting for? You'll find out soon enough. He should be arriving at the Kylan sacred land shortly, Muyang said, knowing that if he approached the turtle immortal alone, given the latter's character, he would not easily part with the Rui stick. If the turtle immortal asked him to collect photographs or albums of beautiful women from around the world as a condition, it would be quite troublesome. The champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament collecting beauty photo albums would be a significant loss of face, especially if it reached the ears of Meixia. Hence, he decided to bring Sun Wukong along. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, unaware that Muyang was waiting for him atop the Kylan Tower, stood below, gazing in awe at the towering structure. Swallowing hard, he encouraged himself and began his ascent, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Half an hour later, the cat immortal stood before a water tank, watching the scene within. This kid is who you're waiting for? He's much stronger than you were when you first ascended, the cat immortal said in astonishment, observing Sun Wukong's abilities as he climbed the Kylan Tower, surpassing even the turtle immortal and Muyang of old. This is the result of guidance from the martial sage, the cat immortal remarked. Muyang stood before the tank, his eyes flashing with surprise. Goodness, in just one day, he has improved so much. As the turtle immortal's disciple, getting him to accompany me to retrieve the Rui stick is almost a certainty. Suit yourself, but it seems this kid is rather unlucky to encounter you. The cat immortal yawned. Muyang was clearly setting the boy up, but as long as he didn't ruin the cat immortal's fish, the latter had no desire to intervene. Muyang smiled lightly, remaining silent. Another half hour passed, and Sun Wukong finally reached the top of the Kylan Tower, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, Muyang's smiling face appeared before him. Hey, impressive. You made it up so quickly. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, gasping. You're such a scoundrel for leaving me behind. Muyang laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind next. Let us take a trip to the turtle immortal's abode. What? I just got up here, and you want me to go back down? Sun Wukong exclaimed, mouth agape, staring incredulously at Muyang, his fingers trembling slightly. What on earth does this guy mean by this? Seeing Sun Wukong's reaction, Muyang chuckled. I just need to retrieve something from your teacher, the turtle immortal. You can ask the Kylan immortal if you don't believe me. Don't be reluctant. This is also a form of training. A martial artist should not be defeated by a minor setback. I believe you understand this. Sun Wukong's face turned pale, nearly spitting blood. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Conversely, the cat immortal nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of Muyang's reasoning. Climbing the Kylan Tower repeatedly could indeed be considered a form of training. As the original text suggested, when Sun Wukong was made to drop his 4-star ball from the Kylan Tower and retrieve it, though Muyang's request for Sun Wukong to descend right after he had just arrived was somewhat mischievous, it was ultimately beneficial for Sun Wukong's training. Ignoring Sun Wukong's protests, Muyang pushed him to the edge of the Kylan Tower. Hey, what are you doing? That's too dangerous. I'm telling you. Jumping down is much faster than climbing up. You'll reach the bottom in just a few minutes. With a light laugh, Muyang positioned Sun Wukong at the edge and gave him a gentle push on the shoulder. With a scream, Sun Wukong plummeted from the tower. I'm going to die. Muyang, I can't fly. As he fell rapidly, Sun Wukong's expression twisted in horror. He vowed to keep his distance from Muyang in the future, reflecting on how many misfortunes had befallen him since meeting this troublesome companion. Watching Sun Wukong gradually vanish into the clouds, Muyang turned back, flashing a bright smile at the cat immortal. What do you think of this kid? Not bad. Much more resilient than you, the cat immortal replied, tapping his cane and speaking frankly. Muyang chuckled. Well, once he returns, you should train him well. He has quite the talent. Who knows, he may become a grandmaster one day. The cat immortal shot him a glance, dismissively replying, training martial artists is my duty. Do I need you to remind me? It is I who have overstepped. Muyang smiled indifferently, then jumped off the high tower himself. The cat immortal watched Muyang disappear from sight, pausing for a moment before returning to his grill, adding more charcoal and placing fresh fish on it. Truth be told, he preferred cooking his food over training others. At the shores of the East Sea, with gentle sea breezes and the calls of seabirds. It was not far from the mainland to the turtle immortal's abode, as described in the original text. On the coast, Sun Wukong, in a daze, clutched 2 dried beans in his hand, carefully storing them away. These so-called magical beans were a gift from Muyang, and he had only 3 in total, having already used one. Master Mutian's came house is located over 100 kilometers to the east, amidst numerous small islands. Due to the treacherous reefs beneath the waves, large vessels cannot approach, only speedboats can navigate the waters. However, I need not endure such inconvenience. I can simply fly over. At this juncture, engaging in long-distance running or unweighted repetitive physical training holds little significance. The mastery of the sky dance technique itself serves as a form of training in controlling one's energy, with different stages emphasizing varied aspects of development. Sun Wukong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, sighing in frustration. But the issue is, I don't know the sky dance technique. I need to find a boat. Muyang regarded him with disdain. What boat? A piece of wood will suffice. Look at that over there. I believe it will do perfectly. Following Muyang's pointed finger, Sun Wukong beheld a coconut tree as thick as his thigh. And his lips twitched. Exasperated, he conceded. Fine, if you say it will work, then so be it. Sun Wukong no longer wished to contest. It was merely a lack of a boat. As long as there was something to stand on, even a tree stump could navigate the ocean, thus summoning his energy. Sun Wukong fashioned the trunk of the coconut tree into a makeshift raft. Let us go, with a decisive exclamation. He confirmed the position of Master Roshi and set off towards Kame House. Soon, a splash erupted as Sun Wukong leaped into the water, and the two ventured further into the vast ocean. Before long, a dark silhouette emerged upon the water's surface, a solitary island. Sun Wukong pointed towards it, saying, Do you see that small island ahead? That is Kame House. Master Mutian resides there. At last, they had arrived. Following Sun Wukong's indication, Muyang, possessing keen eyesight, discerned the outline of the island, a small landmass gently swaying upon the sea, approximately 300 to 400 square meters in size. Aside from a quaint pink-hued cottage, only a few scattered coconut trees adorned its surface. Once we land, I intend to discuss the matter of the martial arts ancestor with the master. You can address the issue regarding the Rui Bang yourself, Sun Wukong declared in advance. Muyang waved his hand dismissively. Fine, just provide proof of my identity. Sun Wukong merely nodded, refraining from further comment. They swiftly entered the 1-kilometer radius of Kame House, where every detail of the island became vividly clear. Upon the golden sands, waves lapped at the shore, and in the shade, Master Roshi reclined comfortably on a small bed, a rather unmentionable book covering his face as he peacefully slumbered. Master Mutian. Master Mutian. The call stirred the old turtle hermit from his dreams. Rubbing his eyes, he focused on the 2 figures before him. Wukong, didn't you just leave? Why have you returned? Sun Wukong shot a troubled glance at Muyang. Muyang, with a bright demeanor, interjected, You must be the fabled Master Mutian. I am Muyang, a disciple of the Tianqin school. A disciple of the Tianqin school? Master Roshi mused, smacking his lips. The name was familiar to him. He had heard it mentioned by his master, the martial arts ancestor, centuries ago. Observing the young man beside his pupil more closely, Master Roshi rubbed his eyes again. This youth is quite extraordinary. Both Muyang's posture and the aura he emitted conveyed a certain profundity. This was a spiritual comprehension, a remarkable sensation. As if the individual before him was almost ethereal. The murky depths of Master Roshi's eyes suddenly cleared, and he regarded Muyang with newfound seriousness. You possess an exceptional mastery of energy control, he exclaimed in astonishment. Muyang replied with a gentle smile. I owe it all to the training of the divine Karen. You ascended the Karen Tower? Master Roshi expressed surprise. Not just I. Sun Wukong also completed the ascent. We have come to request the Rui Bang. Muyang briefly recounted their experiences atop the Karen Tower, with Sun Wukong providing supplementary details regarding the fortune teller's insights. When Sun Wukong mentioned encountering the martial arts ancestor, Master Roshi interrupted. Wait, Wukong, did you say you met Master Wu Tai? Pray, tell me more in detail. His expression turned serious. Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed. Then elaborated on his experiences. As he recounted his tale, Muyang observed Master Roshi closely. The old master, hunched and with a disheveled white beard, exuded an aura of frailty, appearing as though he were on the brink of passing. Yet, Muyang knew these were mere superficialities. Master Roshi's nearly 2 centuries of cultivation had honed his energy to an exquisite degree, and his seemingly weak presence stemmed from his ability to almost completely conceal his energy. Suddenly, Muyang's gaze caught sight of a Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck. A 3-star Dragon Ball. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Muyang's eyes. This was the second time he had encountered a Dragon Ball. Coupled with the 6-star Dragon Ball in Mei Xiao's possession, he now knew the whereabouts of 2 of the 7. With a discreet glance, Muyang maintained his composure. It was not that he coveted the Dragon Balls, he, too, wished to gather them for a wish. Yet, in this era, collecting all 7 presented an insurmountable challenge. Initially, he had hoped to utilize the fortune teller's abilities to aid in his quest. But she had made it clear that she would not assist him. Thus, he was left with no recourse. To gather the Dragon Balls, it seemed he would have to wait for the emergence of Bulma or find Dr. Briefs to develop a dragon radar. Shaking his head, Muyang cast aside the notion of pursuing the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Master Roshi concluded his conversation with Sun Wukong and turned to Muyang with a serious expression. I comprehend your intentions. The Rui Bang, being the property of the Divine Karen, rightfully belongs to you. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Master Roshi leaned on his staff and made his way into Kame House. Despite his usual carefree demeanor and lecherous reputation, Master Roshi transformed into a figure of utmost seriousness when confronted with important matters, exuding an aura befitting a martial arts master. In stark contrast to the likes of Tao Pai Pai, whom Muyang had previously vanquished, Master Roshi truly embodied the title of the martial arts god. Muyang marveled at this, engaging in light conversation with Sun Wukong on the beach. Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi emerged, cradling a red staff. Here, take this. It is the Rui Bang, which I have safeguarded for over 200 years without much use. Receiving the Rui Bang from Master Roshi's hands, Muyang expressed his gratitude with a nod. Thank you, Master Mutian. Master Roshi waved his hand. Just call me Master Roshi. Muyang paused for a moment, then smiled. Very well, Master Roshi. We shall take our leave. Wait a moment, Master Roshi called out. Muyang looked back at him in confusion. Master Roshi continued. You are also a martial artist, and I can see your strength surpasses that of Wukong. Frankly, I had previously considered Wukong the most exceptional martial artist I had encountered, yet it seems there are greater talents in this world. During my time training under Master Wu Tai, I visited your Tianxin school, and I found your methods of cultivation to be uniquely profound. In my youth, I was unable to grasp their essence. Would you allow me to sense your energy? Of course, Muyang readily agreed. As Master Roshi ages, he increasingly senses the innate limitations of his earthly form. Upon encountering Muyang, memories of the past resurface, reminding him of the Tianxin style. After Muyang agrees, he pauses momentarily before releasing his control over his energy. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanates from Muyang, enveloping those present with a mental pressure unlike anything experienced before. Master Roshi and Gohan are the first to be engulfed by this overwhelming presence. While Gohan, having previously felt Muyang's might, remains relatively unfazed, Master Roshi, with his vast experience at over 250 years of age, feels an immense weight from Muyang's extraordinary energy. This sensation is distinct and profound. Contrasting sharply with the martial arts he has known, it is both intense and meticulously controlled. As if everything is under a masterful command, truly the essence of martial arts suited for humanity. As Master Roshi absorbs Muyang's overwhelming aura, he murmurs to himself, contemplating how his own achievements might have soared had he practiced this technique in his youth. Yet, he acknowledges that it is too late for him now. Having consumed the elixir of immortality, making further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. The true impact of Muyang's energy lies not only in its sheer strength but also in its unique psychological effect. The Tianxin style primarily nourishes the body while intertwining mental fortitude, a practice usually reserved for those who have reached the divine realm. Moreover, Muyang's technique has been refined by the deity Noah, rendering it even more profound than before. It could aptly be termed the divine style. After a while, Muyang gradually diminishes his energy. Master Roshi and Gohan remain entranced by the earlier display. Eventually, Master Roshi exhales deeply, realizing today, I have truly felt the distinctiveness of your Tianxin style. If this entire technique could be disseminated, perhaps the martial arts world could return to its former glory. In Master Roshi's mind, only the martial arts of 250 years ago represented true peak prowess. Contemporary practitioners are merely fish wriggling in shallow waters. Muyang, while nodding, internally disagrees. He believes that if his refined Tianxin style merely restores the martial arts community to its historical peak, it would underestimate Noah's centuries of labor. A method that elevates the average combat power of Earthlings from below 5 to 20 cannot be dismissed lightly. If disseminated, surpassing the martial arts of 250 years ago would be entirely feasible. Nevertheless, even the finest training methods cannot guarantee that every individual will become an exceptional warrior. Talent is an insurmountable hurdle. Enduring hardship is essential for initial training, while small gains may come easily. The true measure of one's journey relies on whether one is suited for that path. Some are born warriors, some are destined to be scientists, and others, chefs. Forcing a warrior to become a chef or a chef to pursue science, ultimately, all may end in futility. Chapter 75, The Divine Realm. Though these thoughts linger in his mind, Muyang chooses not to voice them nor correct Master Roshi's misjudgments. With matters settled, he expresses his intention to depart. Master Roshi, I will take the Rui stick with me. Gohan and I have other matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Master Roshi nods, understanding, and turns to Gohan, saying, When you reach the Korin Tower, be sure to listen attentively to Korin's guidance. He is far superior to me. Yes, Master Wutian, Gohan replies respectfully. Subsequently, Muyang and Gohan depart from Master Roshi's abode, gradually fading into two distant specks against the azure horizon. Master Roshi reflects momentarily before his demeanor shifts to something more mischievous, lifting his peculiar notebook adorned with indecipherable illustrations and settling in for a nap. Upon Muyang and Gohan's return to the summit of Korin Tower, only a day has passed since their departure. Korin inspects the Rui stick handed over by Muyang. Nodding after a moment, indeed, this is the item. Gohan, you wait here on the first floor. I will take Muyang to the entrance of the Divine Realm. With that, he strides toward the second floor, prompting Muyang to follow suit. Gohan, while curious, understands that he has no role in this and chooses to rest on the ground. On the second floor of Korin Tower, it is not Muyang's first visit, yet he still finds the vastness somewhat overwhelming. The open space, devoid of walls, is supported only by 12 intricately carved stone pillars. Within the expansive area lies a stone platform holding the super sacred water, and above it, a floating crystal ball stabilizing the tower. No other adornments are present. What comes next to reach the top of Korin Tower? Muyang inquires of Korin. It's simple. You can use your flight technique. Follow me, Korin responds. Already at the edge of the second floor's railing, with a flick of his staff, he nimbly leaps onto the tower's curved exterior and begins ascending effortlessly toward the pinnacle. Observing this, Muyang employs his flight technique and follows closely. Korin, judging by the curvature of the tower, the uppermost layer must be as substantial as the first. Is there a space within? Muyang casually asks while floating alongside. Indeed, there is a third layer inside, connecting to the interior of the crystal ball. It is where I cultivate my sacred beings, accessible only through the crystal ball, Korin replies, confirming Muyang's curiosity. Here we are, Korin announces as they reach a golden curved protrusion at the very top of the tower, resembling a small spire with a tiny opening for the Rui stick. By inserting one end of the stick into this hole and calling for it to extend, it will transport them to the Divine Realm, albeit through a passage of thunder and lightning. Korin pauses briefly before adding, remember to wear your bell necklace. It is a token that the guardians of the Divine Realm require to allow your stay. Otherwise, you will be treated as an intruder. I understand, Muyang acknowledges. Having noted these points while reading comics, Korin's reminder only serves to reinforce his memory. He then inserts the Rui stick into the tower's opening, securing it firmly. Grasping the stick, Muyang follows the incantation, proclaiming, Rui stick, extend. As his words resonate, the stick emanates a crimson glow, indeed stretching forth at an accelerating pace, swiftly whisking Muyang away into the cobalt sky. Gazing at the once indistinct silhouettes of the sky, the cat sage washed his face with a paw, pondering, this fellow should be able to pass the test, but never mind, it won't cost him his life. However, that disciple of the turtle sage certainly needs some refinement. With that thought, the cat sage leisurely made his way towards the first floor of the Kylan Tower. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered in the sky. As the Rui stick carried Muyang higher and higher, he was almost beyond the atmosphere. Strangely, the surrounding air did not dissipate. Instead, it thickened with ominous clouds. With a deafening crack, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck Muyang, causing him to shudder and nearly lose his grip on the Rui stick. This space felt peculiar. He must have transcended the earth. With a grimace, Muyang noticed that his martial arts attire had been torn to shreds by the recent lightning. He had long been aware that the path to the Divine Temple was fraught with challenges, and he had prepared himself mentally for this. All he could do now was persist, waiting to traverse this alternate dimension before he could enter the realm of the temple. As time trickled by, Muyang lost count of how many times he had been struck by lightning. Each strike resonated within him, his body crackling like popping beans. A sensation that was both uncomfortable and oddly pleasurable. At long last, the tumultuous days came to an end. The heavy clouds parted, revealing a breathtaking azure landscape once more. He was almost there. Muyang's heart raced as he glimpsed a small red dot in the distance. The high-altitude space was vast and ethereal, and in this realm that neither belonged to Earth nor the outer cosmos, a hemisphere-shaped temple, resplendent as fire, floated timelessly. In truth, the temple was mobile. Yet for many years it had remained steadfast in its position. With a soft pop, the other end of the Rui stick perfectly fit into the temple's base. Muyang flipped over and ascended a staircase along the temple's edge. Finally, he had arrived. This was the temple. Standing on the temple platform, the solid ground beneath him filled Muyang with exhilaration. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings with anticipation, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him. Hello. Opposite Muyang stood a figure clad in deep black, resembling an Arab garb, who greeted him warmly. The two were mere inches apart, and the unexpected appearance of the dark face startled Muyang. Ah, he exclaimed, stepping back, only to realize that the figure was Bobo. Of course. Aside from the celestial deity, Bobo was the only one present in the temple. Bobo's swift arrival was impressive. He had only just ascended. Yet Bobo appeared without a trace. Was this truly the state of profound tranquility? It was too serene for him to compare. Regaining composure after his initial shock, Muyang replied, "Hello, this is my token." Understanding that Bobo, having lived in the temple for an extended period, might possess power surpassing even that of the celestial deity, Muyang had promptly presented his token to avoid any potential complications. Oh, this thing. Bobo examined the bell closely, as if discerning its authenticity, causing Muyang to feel an inexplicable anxiety. Could it be that Bobo did not recognize this bell? "I know. You are a disciple of the Heavenly Heart School," Bobo stated after a lengthy pause. Muyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. This is not the bell of the current celestial deity. It must belong to the previous one. Have you met him? Bobo's eyes, devoid of light, appeared hollow and enigmatic, yet seemed to perceive everything. Muyang nodded. Yes. The celestial deity Noah has returned from the underworld and asked me to convey his regards to you. Follow me. We shall meet the celestial deity. Perhaps due to Muyang holding the token of the former celestial deity, Bobo did not test Muyang's abilities but directly led him to meet the celestial deity. As Muyang followed Bobo towards the temple's palace entrance, he observed the temple's layout, which mirrored the depictions in comics. The divine temple in the celestial realm was remarkably spacious, lacking any signs of life beyond a few rows of trees and golden palaces. This absence was due to the entire temple floating in another layer of space, silent and elegant. Without permission, no one could enter unless they resorted to forceful intrusion. While Muyang was following Bobo, the latter suddenly remarked, "Your name is Muyang, correct?" Muyang straightened, nodding, "Yes. Learn to walk as I do. Your steps are too erratic, and your heart is unsettled. This is not good." Bobo's tone was calm, even slightly vacant. Yet Muyang could discern the guidance embedded within his words. Although he had learned to control his aura while in the Kylan Tower, he was still far from achieving Bobo's true state of tranquil serenity, akin to the vast sky. "I am grateful for your guidance," Muyang nodded, adjusting his pace. It was worth noting that even Sun Wukong, who had defeated the Demon King Piccolo, had been thoroughly schooled by Bobo upon his initial arrival at the temple. Muyang's cultivation was inferior to Sun Wukong's at that time, making him somewhat inadequate in Bobo's eyes. Nevertheless, Muyang was keenly aware that he should heed Bobo's instructions. Before long, he discovered the secret to achieving harmony in his steps. Bobo continued to lead the way, not turning back but sensing Muyang's rhythm. Once Muyang's heart rate had adjusted, Bobo guided him further onward. At last, they halted before the entrance of a grand hall. Bobo stated, "This is the residence of the celestial deity. The celestial deity is a great spirit. You must show him respect." Seeing Muyang nod, Bobo pushed open the grand doors. "Celestial deity, the person has arrived." Came an aged reply. Shortly thereafter, a green figure emerged from within the hall. It was the celestial deity. Originally a Namekian who had fled to Earth during a catastrophic climate disaster on his home planet, the celestial deity approached Muyang, gazing at the young man before him as if reminiscing about his own youth. He nodded and expressed, "It has been many years. You are the first mortal from the lower realms to step into the temple. Bobo, arrange for him to reside here, and you shall be responsible for his training." "Understood." Bobo replied. Young man, training in the temple is arduous. I hope you will diligently follow Bobo and enhance your skills, the celestial deity remarked, smiling at Muyang's handsome visage. I will strive hard, Muyang replied, radiating confidence. Very well. This is excellent. The celestial deity was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised. He had expected Muyang to stubbornly wish to be his disciple, yet he readily accepted the arrangement for Bobo to train him without a hint of hesitation. This ease of spirit kindled a flicker of anticipation within the celestial deity regarding Muyang's potential. Had Muyang known the celestial deity's thoughts, he would have exclaimed that it was a misunderstanding. He had known all along that Bobo would be his instructor, having served under several celestial deities within the temple. Bobo's prowess surpassed that of the deities themselves, and Muyang felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of being trained by him. Thus, Muyang and Bobo departed from the palace of the celestial deity and once again returned to the outer plaza. At this altitude, the air was thinner than at the pinnacle of Kylan Tower, demanding careful consideration with every movement, as vigorous actions were ill-advised. Boy, now attack me. Upon reaching the center of the plaza, Bobo commenced the training without any preamble. Upon hearing the words, Muyang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. The directness with which Bobo approached the subject resonated with his own straightforward nature. He was not one to indulge in trivial banter. He declared, Mr. Bobo, be cautious, for I am about to launch my attack. Just call me Bobo, came the reply. Very well, Bobo, here I come. As soon as Muyang finished speaking, his entire focus shifted to Bobo, and with a swift motion, he left behind a series of afterimages as he began to scout for an attack position. Yet, the question of where to initiate his strike left him in a quandary. Although Bobo stood casually without any defensive posture, Muyang soon realized that what appeared to be vulnerabilities were, upon closer inspection, fortified by an undeniable aura of invincibility. It was as if he were confronting a hedgehog bristling with quills. No matter how he attacked, it seemed futile and fraught with the risk of backlash. This sensation was reminiscent of his encounters with the god of Noah, yet with Bobo, it bore a simplicity that suggested profound mastery. It was not that Bobo surpassed the god of Noah. Rather, he had honed his foundational skills to an unparalleled degree. Was this the essence of Bobo's realm? Such composure. Was it due to an insurmountable disparity in strength? Muyang's expression grew solemn. Suddenly, he struck. The flurry of afterimages hesitated for an instant as he coiled his body and propelled himself like a bolt of lightning, aiming his assault from a diagonal rear angle towards Bobo. Just a moment too slow. As Muyang's fist neared its target, Bobo moved, hands clasped behind his back. His expression inscrutable, his body gliding seamlessly from one position to another. Muyang's attack swiped harmlessly across Bobo's chest, falling entirely short of its mark. To strike me, you must calm your mind and grasp the swiftness of lightning, Bobo's voice rang in his ears, the first half echoing in his right ear while the latter part seemed to resonate from the left. The uncanny shift in sound illustrated just how rapid Bobo's movements were. Muyang was taken aback, his admiration for Bobo's ability swelling within him. This single maneuver had certainly delivered a sobering lesson. Suddenly, a sense of alarm surged through him. Before he could react, Bobo reappeared directly in front of him, lifting his toes to deliver a swift kick to Muyang's abdomen. The force sent him soaring through the air, tracing a trajectory before he began to descend. In that instant, Bobo materialized yet again, almost spectrally. Here, Muyang pivoted, launching an attack. With a resounding clap, Bobo caught Muyang's leg, his expression as impassive as ever, and flung him away effortlessly. Muyang stumbled and fell, but quickly regained his footing. I shall come again, he declared, but the disparity in their abilities was glaring. Bobo shook his head, fingers curling slightly, sending Muyang flying once more. Ouch, that hurts, Muyang cried out. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Your mastery is insufficient. A tranquil mind is not as simple as you envision. You must begin your training from the ground up, Bobo stated coolly, before commencing to elucidate the methods of cultivation to Muyang. Bobo's style of instruction diverged from that of the cat sage. The latter preferred to allow his students to discover the essence of martial arts through action, while Bobo favored a more incisive approach, directly identifying the core issues. This distinction arose from the fact that the cat sage often dealt with martial artists at relatively lower levels, where the fundamental principles were not overly complex and could be grasped through careful contemplation. More importantly, this method nurtured the learning capacity of martial practitioners, guiding them through the gateway of cultivation. In contrast, Bobo operated within the temple, where the standards were significantly elevated. Without explicit guidance, one could spend decades attempting to grasp even the most superficial aspects, rendering the effort futile. It is akin to the different stages of education. In elementary school, educators focus on teaching students how to conduct themselves and fostering independent learning, imparting methods of study. However, at the high school and especially university levels. The emphasis shifts towards the direct dissemination of specific knowledge, with scant attention given to teaching students how to learn. In the harsh competition of the academic realm, only those adept at absorbing existing knowledge survive, while the unfit are left behind. Thus, under Bobo's tutelage, Muyang embarked on his journey of cultivation within the sacred temple. Chapter 77. The consideration of an air in the vast and boundless void, a hemispherical structure, resplendent in crimson and evocative of Incan culture, floated solitary amidst the tranquil clouds. The atmosphere remarkably thin. On the expansive plaza, Muyang sat peacefully upon a stone slab, his eyes closed, his demeanor serene, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Beside him stood Bobo, his gaze calm and unwavering. You have learned to restrain your aura with Kalen. Now, you must master the perception of it. Simply remain seated in stillness. Begin your mental fortitude training. When you achieve the swiftness of lightning and the serenity of the skies, your speed and movements will transform, and your aura will condense to a minimal state. Thump, thump, thump. The gentle reverberations echoed as Muyang closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the rhythm of his heart. Following Bobo's guidance, he immersed himself in the realm of understanding that Bobo imparted, and in an instant, his surroundings transformed entirely. He felt as if he were soaring above a tranquil lake, its surface flawless and reflective, mirroring the scenery in its entirety. Amidst this tranquility, he beheld a breathtaking reflection of the lake's beauty. The clarity revealed every detail, refracting the essence of nature, rendering everything profoundly serene and harmonious. He sensed a metamorphosis occurring within his very being, a surge in strength, though no actual increase in energy took place. This was merely a psychological effect. His spirit was undeniably undergoing a transformation. Indeed, just so. Embrace your third perspective and continue your meditation here. I shall elaborate on the spirit of martial arts, Bobo continued, his voice steady. The perception of aura is not merely about standing before another and gauging the intensity of their energy. That is the most rudimentary and coarse approach. When an opponent's energy reaches a certain threshold, even an ordinary martial artist can discern their relative strength. True aura perception involves closing your eyes and predicting an opponent's actions, even merging with nature to perceive all that surrounds you. The reflexes of the flesh cannot compare to those of the mind. Thus, utilizing one's spirit as a means of perception allows for a more effective exhibition of power. Moreover, the physical eye is rife with limitations. Excessive light or darkness can impair a martial artist's judgment. Thus, transcending the physical eye to perceive through aura represents a significant advancement. This methodology proves highly effective among the diverse races of the cosmos. Bobo produced a strip of silk, instructing Muyang to blindfold himself. Next, attempt to locate my position without sight. Begin by sensing the aura I emit. Bobo spoke deliberately, his fingers gesturing before Muyang, releasing fragmented wisps of energy. Bit by bit, Bobo's control over his aura was nearly flawless. When restrained, it was as if it did not exist, yet when released, it cascaded like a waterfall, exuding immense power. In that moment, the calm surface of Muyang's mental lake rippled with the faintest disturbance, and he acutely sensed the once pristine reflection beneath him begin to twist and distort, transforming the magnificent tableau of nature into one marred by imperfections. One should have felt it by now. One can discern through sound, airflow, and vibration, ultimately gaining insight and learning to perceive through chi. Bobo's voice remained as unremarkable as ever, seemingly detached from the mortal realm, yet Muyang could still sense the kindness embedded within. Bobo's guidance was given with utmost sincerity. Muyang listened attentively, committing each of Bobo's words to memory, for Bobo's understanding of chi and mindset far surpassed that of those from the lower realms. Every gesture and utterance bore the essence of profound wisdom. As time gradually passed, Muyang continued his cultivation within the temple, his perceptive abilities steadily enhancing. In a remote village within the lower realms, dense woods surrounded by towering mountains thrived. The coachman, Lily, drove his carriage along the winding mountain path. Suddenly, a pebble was dislodged, tumbling down the cliff to vanish without a trace. Beneath the cliffs nestled between the mountains, a gray-white stone door trembled slightly, shedding a cascade of debris. This door, adorned with bizarre engravings, bore cracks that hinted at its countless years of existence in the valley. Abruptly, a loud thud echoed as the stone door quivered once more, a fissure appearing between the tightly shut gates, which slowly parted. A green creature with pointed ears cautiously emerged through the gap, glancing at the blazing sun suspended in the sky. Bathed in sunlight, the creature emitted a startled squeal, retreating back through the door crack. After a while, more of its kind mustered the courage to step outside, and the small valley erupted into a lively commotion. Within the temple, as the door opened, the venerable deity standing at the temple's edge suddenly changed countenance. Has something occurred in the lower realms? Bobo inquired anxiously. The deity sighed and nodded, stating, "A portal connecting to a minor demon realm has been opened in the lower realms, but fortunately, there are no formidable demon tribes nearby. Earth is a remarkably mystical place, bridging the realms of the underworld, demon realms, and other enigmatic domains. In ancient times, Earth's inhabitants were plagued by disturbances from other races, leading to the evolution of martial arts. Although these portals were subsequently sealed by the efforts of ancient Earth's predecessors, pathways occasionally reopen over the course of time. This minor demon realm clung to Earth, existing as a subservient dimension. Shall I close the portal?" Bobo asked. The deity shook his head, replying, "No need. They are merely minor demons, incapable of causing significant upheaval. By the way, how is Muyang's cultivation progressing?" The deity regarded the demons in the minor realm with indifference, instead expressing concern for Muyang's development. "He has gradually grasped the essence of Qi. Truly, he is worthy of being Noah's heir. He must be nurtured well, for the lower realms require a powerful warrior." "Indeed. I shall train him diligently," Bobo affirmed. "By the way, the message from Kylan has arrived. There is an exceptionally talented martial artist there. He has requested to send this individual to the temple shortly." Bobo recounted the happenings at Kylan Tower, mentioning a recent application from the Cat Sage to bring Sun Wukong to the temple. "Oh, let him bring the person here. Recently, a number of talents have emerged," the deity said, a smile gracing his wrinkled face as he leaned on his staff. In the past 250 years, no one had qualified to ascend to the temple, yet now 2 individuals had appeared at once. After centuries of tranquility, the temple had not seen such liveliness since the last contest for the title of deity. Reflecting on the calamity caused by his ambition to become a deity, the old god felt a tinge of guilt. Had it not been for him, the demon King Piccolo would not have ravaged the lower realms, and the decline of martial arts would not have ensued. These matters were intricately tied to him. Over 200 years had passed. Perhaps it was time for him to consider finding a successor. Chapter 78, The Trial Ground in the Mountains. Time is an enigma, and years pass unnoticed. At this moment, Muyang had spent a full year cultivating within the temple. During this period of training, guided by Bobo, he had come to comprehend lightning-like speed in the tranquility of the skies, also learning to utilize his chi to sense the movements of others. To facilitate this training, Bobo brought Muyang to a small chamber within the temple, where a machine transported him to various unique training environments, not of Earth, but simulated spaces crafted by the machine, where everything resembled an illusion, manipulable according to Bobo's desires. This marked the transition from theoretical concepts to practical application. In that surreal realm, Muyang fished in a tranquil valley, accompanied by birds. The placid lake's surface mirrored the serenity of his heart, allowing him to grasp the essence of tranquility that fosters depth. After completing his mental training, he transitioned into another simulated environment, enduring the onslaught of lightning to attain speed akin to a flash. Of course, his speed did not truly match that of lightning. One day, after concluding his training, Muyang, weary, soaked in a comfortable hot spring. The water was not ordinary. It had been purified by the temple's power, washing away fatigue and nurturing his body. This was perfectly suited to Muyang's cultivation of the Tianxin flow martial arts. As delicate water cascaded down his body, he stood and exited the spring, droplets clinging to his damp hair. Wiping the fogged mirror, he beheld a fresh and elegant young man with black hair, his eyes sharp and commanding like those of a hawk. Unbeknownst to him, his combat power had surpassed 200. Muyang reflected, realizing that his greatest achievement during this time was not merely the increase in combat power, but a comprehensive enhancement of his overall quality. Through the various trainings in the temple, he had cultivated an equanimity to face any challenge. On Earth, he had essentially reached an invincible state. Such rapid progress filled him with satisfaction, yet the thought of the universe, where even the lowliest minions under Frieza boasted combat powers exceeding 1,000, instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Upon arriving at the temple's plaza, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform was sent flying, landing before Muyang. Instinctively, he raised his leg and kicked the opponent away once more. "Ah!" A cry of despair escaped. "Hey, Son Gohan, you look quite disheveled," Muyang remarked. "You could at least have caught me instead of kicking me." Son Gohan, filled with indignation, climbed to his feet. He had just arrived at the temple and was undergoing the same rigorous training under Bobo as Muyang had a year prior, enduring trials and tribulations, only to be bullied by the only person he recognized here. Observing Gohan's plight, Muyang scoffed. "This is the most fundamental training. I am assisting you. You should know that I mastered these techniques quite swiftly." Bobo glanced at Muyang and added, "In terms of progress, Son Gohan indeed lags behind Muyang." Gohan found himself speechless, muttering, "I simply cannot grasp it." The concepts of comprehending various realms were foreign to him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Muyang, have you completed all stages of your current training? Bobo inquired nonchalantly. Having grasped the fundamentals, Muyang exuded confidence in his demeanor. Bobo nodded and declared, "Let us commence a new training regimen starting tomorrow. I shall transform you into competent warriors in the shortest possible time. And Son Gohan, you must also strive to keep pace." Son Gohan nodded glumly, contemplating the impending rigorous training. "A new training regimen, you say? I find myself somewhat eager," Muyang mused, a smile gracing his lips as he looked forward to the forthcoming challenges. Time flew swiftly, and the next day, Bobo guided Muyang down the winding corridors of the temple. Having traversed these halls numerous times, Muyang noticed that every few meters, a grand door appeared, each leading to a secluded space specifically designed for the trials of practitioners. One could only imagine the immense effort the ancient architects had invested in constructing this temple. After a prolonged descent, Muyang could no longer contain himself. "Bobo, are we not at the end yet?" he inquired. "We shall arrive shortly," Bobo replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. "This is a specially designated training area for you. You must diligently hone your skills within." As they continued deeper, Muyang speculated whether Bobo intended to lead him to the hyperbolic time chamber. After all, it was the only location within the temple that matched Bobo's description. The time chamber's time flow was hundreds of times faster than that of the outside world. One day outside equated to a year inside. Furthermore, tales spoke of its frigid atmosphere, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and a gravity 10 times that of Earth, conditions that posed a formidable challenge to anyone. Spending a year in such an expansive, desolate environment would be a tremendous test of one's psyche, easily leading the weak-minded to hallucinations. The sustenance within could hardly be described as palatable. Should Bobo indeed be guiding him to the time chamber, it was reasonable to anticipate that the forthcoming year would be more arduous than what Son Gohan would endure. Moreover, the time chamber shared several functionalities with his own accelerated space, which added to his vexation. However, Bobo's subsequent actions revealed that all his conjectures were merely that. Their destination was not the time chamber. "We have arrived, here it is," Bobo announced, halting before a massive door. As he opened it, darkness enveloped them. Muyang paused. Curiosity piqued. "What lies beyond this threshold? Step inside. This is your trial ground. It is fraught with peril. Only by defeating the strongest within can you emerge. So proceed with caution." Taken aback that Bobo would describe the interior as exceptionally dangerous, Muyang felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he nodded resolutely and stepped forward. With a resounding clang, the door slammed shut the moment Muyang entered, isolating him in this new realm. Another trial space? Just as confusion began to settle in, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an ancient forest. Chapter 79, the ravaged domain of the demon clan. Before him lay a dense, verdant forest, vibrant with life. The air was refreshing, and a thin mist hovered among the lush greenery. Water trickled melodiously over moss-covered stones, while birds perched upon branches, filling the air with their melodious calls. A mirage. Muyang quickly deduced that this was a training space conjured by Bobo's technology, reminiscent of his previous experiences with illusory realms. However, unlike typical illusions, the mirage created within the temple bore a striking resemblance to the real world. Opting not to employ his levitation technique, Muyang chose to walk down the mountain path, intent on understanding the circumstances within this illusion. Bobo's challenge was to vanquish the strongest entity in this realm, implying that a formidable adversary awaited him, one he could not yet hope to defeat, otherwise it would not be termed a trial. Bobo's warning to exercise caution underscored the significant disparity in strength between them. Rather than feeling daunted, Muyang's spirit surged with determination. His exceptional aptitude had allowed his training to progress smoothly over the years, especially after unlocking the accelerated space, which had shielded him from substantial setbacks. His most arduous battle had been against Tao Pai Pai, yet he ultimately triumphed with the aid of the sacred beings. To date, the level of martial artists on Earth had failed to keep pace with him, yet he had not encountered true adversity, fostering a sense of invincibility within him. Although this was a fallacy, Bobo was a notable exception. The dwindling number of challengers on Earth was an undeniable reality. Muyang yearned for a battle that would test his mettle, not from a desire for self-punishment, but as a means to gauge the fruits of his training. Engaging in combat was inherently different from sparring with Bobo, and it would undoubtedly catalyze the awakening of his hidden potential. Exiting the forest, Muyang arrived in a modest town, where the hurried townsfolk appeared to be fleeing in panic, burdened with their belongings. He seized the arm of a passerby. "Good sir, what is transpiring here? Where is everyone heading?" The man, panic-stricken, warned him, "You must flee. The demons are coming. If you do not leave now, it will be too late." Releasing the man, Muyang pondered the implications of the warning. Was the demon the very adversary he was meant to confront in this trial? It seemed almost too direct. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, confirming the presence of a malevolent aura in the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. They're here. Indeed. From the opposite end of the town came the harrowing cries of despair and the wails of children. In an instant, Muyang dashed towards the source of the commotion. Before him loomed a grotesque, green-scaled creature, its body clad in armor-like scales, adorned with horns, and sporting a pair of wings. It bore the semblance of both a dinosaur and a monstrous bird, exuding an aura of malevolence. Is this the demon? Muyang assessed its combat power to be around 100. As he arrived, he witnessed the creature committing heinous acts. With a dreadful crunch, the beast opened its gaping maw and swallowed a human whole, chewing briefly before unleashing a torrent of flames that ignited nearby thatched roof houses. Ah, delightful. Let us fulfill the great lord's commands. How splendid it would be if foolish humans would simply submit. The creature's head raised high as it expelled a blaze, transforming a corner of the town into a hellish inferno, filled with the agonized screams of countless victims. Help! Someone save me. I do not wish to die. Mother, I am afraid. The heat was unbearable, and many lay on the ground, engulfed in flames, writhing in agony. Seeing this, the panicked crowd grew even more fearful, with some abandoning their belongings and even neglecting their wives and children in their haste to flee. Damn it! A commanding voice echoed, and Muyang appeared before the throngs. He swiftly kicked aside the cowards who had forsaken their families, then approached the monstrous dinosaur demon. Witnessing the agonized plight of the injured, a fierce fury ignited within him, and he unleashed a powerful energy wave. The speed of his attack left the once arrogant dinosaur demon momentarily stunned. With a whoosh, the energy wave surged into its chest. No, how could I perish at the hands of a lowly human? The Dark Lord will not spare you. The demon's grotesque head wore a look of disbelief, its eyes gradually losing their luster. Humph! Muyang snorted in anger, releasing another wave of energy that illuminated the air with dazzling brilliance, reducing the demon's head to a wisp of smoke amidst the azure energy. The Dark Lord is the superior of this demon? It was not difficult to deduce that the realm into which Bobo had transported him was one ravaged by demonkind. Here, human life was as insignificant as weeds, a place where demons preyed upon the innocent, and the Dark Lord was likely the very foe he must confront. Hero, thank you for slaying the demon and saving us all. You must be the legendary martial artist, for only one of your caliber could vanquish such a fiend. The frantic townsfolk, witnessing the demon's demise, rushed forward to flatter him, their sycophantic expressions causing Muyang to furrow his brow. Particularly vexing was the sight of those who had previously abandoned their families now bowing before him, which further soured his mood. Silence, he commanded, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Now, tell me, what transpired here? He gestured towards a villager at random. The villager appeared momentarily dazed, unsure whether it was due to being chosen by Muyang or the bewilderment of why this esteemed figure seemed unaware of the situation. However, he dared not speculate, fearing the wrath of this man, and cautiously replied, My lord, the entire world is now under the dominion of the demon race. These fiends are merciless and bloodthirsty, reveling in the slaughter of humanity. Although the martial artists have banded together, they remain no match for the demons. There is no safe haven left. We can only cling to life, fleeing wherever we might find safety. Muyang nodded gently, not doubting the villager's sincerity, for there was no reason for deceit. He understood that humanity in this world might indeed be on the brink of utter despair. That demon he had just faced possessed a combat strength of around 100. The number of such demons was unknown, and regardless of humanity's strength, they were no match for the demon race. Continue, he urged. The villager swallowed hard, having begun to view Muyang as a reclusive practitioner, long detached from worldly affairs. The number of demons is seemingly endless. In battles against them, the martial artists have suffered continuous defeats, with countless masters perishing on the battlefield, especially against the demon lord, King Piccolo, who is utterly unparalleled. Wait, did you say King Piccolo? Hearing this familiar name, Muyang's expression faltered slightly. Yes, the villager answered nervously. Chapter 8. Two Demon Lords. The name Piccolo resonated profoundly with Muyang. Upon hearing it from the villager, he realized the world to which Bobo had transported him. This realm was fashioned from the cataclysm that transpired over 250 years ago. Recalling an episode from the animation where Sun Wukong was sent back in time by Bobo's machine to meet Master Roshi, Muyang understood that he was in a similar predicament. I see, he said to the villager, waving a hand dismissively as he comprehended the situation. He ceased further discourse with the villager and soared into the sky, swiftly making his way towards the Korin Tower of this world. If this realm was indeed a manifestation of King Piccolo's dominion, then it must still be Earth, with the Korin Tower and the Cat Sage's existence intact. As for the temple, he was uncertain. However, trusting in the temple's mystical properties, he believed it had been faithfully recreated according to historical accuracy. Yet, a pressing concern arose. The current King Piccolo was in his prime, with a combat strength of no less than 260, making Muyang decidedly outmatched. He needed to assess his current circumstances. Bobo had certainly presented him with a formidable challenge. The power of King Piccolo was, indeed, a daunting prospect. Bobo had mentioned that the condition for returning was to defeat the strongest being within this illusion, excluding the uncertain existence of the temple. The strongest entity here was undoubtedly King Piccolo. With a flash, a bright streak cut across the sky, revealing scenes of devastation reminiscent of a hellish nightmare, swirling black smoke, towering flames, and countless lives being slaughtered by demons. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of despair. Oddly, the cataclysm depicted in history did not seem as brutal as what lay before him. Muyang furrowed his brow as this thought crossed his mind. Based on his understanding of the narrative, during King Piccolo's era, he himself was the most formidable opponent, instilling terror across the world. Yet his subordinates did not appear in such overwhelming numbers as those before him now. It seemed that the demons' ranks had been significantly inflated in this world. However, pondering this was futile. Muyang focused his energy and accelerated, soon arriving before the Korin Tower. Ascending the tower's height, he reached the summit, atop the Korin Tower. In addition to the Cat Sage, there stood another figure clad in white martial attire, a white beard adorning his face. It was Master Roshi, who was currently investigating the Demon Seal Wave. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Muyang startled the Cat Sage, causing his plump frame to tremble in fear. "Korin and Master Roshi." Muyang leaped into the training ground, his gaze fixed upon them. Compared to the figures he knew, the essence and energy attributes of these two were indistinguishable. This illusionary world seemed to have captured a segment of genuine history and cloned it. "Do you know us?" After a brief moment of confusion, the Cat Sage, having sensed Muyang's human aura and confirming he was not a demon, regained his composure. "Somewhat. Your renown is vast. And I know a bit about you," Muyang replied noncommittally. Reflecting on the Cat Sage's earlier terrified demeanor, he wondered if history had indeed recorded similar moments of fear. The Cat Sage narrowed his eyes, astonished, and remarked, "I never anticipated that such a powerful young individual like you existed in this world. Truly astonishing. Perhaps you alone can contend with King Piccolo and another monster." "Another monster? Is there not just King Piccolo?" Muyang inquired, perplexed. "Oh, you are unaware? There are two monsters wreaking havoc below." "What?" Muyang's mind was filled with astonishment. Besides King Piccolo, there was another monster. How could this be? Was the history he knew merely a facade? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Muyang realized that perhaps this world was not merely a faithful reenactment of historical facts, but rather a nuanced interpretation of them. The words of the Cat Sage had inadvertently confirmed his suspicions. Without a doubt, all of this was the work of Bobo. Indeed, in the realm of society, Bobo was a formidable figure, a man of few words yet great deeds. His pure heart might be as dark and translucent as his skin, leaving Muyang at a loss for how to reciprocate the trust he had placed in him. The presence of a single demon king, Piccolo, was already overwhelming. And now there was another one. The difficulty of the quest had escalated dramatically. At that moment, Wutaido approached, noticing Muyang's confusion, and explained, "There are two demon kings wreaking havoc upon the lower world. In addition to Piccolo, there exists another demon lord named Maruku. The demons down below were primarily unleashed by him after he opened the portal to the demon realm." Muyang's understanding deepened, and he realized why there were so many demons. The singular power of Piccolo could not possibly account for such a multitude. There was indeed another demon lord. Enlightened, he felt the weight of the situation. Facing Piccolo alone was already beyond his capabilities, and now with an additional demon lord, he contemplated retreating. "Young man, I hope you will join forces with me to save this world," Wutaido earnestly invited. Muyang regarded him coolly, refraining from a hasty agreement, and instead queried, "With such significant turmoil in the lower realm, did the gods of the temple not intervene?" In the original narrative, it was due to the connection between Piccolo and the gods, coupled with Piccolo's inability to obliterate the entire world, that neither the gods nor Bobo intervened. However, now that another demon lord was involved and humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, could the temple truly remain passive? To Muyang's surprise, upon hearing his words, both the Cat Sage and Wutaido displayed expressions of confusion. "Young man, what is this temple you speak of?" Muyang's lips twitched slightly as he grasped the layout of this world. It appeared there was no temple at all. "Oh, it's nothing," Muyang replied, shaking his head and dismissing the matter. He turned to Wutaido. "Do you intend to research sealing techniques to counter Piccolo?" "Indeed, that is my intention. But the techniques I am studying can only be used against Piccolo. There is no method to deal with Miruku. Wu Taido explained. The release of the magic sealing wave requires an immense expenditure of energy, a perilous exchange of life for life. Before your arrival, I was nearly despondent regarding the future of this world. Fortunately, at a critical moment, another powerful human has emerged, ensuring that I would not sacrifice myself without anyone to confront Miruku. May I learn it? Muyang inquired eagerly. Of course, Wu Taido replied, his eyes brightening with caution. The technique I am attempting to create is called the magic sealing wave, but it possesses a fatal flaw. Once the practitioner releases it, they are almost certain to perish alongside the sealed target. You articulate this clearly, Muyang remarked, surprised at his candor. In matters of life and death, transparency is paramount. Wu Taido stated solemnly. After hearing this, Muyang felt a sense of admiration. Frankly, if he were in Wu Taido's position, he might not have revealed such a secret. This comparison elucidated why Wu Taido had the right to ascend to heaven after his demise. Chapter 81. The further you flee, the better. So, Tyrant Sage, what is the strength of this Miruku in comparison to Piccolo? Muyang asked. Piccolo's combat power is approximately 260. Since Miruku has been able to create chaos alongside Piccolo and cause such devastation, I deduce his strength must be formidable as well. Very strong. His power may even surpass that of Piccolo. The cat sage nodded, leaning on his staff. To my knowledge, Piccolo and Miruku have had brief encounters, after which their factions became distinctly divided, maintaining a certain tacit understanding. However, in terms of territory, Miruku's domain is significantly larger, comprising about 60%. This indicated that Miruku's strength was indeed superior to Piccolo's, but not by a vast margin. Otherwise, such an understanding could not be maintained. Indeed. The cat sage concurred with Muyang's assessment. Understood. Muyang nodded, beginning to organize his thoughts. Bobo's directive was for him to defeat the strongest being in this world, and this notion of defeat certainly implied more than mere sealing. It necessitated a direct confrontation leading to the demise of the opponent. Otherwise, this so-called trial would hold no significance. Nonetheless, Muyang still intended to learn the magic sealing wave, along with the universal shock palm and ki blast. Drawing from others' strengths can enhance one's own. These techniques were immensely powerful and could serve as a reference for his future development. The pressing urgency was to expedite his training. Every moment in the lower realm was rife with slaughter, and time was of the essence. Wu Taido stroked his beard, his expression earnest, acknowledging that while cultivation could not be rushed, they truly had no time to squander. Indeed, we cannot afford any delays. We must hasten our research on techniques to combat those two demon kings. The cat sage, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased engaging in fruitless discussions and inquiries about Muyang's origins. To him, as long as Muyang was human, that sufficed. The tranquil aura surrounding him signified his potential as an ally of humanity. Observing the cat sage and Wu Taido delve back into their research on the magic sealing wave, Muyang stood quietly, empathetic towards their plight. Though he reminded himself that everything here was merely an illusion, and that the two were but unique manifestations, the authenticity of sensations, breath, fear, hunger, fatigue, and even pain could not simply be dismissed as illusion. This was, in truth, an alternative reality. Yet, he pondered whether suffering injury or death here would also equate to real injury or death. The thought of confronting either Piccolo or the even mightier Miruku loomed on the horizon, sending a shiver through him, as he too felt the genuine urgency of the situation. Perhaps this was the greatest challenge he had ever faced. Yet, despite the daunting nature of the challenge, he felt no fear, if it was a challenge. Let it come with greater ferocity. The flames of determination ignited in his eyes. In the days that followed, Muyang remained atop Kirin Tower, training alongside Wu Taido. Although his prowess had surpassed that of both Wu Taido and the cat sage, he still gleaned much from their experiences, particularly in the realm of developing new techniques, which was not strictly tied to inherent strength. Each night, he would activate the acceleration space, continuing his training within, where the rich energy enveloped him, replenishing the vigor he had expended during the day. His ability to access this acceleration space had significantly improved, allowing him to experience 4 times the normal training duration, effectively granting him an additional day of cultivation compared to others. Before long, powerful techniques such as the universal shock palm and ki blast had been thoroughly mastered. The magic sealing wave. Without any warning, a dark green spiral of energy manifested in the training grounds of Kirin Tower, swirling above as though distorting the very fabric of space. However, it persisted only for a moment before waning, dissipating like a fleeting dream. Coughing, Wu Taido, drenched in sweat, turned pale from exertion. Seeing this, Muyang quickly offered him half a healing bean to restore his strength. Hurry, eat this. Thank you. Wu Tai-do accepted the celestial beans, consuming them swiftly to restore his stamina. He sighed, remarking, "It still falls short. This level of the magic sealing wave cannot yet confine the likes of King Piccolo or Merukuho. Nevertheless," he continued, "we can press on. I firmly believe you will refine the magic sealing wave." There was no doubt in Muyang's mind regarding the development of the magic sealing wave. As in the original narrative, Wu Tai-do ultimately succeeded in completing its research. However, this illusory realm had undergone significant transformations compared to the original world, rendering his memories here somewhat unreliable. Wu Tai-do smiled, his energy fully restored, attributing it to the celestial beings that afforded him the opportunity to practically implement the magic sealing wave. Otherwise, the pace of research would not have been so swift. He marveled at the existence of such wondrous things in this world. The cat sage nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this so-called celestial being is extraordinary. I wonder where you acquired it." Muyang smiled enigmatically, for the celestial beings originated from the Kalen Tower, but from the real world. In this trial space, not only were there no temples, but also no celestial beings to be found. Muyang lamented inwardly, wishing he could scour for more celestial beings. He pondered whether using them on those in the illusion would allow for their return afterward. "Muyang, you have mastered the universal shockwave and the ki blast. Your strength must have significantly increased, hasn't it?" The cat sage shifted the topic, gazing intently at Muyang. Muyang nodded. "Indeed, my energy has improved. Yet I am still no match for King Piccolo and the others." Just then, he gasped, his expression turning grave as he focused on a particular direction. "What is it?" The cat sage inquired softly, noticing Muyang had suddenly fallen silent. He too turned to look in that direction, his brow furrowed. "It seems a formidable presence is approaching us. My heavens! It is the aura of Merukuho. How did he discover the Kalen Tower?" The cat sage gasped, his fur bristling in fear, his voice trembling slightly. The Kalen Tower lay within Merukuho's domain, and it was evident their whereabouts had been compromised. "Wu Tai-do? Are you saying Merukuho is on his way here?" Though Wu Tai-do could not sense Merukuho's aura, he grasped the implication from the cat sage and Muyang's dialogue. "Indeed, Merukuho is coming. What shall we do? The barrier of the Kalen Tower cannot hold him." The cat sage was in a frenzy, for the tower's unique ability was to intercept all climbers utilizing external forces, preventing them from ever reaching its summit. However, for someone as powerful as Merukuho, this challenge was utterly trivial. There was no time for discussion, they needed to flee immediately. Muyang's mind raced. At present, they were no match for Merukuho, and a direct confrontation would be the epitome of folly. He was not one to be obstinate. Before securing victory, the priority was to escape as swiftly as possible. "Yes, we must leave quickly." At this moment, the cat sage cast aside all pretense, hastily rummaging through their belongings for useful items, then summoned a golden nimbus cloud to load them up. "Hurry. The farther we get, the better." The cat sage piloted the nimbus cloud at the forefront, while Muyang and Wu Tai-do exchanged glances and followed closely. However, after a while, they sensed that the malevolent aura behind them had not receded but was drawing nearer. "This is bad. Merukuho is closing in." The cat sage's fur was ruffled by the wind as he frequently looked back. Chapter 82. Merukuho. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged from behind, quickly closing the distance to Muyang and the others. With crimson hair, azure skin, and an array of bizarre tattoos adorning his body, a pair of green eyes glimmered with a thirst for blood. Merukuho appeared before them in an instant. "This is terrible," the cat sage cried out, his face a mask of despair. "Is this creature truly Merukuho?" Muyang maintained a composed demeanor. The situation had escalated. He discreetly released his aura for a probe, only to be met with an icy chill. What a terrifying being! The cold emanating from Merukuho sent a shiver down Muyang's spine, and his heart sank. It seemed a fierce battle was inevitable. At that moment, every muscle in his body felt as though it had been frozen, sending a warning of helplessness. "Heh. You are the last batch of martial artists from Earth. How fortunate am I to find you." Merukuho licked his lips, his cold words dripping with malice. "Ah. Among Earthlings, there exists such a formidable expert." Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Muyang, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He sensed that this young man possessed the greatest strength among the trio, although he paled in comparison to himself and that fiend known as Piccolo. Muyang's combat power exceeding 200 was nothing short of extraordinary among the generally weak Earthlings. "Young man, would you care to serve me? I could spare your life." Merukuho offered a smile, appearing amiable as he addressed Muyang. "Impossible. Ah, what a pity." Merukuho's tone dripped with regret, his expression sorrowful. Yet it swiftly morphed into hostility, exuding a nauseating dark aura. The spatial fluctuations rippled, akin to ripples on water, and before Muyang and the others could react, Merukuho suddenly vanished, appearing right in front of them, his azure visage nearly touching theirs. Then perish. His voice, cold as a nightmare, resonated as he extended a hand forward, lifting it slowly. The movement was languid, accompanied by a dazzling radiance as a brilliant energy surged toward Muyang and the others. What? Boom. At such a close distance, the Cat Sage and Wu Tai Do had no time to react. Though Muyang sensed Merukuho's attack and barely managed to push the Cat Sage and Wu Tai Do away from the core of the assault, the next moment, a torrent of energy engulfed them from all directions. Upon witnessing this, Muyang shouted, spreading his arms to shield them. Heaven's Heart Slash? Countless crescent-shaped key blades erupted, slicing through the vortex of energy, annihilating it. Once this was accomplished, Muyang and Wu Tai Do gathered together, warily observing Merukuho. Merukuho cast a surprised glance, but showed no change in expression. To him, their resistance was laughable, akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. With a swish, Merukuho's figure moved again, this time with increased speed. Muyang's eyes darted, using his senses to track the opponent's movements. However, the chasm of power between them was starkly evident. All he could see was a blurred flash flickering in and out of existence, making it impossible to discern a definite trajectory. The aura vanished in an instant, and even if he managed to catch a glimpse, there was no time to react. Curse it! This Merukuho is indeed more formidable than King Piccolo, possessing remarkable coordination and control over his power. Whoosh! A green flash materialized before him, revealing a grotesquely enlarged face. Muyang's eyes widened in horror as he felt a violent impact strike him. Bang! It felt as though a colossal stone had struck him, instantly injuring his internal organs. With a splutter, he coughed up blood, his complexion turning ashen. At that moment, Merukuho charged towards Tetu and the Cat Immortal. Blood splattered like raindrops cascading from the skies. Merukuho's assault was both swift and brutal, leaving Tetu and the Cat Immortal no time to react as the terrifying energy pierced through their bodies. Two down, just one left. His emerald eyes betrayed no emotion. Killing was merely a routine affair for him. Damn it! Witnessing Tetu and the Cat Immortal fall to Merukuho's hands ignited a furious blaze within Muyang's crimson eyes. Kenshin Qigong. Wanhua Jingtian Palm. Qigong Cannon. Kenshin Slash. He unleashed every technique he knew in a torrent of blue, gold, and white energies, each infused with his wrath, intertwining to form a net of celestial might that surged towards Merukuho. In the face of such overwhelming power, Merukuho's gaze flickered with disdain, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Do these pitiful earthlings truly believe such feeble energy could harm the illustrious Merukuho? With a casual wave, a black energy sphere materialized in his palm, which he effortlessly pushed forward towards the mixed energies. The black sphere detonated upon contact, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the heavens as a terrifying orb of light rapidly expanded in the void. The chaotic energies raged uncontrollably, akin to a cataclysmic storm, ravaging everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Given the altitude at which this transpired, the energy waves propagated far and wide, their terrifying force continuing to spread across the globe. Gradually, the brilliance faded, leaving only a faint haze in the sky. Yet, amidst it all, Merukuho stood alone. As Muyang's figure had vanished without a trace, he managed to escape. Merukuho stared blankly at the empty sky, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed as if ink would drip from his face. He had anticipated that his opponent would seek vengeance for his fallen comrades, only to realize he had been deceived. Enraged at being toyed with, he bellowed before sneering, "That little human truly thinks he can escape my grasp?" With a disdainful snort, he released a plume of pitch-black smoke. As the smoke dissipated into strands, Merukuho's dark green eyes glinted, and he vanished into the azure sky. 100 kilometers away, on a desolate plain, Muyang appeared behind a stone wall, coughing up blood, his face pallid. He sighed. How could Merukuho be so powerful? To have slain both Tetu and the Cat Immortal? The true battle had yet to commence, and they had already lost 2 comrades, weighing heavily on Muyang's heart. Defeating both King Piccolo and Merukuho would prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 83. Hard Training and Advancement. Muyang's impression of Merukuho was one of sheer hardness. Though he had never faced King Piccolo, he instinctively felt that Merukuho was significantly stronger. As for why they maintained such a clear distinction, he remained uncertain. Setting aside other concerns, recovering his strength was paramount. With this thought, Muyang calmed his mind, opting not to use the Senza beans, instead entering the accelerated space. In the fog-laden realm, his figure materialized on the flat ground, and as he did, tendrils of energy began to flow into his body. Here, he could focus entirely on healing without the fear of being discovered. As the energy entered him, his complexion gradually regained its color. Being merely an earthling, Muyang lacked the innate ability of Scions to continually grow stronger, rendering Sinzabeans more of a lifesaver than a means of breakthrough. Thus, unless his life was in imminent danger or escape was utterly impossible, he would conserve them. When injured, he would enter the accelerated space, utilizing its energy for recovery, which incrementally strengthened the resilience of his cells. After 20 hours in the accelerated space, 5 hours had passed outside, and Muyang's body was fully restored. Rising, he heard the satisfying crackling of his bones, feeling a slight increase in his energy. With his body healed, he had time to contemplate his next steps. Through his encounter with Mirakuhuo, though he had been at the mercy of his opponent, he had discerned the vast chasm between their strengths. Mirakuhuo's power undoubtedly surpassed that of a youthful King Piccolo. With Piccolo's combat strength at 260, Mirakuhuo was likely above 280, nearing 300. Compared to his own combat strength of just over 200, the disparity was monumental. Muyang felt confident in challenging King Piccolo, even if defeating him was beyond his means. Retreating was certainly feasible. Yet against Mirakuhuo, he found himself compelled to resort to trickery. His power was simply too lacking. If he did not hasten to strengthen himself, completing this trial would be impossible. Recognizing the gap in their abilities, Muyang resolved to seek a secluded place for rigorous training. It must be acknowledged that beings like King Piccolo and Mirakuhuo, if placed in the cosmos, would merely be considered fodder if he could not defeat them. Perhaps it was time to abandon his aspirations and consider a career as a chef. Upon exiting the accelerated space, Muyang surveyed his surroundings. The desolate plain was devoid of life. Selecting a direction, he traversed quickly into a stone forest. The landscape was arid, with stone pillars resembling bamboo shoots connecting together. And between these stone formations were hollows that could serve as shelter from the elements. Such bizarre rock formations were commonplace in the Dragon Ball Earth. Deciding to practice here, Muyang resolved to utilize this location as a temporary refuge while the true training would occur in the accelerated space. Once his mental energy was restored, he swiftly re-entered the accelerated space. Under the influence of time dilation, Muyang commenced his secluded training, emerging whenever his mental reserves dwindled. Day after day, he sensed his strength gradually increasing. One day, within the radiant space, a unique microcosm formed within a radius of 1,000 meters. Standing at the center, Muyang suddenly opened his eyes, striking a stance as he bellowed toward a direction. Qigong Cannon. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from his hands, sweeping forth with grandeur and majesty. After releasing the Qigong Cannon, Muyang instantly flickered and appeared in its path, adopting a defensive posture. Tianqin Slash. The crescent-shaped blade of energy glimmered like a silver moon, suddenly radiating a terrifying light amidst its silvery glow. With a thunderous roar, the two formidable waves of energy collided in midair, erupting in a violent explosion. The terrifying explosion, reminiscent of collapsing stars, unleashed visible shockwaves in concentric rings. As the smoke dissipated, Muyang lifted his gaze toward the tumultuous sky nearby, patting his chest to dislodge the ashes from the explosion. Suddenly, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, and he felt a surge of energy. Crack! Golden arcs of electricity enveloped his palm, dancing between his hands. The 10,000 nations' shocking palm. A wave-like disturbance erupted in the void, as the golden hand conjured a fierce current of light, carving a terrifying ripple through the air. Once the chaos subsided, Muyang took a moment to recuperate, then employed an energy detector on himself, which emitted a series of beeps before displaying a figure. Combat power, 246. Muyang nodded. This data was already quite close to that of the formidable Big the Great Demon. At that moment, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The time for acceleration had arrived. Emerging from the accelerated space, he beheld a full moon hanging in the night sky, its radiant light illuminating the surroundings, speckled with twinkling stars. A river of the Milky Way stretched from the northeast to the southwest, adorning the night sky like gossamer. He retrieved a fierce beast he had hunted earlier and gathered wood to build a fire, igniting it with his energy. After savoring a highly nutritious dinner, Muyang lay down on a piece of beast hide, ready to rest. The following day, as the sun ascended high, Muyang embarked on a new day of cultivation, practicing his nearly habitual martial arts with a calm heart. However, shortly past noon, a sinister aura infiltrated his senses, moving rapidly above the desolate plains. Has it arrived? A flicker of light danced in his eyes as he looked up, spotting a striking crimson figure in his line of sight. With blood-red hair and azure skin, it was Mirakuhuo, the demon. Combat power, 285. Ha! Earthling, I have finally found you, Mirakuhuo sneered, malice radiating from him. Muyang regarded Mirakuhuo with composure, secretly summoning his internal energy, prepared to strike at any moment. After this period of training, he felt he had acquired the strength to confront his foe. Why do you refer to me as an Earthling? Are you not a creature of this planet yourself? Muyang inquired, furrowing his brow. Earth connects to many peculiar worlds. Yet most are merely spaces affiliated with Earth. Even the demon realm, in its proximity to Earth, is predominantly inhabited by creatures originating from Earth due to its remoteness from the center of the demon realm. Chapter 84. Fierce Combat. Ha ha ha. Melakuhuo laughed heartily, descending from midair to stand 3 meters away from Muyang. How laughable. I am no being of this primitive planet. I hail from Tukuman Star, a far more advanced world than Earth. This planet is merely fit to be a colony under my dominion. His words dripped with disdain for Earth, as though only Tukuman Star held any semblance of superiority. Tukuman Star? Muyang shook his head. He had never heard of this planet. Yet judging by Melakuhuo's combat power of 285, it didn't seem much superior to Earth. According to universal standards, both were low-level planets. There was nothing to be proud of. How did you arrive on Earth? Are you alone? It matters not if I tell you. Were it not for a malfunction of my spacecraft, I would not have descended into this backward realm. Melakuhuo spoke casually, unconcerned about revealing the truth. Since you are an extraterrestrial, how did you become a demon? Well, just as Melakuhuo began to respond, his expression shifted, a hint of wariness crossing his features. Why do you ask such things? Regardless, I cannot escape now. So what do you have to worry about? Muyang gazed steadily at Melakuhuo, remaining calm. Given that I have searched for you tirelessly, it would not hurt to tell you. I became a demon because a cold smile crept across Melakuhuo's lips as he reminisced about the past, preparing to explain how he transformed into a demon when a dazzling light surged toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Muyang launched an attack. Energy cannon. With no reservations, a fierce assault surged forth. Following the energy cannon, Muyang swiftly advanced, initiating a series of rapid strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The sky echoed with continuous thunderous sounds as terrifying tornadoes tore through the atmosphere down to the earth. Oh! Melakuhuo, caught off guard, emitted a chilling and furious scream. A blood-red energy enveloped him, erecting a protective shield against Muyang's onslaught. Nevertheless, he still endured several heavy blows, his hair disheveled, his appearance disheveled, and dark energy swirling around him, anger twisting his features. Ah! You have truly enraged Lord Melakuhuo. I will shatter you into pieces. He hissed coldly. Yet, he was met with silence and even more frenzied attacks. Ignoring Melakuhuo's threats, Muyang remained undeterred. He understood the importance of maintaining momentum, so he had no intention of responding. His sole focus was to defeat his opponent by any means necessary, or at the very least, to inflict significant harm. His body darted through the void, blurring like flowing water. Muyang extended his palm, unleashing another strike. 10,000 Nations shocking palm. This was a domain-level attack, accompanied by a surge of golden lightning illuminating the sky. With a cold smile, Muyang pressed on, launching further assaults. Poof! Melakuhuo was struck solidly, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling away by Muyang's blow. In terms of combat power, Muyang was at 246, while Melakuhuo boasted 285. However, in terms of realm, Muyang surpassed Melakuhuo significantly, allowing them to engage in a fiercely matched battle. Although Muyang still lagged in explosive power, he was no longer as drastically outmatched as during their first encounter. Damn it! Melakuhuo, regaining his composure, felt his expression darken. He was, after all, the great Melakuhuo. To fall for the tricks of a mere youth was a significant blow to his pride. Despite his superiority and energy, after initially being blindsided, Melakuhuo began to regain his combat rhythm. Boom, boom. The two figures flickered rapidly in the sky, both moving at incredible speeds. Streaks of electricity flashing as Muyang charged toward Melakuhuo. A pale blue arc of energy descended, striking precisely above him, igniting a fire of fury in Melakuhuo's eyes. Crack! Crack! Melakuhuo, hair disheveled, grinned malevolently, bracing himself against Muyang's attack. He then turned and lunged forward, his hand slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Cough! Muyang's expression shifted abruptly, his throat constricting as blood spilled from his lips. Boom! All defenses shattered, and the energy in Muyang's hands dissipated like a falling meteor, scattering brilliant hues across the sky. Ha! Die, you wretched human! Melakuhuo cackled arrogantly, a surge of black energy radiating from him as he propelled himself toward the spot where Muyang had fallen. At that moment, a hint of derision appeared on Muyang's face. With a soft crackling sound, he discreetly crushed the fairy bean he had been holding in his mouth. Instantly, the effects of the bean revitalized his strength to its peak. As Melakuhuo dove toward him, Muyang clenched his fists tightly, gathering all his energy at the core of his being, radiating a brilliant white light. The one who is truly doomed is you, Muyang shouted, swiftly appearing before Melakuhuo and unleashing all his energy in a devastating strike. How is this possible? My Lukahuo's expression changed drastically as he watched his seemingly dying adversary suddenly revive and launch an all-out attack against him. In that moment, he had no time to ponder. Retracting his hands to guard his chest, sensing a flicker of fear from the incoming punch, a thunderous roar echoed, and a new sun seemed to rise in the sky. Die! A resounding impact shattered my Lukahuo's chest, propelling his body like a cannonball over 1,000 meters before crashing into the ground. Skidding for hundreds of meters and embedding deeply into the rock layer, leaving a massive impact mark several meters wide and 100 meters long on the surface. Cough, cough. Earthling, you truly surprise me, but to think you could kill me this way is rather naive. Even the Demon King Piccolo would not dare act so recklessly before me. How could I possibly fall to your hands? My Lukahuo hunched over, blood trickling from his mouth, his body crackling with sounds, yet his appearance had undergone a profound transformation. Red luminescence adorned the cracks on his body, resembling mysterious incantations, evoking a sense of unease. He sneered, I am curious to see how many times you can recover. Without regard for his injuries, my Lukahuo suddenly sprang from the impact crater, charging towards Muyang like a bolt of lightning. Faced with my Lukahuo's renewed assault, Muyang's expression darkened. Chapter 85. The Illusion Replayed. He had not anticipated that my Lukahuo's flesh was so resilient. After enduring such a massive attack, he was still able to rise. Moreover, he possessed that peculiar technique akin to a power-up. The red luminescence repaired the cracks in his body, granting him a new form. And his previously diminished stamina was completely restored to its peak. Such a skill resembled the resurrection of the Demon King Piccolo and the Namekians, however. While the Namekians utilized energy, it remained uncertain what cost my Lukahuo incurred in using this ability. 30 years of fortune and misfortune, everything seemed to revert to its original state. This scene, reminiscent of consuming a fairy bean, left Muyang no time to ponder. He inhaled deeply and, facing my Lukahuo's renewed attack, quickly prepared to respond. Come on, he roared. The deafening sounds reverberated through the sky as waves of energy clashed, illuminating the expanse above. The battle had persisted for half an hour. Both combatants appeared and vanished in rapid succession, their attacks entwined in a relentless cycle, each blow immediately followed by another, striking with ferocity, leaving no room for respite. Muyang was relentless, for he could not allow my Lukahuo to utilize that bizarre power-up, which could restore him to full strength, although it might come at a cost later. Facing a fully revitalized my Lukahuo was simply untenable. My Lukahuo shared the same sentiment, fully aware that Muyang possessed a means of recovery as well. He understood the undeniable flaws in his own secret technique. Under these circumstances, he could not permit his opponent to repeatedly regain strength. He must eliminate him. This child cannot be allowed to live. Kill. The two simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion. Almost in unison, they launched their assaults, their bodies transforming into two bolts of lightning as they clashed in the sky. Boom. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows. Muyang's garments were entirely incinerated in the fray. He stood bare-chested, his muscles taut and quivering. Breathing heavily after several intense exchanges, Muyang's stamina had diminished significantly, his rhythm beginning to falter slightly. Yet, bolstered by his own prowess and meticulous execution, his exhaustion paled in comparison to my Lukahuo's. My Lukahuo, too, was in a precarious situation. After enduring several of Muyang's fierce assaults, despite having a slight edge in overall energy, he found it futile against his opponent's elusive dodging tactics. He was now nearing exhaustion. Compared to Muyang, my Lukahuo was far more desperate. His prior recovery had not truly restored him to peak condition, at best. He was at 90%. Continuing the fight would inevitably lead to his defeat. Damn it, how could this earthling still stand before me? After several relentless attacks, my Lukahuo's complexion darkened, his resolve beginning to crumble. He even questioned the accuracy of his initial assessments. Could it be that his opponent possessed greater strength than his own? He could not continue. Persisting would only lead to his demise. Realizing this, my Lukahuo's expression turned grim. Was it true that the great my Lukahuo could only choose to flee? His face contorted with shame, he hesitated but ultimately knew there was no other path available to him. Ah, what a painful choice. My Lukahuo howled to the heavens, as if driven to madness. Observing his frantic cries, Muyang's heart tightened, prompting him to prepare for defense. Unexpectedly, my Lukahuo unleashed a wave of energy toward him, then abruptly turned to flee. Stunned, Muyang thought, if you wish to escape, then go, but with such a dramatic display. One might think you were fighting for your life, truly a master of theatrics. Watching the dark that recede into the distance, he did not pursue but instead took a moment to catch his breath and regain his energy. This battle may have been lost, but there would be another opportunity. Time was on his side. However, after a while, Muyang sensed something amiss. The distant black dot was growing larger. Was my Lukahuo returning? What was happening? He peered intently. And indeed, it was my Lukahuo, back again. Impossible. My Lukahuo could never easily fall to your hands. The my Lukahuo before him wore a rigid expression, his gaze vacant as he stared at Muyang. Muyang felt perplexed as my Lukahuo spoke, his face suddenly contorting, his body swelling. We shall all perish together. Those slain by the demon race will find no peace even in the afterlife, my Lukahuo proclaimed mechanically. As he spoke, his body continued to expand, the red cracks on his form glowing ever brighter. This is bad. Observing the determination and malice on his opponent's face, Muyang felt an inexplicable chill. Quickly realizing my Lukahuo's intention, this fool, seeing he could not win, was contemplating self-destruction. Even in death, he sought a scapegoat. What madness possessed Marakuhuo? He had already fled, yet inexplicably returned, intent on perishing alongside Muyang. This was not the outcome Muyang desired. The reckless feared the resolute, and the resolute feared those who had nothing to lose. He initially considered retreating, but it was too late. Marakuhuo's body was already swelling. In the next moment, a terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius erupted. Damn it! The energy from behind suddenly engulfed Muyang, causing his expression to change drastically. He had no time to escape and was overwhelmed by the energy of Marakuhuo's self-detonation. A pain akin to being ground into meat surged through his mind, and in an instant, his thoughts seemed to cease. Moments later, the sound of the explosion faded, yet the world itself appeared to stagnate with Muyang's demise. A dizzying sensation enveloped him as the world began to collapse, everything dissipating like a fleeting dream. It seemed as though the world was undergoing a reconstruction. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Muyang felt a twitch in his fingers. As he rose, he suddenly recognized the surroundings. They were strikingly familiar, lush mountains and flowing streams, with birds occasionally alighting on the trees, emitting their distinctive calls. This was the very place he had once entered into the realm of illusions. How had he returned here? Oh right, he had died, killed by the energy of Marakuhuo's self-detonation. Muyang rubbed his head, recalling the events that transpired, the final scene somewhat hazy. And Marakuhuo's sudden return left him utterly perplexed. Never mind, he thought, casting a quizzical glance around. This was indeed the place of his arrival. Clenching his fists, the surging energy felt remarkably tangible. His strength remained undiminished, equal to that during his battle with Marakuhuo. Exiting the forest along a mountain path, Muyang entered a modest town, where the hurried townsfolk, burdened with their possessions, appeared to be fleeing. Furrowing his brow, he realized it was a village under siege by the demon clan. Indeed, this was a mirror image of what had transpired before. A creature, its body covered in scales, spewed flames as it slaughtered the villagers. Chapter 86. King Piccolo. Could this be the essence of the trial grounds? That as long as one did not defeat and slay the targets of the trial, even if killed, the entire world would restart infinitely? Was this not akin to an unending time prison? However, for resolute martial artists, this might not necessarily be a misfortune. Perhaps it was the very sanctuary they had longed for. While pondering this, Muyang approached the monster in the village, disregarding the frantic cries and warnings of the villagers. He stood before the beast. Ha ha ha, a human who throws himself into the net. The scaled creature laughed triumphantly upon seeing Muyang approach. Just as it prepared to open its gaping maw to devour him, Muyang effortlessly raised his hand. A flash of lightning split the air, and the creature's vision was abruptly severed as its head was cleaved in two, consciousness fading into darkness. History was repeating itself, and so too was fate. Muyang smiled coldly. Now that he understood this illusionary world posed no real threat to his life, he fully embraced it, a blend of reality and fantasy. Perhaps this was the true meaning of the illusionary realm. Ignoring the horrified and admiring gazes of those around him, Muyang leapt into the air. This time not heading towards Kyrinta, but rather following another aura that permeated the air, flying southward. There lay the lair of King Piccolo. Having already encountered Marakuhuo, Muyang intended to confront King Piccolo. As for Marakuhuo, he had gained a general understanding of him. The being claimed to hail from the planet Tucumand, although he wondered why an alien would transform into a demon upon arriving on Earth. The life forms in this illusionary world evolved based on history from over 250 years ago. This indicated that in true history, Marakuhuo must have existed. Recalling the mention of a spacecraft malfunction, Muyang's thoughts turned to the wreckage that had fallen into the valley of the primitive mountains. The energy detector in his possession had been unearthed from that debris, and it had been peculiar that no bodies had been found within the vessel at the time. It seemed that the extraterrestrial visitor had not perished on the spot, but had survived on Earth, likely the very Marakuhuo. As for why there was no record of Marakuhuo in later histories, he speculated it might have been due to the being dealt with by the gods or Bobo after becoming a demon, unlike King Piccolo, who was a target of their direct intervention. This world, devoid of temples, gods, or Bobo, had naturally devolved into chaos under the rule of the two demon kings. In a southern town, all the inhabitants were dead, revealing a desolate and bleak landscape. In the northwest corner of the small town stood a peak, surrounded by withered foliage. Crows cawing ominously, and scattered bones littering the ground. There, a palace constructed of white bones loomed. As night fell, the cold wind howled, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a flash streaked across the sky. Following the malevolent aura of King Piccolo, Muyang landed at the entrance of the Bone Palace, where he was immediately detected by the demon guards, subordinates created by King Piccolo, each possessing green skin and covered in scales. "Who goes there?" One of the demon guards called out, advancing toward him, only to be met with a dazzling energy wave. Boom, boom. The brilliant energy exploded at the palace entrance, easily overwhelming the guards with combat power barely above 100. Countless demons perished in the blast, and a breach was blown open in the palace doors, allowing Muyang to stride into the palace unimpeded. Inside, the light was dim, with flickering campfires lining the sides, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of kerosene. Muyang frowned as he walked to the innermost part of the palace. In a spacious hall, he beheld King Piccolo seated upon a throne, with green skin, black eyes, and dark red muscle patterns adorning his arms and abdomen, along with two tendrils atop his head. This was the youthful King Piccolo, whose true identity was that of a Namekian. At that moment, King Piccolo had his eyes closed, hands resting on the white bone throne. Upon noticing Muyang's arrival, he opened his eyes, his expression indifferent. "Foolish human, how many batches of you have come to seek death?" he remarked. "But this is agreeable. Incessant battles would only diminish the thrill. Watching you all come to your doom is just what this demon king needs to alleviate his boredom." "Piccolo, do you truly believe yourself to be a world-ending demon king? Do you not realize that such fairy tale villains ultimately meet their demise at the hands of heroes?" Muyang retorted coldly, gazing at the youthful Piccolo. "Heh, quite the temper." King Piccolo smirked, shaking his head. In this world, the only being he feared was Mariko, who ruled half the hemisphere. This human before him was not worthy of consideration. Is that so? Without further ado, Muyang unleashed his aura, instantly filling the entire palace with a formidable presence that overshadowed all. Suddenly, the great demon King Piccolo's eyes widened, his smile stiffening as a grim expression overtook his face. This world harbored such formidable humans. A sense of shock coursed through Piccolo, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Come in battle," he declared. Facing a true adversary, it would not be wise for Muyang to reveal his trump cards prematurely. However, in this illusory realm, death merely meant starting anew. Moreover, Piccolo's overall strength might not surpass his own. Seizing such a splendid opportunity for trial, Muyang intended to leverage the unique characteristics of this realm to continually enhance his combat abilities and identify his own shortcomings. "Very well, you seek your own demise." Piccolo coldly responded, abruptly rising from his throne, an icy aura emanating from him, instantly nullifying Muyang's momentum. The true battle was about to commence. Chapter 87. The ninth reboot. The world spun chaotically as the illusory realm rebooted once more. In his confrontation with the great demon King Piccolo, Muyang ultimately faced a regrettable defeat. Piccolo, a split entity from the original god, the Namekian, possessed an innate talent that rendered his combat skills astonishingly high. At least from Muyang's perspective, he began to understand why Miruku, despite possessing greater combat prowess than Piccolo, hesitated to act against him. It could be said that without clearing external obstacles, a clash between the two demon kings would only lead to mutual destruction. A careless move might allow a human master, such as Wutaidu, to seize the opportunity. It would be more prudent to eliminate the human elites before engaging in a confrontation between demon kings. Of course, with a combat power of nearly 260, Muyang was confident that he would not be easily defeated by Piccolo. However, to his astonishment, the Piccolo before him was not the 260 he had previously perceived, but rather exceeded 300. This was a significant miscalculation. Although he managed to hold his ground for a while, Muyang ultimately succumbed to the full power of Piccolo in the Skeletal Palace. In the subsequent few reboots, Muyang, as if fueled by a stimulant, relentlessly challenged both Piccolo and Miruku. After suffering 7 consecutive defeats, he finally grasped an important truth. Each reboot of the illusion would amplify the target's abilities to a certain extent. This enhancement could pertain to strength or skills. In other words, if he failed to improve during a single illusion, the next encounter would be even more complex and arduous. Additionally, each illusion only permitted 2 opportunities to challenge the same target. For instance, during his previous battle against Miruku, despite having recorded a victory, he failed to eliminate the opponent, thus granting them a chance to initiate a third battle. Consequently, the illusion intervened, allowing Moroku to return and replay the scenario through self-detonation. After several experiences within the illusion, Muyang steadily improved, continuously honing his skills against increasingly powerful foes. Ultimately, he attained the strength necessary to conquer both Piccolo and Moroku. Yet, during the 8th reboot, an unforeseen occurrence arose. He found himself beset by a combined assault from both Piccolo and Moroku, resulting in a bitter end. Regrettably, this was an encounter he had not faced in previous iterations. Just before his consciousness slipped into darkness, Muyang reflected upon the fact that as his strength grew, the illusory world also evolved. At this moment, his combat power had reached nearly 300. Alone, neither the augmented Piccolo nor Moroku could stand against him. Logically, he should have been able to complete the task entrusted to him by Bobo with ease. In the 9th reboot, the illusory space restored itself to its original form. However, unlike the previous instances, Muyang did not return to the forest where he had initially landed, but instead found himself near a hot spring. The distant sound of flowing water accompanied the rising steam from the spring. As Muyang approached, he noticed a set of women's clothing hanging from a tree. Someone was bathing. Upon realizing this, Muyang decided to retreat along the path he had come from. Being a normal male with natural desires, he refrained from engaging in any form of voyeurism, adhering to his principles. As he moved away, he spotted a figure stealthily climbing up the tree trunk. Hiding motionless in a corner, dressed in purple with sunglasses obscuring their face, the individual was drooling as they peered in. How disgraceful, Muyang thought. Shaking his head in disdain, he picked up a small stone and tossed it toward the hot spring. Unable to resist causing a bit of trouble for such a brazen voyeur, the stone plopped into the water, startling everyone present, and soon a woman's voice echoed. Who goes there? Miss, I have caught a peeping Tom. Muyang announced silently as he appeared behind the voyeur, swiftly capturing him. What? Someone is spying. The woman in the hot spring gasped, quickly pulling on the clothes draped over the tree. The voyeur struggled, pleading, Hey, let me go. We can negotiate. Just release me. This is beyond my jurisdiction. You shall wait for the rightful authority to arrive, Muyang replied, shaking his head with righteous indignation. The man immediately fell into despair, his face a picture of woe. Please, don't. It will be too late by then. I am not concerned with that, Muyang stated. At that moment, the woman stepped out from behind the hot spring, her light purple hair glistening with droplets of water. Clearly flustered by the unexpected turn of events, she displayed a flash of anger upon seeing the voyeur. Ah, Wu Tian, it is indeed you, the notorious lecher. I shall inform my father about this. Please, Fong Fong. I was wrong. Do not tell the teacher, otherwise, I shall be expelled from the school. The one referred to as Wu Tian immediately pleaded in defeat upon hearing her words. Chapter 88. Wu Taidu's Dojo Wu Tian, Fong Fong. Upon hearing these names, Muyang froze momentarily. The name Fong Fong was quite common and lacked distinctiveness, belonging to several individuals in the Dragon Ball universe. The most notable was, of course, Sun Wukong's granddaughter, Fong Fong. However, it was clear that this young girl was not her, so Muyang paid little mind. What truly piqued his interest was the name Wu Tian. The voyeur was none other than Wu Tian. Could this be the future martial arts deity known as Master Wu Tian, the Turtle Sage? A closer inspection revealed traces of the Turtle Sage's features in his face. Thus, Muyang confirmed that he was indeed the younger version of the Turtle Sage. The girl named Fong Fong, with her light purple hair, bore a resemblance to the fortune teller's purplish-red locks. Considering that the Turtle Sage had once harbored a crush on a girl named Wu Fong Fong, was it possible that she was indeed Wu Fong Fong? This implied that there was still a considerable distance before the great Demon King Piccolo would make his appearance. Sir, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, this lecher would have taken advantage of me, the girl named Fong Fong said, her cheeks slightly flushed and somewhat bashful. Muyang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I simply could not abide by certain behaviors. Hey, how can you speak to me like that? Wu Tian exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Wu Tian, if you call out again, I shall inform father of your peeping. Wu Fong Fong immediately shot him an indignant glare. Under her fierce demeanor, Wu Tian promptly subdued, wilting like a withered blade of grass, his head drooping in defeat as he fell silent. In his life, Wu Tian feared two individuals above all else, his teacher, Wu Taidu, and his sister, Wu Fong Fong. He had never held such trepidation towards anyone else, not even his sister. Yet, despite his fear of Wu Fong Fong, he harbored a deeper affection for her, often unable to resist engaging in antics to capture her attention. Observing the banter between Wu Tian and Wu Fong Fong, Muyang chuckled lightly. Where is Mr. Wu Taidu's dojo? Are you here to learn martial arts? Wu Fong Fong exclaimed with excitement, then took the initiative to lead the way to Wu Taidu's martial arts arena. Muyang smiled. following Wu Fangfang toward the dojo while under the envious and resentful gaze of Wu Tian. Kid, I am a direct disciple of Master Wu Taidu. If you wish to learn, you must first pass my test. Do you realize you nearly sabotaged my significant undertaking just now? Wu Tian whispered as he edged closer to Muyang. Your significant undertaking is spying on girls bathing? Muyang nodded knowingly, understanding that even the turtle hermit had once exhibited similar behavior in his youth. After traversing through the woods for a while, they soon arrived at the entrance of a martial arts dojo. This is my father's dojo, Wu Fangfang pointed at the door. Although Wu Taidu's dojo was not particularly large, housing only a few dozen students, it did not detract from his reputation as a renowned martial arts master. This young man, Wu Taidu, donned in a white martial arts uniform and seated on the floor, noticed his daughter and disciple approaching, accompanied by a young man. His martial instincts alerted him to something unusual, and as he scrutinized Muyang, an aura of intimidation enveloped the space, causing Wu Taidu's expression to shift dramatically. Disbelief evident in his eyes. Master Wu Taidu, Muyang greeted, maintaining an air of respect without subservience. The Wu Taidu before him was merely an apparition from a vision, not the one encountered by the fortune teller. Nevertheless, etiquette must be observed. Wu Taidu quickly rose to return the greeting, stating, "You are the true senior here. Just call me Muyang." Very well, Wu Taidu nodded in agreement. Wu Fangfang, witnessing this exchange, felt bewildered. What was happening? Why did her father refer to this young man as a senior? Could it be that this individual was an undiscovered master? However, his age seemed incongruent. Fangfang Wu Tian. I have matters of great importance to discuss with Mr. Muyang. You two may step outside. Despite her myriad of questions, Wu Fangfang and Wu Tian complied with their father's request, casting puzzled glances at Muyang as they exited together. Once they departed, Wu Taidu inquired, Mr. Muyang, I sensed an exceptionally natural essence in your movements. May I ask which school you hail from? Muyang replied with a gentle smile, the Tianxin school. Wu Taidu gasped in astonishment, expressing admiration. Ah, so you belong to the divine lineage. No wonder you possess such formidable power. Although Wu Taidu's abilities had not yet reached the level of recognizing individuals by closing his eyes, he could still discern the fundamental strengths and weaknesses. The moment he laid eyes on Muyang, he understood he was not his match. What brings you here, Mr. Muyang? Muyang's demeanor grew serious. It is indeed a matter of great consequence. In the near future, two terrifying demon lords will emerge in this world. One is called King Piccolo, and the other is known as Melu Kuho. Their arrival will plunge the entire world into a hellish nightmare. I share this with you to urge you to prepare, for no one can stand against them. Even you cannot oppose them? Wu Taidu's expression turned grave. Indeed. Although Muyang possessed sufficient strength to defeat King Piccolo and Melu Kuho, he intentionally chose to withhold this fact to inspire Wu Taidu to develop the demon sealing wave, from which he could draw insight. Wu Taidu fell silent, contemplating. After a long pause, he asked, what should we do now? Ascend the Kylan Tower and create the sealing technique against the demon race. Understood. Wu Taidu nodded, not questioning Muyang's words. In the days that followed, Muyang resided in Wu Taidu's dojo. During this time, they engaged in several sparring sessions, with Wu Taidu invariably succumbing to Muyang's skill within a few exchanges. It was only when Muyang adjusted his energy to match Wu Taidu's strength that they found themselves evenly matched. Reflecting on Muyang's assertion that even he was no match for the Demon King, Wu Taidu felt an increasing sense of urgency. Eventually, the day arrived when Wu Taidu closed the dojo, packed his belongings, and prepared to embark on his journey to Kylan Tower. Behind him, the young turtle hermit, Crane Hermit, and Wu Fangfang stood at the door to bid him farewell. Master, may you have a smooth journey. You must find a way to save this world. Wait for my return, Wu Taidu affirmed with determination, setting forth on his quest. Chapter 89. The arrival of Melu Kuho. 2 months swiftly passed. At the summit of Kylan Tower, Wu Taidu pondered deeply. Under the guidance of the cat hermit, he devised a technique specifically for sealing the demon race. The demon sealing wave. During this period, Muyang was not idle, while Wu Taidu focused on the demon sealing wave. He also reconstructed several highly practical techniques from his previous life's knowledge of the Dragon Ball world, such as the Solar Flare, Keyblade, and Key Bomb. As long as the energy accumulation reached a certain threshold, these techniques would naturally become easier to create. Time gradually flowed by until one day, a tremendous noise resonated from the lower realm as an alien spacecraft crashed onto Earth. On Kylan Tower, Muyang and the others took note of this occurrence. Sensing a powerful aura manifesting on Earth, Muyang opened his eyes, declaring, "Here it comes. Melu Kuho has arrived on Earth. Is the aura that just appeared one of the demon kings you mentioned?" The cat hermit, feeling the overwhelming and aggressive energy, swallowed hard. Muyang nodded, stating, "Although the nature of the aura differs, it is indeed Melu Kuho." At this moment, Meilu Kuho was merely a Tukamandian. And while it was unclear why he transformed into a demon upon arriving on Earth, he was undoubtedly an adversary. Wutaida's face grew serious. If this is the kind of opponent we face, my demon sealing wave may not be able to contain him. Muyang replied, leave this one to me. Wutaida, continue your research on the demon sealing wave. We still have some time before King Piccolo manifests. You must refine your technique. Very well. I will expedite my efforts. Having sensed Meilu Kuho's presence, Wutaida became increasingly focused on King Piccolo. Seeing Wutaida nod, Muyang smiled, waved goodbye, and leaped from the edge of Kylin Tower, shooting toward the location where Meilu Kuho had descended. Let us hope Muyang can defeat that alien, the cat hermit said, leaning on his staff and gazing at the misty blue sky. Indeed, Wutaida sighed, watching as Muyang vanished from sight, a look of concern in his eyes. He quickly steeled himself. All he could do now was hasten the development of the demon sealing wave. More than 200 years ago, the original mountain range bore no significant differences from the present. In this vast and undulating forest, the ravages of time seemed to have little effect. Amidst the dense woods, one area was engulfed in thick smoke, and violent impacts had reshaped the terrain, unearthing layers of earth and stone that had been buried for countless years, forming a crescent-shaped depression. At this moment, the red-haired Marakuhuo emerged gloomily from the wreckage of the spacecraft, surveying the primitive surroundings. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, damn it. Those bastards at the aerospace center actually sold me a faulty vessel. When I return, I shall see to it that they pay for this. He then examined his environment, utilizing the energy detector he carried. Beep, beep. A multitude of single-digit data points appeared on the display screen, with few reaching double digits. The Tukamandians utilized a hexadecimal data system, comprising 16 parameters for single digits. What a primitive planet this is. I hope to find a way back to the cosmos. Turning off the energy detector, Marakuhuo disdainfully smirked. Although the Tukamandians were not considered a powerful race in the universe, their individual combat prowess exceeded 100. Marakuhuo, being among the more exceptional of his kind, possessed a combat power exceeding 250. Thus, upon detecting that the energy levels on Earth were merely single digits, a sense of innate superiority and disdain welled up within him. After thoroughly searching the primordial mountains, the results left Marakuhuo profoundly disappointed. He discovered that this planet's technology was still in its infancy. Even the most advanced regions had only just begun to harness electrical energy and lacked the capability to construct spacecraft. Consequently, his countenance darkened further. Damn it. This planet's technology is far too backward to repair a spacecraft. He knocked on the detector perched on his ear, which was still the low-grade model devoid of interstellar communication functions. Those swindlers. They actually deceived the vast consumer base by passing off inferior goods. In other words, Mariko was stranded on this backward planet. Such a fate was unbearable for him, a fiercely aggressive Tukamandian with ambitions of dominating other worlds. He could not resign himself to wasting the remainder of his time here. Just as he began to contemplate alternatives, fate intervened. A dark figure swooped in from the distance. Arriving above Mariko in the blink of an eye, Muyang reached Marikuhuo's location, confirming the silhouette below. With red hair and azure skin, although devoid of the markings that signified the demon race, it was unmistakably Mariko. Recalling the previous 8 encounters during reboots, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Muyang's eyes. Without further thought, he conjured a sphere of energy and launched it downward. Energy disc. A circular disc of energy whistled through the air, slicing it with a hissing sound. This technique was originally a secret move developed by Klin, which Muyang simulated using his own insights. Though slightly diminished in power compared to the original, it was sufficient to deal with Mariko. The sudden attack left Mariko momentarily dazed, but in that perilous moment, instinct compelled him to pivot. A sickening tearing sound echoed as azure blood splattered, and Marakuhuo emitted a pained wail, having lost an arm to the energy disc. I evaded it. Muyang sighed inwardly, twisting his palm to redirect the energy disc toward Marakuhuo once more. Who the hell are you? Faced with the renewed assault, Marakuhuo felt a mix of shock and terror, but above all, an overwhelming rage surged within him. He roared, unleashing a burst of crimson energy to counter the approaching energy disc. The ground shook with a thunderous explosion, as colossal trees nearby either collapsed or snapped in half, and the area closest to the blast was instantaneously reduced to charred remains. Thick smoke billowed forth, the aftermath of the clash a horrifying sight. The energy disc, having dissipated through several exchanges, ultimately vanished in a blaze of red energy. At this juncture, Marakuhuo finally had a moment to assess his assailant. In the sky, a young man clad in a flowing white martial arts uniform observed him with cold, penetrating eyes. My lord, I believe I have not wronged you in any way. Marikuhuo snarled, desperately suppressing the fury surging within him, yet his heaving chest betrayed the extremity of his rage. Muyang regarded him coolly, offering no reply. This version of Marikuhuo had yet to transform into a demon, his power not nearly as formidable as those he had encountered before. However, the brutality emanating from him indicated that, given time, he would inevitably tread the path of subjugating humanity. Muyang had never contemplated mercy for his enemies. Even if they were weak, he would first uproot them entirely. As Marikuhuo noticed the prolonged silence from his opponent, he felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, Muyang moved, his figure tracing a blurred silhouette through the sky, and in a flash, he stood before Marikuhuo. What speed? How could there be such a master on this planet? Marikuhuo's green pupils dilated in shock, his face a mask of terror as he instinctively recoiled. However, Muyang's assault had already commenced decisively. World-toppling palm. A pale golden palm glided through the air as if dancing, crackling with arcs of electricity that emitted a sharp, piercing sound. As Marikuhuo gazed in horror, the electrified palm descended upon him. With a surge of overwhelming power, he attempted to shift his body, only to realize in despair that he was completely immobilized within the aura of the world-toppling palm. What kind of technique is this? Fear flickered in his eyes, and he felt as if a frigid force had pierced through him, rendering him speechless. With a resounding impact, the electric current coursed through every muscle of Marikuhuo's body, propelling him far away while simultaneously paralyzing him. For a period thereafter, he would be utterly incapable of resistance. At this moment, true fear gripped Marikuhuo. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and he was no match for him. The disdain he had previously held for this planet and his lofty ambitions crumbled into nothing, leaving only boundless terror. What a concealed powerhouse this planet is. He harbored serious doubts that the merchant who sold him the energy detector was merely passing off inferior goods. Perhaps they had sold him several defective devices. Those unscrupulous merchants have doomed Lord Marikuhuo. Had I known this planet was so fearsome, I would have rather collided with a star than make a forced landing here. Marikuhuo lamented, on the verge of tears. Though you have yet to transform into a demon, I am afraid my task is to defeat you. Since Bick has not yet emerged, you shall embark on your journey alone. A hint of icy detachment colored Muyang's voice as he appeared beside Marikuhuo, placing a hand on his shoulder. This gesture sent a cold sweat cascading down Marikuhuo's back, starkly illuminating the disparity between them. My lord, could there be some misunderstanding? Surely we bear no grudge against one another? He queried, his face contorted in distress. Disinterested in addressing Marikuhuo's bewilderment, with a sharp crack, Muyang forcefully severed Marikuhuo's remaining arm. Ah! The anguished roar of Marikuhuo echoed, filled with despair. Why is this happening? I have done nothing to provoke you. Marikuhuo collapsed to the ground, gazing in agony at his severed arm, his expression evasive and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Though an arm could regenerate, a life lost meant everything was irretrievably gone. No need for further inquiries. I shall not explain myself to a corpse. Depart in peace. The voice, calm and detached, echoed as a vibrant blue energy descended from the heavens. In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent, and Marikuhuo felt his mind freeze, the essence of death creeping ever closer. With a thunderous roar, the blue energy erupted into a blinding white light, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud from the primal mountains. When the chaos subsided, a gaping pit nearly 100 meters deep was left in its wake. Having vanquished one foe, this could be deemed half of the task accomplished. Muyang sensed Marikuhuo's energy, confirming the adversary had perished beneath his ki blast. In terms of individual combat prowess, after several rounds of reincarnation, Muyang's strength had eclipsed that of both Marikuhuo and the Demon King Piccolo. His previous misstep had stemmed from the unexpected alliance of these two formidable foes. This time, the illusionary realm offered no opportunity for their collaboration, and Muyang felt nearly certain of his success. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. He had not discerned the reason behind Marikuhuo's transformation into a demon. Could it be linked to the presence of demonkind on Earth? He did not refer to the adjacent realm of demons, but rather to the true domain of demon lords. He recalled that the egg sealing the demon mage in Bu had once been housed on Earth, with tales suggesting that the demon king Dabura had sent emissaries to Earth in search of something. Was Marikuhuo's metamorphosis connected to Dabura's agents? Ultimately, pondering such matters bore no fruit. After all, this was merely a replay of the illusionary world, where history had already played out. With a shake of his head, Muyang soared into the sky, heading once more towards the Korin Tower. His next task was to assist Master Roshi in defeating the Demon King Piccolo, thus completing his trial and escaping this world. Atop Korin Tower, the Cat Sage and Master Roshi looked on in astonishment at Muyang's display of power. They had witnessed the events transpiring below through the water tank. The Cat Sage exclaimed in disbelief, that Muyang possesses such incredible strength. It is unlikely anyone in this world could rival him. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. I am far inferior when compared to him. Yet, if he is so powerful, why does he require your research on the Demon Seal Wave? The cat sage questioned, perplexed. Master Roshi, equally confused, speculated that perhaps this was simply the eccentric nature of a master. Perhaps, the cat sage conceded, there are all kinds of personalities in this world. Perhaps Muyang simply prefers to observe from a distance rather than engage directly. What the cat sage did not realize was that Muyang's intent in having Master Roshi research the Demon Seal Wave was to grasp the theoretical principles of the technique. From the Demon Seal Wave and the Universal Shockwave, it was evident that Master Roshi was indeed worthy of the title Grandmaster, possessing profound expertise in command-style techniques. If he could acquire the principles behind the Demon Seal Wave from this illusion, he might one day create his own command-style technique based on that knowledge. Although Son Gohan in the real world could also perform the Demon Seal Wave, he was not the original developer and therefore lacked the intricate understanding that the creator possessed. Thus, it seemed prudent to let Master Roshi conduct his research in the illusionary realm while he learned from the established foundations. Chapter 91. The Demise of the Demon King Piccolo as time flowed quietly alongside training. Master Roshi had been diligently pondering the development of the Demon Seal Wave for over half a year atop Korin Tower. 6 months after Muyang eliminated Mariko, the Demon King Piccolo finally made his appearance. Upon his arrival, he immediately showcased his ruthless nature, decimating over 100 towns and claiming the lives of millions within the span of a single day and night. The infamous reputation of the Demon King Piccolo soon spread across the globe. However, in contrast to the devastation wrought by the two Demon Kings in the past, this world seemed considerably more fortunate, drawing closer to the true course of history. Muyang, you must act swiftly to stop the Demon King Piccolo, the cat sage implored, anxiously observing the calamity befalling the lower realm. Muyang turned to Master Roshi. Is the research on the Demon Seal Wave complete? Master Roshi nodded gravely. The fundamental principles have been established, but only through facing the Demon King in battle can we ascertain its true efficacy. Muyang waved his hand dismissively. The theory is sufficient. We can forego the testing. Document the principles of the Demon Seal Wave and leave Piccolo to me. Upon receiving Master Roshi's agreement, he began recording the essential points of the Demon Seal Wave into a booklet. As Muyang glanced through the manuscript, he noted the meticulous detail in the original creator's training manual, which thoroughly documented all key concepts and creative thought processes. A smile graced Muyang's face. The value of this booklet alone made his journey worthwhile, yielding substantial rewards. In high spirits, he bid farewell to them and set off toward the location of the Demon King Piccolo. He arrived at a desolate and ruined town, the air thick with the stench of blood. The surrounding farmland and homes lay abandoned, with crumbling structures exuding an indescribable sense of decay. The sky was ominously overcast as if it threatened to descend, and a chilling wind swept across the barren ground, filled with an aura of malevolence. Observing the town ravaged by the Demon King, Muyang furrowed his brow, his demeanor indifferent as he traversed a narrow path. Quickly reaching the palace of the Demon King Piccolo, the palace was still guarded by lower-tier Demon Kin, who were destined for tragedy simply by existing in the Dragon Ball world and aligning with the villainous faction. With a flick of his wrist, Muyang unleashed a few key blasts, advancing unimpeded into the palace. How dare you intrude upon the king's palace? A dinosaur-like demon warrior with wings blocked Muyang's path at the entrance to the main hall. Compared to the fodder with combat power in the dozens, this warrior's strength exceeded 100, marking him as one of Piccolo's elite subordinates. Yet, to Muyang, whose combat power had reached 300, he was woefully insufficient. In the world of Dragon Ball, if the combat power between two opponents differed by less than 30, the disparity was considered minor, allowing for skill to bridge the gap and enabling the weaker to triumph over the stronger. A difference of 50, however, generally required some extraordinary ability, such as heightened perception of ki or an elevated state of being. Otherwise, while one might put up a fight, defeat was nearly inevitable. When the gap reached 50, only those who maximized a particular strength could claim victory against a stronger opponent. A difference of over 100, however, signified a significant chasm. In many cases, a single strike from the stronger could prove fatal. While there were exceptions, this principle held true. Currently, Muyang's combat power vastly surpassed that of the winged dinosaur demon by more than threefold. Step aside, he declared, casting a cool glance at the warrior, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished with a whoosh, and in an instant, with a resounding thud, Muyang appeared before the winged demon, delivering a key blast that reduced him to ashes. With the guardian dispatched, Muyang pushed open the grand doors of the main hall and beheld the Demon King Piccolo at the center of the palace. With an air of indifference akin to that of a world sovereign, the formidable King Piccolo merely blinked upon my arrival. "Human, who are you?" His voice, frigid and detached, was laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. "King Piccolo, we meet once more." I advanced step by step, a subtle smile gracing my face. "Have we met before?" King Piccolo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. I shook my head. We had not crossed paths, yet such details were inconsequential. As King Piccolo leaned on his chin, anticipating my continuation, I abruptly fell silent. His expression shifted dramatically, and in that moment, a brilliant flash erupted as I surged forward, a bolt of lightning striking before him. Just as he prepared to respond, my hardened fist collided with his form. The sound of metal crashing against the ground echoed as Piccolo's body met my iron fist, his chest caving under the immense impact, while his skeletal throne shattered into countless fragments. King Piccolo, unaccustomed to such provocation, let out a roar filled with rage and pain, his eyes bloodshot. I observed him coolly, denying him any opportunity to regain his composure. With a sudden, forceful punch, I unleashed a torrent of power that shattered the energy he attempted to muster, sending him flying several meters away. The palace wall crumbled beneath the force of my strike. A more potent aura surged skyward, the tranquility shattered, and even King Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, an involuntary fear creeping into his heart. With my current strength, defeating him was no longer a challenge. "How is this possible?" he bellowed in horror. "This guy's power surpasses my own." The thought of fleeing arose within him, and once it surfaced, it proved difficult to suppress. There was no shame in retreat. To sever ties when necessary was a path he must accept for the sake of his ambitions. "I won't let you escape," I declared, having discerned his intentions. With a swift motion, I thrust my palm forward, executing a technique known as the Heavenly Heart Slash. A flawless orb of energy, glimmering like a luminous pearl, erupted forth, radiating a dazzling brilliance that transformed into a sharp arc in the air. Suddenly, the tranquil space erupted into chaos as a torrent of energy surged towards King Piccolo, carrying an overwhelming force that sent tremors through the air. His pupils dilated in panic as he screamed, "No, no one can kill me." With a cold gaze, I intensified my power, causing the starlit sky to split, multiplying into crescent-shaped blades. As my attack struck King Piccolo, the relentless energy crushed and ignited. Even his ironclad body could not withstand the onslaught, and he shattered into oblivion. In a resounding explosion, the once mighty King Piccolo could not muster a single effective counter, and thus his life was extinguished. "Finally, he is dead," I mused, contemplating the successful completion of the task entrusted to me by Bobo. While Bobo mentioned that I could return after defeating the strongest within, he did not provide specific instructions on how to do so. Could I simply stand still to return? I attempted it, but there was no reaction. Chapter 92. The trial concludes, and the return. How could I return? This question, which had previously eluded my thoughts, now posed a dilemma, rendering me somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, I was not one to dwell on trivial matters. After all, bridges are crossed when reached, and I would not allow this issue to confound me. Casting a glance at the desolate surroundings, the once cold palace lay in ruins, an acrid scent permeating the air. Covering my nose, I exited King Piccolo's palace and soared high into the sky, releasing a surge of energy below. A beam of energy descended, shaking the earth as King Piccolo's palace vanished from the land. Having completed this task, I felt a slight relief. Back at the Kaling Tower, with no means of returning yet, I retrieved the booklet detailing the principles behind the demon sealing wave from Taito and ventured to the second floor for further study. The demon sealing wave was a formidable sealing technique, notably effective against demons, and even against those whose power did not exceed several tiers below the user. It could yield remarkable results. Thus, I was highly intrigued by its principles, hoping to glean insights to develop my own compulsory technique. On this day, the sun shone brightly against the azure sky. I remained engrossed in my studies, having spent many days at the Kaling Tower without discovering a means of departure. This predicament led me to ponder whether beings more powerful than Maruku and King Piccolo still existed in this world. Had I truly completed the task assigned by Bobo? With a furrowed brow, I sank deep into contemplation. At that moment, the cat sage approached, leaning on his staff, his rotund form making its way to sit beside me. "You have been here for quite some time, and it is thanks to you that this world has been saved. And Taito has already departed?" I inquired, glancing up at the cat sage. Typically, at this hour, he and Taito would engage in discussions about martial insights, yet my occupation of the second floor hindered their visits. "He has left. He has his own dojo and disciples, and cannot remain at the Kaling Tower indefinitely," the cat sage responded, observing me closely. "You appear troubled by something, do you not?" "Indeed," I nodded, voicing my concerns. I am pondering whether there exists anyone on Earth stronger than Maruku or King Piccolo. Surely, there must be. And how do you perceive your own strength? The cat sage inquired. My strength is decent. At least countless individuals yearn to attain my current level, I sighed. However, when gazing at the stars and venturing into the vast universe, these accomplishments seem trivial, as there are likely countless beings capable of easily defeating me. Ah. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. One must always maintain a humble heart, the cat sage remarked, falling silent. Yet, from somewhere, he produced a set of bells, saying, Though I know not who you truly are or the source of your formidable power, in light of your salvation of the world, I urge you to ascend to the top of the Kaling Tower. It may hold the answers you seek. Bells, I exclaimed, surprised by the golden, ornate bells in the cat sage's possession. Is there a temple in this world? The cat sage gazed at me in astonishment. You know of the temple? You must indeed have an intriguing story. Yes, there is certainly a temple at the top of the Kaling Tower. In that moment, enlightenment washed over me. This ninth illusion was indeed unlike the previous ones. It became clear that by the 8th iteration, my power had already surpassed that of King Piccolo and his ilk. But I had fallen victim to their combined assault, leading to my demise. In truth, I had completed my task long before. The ninth illusion was, in fact, a means for him to forge an escape. Alas, why did Bobo not clarify this from the outset? If it were not for the cat sage producing its bell, how long would he have had to wait to depart? With these realizations, a warm smile graced Muyang's face. Thank you. Accepting the bell from the cat sage's hand, he soared upward using the void dance technique, this time effortlessly, without the need for the wishful staff. He swiftly traversed the stormy realm filled with lightning and ascended into a higher dimension. Upon reaching the temple, the familiar palace emerged before his eyes. At that moment, a figure clad in Arab attire appeared in his path, its skin as dark as ink. Upon sighting this figure, a smile spread across Muyang's face. Ah, Bobo. The figure, upon hearing the voice, displayed no change in expression. Its eyes were devoid of luster, resembling a puppet. Please follow me, it instructed, turning towards the palace entrance. Muyang hesitated for a moment before promptly following. Guided by Bobo, he navigated through the winding corridor and arrived once more at the entrance of the trial room. Unlike before, this time he did not see other doors flanking the corridor. Only the door directly ahead was visible, and Bobo remained silent throughout. Perhaps it was the nature of the illusionary world, for both Bobo and the temple were mere facades. Bobo opened the golden door, revealing a pitch-black void within. Step inside. You have completed the trial. Very well. Casting a deep glance at the illusionary realm, Muyang's expression turned serious as he stepped through the threshold. The moment he entered, the scenery transformed instantly. The dark veil vanished, and the world seemed to turn upside down. Suddenly opening his eyes, Muyang found himself back in the lengthy corridor. A golden door behind him. Am I back? With a sense of skepticism, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing the numerous doors lining the corridor, he confirmed that he had indeed returned from the trial. The trial had proven to be quite challenging. He had perished 8 times within, nearly failing to return. Nevertheless, his gains were substantial. Not only had he deciphered the principles of the magic seal's release, but his energy had also surged to a combat power of 310, reaching the pinnacle among Earth's inhabitants. Oh, Muyang, you have returned. Upon entering the temple's plaza, Bobo approached with hands clasped behind his back, his coin-like eyes lacking any extra shine. Bobo, it is entirely your fault for not being clear. I almost did not make it back, Muyang retorted with irritation. After each demise, the strength of the opponents within escalated, creating a relentless cycle. If he had not completed the trial, he might have been eternally ensnared within. This is also part of the trial. It tests not only strength, but also temperament and judgment. Furthermore, even if one cannot find a way back, the illusionary space will automatically return you after 3 years, Bobo explained unhurriedly. I spent so long in the illusion. How much time has passed outside? Exactly 1 year. 1 year, you say? That means time inside and outside is synchronized.